Chapter 1. Annulment? Great. The Crown Prince of the North is going to be annulled. Hurry and take a look. Really? Didn't his father, the Prince of the North, just die in battle at the border? Exactly. That's why his useless son has no support. The seventh princess who was engaged to him has come to sever ties today. In the Great Xia dynasty, outside the Prince of the North's residence, white cloths were hanging on the sorghum. Hundreds of servants were busy preparing for the funeral. In the middle of the hall stood a young man around 20 years old. Dressed in mourning clothes, tall and thin, his handsome features showed no trace of sadness, and he was even dozing off. Outside the residence, a grand golden palanquin came rushing in, blocking the entrance of the Prince of the North's residence. A eunuch opened the curtain of the palanquin. Seventh princess, the Zhao residence has arrived. A stunning figure stepped down from the palanquin. Her posture was extraordinary, with curves in all the right places, and her temperament was ethereal. Her appearance attracted the attention of the surrounding commoners. So this is the emperor's most beloved seventh princess? Truly a beauty. A flower planted on cow dung. No wonder the seventh princess wants to annul the engagement. At this moment, the woman's expression was terrifyingly solemn. Standing outside, she saw the man inside dozing off, and the coldness on her face intensified. Today is the seventh day of mourning for his father, the Prince of the North, and he is still sleeping? Hearing the seventh princess's words, the eunuch sighed. I've heard that he lingered in the pleasure quarters last night, and is probably still hung over. Simply incorrigible, worse than a beast. The seventh princess gritted her teeth. For the rest of my life, if I have to be with such a man, I'd rather grow old alone. After saying that, the seventh princess shouted towards the Prince of the North's residence. Li Yunrui, come out to annul the engagement. Although her voice was not loud, everyone inside and outside the Prince of the North's residence heard it. Especially outside, many onlookers had gathered. That useless crown prince has a good show for us today. A good show? I think it's a disgrace. The Prince of the North lived bravely all his life just to protect this only son, and yet he is so disappointing. What a disgrace. Is there anything more humiliating for a man than being annulled by a woman? The servants inside the residence quickly approached the crown prince to report the situation outside. But after talking for a long time, the crown prince remained motionless. They didn't know that at this moment, two memories were rapidly merging in Zhao Wujing's mind. Your Highness, what should we do? The seventh princess has come to annul the engagement. The seventh day of mourning for the prince is waiting for you to preside over it. Crown Prince, my lord, please don't sleep any longer. The old steward wailed. Finally, Zhao Wujing's mind was completely awakened. But the one who woke up was not the original crown prince, but another soul that had crossed over. Wasn't I shelling the shrine of little days? How did I end up crossing over? Zhao Wujing muttered to himself. Crossing over is fine, but could I at least have a better role? Zhao Wujing is about to be killed off in the plot, Why Am I in His Body? He had just finished reading the novel he crossed into, titled The First Charming Son-in-Law of the Great Xia, a pure, indulgent fantasy. The original protagonist was named Long Zhan, who had an invincible master and several powerful senior sisters. After 10 years of learning, he descended the mountain to join the court and started a path of crushing and counterattacking. According to the original plot, today, Zhao Wujing would be annulled by the seventh princess, Li Yunrui. But Zhao Wujing was unwilling, and upon seeing Li Yunrui's beauty, his lustful thoughts arose. So he decided to drug her and plan something untoward. Just then, the protagonist Long Zhan happened to arrive and kicked Zhao Wujing to death. Hero saves the beauty. Because he saved the emperor's most beloved seventh princess, Long Zhan received the royal family's strong support. As the protagonist, his ambition naturally swelled to the extreme. In the subsequent plot, he even overthrew the emperor and held power over the world. With 3,000 beauties in his harem, he played with them daily, and for 10 years, he never repeated a partner. The entire plot was indeed a super invincible indulgent story. However, there was one thing. The official female lead, Li Yunrui, never let Long Zhan touch her, and in the end, they didn't sleep together. Aside from that, as a reader, Zhao Wujing still enjoyed it immensely. But now, Zhao Wujing had crossed into the story and became the first little villain to be kicked to death by Long Zhan, which was truly unfortunate. No way. He must change his doomed fate. Long Zhan had the protagonist's halo, with luck on his side, and it was impossible to confront him heathen. The best way was to change the plot. Since Li Yunrui wanted to annul the engagement, he didn't need to resist, he could just let her go and let her leave. This way, Long Zhan would have no excuse to kill him. In this vast world, there are many beautiful women. As long as he didn't touch the ones around Long Zhan, he could still live comfortably. Zhao Wujing, come out. Outside, Li Yunrui had already rushed into the Prince of the North's residence. Crown Prince, the seventh princess is about to break in. Crown Prince, should we bind him as you usually do? The old steward's words were immediately heard by Li Yunrui. Bind? You shameless scoundrel. Li Yunrui's contempt for Zhao Wujing intensified, further confirming that coming to annul the engagement was the right decision. But the next moment, slap. As soon as the old steward finished speaking, he received a slap from Zhao Wujing. That moment, Zhao Wujing had just stood up, his face serious to the point of being terrifying. How could I, Zhao Wujing, be such a man who disrespects women? You dog servant are ruining my reputation. The old steward was dumbfounded, looking at Zhao Wujing in disbelief. Your Highness, I have tied up at least 80 virtuous women for you. You can't sell me out just to clear your name. What are you looking at? With such a lewd gaze, you must be having ulterior motives. Drag him out and beat him. With a command from Zhao Wujing, the old steward was directly taken away. To prevent him from exposing himself, Zhao Wujing stuffed a shoe in his mouth. After doing all this, Zhao Wujing cleared his throat and approached Li Yunrui. Today, she wore a flowing purple gown that trailed to the ground, exuding an impressive aura. The dress tightened at the waist, accentuating her delicate figure. But above that, her bosom suddenly swelled, as if boundless charm could burst forth at any moment. Indeed, she had a good figure and a youthful face. And oh wonder the original protagonist, that lewd brat, couldn't help but drug and force her. Unfortunately, the current Zhao Wujing was a man terrifyingly calm. Servants are disrespectful, causing the seventh princess to laugh. This crown prince apologizes to you here. This attitude was not just good, it was too unusual. Li Yunrui, who had originally been angry, suddenly had a subtle change in expression. Seeing Zhao Wujing so polite, Li Yunrui was slightly taken aback before retorting. Zhao Wujing, your reputation is already in tatters. What are you pretending to be a gentleman for? No matter how you plead with me today, I won't change my mind. The reason she rushed to annul the engagement was that she was worried Zhao Wujing would rely on her after losing his father. This marriage was originally arranged by the Prince of the North during his lifetime with her father, that time. The Prince of the North held military power and guarded the northern fortress of the Great Xia, invincible. Even the Li royal family had to temporarily avoid his brilliance. To reassure the Prince of the North, the emperor agreed to this marriage. When Zhao Wujing matured and stopped being so unruly, they would hold the wedding. But now that the Prince of the North was dead, who would be willing to accompany an immature man to grow up? The people outside began to whisper that, oh, you think if Zhao Wujing is really annulled, he will starve to death in the future? The Prince of the North's residence is large and prosperous, but it's not enough for him to squander. Now reduced to a royal family outcast, Zhao Wujing probably won't be able to stir up any romantic affairs in the future. I see he knows this too, so this guy will definitely cling. To the seventh princess, what a pity for the seventh princess, such a beautiful flower, to be planted on a piece of cow dung. Hearing the discussions of the common people behind him, Li Yunrui also felt wronged. Zhao Wujing, my mind is made up. If you're a man. Li Yunrui's words were interrupted as a voice suddenly emerged in her mind. Good, good, good. This plot really is like a tattoo artist closing his eyes and ruining my face. This woman is beautiful, more beautiful than those female stars, but it's a pity I can only look and not touch. Who told her to be the female lead in a novel? If I get involved with this woman and provoke Long Zhan, that guy possesses destiny and fortune, I would be in deep trouble. But you are the same. You are the author's official match for Long Zhan, destined to be a tool for Long Zhan's rise, just like me a little. Villain, with no choice over my fate. No, I'm different that I can't provoke him, but can I hide? As long as I don't think about you. How would Long Zhan have a reason to target me? In this colorful world, I can still live freely. Zhao Wujing smiled politely at Li Yunrui. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yunrui's mind was in turmoil. She confirmed that she could hear Zhao Wujing's thoughts. Chapter 2. Eavesdropping on heartfelt thoughts, the female lead's rebellious phase. Zhao Wujing's voice, even if turned to ashes, Li Yunrui would recognize it. But Zhao Wujing did not speak. Yet, Li Yunrui's mind was filled with his thoughts. Although Li Yunrui was shocked, she was also quite angry. This guy praised his own looks earlier, which was the truth. But what was that nonsense afterward? Saying him some woman of Long Zhan, a tool for his rise? Or that I have no choice over my own fate? Damn it, what does this jerk take me for? Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing was puzzled too. Why did Li Yunrui's expression seem a bit off? Time waits for no one. Zhao Wujing cleared his throat and sincerely said, "Whatever the princess says is right. This young master is far from worthy of you. To avoid wasting your youth, I will write a letter of resignation right now. And from now on, we shall have no ties." After speaking, Zhao Wujing quickly signaled the steward to bring paper and pen. Then he quickly wrote on the paper, "I, Zhao Wujing, am without virtue or talent, not worthy to be joined with the seventh princess. Today, willingly renouncing the engagement, the betrothal gifts from the Northern Duke's mansion, please accept them as compensation." His tone was humble, evoking pity in those who saw it. At this moment, Li Yunrui's expression was even more complicated. She truly did not expect Zhao Wujing to be so easy to talk to. Moreover, without a word of rebuttal, he had already written the letter of resignation. This made her feel a bit guilty. After all, today was the 7th day of the Northern Duke's funeral, and she was in a hurry to resign. Was she being too overbearing? Maybe she should negotiate with him properly first. Wouldn't that leave him some face? While Li Yunrui was thinking this, Zhao Wujing had already proactively handed over the resignation letter. The seventh princess need not be polite. Everything as you wish, please. Zhao Wujing smiled. In the sunlight, he appeared so natural, calm, composed, and elegant. Unbeknownst to him, he was cursing inwardly. "Hurry up and take it, Annie. What are you dawdling for? I've already acted so nonchalantly. It won't change the plot, right?" Zhao Wujing maintained a smiling face. "Seventh princess, why are you in a daze? Take the resignation letter. My father's funeral isn't over yet. I still have to be busy, so I won't keep you." But Li Yunrui had no mind to respond to him. Instead, she had a big question mark in her mind. Why can I hear his thoughts? Could it be that he really is my destined husband? While she was still struggling with her thoughts, Zhao Wujing's voice came again. The old Zhao Wujing was really an idiot. The inheritance left by my father is enough for me to live flamboyantly for a few hundred years. And your Great Xia's treasury is almost empty. What's the point of keeping this woman? Just to eat for free. Or wait for that pretty boy Long Zhan to come and please you. Hurry and get lost. You. Li Yunrui came to her senses, gritting her teeth and scolding. Zhao Wujing, you think it's that easy to send me away? Originally thinking he had settled Li Yunrui and changed the plot, Zhao Wujing was dumbfounded by this remark. But Zhao Wujing still maintained his composure and smiled. What does the seventh princess mean? What do you mean? You want to cancel the engagement so easily? Zhao Wujing had not responded yet when he saw Li Yunrui glaring at him with a face full of resentment. In her little eyes, there was even an expression of innocence and pitifulness, as if he had dumped her. What's going on? This woman doesn't want to leave and wants to continue the plot, leading me to be killed by Long Zhan. Hurry and go find Long Zhan. Don't bother me. You're the female. Led, why are you clinging to me, a little villain? Zhao Wujing was panicking inside, and he urged, maybe the seventh princess is not convenient today. Chun Gong Gong, please, help take it and hurry and take your princess back to the palace. Chun Gong Gong had not replied yet. Then Li Yunrui suddenly said, I want. She was now certain she could hear Zhao Wujing's thoughts. But what mattered more to Li Yunrui was the content of Zhao Wujing's thoughts. What does this dead man mean by always saying he belongs to Long Zhan? Long Zhan, she had heard of, was just a newly rising general in the court. What qualification does he have to make her, the seventh princess, a tool? Her life, her marriage, her love, can only be dictated by herself. What male lead, female lead, bah? No? What do you mean by no? Zhao Wujing was a bit anxious. The image he had just maintained was slightly loosening. This dead woman, why is she still clinging on? Does she know that my father isn't dead? According to the original books, chapter 200, the Northern Duke did indeed suffer a defeat at the border, but his death was merely a feigned death to deceive the enemy. Later, the Northern Duke reorganized his army and destroyed the invading tribes of the northern border of Great Xia. However, he learned that his only beloved son, Zhao Wujing, had died in the capital in a fit of rage. The northern duke returned to the court with troops, wanting to seek justice for Zhao Wujing's death. He had originally decided to massacre the city, but in the end, Long Zhan, together with his fourth senior sister, disguised himself as Zhao Wujing to act as a hostage to protect his beloved son. The northern duke exchanged one life for another. In the end, he became Long Zhan's experience bag. No, if this woman doesn't leave, she might end up harming both me and my father. These male and female protagonists in novels sacrifice others for their dreams and love. Really despicable. You won't succeed. Cough. Zhao Wujing suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled. The princess might think him joking, but I truly respect women. Since the seventh princess is unwilling to marry, I, Zhao Wujing, will not force you. Let's end this marriage here, and no turning back. Okay? Zhao Wujing looked forward to Li Yunrui leaving quickly. But he found that Li Yunrui not only did not leave, but stood there in a daze, her expression shockingly, as if she had heard some enormous secret. Although Li Yunrui was angry because of Zhao Wujing's remarks, she was certainly not a mindless flower vase princess. The northern duke, who holds military power, was actually faking his death. Li Yunrui recalled her father once saying that if the northern duke ever wanted to rebel, he could succeed. After all, the Zhao family was an outsider king. An outsider could claim kingship under the Li royal family and hold military power. One could imagine the strength involved. If she really renounced the engagement and humiliated Zhao Wujing, wouldn't that give the northern duke a reason to rebel? That would endanger her Li royal family. Moreover, this Zhao Wujing was merely pretending to be a playboy. In reality, he was hiding such a huge secret. Could it be that he's been hiding his strength all along? The more Li Yunrui thought, the more she wanted to slap herself, secretly thinking that she nearly made a grave mistake out of a moment of impulse. I said I won't cancel the engagement. Zhao Wujing, you have to marry me. Not cancel? Why not? What do I have that attracts you? I can change. Not canceling means not canceling. Our marriage is a big deal. My father and your father have already arranged it. How can it be a joke? Zhao Wujing was dumbfounded. Wasn't it you who said to cancel the engagement? Now I'm the one being made a joke. Goodness, is this version T0? Li Yunrui was extremely pleased. The dead man definitely doesn't know. I can hear your thoughts. This is good after we marry. You shouldn't think of hiding anything from me. But Zhao Wujing was already feeling desperate that if you don't cancel the engagement, how can I change the plot? How can I avoid being resented by the main character? Us little villains also have the will to survive. Okay. Zhao Wujing immediately pointed at his own face. I'll remind you again, I am Zhao Wujing. What kind of person do you think I am? A scoundrel. And? A lewd brat. Then that's it. Cancel the engagement. Not canceling. Li Yunrui shouted firmly. This made Zhao Wujing step back in fright. Not cancel? Then what are you doing not canceling the engagement? Zhao Wujing was angry. What do you care? Li Yunrui directly tore up the cancellation letter Zhao Wujing had just written. Anyway, this princess is determined to marry you. Goodness, this is like throwing a pepper over the wall, and it hits the neighbor. Wait, let's talk this out. The engagement must be canceled. There were too many people just now. How about I bow to you now? Just then, outside the northern town king's manor, a group of cavalry came rushing in. The vibrations from the iron hose on the ground immediately caused the citizens outside the manor to retreat in all directions. Inside the manor, Zhao Wujing and the others also noticed the commotion and looked over. Leading the cavalry was a person who leaped off his horse, moving with great grace, clad in armor and exuding an imposing presence. Commander Long Zhan of the brave cavalry camp, under the orders of His Majesty, has come to protect the seventh princess. Young Master Zhao has shown disrespect to the seventh princess, disrupting the peace of our capital. Seize him. Chapter 3. Plot twist. Ready for a counterattack? Is it really my fate to be annihilated by Long Zhan? Zhao Wujing's pupils flickered, his gaze fixed on Long Zhan, who had led the troops in. Long Zhan wore a confident expression, embodying the image of an ambitious young hero. In his eyes, Zhao Wujing was just a hollowed-out shell, a worthless piece of trash without the Northern King. Therefore, Long Zhan didn't even greet Zhao Wujing and went straight to Li Yunrui. Upon seeing this stunning beauty, even though Long Zhan had intentionally hidden his desires, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The thought that such a captivating beauty was actually betrothed to a useless person like Zhao Wujing made Long Zhan very displeased. She should belong to me, Long Zhan. Princess, you've been frightened. Let me take you away. As he spoke, Long Zhan drew his sword, sweeping the blade across everyone in the Northern King's residence. Arrest everyone here, especially him. The sword tip pointed at Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing tried to steady his breathing. This was his first direct confrontation with the protagonist of the novel. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. But in such a situation, he needed to remain calm. Boldly, this is the Northern King's residence. When did it become your turn to act recklessly? But before Zhao Wujing could speak, the recently beaten old steward rushed out, wanting to curry favor with Zhao Wujing. Young master, don't worry, I'll hold this scoundrel back. But Zhao Wujing's expression darkened, and with a slap, he hit the old steward's face again. Commander Long is also doing this for the sake of the 7th princess. Why are you butting in? The old steward's ears buzzed. He felt that the young master must be ill, seriously ill. The previous young master would have fought back against these people. After all, with the Northern King as his backing, who did he have to fear? But he didn't know that Zhao Wujing was actually protecting him. In the original text, the old steward led the resistance and ended up with his throat pierced by Long Zhan, branded with the crime of obstructing justice. If Zhao Wujing hadn't spoken, the old steward would have already been a ghost under the sword. Do not move at all. Cooperate fully with the cavalry camp. After Zhao Wujing finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Long Zhan. Commander Long, if you wish to take the princess, please go ahead. Our Northern King's residence will certainly cooperate. The people in the Northern King's residence were originally prepared to take up arms, but upon hearing Zhao Wujing's order, they all felt emotional. After the Northern King fell, it seemed the young master had also lost his backbone, allowing himself to be bullied by a commander of the cavalry camp without daring to fight back. They just didn't know that Long Zhan was more uncomfortable than Zhao Wujing at this moment. He had received the emperor's decree that as long as Zhao Wujing dared to force the 7th princess, he would be executed on the spot. Long Zhan was waiting for Zhao Wujing to stubbornly resist so he could kill him and showcase his might in front of Li Yunrui, while also winning the heart of the beauty. If he could gain the support of the royal family in the future, his prospects would soar to great heights. But right now, Zhao Wujing was cooperating a bit too much. Instead, it left him without an excuse to act. Aren't you going to resist at all? The dignified son of a Northern King is this incompetent. Long Zhan's tone carried a hint of provocation, clearly trying to stimulate Zhao Wujing and remind him of his identity. Although the Northern King had fallen, its residual power still lingered. At the very least, you should resist a little. However, Zhao Wujing was completely unaffected by the provocation. Instead, he smiled and said, "Right and wrong lie in the hearts of the people. Today, I, Zhao Wujing, did not stop the 7th princess. Her coming and going is entirely her freedom. Why should I resist?" This statement instantly placed Zhao Wujing on a moral high ground. Long Zhan immediately retorted, "No. Clearly, you coerced the 7th princess to come here, showing contempt for the royal family. Whether you resist or not, I will first condemn you. In any case, you, Zhao Wujing, must die today." But while Long Zhan was speaking, he didn't notice the look of contempt in Li Yunrui's eyes as she glanced at him. Is this the Long Zhan that Zhao Wujing keeps mentioning? There is nothing particularly special about him. A mere commander, though qualified to maintain order in the capital and investigate the government, was only that much. When did it become his turn to act domineeringly in the Northern King's residence? As long as I endure, when my father returns one day, what do I have to fear from you? But for now, I must endure and send this woman away. Hearing Zhao Wujing's inner thoughts, Li Yunrui had a slightly better impression of him. Able to endure what others cannot, this guy doesn't seem as pathetic as rumored. My father is also becoming senile, inviting Long Zhan to cause trouble, instead giving Zhao Wujing the opportunity to drive me away. This absolutely cannot happen. Li Yunrui immediately snorted softly. You are Commander Long? Who says we were coerced into coming here? As soon as she spoke, Long Zhan's expression changed instantly. How could the 7th princess speak up for Zhao Wujing? Long Zhan's gaze couldn't help but wander over Li Yunrui's alluring figure. In the past, Perhaps Li Yunrui wouldn't have noticed, but now she was already on guard against him. What are you looking at? In my view, you're the one with ulterior motives towards us. No, I absolutely meant no such thing. Long Zhan was stunned. But at the same time, Zhao Wujing was also confused. What is going on? Is the plot supposed to be like this? Shouldn't Li Yunrui be crying and begging for sympathy, giving Long Zhan a reason to storm through the Northern King's residence? Zhao Wujing's inner thoughts made Li Yunrui raise her head proudly. Did you really think I was just a superficial vase? How could I possibly harm my own fiancé by helping outsiders? Li Yunrui thought, glaring angrily at the people of the cavalry camp. Why aren't you leaving quickly? Long Zhan came back to his senses. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, as if he were using some kind of technique to see through Li Yunrui. Something's off. This seventh princess. Could it be that she has fallen for Zhao Wujing's tricks? Good. A useless person, yet unexpectedly has some ability. Zhao Wujing. What kind of sorcery did you cast on the seventh princess? Speak the truth. Long Zhan pointed the finger at Zhao Wujing, saying that the seventh princess didn't know the dangers of the world and should not be deceived by this fallen young master. Long Zhan deliberately emphasized the word fallen, then raised his hand. Someone, the emperor has ordered, take the seventh princess back first. As for Zhao Wujing, I will personally interrogate him. As he spoke, Long Zhan exuded an overpowering presence, as if he still had control of the situation. Is this the protagonist's halo? So cool, wait, damn it. I'm the one who will suffer. Zhao Wujing came back to his senses. Wait, seventh princess, you could take her away, but I haven't done anything. What are you interrogating me for? Long Zhan smiled slightly with an evil twist, just a routine matter. Young Master Zhao, please forgive me. Zhao Wujing suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Forgive what? If you want to ask here. This place is not convenient. Are you trying to force a confession? What are your intentions, Long Zhan? Intentions? Then let me make it clear. Everyone knows you, Zhao Wujing, are lecherous and incompetent. After the Northern King fell, your Zhao family has scattered like monkeys after a tree falls. How could the seventh princess come voluntarily? She was clearly brought here by you. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the cavalry camp had already drawn their swords and were about to act. Zhao Wujing couldn't hold back anymore. Previously, standing in the protagonist's perspective while reading novels, he didn't feel like his worldview was being shattered. But now, standing in the perspective of the villain, he realized that many protagonists simply did not treat others as human. So you don't want me to survive, right? You want to wipe me out, right? Fine, I'll fight you to the end. Hearing Zhao Wujing's inner thoughts, Li Yunrui felt even more of his grievance. This Long Zhan is too much. Who dares to harm Zhao Wujing? Li Yunrui took a step forward, and her loyal voice echoed throughout the Northern King's residence. I am Zhao Wujing's fiancé. Today is the 7th day of the Northern King's death. As his future daughter-in-law, what is wrong with me keeping vigil here? Anyone who harms my future husband shall be my enemy, and they will face the wrath of the Li royal family. In an instant, both Long Zhan and the cavalry camp were left stunned. Zhao Wujing, who had already picked up a shovel ready to fight to the death with Long Zhan, was dumbfounded, suddenly feeling a sense of achievement from being a kept man. Chapter 4. Father, my life is hard. What the hell? Didn't the 7th princess always oppose this marriage? This matter is known throughout the capital, and now she personally admits Zhao Wujing's identity as a prince consort. What is going on? Long Zhan's heart was churning like the sea. He had always thought he had a way with women. But after witnessing Li Yunrui's actions this time, he was genuinely baffled. 7th princess, this subordinate is also following His Majesty's edict. Long Zhan wanted to bring up the current emperor, but this only further enraged Li Yunrui. Immediately, Li Yunrui raised her palm and slapped Long Zhan squarely on the face. The sound was extremely loud, causing the Prince of Junbei's mansion to fall silent in an instant. My father and the Prince of Junbei are sworn brothers. How can you allow yourself to act recklessly here? If you dare to slander my father again, I will annihilate your entire clan. Li Yunrui was furious. What a troublesome commander of the Xiongqi camp. Long Zhan was deliberately trying to pit them against the Zhao family. Did he want to provoke the Prince of Junbei into rebellion, so that his army would be at the city gates? Disgusting. Li Yunrui's slap made Long Zhan's fists and his sleeves clench tightly, and due to the force, his fingertips sank into his palms, oozing drops of blood. But Long Zhan did not dare to truly get angry at Li Yunrui. He had to endure, at least until he climbed to the highest position. He had to hold on. One day, when he held power over the court, he would make Li Yunrui kneel and beg for mercy and make Zhao Wujing his mount. But for now, it was my slip of the tongue. I asked for the princess's forgiveness, knowing you slipped up and still not leaving. Long Zhan forced a smile and soon took the people from the Xiongqi camp away from the Prince of Jinbei's mansion. This made Zhao Wujing feel even more uneasy. As everyone knows, the more patient a protagonist is, the more terrifying they become. Although he had changed the plot now, Long Zhan probably wanted to kill him even more than before. Damn it, it's all this foolish princess's fault. My plan to survive just failed like that. No, I still have to hold on. I will have a chance to lift my head when my father returns with his army. Zhao Wujing thought to himself, looking towards Li Yunrui. But before he could say anything, Li Yunrui had an expression that seemed to say, I understand you, so I'll take my leave? Huh? Zhao Wujing was taken aback, feeling that this seventh princess's attitude towards him was like two different people compared to the original plot. It was as if she could read his mind. The heir should have important matters to attend to, so this princess will take her leave. Don't worry about my father. I will explain. After saying that, Li Yunrui actually left. This doomed plot just passed like that. Zhao Wujing sorted through his thoughts. Li Yunrui's attitude towards him seemed to have changed a bit, but this did not truly save his life. The next time Long Zhan came looking for trouble, he had to find a way to deal with it. Got it. Zhao Wujing had a flash of inspiration and entered the study. There was a top-secret letter just sent from the northern border. Previously, Zhao Wujing had been indulging in debauchery and had not read it. But after Long Zhan had him killed, Long Zhan had seen this letter. Zhao Wujing opened the letter, which was actually a family letter sent by the Prince of Jinbei. It informed Zhao Wujing that his death was a feigned death, urging him not to be sad. Clearly, the Prince of Jinbei loved his son dearly, fearing for his safety. Unfortunately, the previous Zhao Wujing was just a minor antagonist in the novel sent to deliver the protagonist's head, utterly useless. However, this family letter let Long Zhan know that the Prince of Jinbei was not dead, allowing him to prepare in advance and set up the trap to frame him for rebellion. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujing wrote fervently, Father, my life is hard. Ever since you feigned death, the officials in the court have shown their true colors, trampling on my Zhao family's name. The current royal family allows the Xiongqi camp to insult our family. I wish to bring glory to you, but I was beaten by them, almost breaking our ancestral heirloom. Fortunately, I remember your teachings and know that the Zhao family only has me to carry on, so I can only survive. But now I am surrounded by enemies. I ask you to bring 1,000,000 troops back to court quickly and support me. Your suffering son, Zhao Wujing, written with tears. After writing these few sentences, Zhao Wujing was moved, even himself. He believed that his dear father, who always put him first, would surely return to the court immediately upon reading this letter. However, calculating the return journey, it would take at least 10 days, coupled with the time it would take to send the letter. The fastest the Prince of Jinbei could return would be half a month. Endure. If Long Zhan can endure, why can't Zhao Wujing? As long as he can survive this half month, his life would be secured. Zhao Wujing pondered how to send this letter out. He did not trust anyone else. And near the Prince of Jinbei's mansion, Zhao Wujing, had experienced the loss of his father and the broken engagement, making every move certainly under the watchful eyes of many. Moreover, the city gates of the capital were heavily guarded, and he couldn't escape at all. Otherwise, he would have fled directly and wouldn't need to hide from Long Zhan. If this letter was intercepted on the way, it would be a disaster. To be safe, Zhao Wujing decided to wait until nightfall to personally deliver it to a corner of the capital and then use the well-trained hawks from the Prince of Jinbei's mansion to send the letter. The hawks were extremely fast, so he wouldn't worry about them being shot down. That's the plan, but it still wasn't secure enough. There might be dangers on the way. Zhao Wujing immediately went to the alchemy room, where the Prince of Jinbei had previously invited various doctors and poison masters to create antidotes and poisons. What is the heir doing hiding in the alchemy room? A servant wondered. The old steward looked pleased, thinking, the heir is finally going to strengthen himself. He must be studying medical texts. Quickly, go prepare a few beautiful women for the heir to relieve his fatigue. Studying medical texts? Zhao Wujing scoffed after hearing this. He looked at the various green bottles in front of him. Sleeping potions, aphrodisiacs, soft bone powder, and 10 fragrant soft muscle powder. Whatever it is, he took everything that could incapacitate his enemies. After leaving the room, he glanced at the housekeeper's attendants and said, "You, take off your clothes." The housekeeper was taken aback. "Your Highness, if there are women, this old servant can prepare them for you." "What I want with women?" Zhao Wujing was speechless. But to the housekeeper, it seemed that Zhao Wujing's interests had changed. The attendants were also startled. "Your Highness, I wasn't prepared for this." "Enough nonsense, take it off." Zhao Wujing knew that these servants, having followed the previous Zhao Wujing for too long, were filled with dirty thoughts. He only took the servants' outer clothing and a pile of poison, then hid in the room, waiting for nightfall to sneak out. At the same time, in the Xiongqi camp commander's mansion, Long Zhan returned with a dark expression and went straight to the innermost room. Inside the room, a beautiful sound of a flute echoed, melodious and lingering inside and outside the room. But amidst the flute sound, Long Zhan felt a sense of loneliness. The door was not closed, and when Long Zhan entered, he saw a woman wearing a purple gauze dress, the hem of which was very high, exposing quite a bit of her long legs. The woman held a long flute with both hands, her delicate lips blowing, and her jade fingers danced rhythmically, making one's imagination run wild. Upon seeing Long Zhan's return, the woman even deliberately extended her tongue and lightly licked the flute's mouth. Seeing this, Long Zhan, who had already been frustrated by Zhao Wujing, felt parched. "Fifth senior sister, I am very angry right now." The woman before him was enchanting. "Shall I help you relieve your anger?" Chapter 5. Nurturing the Dragon's Sacred Body. Lu Rian, could it be that senior sister's nurturing dragon's sacred body has finally reached full maturity? Long Zhan was overjoyed. Nurturing a dragon means nurturing a man. And fifth senior sister Lu Ruyan was born with the nurturing dragon physique that men dream of. As long as a man has been intimate with her, each time, it can nourish the man's body to make men stronger and more vigorous. Therefore, Long Zhan has long coveted this senior sister's body. Besides the fact that Lu Ruyan is indeed beautiful and has a great figure, another reason is her dragon-nurturing sacred body. Long Zhan quickly approached Lu Ruyan. But before he could touch her, he was warned by her gaze. There was still one day left, so he was still not allowed to touch her. The excitement that Long Zhan had just ignited was extinguished like a bucket of cold water. That senior sister even said she would help me cool down. What can I do about that? Lu Ruyan clapped her hands, and a maid stepped out from outside the door. Although the maid's looks were only about 70% of Lu Ruyan's, she bore a striking resemblance. Upon seeing Long Zhan, the maid shyly lowered her head and curtsied, greeting her master. "This is my senior sister. I am not that kind of person." Long Zhan feigned innocence. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "All right, you are destined to be a man of great power in the future, so it's normal to have more women. Although I can't let you touch me, I can find you a substitute for now." After speaking, Lu Ruyan walked out and closed the door, saying, "Enjoy yourself. After tomorrow, I will belong to you." Soon, the sounds of the bed creaking came from inside the room. Lu Ruyan sighed outside the door. She was following her master's orders to help Long Zhan grow quickly, even to the point of sacrificing herself for him. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she could not disobey her master's command. Tomorrow, Lu Ruyan felt that her dragon-nurturing sacred body was about to reach its peak, but she felt a bit scared. After a cup of tea, the bed became quiet again. The door opened, and the maid, her clothes somewhat torn, ran out with her head down. Only then did Lu Ruyan go in, her gaze sweeping over Long Zhan, who was exhausted and just putting his clothes back on. Seeing that Long Zhan's expression was relatively calm and he was no longer as downcast as before, Lu Ruyan then said seriously, "How did the trip to the Northern King's mansion go? If you eliminate Zhao Wujing, you will be the most popular person in the capital." However, Long Zhan coldly snorted, "It's all that seventh princess's fault for suddenly switching sides. Otherwise, I would have definitely killed Zhao Wujing today. It is already very clear on His Majesty's side that as long as Zhao Wujing dies, he will choose a new prince consort. This golden opportunity for rapid advancement is destined to belong to me. It seems you have failed. Lu Ruyin sighed after hearing this. Junior brother, you're still too young. Zhao Wujing is indeed very popular in the capital. As long as he is around, you will not be the most noticed young generation in the capital. However, to get rid of him, you don't necessarily have to make the emperor issue a decree openly. You need to learn to be flexible. Long Zhan's eyes lit up. Does senior sister mean? Lu Ruoyan raised her small mouth, having encountered her father's death, and today being rejected by the princess. You say, if this young master were to hang himself at home, would it be reasonable? Hearing this, Long Zhan instantly understood. It made sense. As long as I get rid of that scumbag, Li Yunrui will naturally calm down. When the time comes, I will win her over and become the prince consort. It's just a matter of time. Lu Ruyin shook her head and said, you can't take action against Zhao Wujing right now. You just had a conflict with him today, and attacking him would only bring trouble to yourself. Tonight, go find a few people to drink with and have them vouch for your whereabouts. Lu Ruyin's eyes carried a hint of sharpness and killing intent. As for Zhao Wujing, I've been here for too long. It's time for me to go out and clear my mind. Long Zhan immediately understood her meaning and replied, then I'll trouble you. Senior sister. When senior sister returns after achieving her goals, junior brother will definitely work twice as hard to make it up to her. Lu Ruyin smiled and said, aren't you afraid that I might also suffer losses with Zhao Wujing? That's impossible. Zhao Wujing doesn't have that ability. Long Zhan confidently said. Lu Ruyin was equally confident. All right, just wait for the news of Zhao Wujing's death. The night was as dark as ink. In the dark dog hole in the corner of the northern town king's mansion, Zhao Wujing crawled in awkwardly. The eagle had already delivered the family letter. Zhao Wujing felt that this delivery was very secure. Entering and exiting the royal mansion was done through the crawling dog hole, and there were hardly any people on the street at this late hour, let alone anyone who could recognize him. Next, he just needed to stay hidden in the royal mansion until the northern town king returned. But just as he crawled in, he saw a purple figure also jump into the royal mansion at the same time. The two of them locked eyes. Zhao Wujing was dumbfounded. Who are you? Lu Ruyin was taken aback for a moment, not expecting someone to crawl out from the dog hole. She immediately glanced at Zhao Wujing's dirty and disheveled appearance, as well as the clothes he was wearing, which belonged to the servants of the Wangfu. A servant of a northern town king's mansion. She swiftly drew her jade flute and pressed it against Zhao Wujing's neck, coldly saying, speak, where is Zhao Wujing? Zhao Wujing raised one hand to indicate surrender, while the other hand reached into his bosom, ready to spray poison at any moment, all the while sizing up the other party's appearance. Purple clothes, jade flute. He quickly recalled the plot in his mind. Isn't this the fifth senior sister, Lu Ruoyan, who possesses the dragon-raising sacred body among the 5 senior sisters of Long Zhan in the original book? Lu Ruoyan is a naturally born dragon-raising sacred body. The man who is with her will continuously enhance his power. Therefore, Long Zhan's master asked her to stay by Long Zhan's side. As soon as her dragon-raising sacred body reaches its peak, she will immediately nourish Long Zhan. This woman is a living upgrade artifact. According to the original text, after Long Zhan slaughtered the northern king's residence, Lu Ruoyan's dragon saint body was immediately perfected. Could it be that Long Zhan couldn't kill himself during the day, so he sent her instead? At such a critical time, sending her here is really looking down on my useless persona. Even we villains deserve some dignity, right? Heroine, spare me, Zhao Wujing cooperatively said. The young master has just favored a few courtesans and is already dead asleep. I only took the opportunity to sneak out and sell items from the royal residence. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan mocked. When the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The northern town king's residence is indeed running out of luck, yet it still obstructs my junior brother's path. It's truly despicable. She glared at Zhao Wujing and said, take me to Zhao Wujing's room, or I'll kill you. Yes, 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 don't worry, heroine. I've long found the young lord displeasing as well. Zhao Wujing took the initiative to lead the way, seeing him cooperate so well. Lu Ruoyan thought of him as a cowardly servant and lowered the jade flute in her hand. Soon, Zhao Wujing brought Lu Ruoyan to the door of a pitch-black room. Heroine, the young lord is inside. Lu Ruoyan didn't expect the Wangfu's defenses to be so simple. There hadn't been any guards throughout. But then again, it made sense. With the king of the north gone, the Wangfu was left with only the useless Zhao Wujing. It was normal for the monkeys to scatter when the tree falls. Just as Zhao Wujing had quietly opened the door, he said, "Heroine, please go in. Once you kill the crown prince, I'll steal a few things and run away immediately." The ambitions of a petty person. Lu Rian treats the one beside her as a lowly servant without any grand aspirations. She focused all her attention on the room, where there was not a flicker of light. It seemed Zhao Wujing was really sound asleep. Just as she was about to strike this dog-like guide unconscious, a large amount of powder suddenly appeared in front of her as she turned around. The seemingly harmless Zhao Wujing was continuously throwing packets of poison powder from his bosom. He Huan San, Shi Xiang Ruan Mei San, Chun Tian Fa Yang San. Zhao Wujing doesn't know exactly what they are, but just use them all. You. Lu Rian was taken aback and quickly stepped back a few paces, but she had already inhaled quite a bit. Suddenly, the jade flute in her hand fell to the ground. She tried to channel her internal energy, but found that she couldn't muster any strength at all. At the same time, the Wang residence was instantly lit up, and Zhao Wujing stood with his hands behind his back, speaking coldly. "Who is there? Capture this assassin for his highness." In an instant, the butler, accompanied by dozens of guards, surrounded Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan stared fiercely at the boy giving orders in front of her. You are Zhao Wujing?" Before Zhao Wujing could speak, a wave of uncontrollable heat suddenly erupted within her body. Chapter 6. The Steady Man. A wave of uncontrollable heat swept through Lu Ruyan's body. A tingling numbness spread to her limbs and bones, and in an instant, she felt somewhat unsteady on her feet, not to mention using martial arts to resist. "Tie this female assassin up for this young master, and remember to wrap her up tightly." Upon hearing Zhao Wujing's command, the servants threw out dark chains, wrapping around Lu Ruyan's limbs and neck. This was specifically instructed by the old housekeeper, as he understood his young master well. Lu Ruyan fell to the ground, unable to move and bound in an awkward position, gritting her teeth in anger. "Zhao Wujing, you despicable scoundrel. If you have the guts, let me go and let us settle this once and for all. Coming to kill me in the middle of the night. How dare you call me despicable?" Zhao Wujing stepped forward and kicked Lu Ruyan on her delicate backside. "Settle this once and for all? I'll let you know who's the stronger one soon. Someone, continue to add more chains to ensure she has no strength to fight back and won't injure me. Then take her to the prison." Soon, in the prison, everyone withdrew, giving the young master and this beautiful assassin some space. The old housekeeper wore a knowing expression and then tactfully left with the guards. Zhao Wujing sprinkled Lu Ruyan with a powder to ensure her state remained weak, preventing her from causing him any harm. Lu Ruyan knew she had been caught. Without a doubt, after testing her inability to resist, Zhao Wujing would surely take advantage of her. "Zhao Wujing, if you want to kill me, then do it. You will not disrespect me." However, to her surprise, Zhao Wujing did not come closer to take advantage of her. Even though he didn't speak, Lu Ruyan heard his voice in her mind. "Although this woman is fierce, she is indeed quite beautiful. No wonder in the original work, Long Zhan waited every day for her dragon cultivation body to reach perfection, to the point of forgetting to eat and drink just to take her down first. If only I could use her to practice martial arts, then I would become stronger and Zhan.To have to live in fear every day. No, how can I have such a self-destructive thought? Even if I can practice martial arts, I must be careful. Only by surviving can I live longer. And only by living longer can I enjoy the world's delicacies and beauties." Lu Ruyan was taken aback, her mind buzzing. She lowered her head, confirming that because she had fallen to the ground, her skirt was pressed against her thighs, exposing her fair legs to Zhao Wujing's gaze. Zhao Wujing's words were not wrong, but Zhao Wujing didn't say anything. Did she hear Zhao Wujing's thoughts? How could she hear his inner voice? How strange. Could it be that because her dragon cultivation body was about to reach perfection, she gained a special ability to hear the thoughts of men with ill intentions toward her? This special physique is indeed powerful. However, how did this useless person know about her relationship with her junior brother and that she possessed the dragon cultivation body? Could it be that his father had investigated them when he was alive? The king of the north is indeed formidable, but unfortunately, He gave birth to a useless son. He actually dares to fantasize about using me to practice martial arts? Lu Ruoyan decided to play along. Her angry gaze suddenly transformed into a hazy and alluring look. She bit her moist lips, and the flush on her cheeks added to her charm. Your Highness, the young lady realizes her mistake. Please let me go. I have a secret manual that I can offer you. I hope your Highness can show some mercy. However, as Lu Ruoyan spoke, her long legs rubbed together uncomfortably, causing Zhao Wujing to glance at her with a gentlemanly look. So long and so fair. Lu Ruoyan feared that this young man would have ill intentions towards her and shrank her feet. Zhao Wujing also smiled. A secret manual? What kind of secret manual? Qingfeng Fuxiu Palm, known as the #1 palm in the world. If you let me go, I can recite it to you. Lu Ruoyan had a sincere expression. If it weren't for a man like Zhao Wujing, who had a firm resolve and already knew her background, he would have been charmed by her long ago. No, Zhao Wujing replied coldly. Lu Ruoyan frowned. Why not? That is the #1 in the world. Come on, do you really take me for a fool? The #1 palm is the 18 dragon-subduing palms. How could it be your Qingfeng Fuxiu palm? However, I'm more interested in another type of martial arts you possess. Lu Ruoyan was puzzled. The Qingfeng Fuxiu palm was indeed not a mainstream martial art. She was just using it to deceive a novice like Zhao Wujing. But what was the 18 dragon-subduing palms? Surely it was also not mainstream. I don't have any other martial arts. Oh, Zhao Wujing pinched her mouth. The martial arts that Long Zhan is currently practicing is exactly what your master asked you to teach him, right? Lu Ruoyan was stunned. But then, Zhao Wujing's inner voice shocked her even more. I remember the original work mentioned that if one forcefully takes Lu Ruoyan's dragon cultivation body without the Dao Sect's unique inner skill, the Zhenyang heart formula, the essence will be absorbed by Lu Ruoyan, making a wedding dress for her. I need to first get the Zhenyang heart formula. Long Zhan practiced that diligently in the early stages. Looking at Zhao Wujing's tightly closed mouth, Lu Ruoyan's mind was buzzing. Zhao Wujing actually recognized her identity at a glance and knew about her relationship with Long Zhan. Now, it was even more outrageous. He even knew the secrets of her dragon cultivation body and the Zhenyang heart formula, just as Lu Ruoyan was overwhelmed with emotions. Little did she know that Zhao Wujing thought her silence was stubbornness. Although I am reluctant to offend your sect, but since your sect's people are constantly bothering me, if I don't get some benefits from you, am I still a man? Zhao Wujing decided to pry the Zhenyang heart formula out of Lu Ruoyan. With that in mind, he moved a box out of the prison. It was a type of torture device called a wooden donkey. Once a woman sits on it, she will instantly turn from pleasure to pain. Clearly, it was left behind by the previous Zhao Wujing. Looks like the label of being lecherous can't be washed off. Forget it, Lu Ruoyan, right? The second female protagonist. Let you taste the power of our little villain first. Zhao Wujing looked at Lu Ruoyan, but he didn't know that Lu Ruoyan was already desperate to die. If you want the true formula, why don't you just keep asking? How would I know what you want if you don't ask? Although I can hear your thoughts, I can't say it outright. Or I fear I might die an even worse death. But you come up with torture devices without even questioning me first? Can you at least respect me as a beauty? Lu Ruoyan was feeling miserable. Rather than suffering torture herself, it was better to pretend to cooperate with Zhao Wujing. After all, the Zhenyang heart formula is extremely demanding on talent. Could Zhao Wujing's brain really master it? Clearly not. I'll tell you, Lu Ruoyan suddenly shouted. Zhao Wujing was taken aback. What does this vixen want to say? I haven't even asked yet. The process of torture to force someone into submission has to be followed, right? Isn't it portrayed like this in the novels? Hearing his inner voice, Lu Ruoyan trembled. Zhao Wujing was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. He was a character with deep scheming and unpredictable tactics. Since you have already found out, I won't hide it from you. My dragon cultivation body can indeed enhance your power. However, there is a crucial point. You must first master the first layer of the Zhenyang heart formula. Otherwise, it will only harm you. The Zhenyang heart formula is in the inner layer of my belly band. If you don't believe me, you can check, and you'll know if I'm lying. What is going on? Is it really that easy to give it to me? Villains should use torture to extract confessions, and you protagonists should stubbornly refuse to comply. That is how the plot should go. Looking at Lu Ruoyan's sincere eyes, Zhao Wujing was puzzled. He coldly snorted. then sprinkled some softening powder on Lu Ruoyan again. Do you really have to be so cautious? Where's your manliness? Lu Ruoyan felt all tingly and hot all over, unable to help but curse. Zhao Wujing remained unfazed, not feeling that being overly cautious was a problem. His masculinity gathered beneath him, while caution was hidden in his heart. Cut out, Zhao Wujing. Let me say this first. Even if you obtain the Xinjiang heart formula, you may not be able to master it. Until you do, you can forget about getting me. Determining that Lu Ruoyan had no strength to fight back, Zhao Wujing reached into Lu Ruoyan's bosom to find the true Yang heart technique. Don't touch randomly. Not here. You have to untie the straps first. Lu Ruoyan scolded. Zhao Wujing went around her back, pulled, and the belly band fell off. He pulled out a yellowed ancient book from the belly band's inner layer. The cover of the ancient book was inscribed with true Yang heart technique. Zhao Wujing tucked the true Yang heart technique into his bosom and tidied up Lu Ruoyan's disheveled clothes. Lu Ruoyan thought he had a sudden change of heart. Don't loosen those chains. They need to be tied tighter. Later, let the maid clean you up. Once I master the true Yang heart technique, I'll come to enjoy your dragon, cultivating sacred body. Lu Ruoyan had a speechless expression. After finishing the inspection, Zhao Wujing left with satisfaction. Back in the training room, Zhao Wujing opened the true Yang heart technique. He wasn't sure if he had any martial arts talent, but in any case, to survive, strengthening oneself was fundamental. This true Yang heart technique, if there was no talent, could only be practiced hard. If there was talent, still needed to practice hard. Survival is no joke. Chapter 7. Father, you don't understand the young heir with yellow hair. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Great Xia, the imperial city, in the imperial study, the current emperor of Great Xia, Li Zhen, leaned back in a wooden chair, exuding authority while also showing a unique, doting expression towards the seventh princess, Li Yunrui. Why did Yunrui change her mind? Didn't you insist on breaking off the engagement before? He asked his daughter. And why did you slap that Long Zhan? Father, it was he who overstepped first. A mere commander of the cavalry camp repeatedly disrespected me, and Zhao Wujing. Li Yunrui pouted slightly and huffed. Among the princes and princesses, she had always been the most favored. In front of her father, she displayed less fear of the emperor and more of a child's willfulness. Li Ziyuan shook his head and smiled, noticing the change in his daughter's tone when she mentioned Zhao Wujing. Compared to before, there was no longer any disgust in her tone, and even a hint of tenderness. Weren't you the one who disliked Zhao Wujing the most? Because today I found out that Zhao Wujing is quite good. Oh, tell your father about it. Li Yunrui pursed her red lips. Zhao Wujing's image appearing in her mind as she spoke softly. He has a method to his actions, his own unique thoughts, and is not the useless person they say he is. As for being lewd, I can't see any signs of that at all. Father, you didn't see how he looked at me. There was only simple admiration, not a hint of lewdness. In fact, he even seemed to wish for me to break off the engagement. At this point, Li Yunrui was suddenly interrupted by Li Ziyuan. He still wants to break off the engagement? My daughter is actually looked down upon by him? Father, you don't understand him, Li Yunrui quickly explained. He thinks his current situation would hold me back. Sigh, the misunderstandings about him by the world are too deep. Zhao Wujing can endure what ordinary people cannot. His depth is not shallow, and his inner talent is not apparent. He is a good man. Oh, are you saying he is hiding his strength? Why is he hiding it, and when is he planning to reveal it? Li Ziyuan's smile faded, and a trace of killing intent quietly arose in his heart. He actually hoped that Zhao Wujing was a foolish and mediocre person. The Li royal family had always been wary of the northern king, Zhao.To. When Li Ziyuan was still the crown prince, he had sworn brotherhood with Zhao.To. But now that Li Ziyuan was the emperor, the rules of lord and subjects had to be observed. Zhao.To stationed in the northern border with 1 million troops, deeply loved by the people. Coupled with their brotherly bond, Li Ziyuan had always found it difficult to reclaim military power. But now Zhao.To was dead. Although Li Ziyuan was saddened for a few days, he felt more relaxed. At least the imperial power was stabilized. And this sworn brother's only son, Zhao Wujing. Li Ziyuan could allow Zhao Wujing to be lewd and a wastrel, but he did not want to see Zhao Wujing become a second Zhao.To. That was why today he silently allowed his daughter to break off the engagement and sent Long Zhan to protect her. as Li Ziyuan did not want to give Zhao Wujing any chance to rise again. But now his daughter actually discovered that Zhao Wujing was hiding his strength. Father? Li Yunrui sensed her father's cold tone and frowned. She was not a decorative princess. She knew her father had always been wary of the Northern King. Unexpectedly, her father seemed to be wary of Zhao Wujing as well. She could not let the secret of the Northern King's survival slip to her father. If her father found out and impulsively killed Zhao Wujing, what would happen when the Northern King returned? Li Yunrui did not dare to think further. No matter what, the secret she learned from Zhao Wujing's heart must not be leaked. After thinking for a moment, Li Yunrui shook her father's arm and said sweetly, "Father, the Northern King is already dead. What are you worried about? Why not treat Zhao Wujing kindly? After all, he is the prince consort, and now his family is gone." Li Ziyuan's frown slowly relaxed. Yes, Zhao Tingxiao is dead. This Zhao Wujing, I can bestow some kindness upon him, allowing the court to see my magnanimity. Why not? The premise is that Zhao Wujing has no ambition, no ability, and preferably nothing at all. Thus, Li Ziyuan tapped the table and said, "Zhao Wujing must be worthy of my daughter to be the prince consort." Outside the imperial study, a voice responded, "This old servant is here. Summon Zhao Wujing into the palace." Li Ziyuan, full of authority, seemed to think of something and added, "Also bring Long Zhan." Yes. After the chief eunuch, Chun Zhenghua, left with orders, Li Yunrui said, "Father, why did you ask that annoying Long Zhan to come?" Li Ziyuan looked at his pouting daughter and smiled affectionately. To be honest, if we're talking about talent, Long Zhan is a young talent, brave and resourceful, and has excellent skills. I was thinking that after you break off the engagement with Zhao Wujing, Long Zhan could be a strong candidate for prince consort. Li Yunrui disagreed. Him? He is even worthy? Li Ziyuan laughed. Father knows that you hold prejudice against Long Zhan due to today's events, but he was just following orders. And slightly overstepping is understandable. Father, listen to me. After comparing Long Zhan and Zhao Wujing, you'll see how mediocre Zhao Wujing is. Chapter 8, A Bookish Beauty. 1,000 leaves sunlight in the cavalry camp commander's residence. Long Zhan had been drinking all night, providing himself with an alibi while waiting for good news from his 5th senior sister, Lu Ruoyan. But now that day had broken and the alcohol had worn off. Lu Ruoyan had yet to return. There was no sign of activity at the Northern King's residence, let alone any news of Zhao Wujing's death. Could something have happened to 5th senior sister? Long Zhan thought to himself, but then he considered it was impossible. Zhao Wujing did not have that capability. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Commander, Commander, Chief Steward Chun has come with a royal edict." Meanwhile, at the Northern King's residence, a royal edict? Zhao Wujing was puzzled. The old steward nodded respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness, it is said that His Majesty wants you to come to the palace early." What trick is the old emperor preparing? Zhao Wujing waved his hand, signaling the old steward to leave. He had practiced all night and finally entered the first level of the true Yang heart technique. Not knowing if this progress was fast or slow, he was just about to interrogate Lu Ruoyan again when he received the emperor's decree. How could he defy the emperor's order? Forget it. He decided to act according to the situation and keep a low profile. Zhao Wujing tidied himself up and headed towards the palace. 2 hours later, outside the imperial study, when Long Zhan saw Zhao Wujing, his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, 5th senior sister hadn't killed Zhao Wujing. Where did 5th senior sister go? Zhao Wujing also saw him, but didn't want to clash with his character, who seemed to be blessed with protagonist aura and luck. If he couldn't provoke him, he could at least avoid him. Seeing Zhao Wujing change his path, Long Zhan sneered inwardly. Afraid of me? Also, without the support of the Northern King. If it weren't for the 7th princess protecting you yesterday, I would have killed you long ago. However, it's not too late now, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Long Zhan actively blocked Zhao Wujing's path. Zhao Wujing felt a surge of annoyance and was about to pretend to be deaf and walk around when 2 people suddenly approached. One he recognized, it was Li Chunxiu, the Minister of Rights. The other was a woman with stunning looks, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Beneath her cold gaze was a delicate nose and rosy lips. Further down was her snow-white neck, adorned with a wide, snowy robe. She was truly an ice-cold beauty. This was Junior, the cultural envoy of the Han Sang kingdom. Li Chenshu took the initiative to introduce her and asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what brings you here, Commander Long?" The cultural envoy of the Han Sang kingdom? In the original novel, one of Long Zhan's concubines, and now she seems so cold. But in the future, she will still be conquered by the protagonist. What a trash plot. Zhao Wujing remembered that in the original story, the Northern King defended the northern border specifically against the Han Sang kingdom. Now that they were visiting the Great Xia, they wanted to sign a truce between the two countries. The death of the Northern King gave them the confidence to negotiate. In this plot, Long Zhan should still have some show-off moments. Later, this bookish beauty, Junior, would also be taken into Long Zhan's harem. Junior-O's serious expression suddenly trembled. What was that sound just now? Who spoke? She looked around, but no one was talking. Could it be that after a long journey to the Great Xia, she was hearing things? Zhao Wujing, you all come in quickly. Suddenly, Li Yunrui's voice came from the imperial study. Li Ziyuan helplessly added, "Commander Long, the envoy of Han Sang, please come in as well." Everyone entered together. Li Yunrui's gaze was fixed on Zhao Wujing. Long Zhan was very displeased. Zhao Wujing also remembered that his mother tongue was silence. Why does the female lead in the original novel keep staring at me? Go look at Long Zhan. What do I have that's worth seeing? It's simply upside down. Li Yunrui sensed his thoughts and became even more delighted. She really enjoyed the feeling of suddenly understanding a man completely. In the future, Zhao Wujing wouldn't be able to hide anything from her, and she would be the woman who understood him best in the world. Greetings to the Emperor of the Great Xia. Junior greeted, but didn't show much respect. After months of warfare between the Great Xia and Han Sang, it was hard to determine a winner. My Emperor of Han Sang wishes to negotiate peace, but due to the heavy losses caused by the Great Xia, if the Great Xia is willing to pay 1,000,000 taels of silver, 100,000 taels of gold, and 10,000 warhorses to be delivered back to Han Sang, we can guarantee 10 years of peace. This was Han Sang taking advantage of the Northern King's death, as the northern border of the Great Xia was without a strong leader and the morale was scattered. If the Northern King were still alive, Han Sang, a small island nation, would never have dared to send envoys. Li Ziyuan rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, his expression serious. "Commander Long, what do you think about the truce mentioned by the Han Sang envoy?" "Your Majesty," I respectfully reply. Long Zhan said with a loud voice, "A truce is acceptable, but some conditions in the agreement need to be discussed. Our Great Xia cannot suffer any grievances in the agreement." Junior-O's gaze was cold as she glanced at Long Zhan. Although his words negated her, she felt that he had a strong character and a good figure. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing, who was playing with his fingers with his head down, looked like a fool. Zhao Wujing also realized that Junior-O was definitely mocking him in her heart. "Now you laugh at me. Just wait until Long Zhan has you pinned down on the couch. Let's see if you can still laugh." Zhao Wujing lowered his head and played with the jade pendant at his waist, wanting to keep a low profile. But he didn't know that Junior-O's gaze toward him was even more peculiar. "I didn't hear anything, right? Is that his voice in my mind?" Junior-O was puzzled, but the atmosphere was tense, so she didn't have the chance to delve deeper. Li Ziyuan appreciated Long Zhan's spirit in response. He was neither humble nor arrogant, courageous and imposing. "Zhao Wujing, what about you?" Li Ziyuan asked with a gentle smile, appearing very amiable. But he also knew that Zhao Wujing definitely didn't have Long Zhan's courage. Once he finished answering, his precious daughter would naturally realize that Zhao Wujing was no match for Long Zhan. Zhao Wujing replied honestly, "I have no opinion as a minister. The emperor's opinion is my opinion." Cut. Long Zhan heard Zhao Wujing's sycophantic and indecisive opinion and looked down on him even more. Junior-O also sneered inwardly. Originally, knowing that Zhao Wujing was the son of the Northern King, she was wary of him inheriting his father's legacy and turning against Han Sang. But now it seemed that although the Northern King was renowned, his son was useless and not to be feared. However, only Li Ziyuan looked at Zhao Wujing's words with new eyes. As a minister, the emperor's opinion is my opinion. The former Northern King, born in humble circumstances, had always looked up to his older brother. He listened to any orders and worked tirelessly. He saw the shadow of the Northern King in Zhao Wujing. "Very much like you. Knowing that his father had died in the war against Han Sang, Zhao Wujing, upon seeing the enemy envoy, did not lose his temper in order to demonstrate the demeanor of the Great Xia. It must be said that compared to Long Zhan's sharpness, Zhao Wujing's actions were even better. At least, they won the emperor's heart. Zhao Wujing was unaware of Li Ziyuan's thoughts. This answer is sufficiently laid back and indecisive, right? As long as I continue to pretend to be useless, no one will pay attention to me, and I can survive and develop secretly. Zhao Wujing's thoughts made Li Yunrui stifle her laughter, her eyes full of spring. She understood her father well. Her father's gaze toward Zhao Wujing was much more appreciative. Chapter 9. The Beautiful and Elegant Princess. My opinion is that the Great Xia can negotiate peace, but cannot pay reparations. Li Ziyuan cast an admiring glance at Zhao Wujing as he spoke. Junior seemed to have anticipated that the Great Xia dynasty would not easily compromise. The matter of the agreement involved many aspects, and, at this moment, the study was filled with an atmosphere of literary elegance. Under such a beautiful setting, why not first discuss culture? Junior shifted the topic and paced back and forth, saying, "Just a few days ago I composed a line of poetry, but unfortunately, I couldn't think of the next line. I have long heard that the Great Xia is a treasure land of literature with many talented individuals." Zhao Wujing, feeling bored, knew this was following the original plot. Next, Junior would want to suppress them with culture, and it was time for Long Zhan to show off. However, in the original story, he had already died by this time, and now he was still present. But even if he was present, he could still pretend to be dead. Junior slightly parted her luscious lips, as a well-known talented woman of Han Sang. At this moment, she felt a surge of ambition, wanting to use her cultural talents to suppress the Great Xia even more. She slightly raised her chest, her already ample curves standing taller, her voice cold as she recited half a line of poetry to meet the world's virtuous and esteemed elders. I wonder if anyone here can help me complete the next line? Indeed, it is this line. I don't know where the original author copied it from. I remember the next line is, Zhao Wujing muttered in his heart, looking up just in time to meet Li Yunrui's gaze. Why is Li Yunrui staring at me? It feels like this person is trying to trap me again. I need to avoid the spotlight. Zhao Wujing was about to leave when he immediately bowed to Li Ziyuan, saying, "Your Majesty, I suddenly feel unwell and would like to excuse myself." Li Ziyuan glanced at Zhao Wujing. Knowing that he was usually uneducated and likely couldn't come up with poetry, it was better for him not to stay and embarrass himself. Okay. Seeing Zhao Wujing lower his head and leave the imperial study, Long Zhan snorted coldly in his heart. Running away again? Zhao Wujing's cowardly actions only made him look down on him even more. Chiba Rihu subtly curled the corners of her mouth. The only son of the northern king. The more cowardly he was, the more at ease she felt. Only Li Yunrui pouted. She had heard what Zhao Wujing was thinking in his heart. Zhao Wujing completely did not want to stand out. He only wanted to interact with the wise and noble elders of the world, often acting as the master of the rivers and mountains. Hadn't Zhao Wujing just revealed this? He was indeed a man who concealed his strength. Low-key, yet so talented. After leaving the study, Zhao Wujing sneaked into a garden. In the garden, flowers competed in beauty. Just like a tree standing out in the forest will be blown down by the wind, flowers are the same. Zhao Wujing picked the most vibrant flower and softly murmured, "Who are you? How did you end up in this imperial garden?" Hearing the question, Zhao Wujing turned his gaze. Not far away stood a graceful woman, whose figure was enchanting. At first glance, she seemed like a young girl, but upon closer inspection, one could see the faint traces of time left on her exquisite cheeks. It turned out to be a beautiful young woman. Zhao Wujing. The beautiful young woman sized up Zhao Wujing and recognized him. This man, who affected her flower viewing, was the only son of the deceased northern king, a lowly scoundrel with a stinking reputation. The beautiful young woman snorted lightly to encounter Li Ziyuan's sister, Li Zhaohua. While admiring flowers, Li Zhaohua is indeed as promiscuous as rumored. Although this harem consists only of eunuchs and women, there are still occasional summons of ministers with the emperor's consent. This promiscuous woman is only wearing a gauzy skirt, and one can see the lotus embroidered on her corset through the sheer fabric. Zhao Wujing also remembered who this young woman was. He leisurely saluted. I have met the princess. But Li Zhaohua did not respond to Zhao Wujing, as she was currently in a daze. Zhao Wujing had said something. How could she hear so much from him? How strange. Why is her gaze suddenly fixed on me? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? I've heard that this promiscuous woman has kept many male lovers in her residence, and none have walked out alive from her palace. Without a husband, she has never married, always guarding her empty boudoir. Now that she has reached an age as fierce as a wolf, she must be very eager for men. No way, I must slip away, lest she takes a liking to me. Zhao Wujing clasped his fists, not wanting to disturb the princess's enjoyment. I shall take my leave. Wait. Li Zhaohua quickly stepped forward, directly blocking Zhao Wujing, her expression fierce and her eyes filled with surprise. She was certain she could hear Zhao Wujing's inner voice. However, she couldn't care about the reason, because Zhao Wujing's thoughts made her very angry. What do you mean I am eager for men? I, Li Zhaohua, with my beauty and status as the princess, what kind of man do I not want? You little brat, talking nonsense. The more Li Zhaohua thought about it, the more displeased she became, but since she only heard his thoughts, she had no evidence to directly make things difficult for Zhao Wujing. Wujing, the northern king, was loyal to the country, fought in the northern border, protected the Li family's dynasty, worked hard and achieved great merit. Yet he passed away in the northern border. I even feel pity. Li Zhao.Although Wujing Zurist. With a tone of concern from an elder, I wonder if the northern king's residence has been well lately? Thank you for your concern, princess. The northern king's residence is doing well. Doing well? Haha, doing well my ass. If it weren't for your Li family's royal clan being inherently suspicious, would I need to be so cautious? Just wait. The matter of you secretly training troops will sooner or later be known by Li Ziyuan. By then, you can fight among yourselves. Zhao Wujing showed a grateful expression. Yet Li Zhaohua was staring fixedly at Zhao Wujing, her mind buzzing. Had her long-hidden secret been discovered by Zhao Wujing? She tightened her grip on Zhao Wujing's wrist, and now, only two paths lay before her: to kill Zhao Wujing or to take him for herself. Chapter 10, The Plot is Off. Zhao Wujing knows her secret, but has clearly not told the emperor. This boy's stance is unclear, and she wants to know Zhao Wujing's position first. After weighing her options, Li Zhaohua tried to show goodwill. Child, you don't have to hide anything from me. Your father and my brother are sworn brothers, and you have a marriage contract with Yunrui, so I could be considered your aunt. Li Zhaohua stepped closer, a fragrant scent wafting towards him. Two partially revealed, snowy white mounds, somewhat dazzling. Come tell your aunt? You must be living poorly, right? How about this? I will have someone send some silver to the northern king's residence. Besides, since you have come to the palace, it must be because His Majesty summoned you. You need to keep your strength hidden and be restrained. Our emperor is not always kind and lenient. Do you understand? Zhao Wujing clearly felt Li Zhaohua's intention to recruit him. Saying the emperor is bad is meant to draw him to the princess's side. Strange. Do I have any value to this beautiful, promiscuous fox? Zhao Wujing did not want to get involved in royal conflicts. He clasped his fists and said, Thank you for your concern, princess, but His Majesty has summoned me, so I will take my leave. Li Zhaohua smiled as she watched him leave. She had already confirmed that Zhao Wujing knew about the game between her and the emperor. However, Zhao Wujing's stance was still unclear, and more contact was needed. Zhao Wujing returned along the same path to the imperial study. His mind was filled with thoughts. In the original book, Li Zhaohua was known as the #1 flirt in Daxia. Li Ziyuan was aware of her character. But as long as Li Zhaohua did not form cliques for personal gain, Li Ziyuan did not care about other matters. However, Li Ziyuan was unaware that Li Zhaohua had actually been forming cliques for personal gain all along. She deliberately pretended to be frivolous to confuse Li Ziyuan for self-preservation. Later, when Long Zhan captured Li Zhaohua, he also gained her hidden forces, which ultimately led to turmoil in the Li dynasty. It could be said that whoever gains Li Zhaohua gains 1/3 of the imperial power. Zhao Wujing returned to the imperial study, thinking that this plot designed specifically for Long Zhan to show off should be over now. Just say hello to the emperor and go home. Zhao Wujing thought. But before he could speak, Li Yunrui ran over, linking her arm with his. Her tone was filled with reproach as she whispered, Zhao Wujing, why don't you go recite some poetry? You're clearly more talented than Long Zhan and Rihu. Why not show it off? No, elder sister. What do you see that I am very talented? I'm a minor villain, okay? A debauched young master. I need to respect my character and be low-key. Zhao Wujing remained expressionless, responding with silence, not wanting to engage with Li Yunrui. But Li Yunrui heard his inner voice and stomped her foot. She believed that her future husband should be unparalleled in both culture and martial arts. How could he hide his talents? Wealth and honor should not be returned home, like wearing brocade at night. It must be that after the Northern King faked his death, Zhao Wujing felt insecure. As his fiancée, she should encourage and support him more. Just as Long Zhan was about to speak, Li Yunrui shouted first. The second half of the sentence is, often acting as the masters of the rivers and mountains. The parallelism is neat and carries a certain carefree grandeur. Long Zhan's words got stuck in his throat. Strange. I just thought of this line. Why did the seventh princess say it first? Sure enough, she and I are in sync. She should be the woman belonging to me. Long Zhan. Long Zhan, while surprised, was still fantasizing. Rihu looked at the charming and lovely seventh princess with some surprise. Often acting as the masters of the rivers and mountains. Good. Truly worthy of being my daughter. Li Ziyuan was the most delighted, as he loved literary pursuits. His most beloved daughter seemed to have inherited his talent. Long Zhan hasn't shown off yet. How did the princess show off first? The plot is off. While Zhao Wujing was puzzled, the next moment, Li Yunrui's words turned everyone's emotions upside down. Father, it was Zhao Wujing who taught me. Damn, when did I teach you? Don't put me on a pedestal. Zhao Wujing cursed inwardly. He doesn't want to show off at all. And when has he ever taught Li Yunrui? Long Zhan was taken aback, and his expression grew even uglier. Your Highness the Princess, please don't belittle yourself. Long Zhan could accept that the seventh princess had a spiritual connection with him, so he went ahead and recited poetry first. But he absolutely could not accept losing to Zhao Wujing, this useless person. Junior Rihua's eyes shifted, and she said, the princess is joking. How about this? I'll recite another line and see if young Master Zhao can match it. Iron shoulders bear righteousness. Please respond with the second half. Zhao Wujing feigned a look of deep contemplation, unable to come up with anything. He didn't want to pretend to be this way. Li Yunrui looked at him with anticipation. Li Ziyuan was scrutinizing Zhao Wujing. Seeing that Zhao Wujing really didn't seem capable of responding, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that his precious daughter didn't want to see Zhao Wujing fall behind Long Zhan, so she deliberately claimed that the second half was taught by Zhao Wujing. Junior Brother gave Zhao Wujing time to think. Seeing that Zhao Wujing still couldn't come up with a line, her words turned sarcastic. Young master need not worry. Nor should you feel guilty. Your father was defeated by Han Sang, and since you can't respond to the poem of this handsome envoy, it can be considered you are inheriting your father's legacy. Haha. Junior Brother's word struck at Zhao Wujing's softest spot. A loyal and patriotic border war god, who died to protect his home and country, would not allow the enemy to insult him. The second half of the line, a skilled hand writes poetry. Zhao Wujing's words made Junior Brother's mocking smile vanish in an instant. That's good. You matched it well. Li Yunrui stepped forward with a face full of admiration, linking her arm with Zhao Wujing's and shooting Junior Brother a glare. Then looking at Li Ziyuan, Father, I told you Zhao Wujing is talented, right? Li Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction. Impossible, you. Junior Brother wanted to retort, but since Zhao Wujing intended to counterattack, he would definitely take the initiative. He said coldly, if the Hansa envoy is unconvinced, why not respond to me with a few lines? He didn't give Junior Brother a chance to refuse. The Yellow River's waters come from the sky, rushing to the sea never to return. How pitiful are a few drops of Bodhi water, poured into the two petals of a red lotus. Golden needles pierce the peach blossom's heart, not daring to speak loudly. Secretly frowning. In the mandarin duck's nest, pears are made at night. A pear blossom suppresses the crabapple. Yes, you got it. Chapter 11. The princess's own person. Zhao Wujing unleashed a series of moves. Junior Brother felt that these lines of poetry first had the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. And then there were romantic affairs of men and women spending the night together, which indeed fit Zhao Wujing's reputation. However, she didn't expect that within the poetry there was such talent, and that Zhao Wujing was actually such a romantic without being lewd. She was left speechless. For a moment, she couldn't think of a satisfactory response. The sight of Junior the Hansa envoy, being put in a difficult position was noted by everyone. Li Ziyuan couldn't help but praise good. Minister Zhao is quite talented. It comforts me greatly. Long Zhan's heart darkened further. Where did this kid get such talent? Did he memorize it before? Or did the seventh princess teach him? In any case, Zhao Wujing was too much of an obstacle to his ambitions in the court and must be eliminated. Since the Hansa envoy's skills were shallow, it was better to return to discussing peace. Now that Junior was suppressed by Zhao Wujing, Li Ziyuan took the opportunity to bring up the treaty again and lower the conditions. Junior frowned. Her pride in her own talent had been overshadowed by Zhao Wujing, and she no longer wanted to stay in the imperial study. Your Majesty, may I take my leave and respond tomorrow? Li Ziyuan waved his hand casually, full of authority. Junior lightly flicked her long sleeves, her garments fluttering. Before turning to leave, she took a deep look at Zhao Wujing, imprinting his face, which she had never cared about before, deeply into her memory. After the Hansa envoy Junior left, Li Ziyuan pondered for a moment and looked at Zhao Wujing, saying, "They say you are unlearned and unambitious. When did you acquire such talent?" Li Ziyuan had heard from his daughter that Zhao Wujing had been hiding his talents. At first, he didn't believe it, but just now, Zhao Wujing had spontaneously uttered several lines of poetry with excellent imagery, making him increasingly wary of Zhao Wujing. He knew the emperor would ask such questions. Zhao Wujing bowed his head and nodded, actually regretting his earlier outburst. Because the small nation had become too arrogant and even mocked his father, he couldn't hold back. His eyes turned, and he thought of the beautiful woman who had just shown him kindness. Why not take advantage of this situation? In response to your Majesty, the talented one is not this minister. Just now, when I left my seat, I had the fortune to meet the seventh princess. When the princess saw me frowning, she inquired about the reason. I saw that the Hansa envoy was aggressive, wanting to suppress our Great Xia with poetry and culture. So I sought help from the seventh princess. Upon learning that the Hansa envoy meant no good, the princess taught me a few lines. So was Zhao Li Ziyuan's Fron Suruli Relaksha. It turned out Zhao Wujing was merely a messenger. He knew that his sister liked reading. However, in the past, he only saw her as extravagant and debauched, bringing shame to the Li royal family. He never expected her to have a heart for the honor and disgrace of Great Xia. Convey my imperial edict to select appropriate treasures for the seventh princess from the treasure pavilion and send them to Zhao Palace. A respectful response came from outside the door from the head eunuch. Li Ziyuan then looked at Long Zhan. Your performance today was not bad. You did not disgrace the authority of Great Xia. You may go and receive your reward. Thank you, your Majesty. Long Zhan cupped his fists and left, but his heart was filled with resentment. Today's outcome was far from what he had anticipated. It should have been him in the spotlight. The emperor's intention was also very clear. He wanted him to showcase himself in front of the seventh princess and the Hansa envoy. He even thought about whether he could take the beautiful Hansa envoy to his bed and have her serve him alongside the seventh princess. But all of this was ruined by that bastard Zhao Wujing. Damn it! Zhao Wujing, you wait for me. Seeing Long Zhan glare at him before leaving, Zhao Wujing sighed inwardly. I don't want to either. It was Li Yunrui who insisted I show off. This destined protagonist probably wants to bite me to death now. Zhao Wujing. Li Ziyuan's gaze finally returned to Zhao Wujing, his expression slightly complex. You performed well. You may go. Li Yunrui frowned slightly. Father, it's unfair. Long Zhan, who is of no use, has been rewarded. Why doesn't Zhao Wujing? Zhao Wujing couldn't have thought of this. He probably guessed the emperor still didn't favor him. He maintained a calm demeanor and respectfully bowed before leaving. After Zhao Wujing left, Li Yunrui couldn't help but say, Father, Zhao Wujing has made a contribution. He is loyal to you, filial, and also humble. Li Ziyuan noticed his daughter's inclination towards Zhao Wujing and rubbed his brow. He wasn't blind to his daughter's feelings. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with Zhao Wujing's performance today. However, if Zhao Wujing truly became the prince consort? What if he used this opportunity to rise rapidly, becoming a second Zhang Ho? Some things are best nipped in the bud. On the other side, as Zhao Wujing stepped into the Prince of Junbei's residence, the old steward hurried over. Your Highness, the 7th princess's residence has sent you some gold, silver, jewels, and clever toys, saying it is to thank you. I have seen the young master. The charming figure sitting quietly in the hall stood up and nodded slightly at Zhao Wujing. She was the 7th princess's confidant, Xiao Lan, about 18 years old. Beautiful and charming. My master instructed Xiao Lan to pass on a message. From now on, you are one of us. Chapter 12. Enjoying the sacred body of the dragon. One of us. Zhao Wujing's eyes narrowed. The 7th princess, Li Zhaohua, had always avoided forming connections with anyone in the court to prevent Li Ziyuan from accusing her of forming cliques for personal gain. In the original story, he had already perished by this time and had no interactions with Li Zhaohua. Moreover, if Li Zhaohua really got involved, no matter if it's Long Zhan or Li Ziyuan, they are both watching him. It's a troublesome situation no matter how you think about it. I'll accept your good intentions, but Sister Xiao Lan should hurry back to report. Xiao Lan furrowed her brows. Accept your good intentions? What about that thing? Just take it back and convey my words to the princess truthfully, Zhao Wujing said calmly, having already issued a dismissal order, and turned to find Lu Ruyin. The old butler behind him was puzzled. This Xiao Lan has a nice figure and is young and beautiful. Based on the young master's usual character. Wouldn't he at least hold her hand or wrap his arm around her waist to take advantage? But now he actually drove her away. Could it be that after the old master passed away, the young master really grew up? Thinking this way, the old master's death doesn't he seem like such a bad thing after all? The old butler felt gratified as he sent Xiao Lan out. Outside the door, Xiao Lan didn't he understand and tentatively said, I can't seem to figure out the thoughts of your young master. Our princess has genuine intentions to befriend him. Auntie, you misunderstand the young master. He is currently the target of everyone. Even the current emperor is watching him. If he accepts this gift, wouldn't he that harm a princess? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan's eyes brightened. So that is how it is. She thought Zhao Wujing was unwilling to befriend the princess, which is why he drove her away. It seems she was too naive. I will definitely explain well to the princess that young Master Zhao is worth befriending. The old butler felt proud. If he hadn't explained, these people would have misunderstood my young master again. So it's up to you, Annie. In the prison, driving away Li Zhaohua's people should be the right choice. Staying away from these court bigwigs will secure my little life. Hearing Zhao Wujing's thoughts, Lu Ruyin, who was still sound asleep, suddenly jolted awake. As she raised her head, she saw Zhao Wujing slap her face. What do you think? You're here on vacation, sleeping in my territory. Lu Ruyin's brows were fierce, despicable villain. Playboy. I practiced the true young heart technique, Zhao Wujing said lightly. Lu Ruyin scoffed. So what if you practiced? Can you even do it? I'm afraid you can't even find the way to the entry level. Zhao Wujing touched his nose. Is this thing really that hard to practice? Lu Ruyin sneered, of course. Even my exceptionally gifted junior brother took a full 7 days to reach the first level. Others, without grasping the essentials. Forget about 7 days. Even if it's 49 days, it's still hard to reach the first level. The true young heart technique is aggressive and domineering, heavily reliant on talent. 7 days? Long Zhan took 7 days to enter the first level? Strange. How did I enter the first level in just one night? Did I practice incorrectly? Or is my talent higher than Long Zhan's? According to the original text, Zhao Wujing died a few days ago, and didn't he even have a chance to practice martial arts? It's possible that the original author didn't he even give him a talent attribute. So is his attribute defaulted to max? While Zhao Wujing was secretly pleased, Lu Ruyin, who heard Zhao Wujing's thoughts, was already shocked beyond belief. She couldn't believe Zhao Wujing had reached the first level of the true yang heart technique after just one night of cultivation. What kind of terrifying talent is this? Long Zhan is already a once-in-100 years talent. Could Zhao Wujing be a reincarnated martial god? You can't possibly have entered the first level. Lu Ruyin's heart was in turmoil, and she exclaimed, How do you know I've reached the first level? Zhao Wujing asked in confusion. Lu Ruyin Yin's eyes narrowed. She must not let this thief know that she can hear his thoughts, otherwise, he might kill her to silence her. What does that have to do with you? Lu Yin said stubbornly. Her temper was still quite fierce. Zhao Wujing snorted coldly. Do you know what I will do to you after I reach the first level of the true Yang heart technique? Lu Yin gritted her teeth. Of course. She knew, but she wouldn't allow that to happen. Zhao Wujing, you better restrain your little thoughts. If my sect finds out, you're dead. Don't worry. They want to know. My people guard the outside heavily every day. They can't get in. Zhao Wujing said indifferently. If they do get in, I'll kill you first and then throw you out, leaving no evidence. Lu Yin's heart sank. What a ruthless man. All right, have you mentally prepared yourself? I'm starting to practice now. Wait, you really reached the first level? If you didn't you would suffer backlash. Lu Yin's voice was now pleading. She finally confirmed that Zhao Wujing wasn't bragging. Damn it, how could he be so fast? Whether I succeeded or not, why don't you try and see? Zhao Wujing said. Zhao Wujing, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Tears welled up in Lu Yin's delicate face. Let me go. I won't trouble you anymore in the future. I originally wanted to avoid you guys, but you came to my door at night wanting to kill me. Isn't it reasonable for me to take some interest from you? Lu Yin still wanted to resist, but was fed a few more doses of medicine by Zhao Wujing. Is it another softening powder? No. This time I've added some ingredients. I hope the effect of your saint body of the dragon will not disappoint me. Zhao Wujing smiled. Chapter 13. Power increase at the same time at the cavalry camp commander's mansion. Long Zhan had a gloomy face. Today, he was very unhappy about Zhao Wujing stealing his limelight. Meanwhile, the fifth senior sister said she would help him get rid of Zhao Wujing. But now Zhao Wujing was alive and well, and Lu Yin was nowhere to be found. Calculating that the saint body of the dragon was already prepared. It was also time for him to capture the fifth senior sister. But where did she go? Damn! While Long Zhan was feeling frustrated outside the house, a purple figure gracefully walked in, beautiful and charming. It was Lu Yin. Fifth senior sister? Where have you been? Long Zhan quickly approached, wanting to embrace Lu Yin to immediately enjoy the benefits of the saint body of the dragon. But just as Long Zhan reached out, Lu Yin suddenly slapped him lightly. It seemed slow, but in an instant, Long Zhan couldn't dodge and was directly sent flying, crashing hard against the steps. Fifth senior sister, you. Long Zhan's brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes suddenly trembled. He saw Lu Yin's figure transform into another woman. Dressed in a water blue long dress, she was as cold as a fairy. Completely different from Lu Yin's enchanting charm. This woman gave the impression of being ethereal, completely indifferent to any man. Junior brother, your martial arts have become lax, the woman said coldly. Long Zhan recognized the illusion technique she had used. It was one of the sect's ultimate skills, mirror flower water moon. The woman before him was not Lu Yin, but her fourth senior sister, Ling Shui. Welcome, fourth senior sister. Long Zhan immediately bowed respectfully. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Ling Shui. This senior sister, like Lu Yin, was still a virgin, pure and spotless. Ling Shui always had a sense of indifference towards men, so for Long Zhan, Ling Shui was even more alluring than Lu Yin. However, Ling Shui had always looked down on him. So Long Zhan could only wait until he became stronger one day to conquer her. Whereas Lu Yin, Ling Shui floated gracefully and sat in the main seat. Long Zhan explained the situation truthfully, of course, making some modifications that were beneficial to himself. Missing? You can't even deal with a useless young master. Ling Shui's face was cold, growing even more frigid. I know you've been looking forward to the completion of the saint body of the dragon, so you can cultivate at an incredible speed. But the saint body is ultimately an aid. You still have to practice martial arts diligently, otherwise you wouldn't be unable to handle even a Zhao Wujing now. Long Zhan lowered his head and cupped his hands. Senior sister is absolutely right, but right now Zhao Wujing is protected by the seventh princess. If I make a move against him, it's easy to attract the royal family's displeasure. Ling Shui glanced at Long Zhan and sighed. Zhao Wujing isn't worthy for us to personally intervene. Long Zhan was puzzled and asked, Senior sister, what do you mean? Ling Qingxue looked indifferent. Her voice cold as she replied, Before I came, I learned that someone from the Han Kingdom went to the North Town Prince's mansion. They must have something to discuss. But that's not important. When the time comes, you just need to bring the troops and directly accuse Zhao Wujing of colluding with Han Sang and committing treason. He will find it hard to defend himself then. The Emperor is already suspicious of the North Town Prince's mansion, and he will surely imprison him. At that time, with your official position, it will be easy to deal with him in prison. Long Zhan's eyes lit up, a brilliant scheme indeed. Senior sister just arrived in the capital and already has such information. Her abilities are indeed much better than fifth senior sister's. If I can capture her, won't I, Long Zhan, be at the height of power? Junior brother, let's take action. Soon, a cavalry force was dispatched. North Town Prince's mansion. In the dungeon, Lu Rian tightly held her torn long skirt. Her expression was full of sorrow and anger, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. In contrast, Zhao Wujing was sitting cross-legged, meditating. Lu Rian felt the surging and domineering energy from Zhao Wujing. This person had truly used her dragon-nurturing sacred body to significantly increase his power. What a loss. Zhao Wujing, I will definitely return the humiliation you inflicted on me today tenfold. Zhao Wujing glanced at the bloodstain on the ground, feeling the abundant power within him, and smiled. All right, then I will humiliate you again now. Wait, didn't I just come here? No. Laughing to death, this woman is saying no. But the energy from the sacred body is clearly still surging out. What a waste. Lu Rian drew her legs closer, not allowing Zhao Wujing to see clearly. She could clearly hear the mocking ridicule in Zhao Wujing's heart, yet he wore a harmless smile on his face. She bit her lip in shame and anger. But Zhao Wujing ignored her pleas for mercy. Using the dragon-nurturing sacred body to enhance his power was the priority. Meanwhile, outside the cell, the old steward Zhao Manfu's voice could be heard reporting, Your Highness, the Han Sang envoy has requested an audience and has arrived at our gate. What does Junior want at this time? Could it be that she came to find trouble after being slapped in the face today? Does she still dare to provoke me? Does she really think this young master can't wield a blade? Upon hearing someone looking for Zhao Wujing, Lu Rian felt like she had found a savior. Zhao Wujing, you go ahead and busy yourself. I will wait for you here. I won't run away. However, Zhao Wujing shouted towards the cell door. I'm busy. Tell them to scram. Outside North Town Prince's mansion, Junior sat in her carriage, lifted the curtain, and saw the still closed gate, her brow furrowing more coldly. Junior, Zhao Wujing wouldn't be too cowardly to see you, would he? The coachman, who was the second in command of the Han Sang envoy, and short like most Han Sang people, said he wouldn't. This coward wouldn't dare not to see me, even if he is too afraid to face me. Junior, with her delicate fingers, arranged her hair. Full of confidence, the North Town Prince is dead, and the North Town Prince's mansion has fallen. There is an ancient saying in the Great Xia, those who know the times are the heroes. Zhao Wujing wouldn't dare to act arrogantly and refuse to meet us. Look, here they come. The sound of the gate opening came, and she lifted the door curtain of the carriage, ready to get out. But the gate only opened a crack, showing no intention of welcoming guests. The old steward squeezed out, My young master says for you to scram. Junior's action of getting out of the carriage froze. She looked at the old steward in disbelief, doubting for a moment if she had heard wrong. The North Town Prince's mansion is now fallen. Where did Zhao Wujing get the courage to offend her? Baka. Junior's face showed anger. The coachman glanced at her, afraid to speak. But Junior knew she had just boldly claimed that Zhao Wujing wouldn't dare not to meet her. Now she was being slapped in the face. Those little ones must be laughing at her in their hearts. Her chest heaved with anger, and her wide robes could no longer conceal her proud curves. With a turn of her eyes, she deliberately said, You tell Zhao Wujing, are you planning to abandon the North Town Prince's remains? The old steward was taken aback. The old master died in the northern border, and indeed the body had not returned. Could it have fallen into the hands of these Han Sang thieves? He knew the situation was serious and immediately went to the dungeon to inquire. Not long after, the old steward returned. Junior smiled confidently. It seemed Zhao Wujing already knew that his father's body was in their hands, and he should open the door quickly. But the old steward didn't even open the crack of the door. He just poked his head out and said, "My young master said, just burn the remains for him. The ashes can be scattered anywhere. Scattered in the Great Xia. It counts as returning to the homeland. Scattered in Han Sung. It suppresses your small kingdoms." Chapter 14. Another beauty closes the North Town Prince's mansion. After delivering Zhao Wujing's message, the old steward closed the door again. "Nanny." Junior delicate hands trembled, completely stunned. She had intended to use the North Town Prince's remains as leverage to threaten Zhao Wujing, hoping he would speak favorably for the treaty between the two countries. But now, she hadn't even seen Zhao Wujing's face. "Zhao Wujing, you have some ability." Junior was still thinking of a way when suddenly a troop of soldiers approached, surrounding the North Town Prince's mansion. "Don't let a single one escape." A stern and cold voice followed. Long Zhan rode a tall horse, galloping forward, and as he approached, he solemnly shouted, "Zhao Wujing is colluding with Han Sang, committing treason. This kind of traitor deserves to be executed by all." Long Zhan stopped his horse at the entrance of the mansion. Seeing the Han Sang convoy, he immediately confirmed that fourth senior sister's intelligence was correct. But when he saw the tightly closed gate, he was momentarily stunned. This coward Zhao Wujing actually dared not to meet the Han Sang envoy? Or was it that he arrived too early? If Zhao Wujing wouldn't come out, how could he catch him in the act? With a turn of his eyes, Long Zhan immediately said, "It seems you just came out of the North Town Prince's mansion." He held the cavalry troops, having the authority to patrol the safety of the capital. Since he had surrounded the place, everything was at his command. He declared Zhao Wujing was colluding with Han Sang, and Zhao Wujing was colluding. "Break open the mansion door and capture the traitor Zhao Wujing." Long Zhan shouted angrily. Waving his hand, the soldiers behind him surged forward, surrounding the Han Sang envoy entirely. Junior stood dumbfounded. What the hell? When did she collude with Zhao Wujing? She clearly hadn't. The officials of the Great Xia, such despicable means. Just as Junior was preparing to run away, another light and agile female voice rang out. "Stop!" Long Zhan glanced over and found it was the carriage of Princess Li Yunrui. "Li Yunrui is here too. Is this woman here to rendezvous with Zhao Wujing?" "Damn!" Long Zhan resolutely said, "Princess, I am capturing the traitor. You must not approach, lest this traitor grows desperate and harms you." The remaining cavalry blocked in front of Li Yunrui's carriage. Meanwhile, the other cavalrymen, breaking the door, successfully crashed through. But before they could charge in, a volley of crossbow arrows forced them to retreat in disarray. In an instant, many from the cavalry were killed. Long Zhan's eyes narrowed. What is Zhao Wujing? He actually had defenses? The elite guards of the North Town Prince's mansion, armed with crossbows, lined up and aimed at the cavalry and the Han Sang envoy. After the mansion guards parted, Zhao Wujing walked out with his hands behind his back, calm and indifferent. "Zhao Wujing, you..." Long Zhan was about to speak, but Zhao Wujing spoke faster. "Commander Long is colluding with Han Sang, attacking my North Town Prince's mansion overnight. The evidence is all here. Seventh Princess, quickly help me capture him." Long Zhan found himself speechless. Li Yunrui scolded, "Long Zhan, I will report today's events to my father and strip you of your position as the commander of the cavalry." Seeing Li Yunrui helping Zhao Wujing, Long Zhan's anger intensified. Still tightly gripping his large knife, "Zhao Wujing is framing me. Someone, capture the Han Sang people and hand them over to His Majesty for judgment. This dead cat." Long Zhan could not eat. Junior and the others looked innocent, but Long Zhan did not give them a chance to argue and had already captured them all. Soon, Li Ziyuan met with everyone. "Yunrui, are you saying that Long Zhan has colluded with Han Sang to besiege the Wangfu of the North?" "Yes, father. I ask you to stand up for Zhao Wujing," Yunrui said. Li Ziyuan shook his head. "Father knows you have a bias against Long Zhan. But father is clear about Long Zhan's character. He would never collude with Han Sang." Li Yunrui pouted. "Zhao Wujing would never collude with Han Sang either. There must be some misunderstanding here." Li Ziyuan's eyes flickered. Regardless of the misunderstanding, the occurrence of this matter could be used to take down the Han Sang envoy and establish the authority of the Great Xia. After establishing authority, they could force the two countries to revise the unfavorable conditions in the ceasefire agreement for the Great Xia. Father. Li Yunrui still wanted to speak up for Zhao Wujing. No need for more words. Convey my decree. The Han Sang envoy, having left the jurisdiction of the Honglu Temple without reporting, is acting suspiciously, causing 2 loyal ministers to be suspicious. From today onwards, the Han Sang envoy is not allowed to leave the Honglu Temple even a step. The envoy Junior.Brother is to be handed over to Zhao Wujing for interrogation to uncover the truth. Long Zhan frowned. The emperor was clearly helping him, not only resolving Zhao Wujing's false accusations, but also passing the hot potato of Junior.Brother to Zhao Wujing. If anything were to happen to Junior.Brother, Zhao Wujing could become the eternal sinner who ignited another war between the Great Xia and Han Sang. Your Majesty, your insight is commendable. I will immediately increase patrols in the capital to ensure there are no remnants of Han Sang. Long Zhan cupped his hands in gratitude and then looked at Zhao Wujing with a cold smile. The envoy Qinya will be entrusted to young Master Zhao. Your Majesty trusts young Master Zhao. Don't let your Majesty down. Zhao Wujing's expression darkened. They say the emperor trusts me, but in reality, he's making me the scapegoat. This old emperor seems to want to make my life difficult. Zhao Wujing took his leave. Li Yunrui listened to his thoughts and looked at his dejected figure, feeling extremely heartbroken. Yunrui, your father still has memorials to read. Go brew a cup of tea to refresh him. Li Ziyuan loved the wake-up tea brewed by Li Yunrui. But this time, Li Yunrui left with a cold face. I'm not feeling well. Father can brew it himself. In the Wangfu of the north, Zhao Wujing had to lock Junior.Brother in another room to prevent Lu Ruoyan from being exposed. Iron chains, soft bone powder, 10 fragrance soft muscle powder, and dissolution powder were all sufficient. The butler had also sent people to guard heavily outside. Zhao Wujing, you dare not see me today. Is it because you are afraid of me? I am just a woman. Why are you so wary of me? Coward. Junior.Brother, draped in snow-white gauze, outlined a graceful silhouette under the iron chains, scoffing. Zhao Wujing remained silent, still thinking about how to handle this hot potato. The lines of poetry you brought up in the imperial study, I have thought of the second half. Dare you respond? Zhao Wujing couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Is this woman really that single-minded? Even in a time like this, she's still thinking about poetry? She can't possibly not know that those who want me dead outside also want her dead, right? As long as she dies, I will be the culprit who instigated the war between the 2 countries, and her Han Sang family will also bear the infamy. Junior.Brother raised her brows in surprise. How did she hear Zhao Wujing's thoughts? These words seemed not to be spoken, but rather thought in her mind. Could it be that being trapped here, the gods of Han Sang sensed it and granted her the power to hear Zhao Wujing's thoughts? Junior.Brother's eyes grew brighter. If this is true, she could gradually win over Zhao Wujing through his thoughts and gain more secrets from the Wangfu of the north. Suddenly, Junior.Brother slightly twisted her body, her small mouth slightly opening, her tongue licking her pink lips. Zhao Wujing, as long as you cooperate with me, I can fulfill any of your conditions. Chapter 15. The power of Junior.Brother. The people of the Great Xia capital all say that Zhao Wujing is debauched and lecherous. Thus, Junior.Brother is convinced that with just a little effort, relying on her beauty, how could Zhao Wujing resist? Young master, if we talk like this, it's truly a waste of a great opportunity. Great opportunity? What opportunity is there? Disgusting. Isn't it a great opportunity to be alone together? As she spoke, Junior.Brother intentionally struggled, the white gauze and iron chains shaking together, tightening her already full and exquisite figure, appearing even more alluring. She lightly bit her red lips. With a hint of shyness, now that there are no outsiders, why is young master still pretending to be a gentleman? High-end hunters often appear in the form of their prey. She was very confident in her beauty. Although she was high and mighty in Han Sang, she knew that many men had fantasized about her, but none had succeeded. But the next moment, get lost. Zhao Wujing coldly uttered a single word. What does young master mean? Don't come to me. Do you think I don't know that the ninjutsu you practice, the Jitong In Shu, specifically restrains men? Junior.Brother was suddenly exposed, her mind buzzing. This ninjutsu was secretly taught to her by her mother, who feared that she would be taken lightly by men. How did Zhao Wujing know? This woman from the island, fortunately, I remember that the book mentioned her background, otherwise I would have truly fallen for her scheme. Zhao ears suddenly turned red, the iron chains clattering in her grasp. She adjusted her sitting posture, pressing her knee against Zhao Wujing's leg. Her voice slightly flustered. Young master is joking. Junior is just an ordinary envoy. Zhao Wujing's thoughts immediately made Junior's breath quicken. Book? Does the Great Xia have intelligence books that know the secrets of my Han saying? Once she truly submits to me, it wouldn't be late to take advantage of her. There's no reason not to eat the meat that's already on the plate. You want me to submit to you? You don't even know my true identity, yet you want me to submit? An ordinary and confident man from the Great Xia, haha. As Junior despised him in her heart. But for now, it's better to use her identity to make some moves. After all, the original text said that she is the only daughter of the Emperor of Han Sang, and this time she secretly came to the Great Xia to negotiate peace, just to return with glory and rightfully become the heir to the throne. Hearing this thought, Junior's gaze towards Zhao Wujing suddenly changed. She was shocked. She was afraid. How did Zhao Wujing know my identity? She had come to the Great Xia, this time only in the guise of an envoy and a talented woman. Even in Han Sang, only the Emperor and her mother knew. Impossible. Zhao Wujing couldn't possibly know. What if this guy uses my identity to threaten Han Sang and take the opportunity to demand conditions? That would be detrimental to Han Sang. Young master, let's talk it over. She wanted to plead, but Zhao Wujing couldn't be bothered to listen. Shut up. Don't think you can trick me. Stay honest. She didn't know that Zhao Wujing had no intention of revealing her identity. Once others knew that Junior's was the princess of Han Sang, she would only die faster. He and Junior's under the Emperor's manipulation, were already like grasshoppers on the same rope. If Junior's died here, the Emperor of Han Sang would go mad and attack the Xia, and he would bear the blame. Come here. Zhao Wujing stepped out and said in a deep voice. Keep an eye on her. No one is allowed to approach her except for me. Not even a fly. Yes. The elite guards responded respectfully. Zhao Wujing returned to his room. Since he had already started practicing, he would never be lazy. Only by constantly growing stronger could he better cope with danger. Especially since there was a destined son who saw him as a thorn in his side. The martial arts realm, from weak to strong, is divided into 9 ranks to 1 rank martial artist. Above 1 rank, there are the realms of Master and Grandmaster. According to the original text, there are 3 masters in the Great Xia, one of whom is his chief father, the Wang of the North. In the Grandmaster, there's only one, the one sitting on the dragon throne. In the original book's conclusion, after Long Zhan stepped into the Grandmaster realm, it was also with the help of the Princess Chong that he led 100,000 elite soldiers to attack the city, allowing him to kill Li Ziyuan and take his place. Moreover, this is still during Li Ziyuan's aging phase. After all, even a Grandmaster cannot live forever. I don't even know if I can step into the realm of a Grandmaster, but at the very least, I can't be slower than Long Zhan. If he steps into the Grandmaster realm first, he could easily kill me. Zhao Wujing felt immense pressure. After enjoying Lu Rian's dragon-raising sacred body, he had already entered the 9th rank of martial arts with the help of the True Yang Heart Sutra. Currently, Long Zhan was at the 7th rank, and with the profound martial arts manuals provided by the Tao sect behind him, he had the strength to fight against the 6th rank. But this is common knowledge. Which novel protagonist can't challenge opponents of higher ranks? Zhao Wujing practiced late into the night. The True Yang Heart Sutra showed faint signs of stepping into the 2nd level. But he was still a bit short. The True Yang Heart Sutra greatly enhances one's power if he can break through to the 2nd level. He has a premonition that his strength could reach the 8th rank. It still feels a bit lacking. Should I go find Lu Rian again? Zhao Wujing thought to himself. But after trying with Lu Rian last time, he discovered that although the dragon-raising sacred body could enhance his power, it still had its limits. He couldn't keep relying on it. His Zhan.To needed a rest. Your Highness, it's bad. As dawn broke, the old housekeeper, Zhao Manfu, knocked on the door. What is it? Zhao Wujing heard the noise outside, growing increasingly chaotic. After stepping into the 9th rank of martial arts, his hearing had become sharper. He could even hear the sound of weapons clashing. The old housekeeper spoke with some urgency. Your Highness, the cavalry camp has come again. And this time, even Lord Jingzhao-in has come. What does Jingzhao-in want? The Jingzhao prefecture governs the security of the capital and enforces the laws of the Great Xia, equivalent to a modern police station. It was definitely not a good sign for the police chief to come early in the morning. Zhao Wujing frowned and ended his practice. He walked out with the old housekeeper. As they walked, the old housekeeper explained to Zhao Wujing. Yesterday, just before night fell, in the eastern part of the capital, in Tianshui Fong, a major murder case occurred in a small residence of a 7th-rank official. Except for one survivor, everyone else was killed, and that 7th-rank official, whose surname is Chao, the only survivor, is Chao Xiaolan, who returned home yesterday to visit family. Gao Xiaolan? Zhao Wujing's eyes narrowed. The close confidant of Princess Li Zhaohua is none other than Chao Xiaolan. The old housekeeper nodded repeatedly. Zhao Wujing understood. With Jingzhao-in and the cavalry camp appearing at his doorstep, it was clear that the murderer must be related to him, at least on the surface. Sure enough, after the old housekeeper bowed his head and opened the door, a massive group of knife-wielding cavalry guards and the Jingzhao prefecture's officers stood outside. The overwhelming momentum surged toward Zhao Wujing. Your Highness, the Jingzhao-in, an old man with gray hair, placed his large hand on his belt and spoke coldly. Although he said it was a greeting, he did not bow or nod. As the governor of the capital, he had enough confidence to face the aristocrats who had committed crimes, especially one who had already fallen from power. The heir seems to have slept comfortably. Do you even know that you have committed a foolish act? Long Zhan glanced at Zhao Wujing, snorted coldly, and with a flick of his right hand, threw out a portrait. Zhao Wujing, you released this person to commit murder and disturb the capital. What crime should you be punished for? Zhao Wujing fixed his gaze on the portrait. The person in the portrait was none other than Junior. Last night, Lord Chao was tragically killed along with his family. Jingzhao-in raised his hand and gestured for the officers to step forward. Someone pulled out chains, intending to imprison Zhao Wujing. Jingzhao-yin's voice was dry, filled with anger. The only survivor, Chao Xiaolan, witnessed the murderer's appearance, which is the envoy of the Han Sang you were tasked to guard. Junior, your negligence has led to the death of an entire family of our Great Xia officials. Seize him. The old housekeeper stepped forward, blocking Zhao Wujing. You are slandering him. Whoever dares to harm our heir, I will fight them. The guards inside the residence quickly arrived, and both sides were on high alert. Junior slaughtered the family of a 7th-rank official. Zhao Wujing, you cannot escape responsibility. Long Zhan drew his sword, pointing it at the old housekeeper. Zhao Wujing feared he might kill the old housekeeper, repeating the event from a few days ago. He pushed the old housekeeper aside and said coldly, Where is Chao Xiaolan? Zhao Wujing, do you still want to kill the silencer? Why is Commander Long in such a hurry? If you want to accuse me of negligence, at least let me confront someone and clarify things, right? After speaking, Zhao Wujing raised an eyebrow at Jingzhao-in. What do you say? Jingzhao-in raised his hand, and the crowd behind him parted to reveal Chao Xiaolan's figure. Chao Xiaolan's eyes were swollen, her cheeks stained with tears. She wiped her tears and hurried over, her face full of resentment, with a sobbing voice. Your Highness, it was indeed Junior who slaughtered my Chao family. Zhao Wujing, what do you have to say now? Long Zhan, filled with righteous indignation, commanded the officers of Jingzhao Prefecture. Everyone, together with my cavalry camp, seize Zhao Wujing. Chapter 16. The princess comes to the door. Zhao Wujing kicked a hastily advancing officer aside and said coldly, That's strange. Junior is bound by heavy chains, locked in my royal residence, and hasn't gone out. Don't try to argue. Jingzhao-yin's eyes narrowed. Chao Xiaolan, as a victim, can she lie? I see you're refusing to be captured, Commander Long. Long Zhan was about to take action when the guards of the northern town king's residence formed a line, blocking Zhao Wujing. They were ready for battle at any moment. Zhao Wujing raised his hand and said, I've already said not to rush. Junior is in the residence and has never left. If you don't believe me, feel free to come in and take a look. Be careful of traps. Long Zhan directly blocked Jingzhao-in and Chao Xiaolan. Jingzhao-in, whose name is Sun Xiufu, gently pushed aside Long Zhan's blocking hand. His voice low, I am investigating a case. No rogue can cause trouble, nor dare to. Commander Long, rest assured, I'm only going to check for clues. I believe the heir knows his limits. Sun Xiufu made a gesture, inviting Cao Xiaolan to follow him. He and Cao Xiaolan bypassed Long Zhan and Zhao Wujing, heading straight into the royal residence. Seeing he couldn't stop them, Long Zhan's eyes flickered as he joined Sun Xiufu and Cao Xiaolan. Zhao Wujing turned around calmly. Elite guards held crossbows, aimed at the cavalry soldiers and the small soldiers of Jingzhou in outside. As the chains fell to the ground, the locked door was opened. Guards armed with sharp short weapons pushed open the door, revealing everything inside to Zhao Wujing and the others. Inside, Junior had disheveled hair and a haggard expression, with limbs bound by heavy chains. The chains were long and heavy, allowing Junior only to barely move within the room. Seeing that Junior was indeed imprisoned in the royal residence, Jingzhou Yin's frown deepened, feeling even more suspicious about the matter. But suddenly, I will kill you. Cao Xiaolan, seeing the murderer of her entire family, burst into tears and rushed toward Junior. A sharp red hairpin slipped from her sleeve, aiming for Junior's heart. Oh no, she can't die. Zhao Wujing was quick to react, grabbing Cao Xiaolan and taking the hairpin from her, holding her tightly. Let me go. I want to kill her. Cao Xiaolan Glai, Stuling Hao. Dear lady, if you kill her, then I will never be able to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Zhao Wujing Sai In Wali, holding Cao Xiaolan Dai Li. Seeing Cao Xiaolan unable to approach, Junior finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling warmth in her heart at Zhao Wujing's thoughts. At this moment, Zhao Wujing was her only salvation. Sun Xiufu's eyes flickered, countering. Your Highness, Junior is currently in your residence, which does not prove you did not let her leave last night. Long Zhan coldly observed everything, remaining silent. Zhao Wujing knew this bastard was probably causing trouble again. As long as the officials were discerning, it would be fine. I will certainly be discerning. Jing Zhaoyin squatted down to inspect the chains, then scrutinized Junior's expression. He slowly stood up. This matter concerns the heir and the Han Sang envoy. I will report it to the emperor first. Please wait a moment, your highness. Long Zhan sneered inwardly. The current emperor had long wanted to eliminate Zhao Wujing. Reporting to the emperor was the most deadly news for Zhao Wujing. Keep a close watch. Don't let the heir suddenly escape. Hearing the hidden meaning in Long Zhan's words, Zhao Wujing didn't rush, but seeing Cao Xiaolan, who had cried until her voice was hoarse, felt sorry for her. Half an hour later, the Jingzhaoyin brought back an imperial edict. His Majesty ordered you, the prince, to find the murderer within 3 days, otherwise, the deaths of Lord Chao's family will be on your head. Zhao Wujing nodded in acceptance of the edict. What a dog emperor. What does investigating a case have to do with me, the heir? Why must I bear all the blame? Furthermore, the Jingzhaoyin added, the 7th princess entrusted me to tell you that she always believes in you. Zhao Wujing was somewhat accustomed to Li Yunrui's goodwill. He was just troubled about how to resolve this mess. Meanwhile, Long Zhan's face was dark, as if the love that should have belonged to him was being overshadowed. Prince, time is tight. Long Zhan snorted coldly and turned to leave. Back at the residence, Long Zhan was in a good mood. The emperor asked Zhao Wujing to find the murderer within 3 days. How could Zhao Wujing possibly find him? The real murderer was with him. In the high seat at the hall, a woman who looked exactly like Junior Zhao sat elegantly. What happened? Long Zhan clasped his fists and said, with my senior sister's help, Zhao Wujing has only 3 days left to live. My senior sister's illusions are truly hard to distinguish from reality. Junior Zhao's appearance transformed, reverting to Ling Qingshue's cold, ethereal visage. 4th sister, this time, by killing the entire family of the princess's confidant. Not only can we harm Zhao Wujing, but we can also make the princess and Zhao Wujing enemies, making it even more difficult for Zhao Wujing. This dual-purpose plan owes much to you, senior sister. It's a triple-purpose plan, Ling Qingxue corrected. Once Zhao Wujing has a grudge against the princess, after you eliminate Zhao Wujing, it will be avenging the princess, allowing you to gain her favor and influence. Please enlighten me, senior sister. Long Zhan questioned, what influence does the princess have? However, The fourth sister was best at disguise and gathering intelligence. It seemed she had discovered things he didn't know. Ling Qingxue explained in detail. The princess is not as weak as she appears. Her influence is widespread and private. She has people among both civil and military officials and outside the capital. There is a village where none of the villagers are actually villagers, but her military outpost. Long Zhan was astonished. It turned out the princess was so powerful. If he could gain the princess's influence, his future would be smooth sailing, and once he held great power, it would be like taking candy from child. In the northern town King's Manor, although calm had briefly returned, there was an impending crisis, as if a storm was brewing. How would he bear such a heavy burden? Just as Zhao Wujing was troubled, Cao Xiaolan entered the royal manor with a veiled woman. Zhao Wujing assessed the veiled woman. She truly had a good figure, curvy and elegant, her dress failing to conceal her nobility. As the veiled woman approached, he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance, pure and clear, as if he had smelled it somewhere before. What a fragrant woman! This scent is that of a refined young matron. Hearing Zhao Wujing's thoughts, the woman smiled gently and slowly unveiled herself. Zhao Wujing, can't you recognize this palace? As the veil was lifted, the exquisite face of Princess Li Zhaohua, perfectly maintained, appeared. With every smile and frown, she exuded nobility and charm. So it was her. Today she is not wearing the heavy makeup she had in the palace, and instead looks even more beautiful. This matron suits light makeup. After all, she is already good-looking. I wondered which fairy had descended to earth. I was captivated even before seeing your beauty. It turned out to be the princess, and everything made sense now. Li Zhaohua was secretly pleased because of his thoughts. But Zhao Wujing's verbal skills were even more impressive. You are quite the sweet talker. If your father had a tongue like yours back in the day, I wouldn't have to. Li Zhaohua smiled brightly, but the latter part of her sentence seemed to evoke some memories, causing her to stop. She quickly shifted the topic. Zhao Wujing, I came here regarding the matter of Junior Zhao's murder. Chapter 17. The prince's whip is powerful. I have learned the general outline of the events, and there are many oddities. However, I believe this matter has nothing to do with you. As Li Zhaohua spoke, Cao Xiaolan had tears in her eyes, using a handkerchief to wipe her cheeks. Does this woman trust me so much? Could it be because of my good looks? Zhao Wujing smiled without speaking, and Li Zhaohua shot him a glance. However, the imperial edict had been issued, and her royal brother would not easily retract his command, unless you find a true culprit. 3 days is too rushed. If there is anything you need my assistance with, just speak up. Among all those officials in the court, there are still 2 or 3 who are willing to give me face. As Li Zhaohua finished, her calm tone carried an unspoken authority. Since Zhao Wujing knew she had considerable influence in private, there was no need for her to be coy with him. Zhao Wujing was taken aback. In the original story, Li Zhaohua had always been in hiding. Why was she suddenly discussing such matters with him now? If Li Zhaoyuan found out, would he think Zhao Wujing was leaking information? No, unless absolutely necessary. I cannot rely on this beautiful woman's power. Zhao Wujing spoke sincerely. Thank you, princess. I will let you know if I need anything. Li Zhaoyuan nodded, thinking Zhao Wujing was too proud to trouble her because he was independent. Zhao Tingxiao, you indeed have a good son. Cao Xiaolan still couldn't stop sobbing. The entire Cao family had perished, and she couldn't suppress her sorrow in the short term. Zhao Wujing sighed. He always felt that this matter was directed at him by Long Zhan, that he had indirectly implicated Cao Xiaolan. Sister Xiaolan, come with me. Zhao Wujing walked towards the place where Junior Zhao was held. Cao Xiaolan stumbled, but steadied herself, following Zhao Wujing closely. Li Zhaohua was suspicious, thought for a moment, and followed them as well. There are many ways to comfort a woman, and one of the best methods is to give her a good beating. If one beating doesn't work, then give her 2. Of course, Zhao Wujing wasn't taking Cao Xiaolan to beat someone. He was going to hit someone. He pushed open the door to the room where Junior Zhao was imprisoned. Prince, are you ready to cooperate with me? Junior Zhao thought Zhao Wujing had changed his mind. Who knew? Cooperate my foot. Zhao Wujing angrily handed a whip to Cao Xiaolan. Prince, this? Cao Xiaolan was a bit panicked and didn't dare to reach out. Zhao Wujing shoved it into her hand, saying, let out some frustration. Don't worry, I'm responsible for watching him. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Junior Zhao was bewildered and was about to roar at Zhao Wujing, but upon seeing Cao Xiaolan behind him, the anger he had was swallowed back down. This crazy woman had wanted to kill her before, and it was Zhao Wujing who had stopped her. Seeing that Cao Xiaolan still didn't dare to act, Zhao Wujing directly approached her from behind, grasped her arm, and swung the whip down, hitting Junior Zhao. She winced in pain, realizing Zhao Wujing was venting for the crazy woman behind him. I didn't kill anyone, please stop. I know you didn't, but this matter arose because of your identity. And since you were a woman from a small island, what's wrong with giving you a beating? Junior Zhao was left speechless, only able to let out a muffled sound of grievance. Cao Xiaolan wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes, staring blankly at Zhao Wujing, unable to help but feel grateful for this man. Seeing that Cao Xiaolan had stabilized her emotions, Li Zhaohua didn't linger and bid farewell to Zhao Wujing before leaving. On the way back to the palace, Zhao Wujing's actions to curry favor with me are quite interesting and thoughtful, Li Zhaohua remarked, while Cao Xiaolan tightly pursed her lips, suddenly kneeling on the ground. Princess, I believe the prince is also doing this for justice. You must help the prince. I believe he is a good person and shouldn't die. Don't worry, Li Zhaohua smiled at the silly girl. If Zhao Wujing truly cannot find the true culprit in 3 days, I will personally plead for him. In the dim dungeon, the oil lamp flickered. When Lu Ruyin saw Zhao Wujing arrive, her eyes were filled with fear and a hint of resentment. She covered her chest, which was betraying the spring light, and stepped back, the cold stone wall behind her. What do you want again? She said fiercely, trying to bolster her courage with a loud voice. The power of the dragon saint body needed to be refined by Zhao Wujing. Had he already refined it completely after so many encounters last time? Zhao Wujing's aura was cold and sharp as he asked directly, Ling Qingxue has killed someone and framed me. I need you to tell me her weakness. Lu Ruyin's eyes darted away. Fourth senior sister has come out, but seeing Zhao Wujing's expression, it was clear he had suffered at her hands. Serve you right. Lu Ruyin shook her head. You think she just kills because you say so? How can you be so sure it's my fourth senior sister? Nonsense. Zhao Wujing's brows furrowed. Who else could change into another identical person and slaughter an entire family of 7th grade officials in a short time, if not her using the mirror flower water moon? Lu Ruyin looked at Zhao Wujing in disbelief. He knows about mirror flower water moon? Did he learn it from Long Zhan? However, as her fourth senior sister had arrived, Lu Ruyin gradually gained confidence and straightened her ample bosom. Since you know how powerful mirror flower water moon is, why not let me go? Otherwise, if my senior sister finds me here, what will you do? Lu Ruyin's threatening words were not finished when Zhao Wujing struck her with the whip just used by Cao Xiaolan. Speak. I won't say, Lu Ruyin retorted. Don't think I will betray my sex secrets to you like Long Zhan. I don't have time to waste with you. If you don't speak, I'll beat you to death. I won't say. It won't help even if you kill me. Zhao Wujing showed no mercy, but Lu Ruyin's spirit was stronger than he expected. The original text only vaguely mentioned that the skill Mirror Flower Water Moon had a fatal weakness. As for what that weakness was, Zhao Wujing had not seen by the end of the story. Almost all the plot revolved around Long Zhan, whose protagonist Halo radiated to those around him, causing this weakness to be overlooked. But if he wanted to take someone to find out the truth about Ling Qingxue being a false Qinyi, he had to break the Mirror Flower Water Moon first. This whip won't do. Shall I change to another one? Seeing Lu Ruyin's defiance, Zhao Wujing prepared to switch to a barbed whip. Lu Ruyin's expression changed. I'll tell you. Zhao Wujing was puzzled. She has given in? Lu Ruyin sighed with resentment and bit her lip, reluctantly saying, the weakness of Mirror Flower Water Moon lies in the state of mind. Mirror Flower Water Moon can change appearances. As the saying goes, the face is born from the heart. A stable appearance requires a stable state of mind to maintain it. Once the state of mind is greatly affected by external factors, such as sudden loud noises or bright lights, it will cause fluctuations, leading to instability in Mirror Flower Water Moon and revealing the true form. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing's eyes lit up. Chapter 18, Mirror Flower Water Moon, Broken. Zhao Wujing's mind gradually formed a plan. He knew how to catch the real culprit Ling Qingxue. Thanks. Now let's do the second thing. After betraying her senior sister, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of guilt. She frowned with sorrow, her attire barely covering her body, and her pitiable appearance was even more captivating than before. Hearing Zhao Wujing's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes filled with terror, pleading, "I've told you her weakness truthfully. You can't whip me again. Rest assured, I'm a good man." Zhao Wujing tossed aside the whip in his hand and said, "Come, help me enhance my power." 3 hours later, at the Xiongqi camp leader's residence, Zhao Wujing has found the murderer. Ling Qingxue had just received news from the town North Prince's residence. Her exquisitely beautiful face first showed surprise, but then she sneered. Long Zhan couldn't help but laugh. It was the town North Prince's people who had publicly stated this, and many in the city knew about it. Senior sister. Zhao Wujing must have found a scapegoat to protect himself. This incompetent second-generation heir can only think of such a low strategy. If he really gets away with it, it would waste my efforts. Ling Qingxue's gaze was sharp. Tonight, I'll slap him hard across the face. Since Zhao Wujing claimed to have caught the murderer, what if Junior Brother appeared again to kill someone at this time? How would Zhao Wujing explain? At that time, the town North Prince's reputation would be ruined. Long Zhan, being clever, quickly understood Ling Qingxue's intent. Then tonight, I will trouble senior sister again. You should practice diligently. Don't end up as useless as Zhao Wujing. Ling Qingxue shot him a glare. Her toes pointed as her figure transformed into that of Junior Brother, disappearing into the night. Long Zhan felt a bit embarrassed after being scolded, but he had always been the type to work harder when scolded. He clenched his fists, thinking about Ling Qingxue's shape-shifting ability. If he could sleep with fourth senior sister, Zhan.To, she'd be able to change into different women for him to enjoy every day? Wouldn't that be equivalent to sleeping with a bunch of women? First as Li Yunrui, then as the Long Princess, and then third senior sister, second senior sister, first senior sister, and master. Long Zhan was full of expectation, practicing his sword under the moonlight. In the capital of the Great Xia, East City, Tianshui Alley, adjacent to the Tianmefang, where the town North Prince's residence was located, most of the houses here were occupied by officials from a court. Ling Qingxue's figure drifted in the night, standing atop a wall, scanning the entire Tianshui Alley for new targets. The last time she impersonated Junior Brother, she found the Chao Xiaolan family partly because Chao Xiaolan was a confidant of the Long Princess, and also because Tianshui Alley was next to Tianmefang, making it more believable that Zhao Wujing had released Junior Brother. This time was no different. She had found a new scapegoat, lightly tapping the wall with her toes, gracefully landing on the rubble of the house, and boldly kicked open the door. She wanted her current face to be seen by others. The servant who was adding oil to the door lamp was startled. "Who are you?" "Junior Brother." The servant had certainly heard of this murderous demon. It must be that the wastrel young master had failed to keep an eye on her and let her out. "Junior Brother has come to kill. Junior Brother has come to kill." With the servant's shout, soon a group of people rushed out from the residence. "Junior Brother," an old man, the head of the court officials, shouted. "Zhao Wujing ordered me to kill the Great Xia.Although officials." Ling Qingxue said coldly. "Zhao Wujing, this child is the descendant of the town North Prince and has actually colluded with you, Hansa. Just know." Ling Qingxue drew her sword and was about to start killing when bang, a thunderous gong sound suddenly rang out. Ling Qingxue's hand trembled. The sound was too sudden, startling her. Bang, bang. Another gong sounded. This time a series of gongs echoed, shaking the entire space. She was once again startled. At this moment, Mirror Flower Water Moon was like being thrown into a stubborn stone lake, causing ripples, no longer able to reflect Junior Brother's complete appearance. Ling Qingxue's face twisted strangely. The gongs sounded like rolling thunder, alarming the guards of the residence, who all rushed over. Outside the residence, countless citizens gathered to see what was happening. Many people noticed the woman in the flowing white skirt under the night, her face so strange and hazy, like overlapping shadows under a dim lamp. Soon, she returned to her true appearance. Mirror Flower Water Moon broken. The old official immediately shouted, "You're not Junior Brother. Who are you?" Remembering that the other party had deliberately claimed to come on Zhao Wujing's orders. "You want to frame the young master. Seize her." The guards rushed towards Ling Qingxue. But for Ling Qingxue, these people were simply not enough. Unbeknownst to her, a group of armored soldiers had been lurking in the night, surging out from the alleys in all directions. Look, she changed her face. What a pretty girl. She changed her appearance in the blink of an eye. How strange. They say women change their minds faster than they turn pages. It seems to be true. My father did not deceive me. The crowd of onlookers and the soldiers in armor were astonished by the rapid changes in Ling Qingshue's expression. Ling Qingxue was extremely furious. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, everything was a scheme. Who was so cunning? She leaped onto a high rooftop, but arrows shot out from all directions, like a sudden storm, quickly covering her. She snorted coldly, her figure still agile and nimble, dodging the rain of arrows and fleeing further away, evading wave after wave of arrows. Thinking she was safe, she gently landed on a rooftop, breathing heavily and feeling indignant. But the next moment, a strong gust of wind struck her unexpectedly, hitting her directly in the chest. Bang! This palm strike was powerful and heavy, comparable to the might of a Buddhist Vajra. Fierce and domineering, Ling Qingxue instantly fell backward, crashing onto the rubble, leaving a trail of blood, and with her furious eyes. She finally saw the person who had ambushed her. The figure was tall and cloaked. Even the eyes were covered with a light veil, making it more appropriate to say the entire head was concealed, clearly not wanting her to recognize their identity. Despicable villain. She bit her silver teeth tightly, glancing at the soldiers patrolling the city in the distance, who were quickly approaching with torches. Knowing she couldn't get entangled, Ling Qingxue got up, enduring her injuries, and fled with all her strength, once again merging into the night. The patrolling soldiers arrived late. The masked person sighed helplessly. I didn't expect that the full-force ambush strike didn't kill this fickle woman. But it's also good. I didn't expose my identity, leaving her with no way to deal with me. Just a short distance away, Ling Qingxue suddenly heard these two inner voices in her mind, shocking her greatly. But she memorized them firmly. No matter who you are, I will take revenge. Chapter 19. The Rift Between Senior and Junior the Prince of the North's Residence. Dog hole. After the masked person crawled in, he took off his hood. His name was Zhao Wujing, a sly character who failed in his ambush, but the plan had succeeded. Just as he changed back into his clothes, the old steward came to report. Your Highness, the commander of the patrolling camp tonight has something to discuss with you. Let him in. The commander of the patrolling camp, holding his helmet, drank the tea in one gulp and wiped his messy beard. Your Highness, as you predicted. Someone impersonated Zhan.To, a woman, indeed good-looking, but very skilled, injuring several of my brothers. Many people witnessed this. It cannot be false. I will report this to the Emperor promptly. Thank you, Commander Wang. Zhao Wujing smiled gently, gesturing for the old steward to bring something. Seeing the old steward being dismissed, the commander lowered his voice. Since the princess has given instructions, I will naturally assist you. After saying this, the commander put on his helmet and was about to go out to report to the Emperor about tonight's situation. Commander Wang, please wait. At this moment, the old steward came over, holding a wooden tray wrapped in red paper containing silver coins. Seeing this scene, the commander frowned. What does the young master mean by this? Zhao Wujing took the wooden tray from the old steward and walked towards Commander Wang. The commander signaled him with his eyes, saying that the princess had already instructed that the young master need not. Commander Wang, I, Zhao Wujing, never treat my brothers unfairly. Zhao Wujing approached Commander Wang, feigning weakness, his legs giving way as if about to fall. The commander instinctively reached out to support him, and the wooden tray, filled with silver coins, conveniently slipped into the commander's hands. The commander was stunned. As a rough man, he had never seen such a scene. Could this be the legendary bribery in the officialdom? How thrilling! Zhao Wujing clasped his hands behind his back, not giving Commander Wang a chance to refuse. You are busy with important matters, so I want to keep you. The commander, feeling the weight in his arms, cupped his fists and nodded earnestly. If the young master has any requests in the future, just let me know. In the Imperial Palace. Imperial Study. Li Ziyuan, still handling trivial matters, frowned as he looked at the report just sent over by the patrol camp. Father, have some tea. Li Yunrui obediently brought over a cup of refreshing tea. She also saw the content of the report and felt delighted. That Zhao Wujing is truly impressive. In just one day, he has cleared his name. He is indeed the man I have high hopes for. Li Ziyuan's Milat Kinli. Taking a sip of tea to alleviate some fatigue. Father, look at Zhao Wujing. In just one day, he found a real culprit. Shouldn't you reward him for this ability? Seeing his beloved daughter advocating for Zhao Wujing, Li Ziyuan felt a sigh of vulnerability, shaking his head. Zhao Wujing indeed found a real culprit quickly. But how did Zhao Wujing manage to involve the patrolling camp? This is one of the city's defense forces. Without the emperor's decree or order, the patrol camp and the cavalry camp cannot be commanded by anyone else. Zhao Wujing, oh Zhao Wujing, I truly find it harder to see through you. Li Ziyuan's wariness deepened, his brow furrowing. Clearing his name is a reward in itself. Father, Li Yunrui directly took the refreshing tea away, reproaching. Even if you don't reward Zhao Wujing, the capital has seen a series of major murders, and the real culprits are still at large. Isn't this a failure of the cavalry camp and the Jingzhou government? You have always been wise and martial, with clear rewards and punishments. Surely there must be some punishment? Although she couldn't secure a reward for Zhao Wujing, she definitely wouldn't let those who bullied him go unpunished. Li Ziyuan rubbed his brow, knowing that he must punish Long Zhan and the Jingzhou. Otherwise, Yunrui's refreshing tea might not be served again. Long Zhan's residence. Ling Qingxue returned at night, hiding in her room to heal her wounds. Her brows were furrowed, and her exquisite face grew colder. She couldn't understand how her illusion had been broken. Those soldiers from the patrol camp, beating gongs and sounding alarms, clearly did not act by chance. They were well prepared and targeted her specifically. Moreover, the most crucial point was that a despicable thief had ambushed her at the end. Among the palm strikes, there was indeed the unique internal power of the true Yang Heart method. Senior sister, are you all right? Long Zhan pushed the door open and entered, seeing Ling Qingshue's pale face. Upon seeing him, Ling Qingxue felt a tightness in her heart and immediately became vigilant. The thief who ambushed her possessed true Yang power. Who else could it be but Long Zhan? Senior sister, are you injured? At this moment, Ling Qingxue had a fragile, ice mountain snow lotus feeling. Her graceful figure gave Long Zhan a burning sensation, contrary to the coldness of ice and snow. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to get closer to Ling Qingxue, even to win her over entirely. Long Zhan took a few steps forward. Senior sister, I will use the true Yang Heart method to heal your wounds. Please take off your top. Ling Qingxue felt Long Zhan's suddenly heated gaze and raised her eyebrows, reprimanding. No need. Senior sister, I am truly a gentleman. Long Zhan, you remember this. Even if the master recognizes you as the destined one, in the future, you may place the sect above the imperial power. Even the master has instructed that we sisters must sacrifice for you. But that is the future you. The current you is not worthy. Get out of my room. Long Zhan was ruthlessly rejected by Ling Qingxue, feeling frustrated. But to salvage his image, he shifted the topic. Senior sister, I am just concerned about your injuries. After all, the heavenly sword is about to emerge. If your injuries are too severe, it will surely affect the competition for the heavenly sword. Chapter 20. One below the other. Faced with Long Zhan's righteous questioning, Ling Qingxue's gaze sharpened. The reason she came here was that her sect, the Dao sect, had previously received news that the director of the sword forging division, Jian Dong, had spent countless manpower and resources to forge a heavenly sword, which was about to emerge. The martial world, with its various sects and factions, was paying close attention, and many had recently entered the capital. According to her master, Shi Yuheng's predictions, the person who would wield this sword in the future would command all the heroes of the world. Her master believed that Long Zhan was that person, hence instructing her to assist him in obtaining the heavenly sword. Long Zhan had clearly also received the news, which was why he was asking now. In the past, she would have spoken frankly, but now, she was ambushed by a thief and severely injured. This thief was very likely Long Zhan. Ling Qingxue took a deep breath and pretended to be calm, saying, It's nothing, just a minor injury. I just need to rest a bit. It won't affect the competition for the Sky Sword. Long Zhan glanced at his senior sister, whose complexion had turned rosy, and decided not to disturb her while she rested. As he turned to leave, Ling Qingxue slowly relaxed her mind. Outside, Long Zhan thought it was a pity. Women are most vulnerable when they're injured or heartbroken. If fourth senior sister's injury were more serious, it would be best if she fell into a coma. Then he would have the opportunity to win her over completely. After all, without the guidance of fifth senior sister, his martial arts progress had been slowing down recently. Ling Qingxue was too aloof, viewing him as nothing. But the colder a woman is, the more thrilling it is to conquer her. Never mind. As long as the senior sister is with me, there will always be a chance. A person who aims to achieve great things must be patient. While Long Zhan was comforting himself, he saw his subordinate bringing over someone dressed in eunuch robes. Master Zhang? Commander Long, I'm here to deliver the imperial decree. The decree was unfolded. As the eunuch read it aloud, Long Zhan's heart sank. The decree stated that due to a series of murders in the capital, the cavalry camp could not escape responsibility and would be fined half a year's salary. And he was ordered to find the real culprit within 3 months with the Jingzhou prefecture. Long Zhan clenched the decree tightly, his face darkening. Just as Ling Qingxue returned injured, he received the news that the plan to frame Zhao Wujing had failed. Unexpectedly, that dog Zhao Wujing not only escaped unscathed but also counterattacked, causing Long Zhan to be implicated. He had no actual conflict with Zhao Wujing before. However, Long Zhan always felt that Zhao Wujing was merely a stepping stone on his path to success. Now that this stepping stone was becoming a hindrance, and he couldn't dispose of him, it made Long Zhan feel even more frustrated. This kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, it would affect my ambition to dominate the world. Fortunately, the advantage still lies with him. The bias in the emperor's decree was obvious. It favored Long Zhan. In the Prince of Jinbei's residence, Zhao Wujing, who had already heard the content of the decree, couldn't help but snort. What a selfless emperor. Is his bias really that great? It's the same task to find a murderer. Yet he gives Zhao Wujing 3 days and Long Zhan 3 months? Your Highness, calm down. The old housekeeper brought a large bowl of oyster goji berry ginseng tea to comfort Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing gulped it down and slammed his hand on the table. Drinking tea won't calm my anger. After saying this, he turned to leave, as if he had made up his mind, and headed to the dungeon where Lu Ruyin was imprisoned. The more the old emperor feared him, Zhao Wujing, and that cheap old man from the Prince of Jinbei, the faster he needed to grow stronger and possess great power. When the enemy suspects you have the power to threaten them, it's best to actually have it. Otherwise, you'll be proving to the enemy that you don't. Watching Zhao Wujing's back, the housekeeper immediately instructed, notify the kitchen to brew a nourishing soup right away. The young lord needs to replenish his strength. In the dungeon, Lu Rian was momentarily stunned by Zhao Wujing's fierce aura. Her tattered clothes barely covered her delicate body, and she could only try to shield herself as much as possible. Her expression frantic, leaning against the stone wall. What do you want? Demon, I want you to help me cultivate. The next morning, in the Imperial Council Hall, the chief eunuch shouted loudly, like a signal of war, his booming voice transmitted layer by layer. Announce, Zhao Wujing, step forward to meet. Standing far outside the council hall, Zhao Wujing began to ascend the steps. Since the death of the Prince of Jinbei, he, as the heir, had to attend court on behalf of the deceased. But it was merely for show, so Zhao Wujing always stood at the back and was ignored by everyone. However, this time, the old emperor specifically summoned him, which surely meant something bad. The latest news had spread throughout the capital, due to the Harusang envoy being placed under house arrest. The already unstable northern front was becoming even more precarious. The Harusang nation demanded that the Great Xia dynasty return the Harusang envoy, including Qin within 10 days. Otherwise, the halted war would reignite, and Harusang would launch a full-scale attack on Great Xia. Today's court session was primarily to discuss matters regarding the Harusang envoy and the war situation with Great Xia. Zhao Wujing stood at the very back of the officials. Long Zhan, on the other hand, was at the front. Given his position, he shouldn't have been there, but it was clear he was specially arranged by Li Ziyuan. Zhao Wujing sneered inwardly. This setup was so foolish. Li Ziyuan admired Long Zhan greatly, unconditionally. Thus, Zhao Wujing had been thinking that it would be extremely difficult to bring down either side. But if he could find an opportunity to undermine their trust in each other and take them down one by one, perhaps his chances as a small villain would increase. At this moment, in front, many ministers believed that if Haru Seng wanted to fight, then let them. Great Xia would never back down. However, if they were to engage in battle, the Northern Front needed a commander to take charge. Who should take on this role? After all, the position of the Northern Commander implicitly suggested a replacement for the Prince of Jinbei. Noble Lord, moreover, with 1,000,000 troops from Jinbei. Those were all killing gods that had emerged from pools of blood. If there was a chance to lead them, it would be a force comparable to a rebellion. Thus, various officials began to recommend their own candidates to go to the north. Seeing these ambitious individuals, Li Ziyuan also understood that the position of commander of the Jinbei army was the foundation of Great Xia. However, these people were all civil officials, and none of the heirs they proposed caught Li Ziyuan's eye. The only one he considered was Long Zhan. Long Zhan, are you willing to go? Long Zhan immediately cupped his hands, knowing this was a golden opportunity. Once he obtained the Sky Sword soon, he would head to the Northern Front to replace the Prince of Jinbei. In the current court, he would be one person beneath the emperor and above 10,000 others. Long Zhan is willing to serve Great Xia and shed blood in the Northern Front. Hearing the current emperor personally name him, and Long Zhan was also eager to take on the task, those officials who had been recommending their own candidates fell silent, their eyes filled with envy for Long Zhan. This kid had just entered the capital and was continuously promoted, and now he had gained the emperor's favor. His life seemed to be on a cheat mode. Since that is the case, then it shall be you. Li Ziyuan was about to issue the decree. But suddenly, a voice came from behind the officials. Wait. Li Ziyuan and the court officials looked towards the source of the voice. They saw Zhao Wujing stepping forward, his gaze resolute. The voice just now was his. This heir bore some resemblance to the late Prince of Jinbei, but in terms of aura, there was still a significant gap. The demeanor of Lord Zhao from back then was far from the appearance of a timid boy that Zhao Wujing presented. The courtiers looked at him with contempt. As the only son of the Prince of Jinbei had a very bad reputation in the capital, Long Zhan cast a cold glance at Zhao Wujing among the officials. Didn't he know what this kid was scheming? Li Ziyan, seated on the dragon throne, looked at Zhao Wujing approaching and, in a moment of distraction, seemed to see his sworn brother Zhao from back in the day. Zhao Wujing seemed to have begun to exude a similar aura. I, Zhao Wujing, pay my respects to your majesty. Zhao Wujing flicked his robe, holding the hem with his left hand as if he was about to kneel to pay his respects. Li Ziyuan showed more mercy. As the son of the Prince of Jinbei, you need not kneel. Thank you, your majesty. Zhao Wujing bent knee instantly straightened, showing no sign of his earlier intention to kneel. Li Ziyuan said solemnly, Speak. What do you wish to report? The previous Zhao Wujing had been a useless person who was muddled even during court sessions. Now, he actually took the initiative to speak, which puzzled him. Zhao Wujing knew the emperor looked down on him, but he still clasped his hands and spoke loudly. I am willing to replace my deceased father and go to the Northern Front to guard the territory of Great Xia. Once these words were spoken, the whole court was in an uproar. Chapter 21, Upan ni confronting Li Ziyuan. With this statement, the court was in chaos. Zhao Wujing wanted to go to the Northern Front? What right did this useless person have? Isn't he just good at playing with women? Long Zhan secretly laughed in his heart, thinking Zhao Wujing was being ridiculous. Zhao Wujing continued, It's only natural for a son to inherit his father's business. My father wanted to protect the northern border during his lifetime, and I will take on that responsibility for him. I ask your majesty to grant me this. If I die fighting in the northern border, I, Zhao Wujing, will do so willingly. He spoke with righteous indignation, his face serious and loyal, maintaining a bowing posture without moving, leaving all the officials present speechless. However, what he was thinking in his heart was, please, let me go to the northern border. That way, I won't have to wait for my father to return. I can immediately raise a rebellion in the northern border and lead 1,000,000 troops to the capital. I ask your majesty to abdicate and let someone else take over. But of course, he couldn't say such thoughts aloud. That would be foolish, right? During the wait, Li Ziyuan's expression was grave. Long Zhan's anger rose, and he bowed to the dragon throne, saying, Your majesty, Young Master Zhao has already been drained by wine and women. He is unworthy and incapable of bearing this heavy responsibility. The position of commander of the Northern Army was almost within reach. Yet, this Zhao Wujing suddenly intervened, making things difficult. Zhao Wujing exclaimed, "Who says I've been drained by wine and women? Come at me one-on-one." He was just trying to scare Long Zhan. Although he had benefited from Lu Ruyan, his martial arts had indeed improved tremendously, but he wasn't strong enough to confront Long Zhan directly. Who would have thought Long Zhan, in a moment of madness, shouted in the hall, "Am I afraid of you? Let us decide who is superior and who will live or die." Zhao Wujing's heart skipped a beat. What bold guy. Forget it. My life is more valuable than yours. Let's not fight. Long Zhan was speechless. Li Ziyuan, sitting above, looked deeply at Zhao Wujing. Although Zhao Wujing seemed unreliable, he could tell that the feud with Long Zhan was intentional on Zhao Wujing's part. This kid is trying to make me think he is foolish? Although Zhao Wujing wasn't as capable as Zhao Tingxiao if he were sent to the northern border, the Northern Army would undoubtedly support him as the second Northern King. At that time, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The best solution would be to ensure Zhao Wujing dies in the capital. It is absolutely impossible to let him go. Zhao Wujing, you are not suited for the northern border. Let Long Zhan go instead. Li Ziyuan was about to issue an edict. Before Long Zhan could accept the edict, Zhao Wujing directly stated, "Is there anyone more suitable to go to the northern border than the son of the Northern King?" With Long Zhan's qualifications going to the northern border, I can't guarantee that the million Northern Army won't kill him. He absolutely could not allow Long Zhan to go to the northern border. If his father's survival were to be revealed to Long Zhan, it would definitely be relayed back to the capital. Just like in the original plot, it would lead to his father's demise. However, the emperor was not a fool, so it was impossible to let him go to the northern border. Hearing Zhao Wujing's words, Long Zhan's brows immediately furrowed. "Young Master Zhao, you must not overstep your bounds." "Zhao Wujing, are you threatening me?" Li Ziyuan also lowered his authority. Zhao Wujing quickly shifted his tone. "Your Majesty. In fact, there's a better way to handle this matter." Li Ziyuan's expression softened. "Go on." Zhao Wujing continued. "I firmly believe that Han Sang's threats are merely bluster. They do not dare to attack. Therefore, I do not need to go to the northern border, and Long Zhan does not need to go either. If he can't go, then Long Zhan shouldn't think he can go either. At worst, we can part ways." "You are so confident?" Li Ziyuan asked. The court officials began to advise, "Your Majesty, war is no joking matter. Sir Yin is right. I implore your Majesty to severely punish Zhao Wujing for his insolence. I volunteer to go to the Northern King's residence to raid it." Long Zhan was also preparing to speak, but Li Ziyuan raised his hand, silencing them. Li Ziyuan's gaze remained on Zhao Wujing. "If you guess wrong and Han Sang attacks our Great Xia's northern border, what will you do?" Zhao Wujing knew this group wouldn't let him off easily and could only guarantee, if Han Sang dares to invade even an inch of Great Xia's territory, I will cut off a piece of flesh from my body to pay for it. If they invade a foot, I will cut off an arm. And at that time, I am willing to die to atone for my sins and offer all the savings of the Northern King's residence to assist Great Xia in resisting foreign enemies. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. The court officials looked at Zhao Wujing in astonishment. They had thought Zhao Wujing was a cowardly drunkard, but they didn't expect him to say such a thing. This kid has guaranteed with his life. What more could they say? What face would they have to speak further? Even Long Zhan was momentarily speechless, feeling as if he saw the brilliance that originally belonged to him in Zhao Wujing. Li Ziyuan stared at Zhao Wujing for a while. Seeing that Zhao Wujing had spoken to this extent, he had no choice but to let it go and observe the situation. The events of the morning court were quickly spreading. Li Yunrui, who was originally in the imperial study copying calligraphy, heard the news from Steward Chun and raised her eyebrows. Did Zhao Wujing really dare to openly challenge father? Chun Zhenghua shook his head, smiling kindly. Seventh princess? The young master indeed made a show of strength in the court today. However, Steward Chun did not expect the seventh princess to be so delighted. It seemed that defying the emperor's opinion was something worthy of admiration. Has this daughter grown up and developed a rebellious heart? Li Yunru Suung Hadix. Imagining Zhao Wujing's imposing demeanor in the court, a smile deepening on her delicate face. Zhao Wujing truly deserved to be her Li Yunrui's husband, doing what she wanted to do, so imposing, and then leaving unscathed. Li Yunrui slipped some gold to Steward Chun. Father, if there's any new news about Zhao Wujing, make sure to tell this princess at the first moment. At the Northern King's residence, not long after returning from the court, Zhao Wujing was originally practicing martial arts when the Grand Princess Li Zhaohua came to meet him again in disguise. Why are you here again? With no one around, Li Zhaohua slowly removed her veil, a hint of reproach on her exquisite face, her slender fingers pointing at Zhao Wujing. Your courage is getting bigger and bigger. Today in the morning court, you actually dared to defy the emperor? I was so worried that I hurried over. This beautiful lady's informants are impressive. She found out the news so quickly. Though she said she hurried, she had actually changed into luxurious clothing, even applying light makeup beneath the sheer veil. This beautiful lady doesn't have a crush on me, does she? She truly is a woman full of flavor. Hee. I not only dare to defy the emperor, but maybe I would even dare to defy you. Lizuas Iarlobas Sudanli Frushapink. Her fingertips nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. She suddenly reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Zhao Wujing's waist. This outfit today is meant for greeting the emperor. Hey, why are you pinching me? Don't you like to defy me? Zhao Wujing grimaced in pain. Grand Princess, please understand, I have no intention of offending. Damn, how can this woman even guess what I'm thinking? Li Zhaohua, hearing this, increased her grip slightly, but her eyes carried a playful smile. You better not. After saying that, she released Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing breathed a sigh of relief, catching a whiff of the faint fragrance that wafted from Li Zhaohua as she approached, and smiled. Grand Princess, you jest. I just don't want to see my father's northern army being led by Long Zhan in vain. Why is she looking at me like that all of a sudden? Why does it feel like there's a hint of resentment? Li Zhaohua's heart was fluttering. She scolded Zhao Wujing for his audacity, but she also somewhat liked this boldness. If it were not for Zhao Wujing's own boldness, then, thinking of this, Li Zhaohua felt both resentful and shy. How could she have such thoughts? It's all Zhao Wujing's fault. It was Zhao Wujing who was bold first. She couldn't help but reprimand. Why don't you want Long Zhan to lead the northern army? He is unworthy. Zhao Wujing's dominating attitude momentarily stunned Li Zhaohua, as if she saw the former northern king in him. It seems Zhao Tingxiao has indeed raised a good son. Accompany the monarch, accompany the tiger. It's better to be careful. In the future, you should try to soften and beg for mercy. It's better than publicly embarrassing the emperor's brother. The emperor's brother already harbors some fear of you. Zhao Wujing glanced at Li Zhaohua in surprise. Why does Li Zhaohua seem to appreciate him? Princess Xia reminded him. But now that I've said this, just live freely. Strange, why does this woman care so much about me? If one day I really die, would she actually be sad? Indeed, married women understand how to cherish men more. Then who will cherish this woman who knows how to care for others, but remains alone in an empty chamber? Li Zhaohua suddenly slammed the teacup onto the table, splashing tea onto her sleeve. She hurriedly wiped it with a handkerchief, her fingertips trembling slightly. The phrase about being alone in an empty chamber hooked out all her loneliness from 20 years in the palace. Zhao Wujing quickly offered his handkerchief. Princess, be careful not to burn yourself. This reaction shouldn't mean I hit the nail on the head, right? Li Zhaohua's ears turned red enough to bleed. She suddenly stood up. I must return to the palace. Li Zhaohua had heard Zhao Wujing's thoughts consecutively, especially the last few sentences, which made her feel somewhat amused. Would she really be sad? The answer was no. In her eyes, Zhao Wujing was merely a chess piece. Because she could hear Zhao Wujing's thoughts, she could see through him even more. She had originally thought she could use him in the future, but unexpectedly, this chess piece almost caused her own downfall. There were still matters in the palace, so let's leave it at that for now. After saying this, Li Zhaohua's graceful figure slowly vanished from sight. Zhao Wujing realized he had been chosen by Li Zhaohua to become a pawn in the power struggle. The Grandmaster Emperor Li Ziyuan was unfathomable. Princess Li Zhaohua had hidden her talents for many years and was about to reveal them. And there was also the protagonist of the Shuangwen genre, Long Zhan, who was destined for greatness. He didn't want to stand on either side, nor did he want to get involved. More precisely, he belonged to the fourth side. To be on the safe side, Zhao Wujing went to the place where Junior was being held. Junior looked increasingly haggard, confined indoors without seeing the light of day. Upon seeing Zhao Wujing, she became excited. Did you find out? Did you find the real culprit? I told you I was wronged. Zhao Wujing took out paper and pen from his bosom and handed them to Junior. Write a letter to the Emperor of Han Sang. What letter? Junior sensed something was off. There were things she didn't know happening. Your father has the idea of attacking Daxia, Zhao Wujing said. You write a family letter to him, telling him not to go to war for the sake of his precious daughter. This island princess must be furious now. But once she knows the truth, she will have to thank me. Junior suddenly grabbed the inkstone and threw it at him. Baka, do you think my father is a fool? The ink splattered on Zhao Wujing's clothes, blooming like black plum blossoms. Zhao Wujing leisurely wiped the edge of his clothes. Your Highness, every moment you delay, the warriors of Han Sang will shed more blood. If you don't release me, my father will come for you. Let me go now. Junior grasped the key point, clutching Zhao Wujing's clothes tightly, the chains clinking. And then what? Zhao Wujing asked flatly. Who was in the most danger? Junior's expression stiffened. If war broke out, she and these envoy people would be the most at risk. The first sacrifices to the flames of war. So, I'm doing this for your own good. Zhao Wujing's voice was persuasive as he handed the paper and pen to Junior. Remember to use your Han Sang script, the one that looks like ghostly symbols. Zhao Wujing didn't care what Junior thought and turned to leave her confinement. As soon as he stepped out, he let out a sigh of relief and smiled smugly. As long as Junior agreed to write the letter, he had added a layer of insurance for himself, preventing the Emperor of Han Sang from rashly deciding to attack. At that time, the boastful words he had spoken in court could really get him killed. Just as he came out, the old steward appeared mysteriously. Your Highness, there is a holy edict from the palace. What kind of trick is the old emperor playing again? Zhao Wujing took the edict. It stated that many people from the Jianghu had recently arrived in the capital and gathered at the Sword Forging Institute. The court was worried that this group of unruly people could disrupt the stability of the capital. Zhao Wujing was ordered to inspect the Sword Forging Institute and report any issues immediately. The Sword Forging Institute was a place specifically for forging weapons for the royal family, city defense troops, and officials in the capital. It was also the place where the legendary Heavenly Sword emerged in the original story. The head of the Sword Forging Institute was once a top Jianghu master who was unwilling to be incorporated by the court, so he secretly forged a heavenly sword. This heavenly sword was no ordinary weapon. It was the ultimate weapon that Long Zhan used until the end of the story. Especially since the heavenly sword itself was half for killing and half for nurturing, it could help the wielder practice and heal. According to the plot, the heavenly sword was implicitly owned by Long Zhan. Things were getting restless. What does the heavenly sword have to do with me? Going to the Sword Forging Institute would inevitably lead to fighting and killing. What if something happened? It was clear that Li Ziyuan wanted to use this arduous task to take revenge for Zhao Wujing's defiance in court. Just wait and see. Zhao Wujing knew that his current strength was insufficient and needed to quickly improve. So he went to the prison door and grabbed Lu Ruyan's long leg. Demonis, I need you to help me train. 3 hours passed. Zhao Wujing refined the effects of the dragon nurturing sacred body, greatly increasing his inner strength, and finally stabilized at the 8th rank of martial artist. He also coincidentally comprehended the second layer of the True Yang Heart Sutra, True Yang Finger Power. His fingers became as hard as diamond, with enough strength to penetrate walls. The dragon nurturing sacred body is indeed powerful, but the energy consumption is too great. I need to replenish it. Lu Ruyan suddenly pulled the brocade quilt to wrap herself up and kicked Zhao Wujing in the waist. Go to the kitchen and drink the 10 full nourishing soup. Zhao Wujing was taken aback. What? You think I'm not capable? Of course not. Are you still capable? Lu Ruyan thought she heard Zhao Wujing's thoughts, which meant she knew his strengths and weaknesses. But she overlooked that when a man is told by a woman that he is not capable, it triggers a passive response. I'm capable. I'll show you I am. Zhao Wujing staggered while supporting his waist. She must also be feeling weak. I don't mind being a bit tired. I want you to cry. Hearing his thoughts, Zhao Wujing. Lu Ruyan picked up her clothes and threw them at him. Don't come back. Zhao Wujing glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was already exhausted. In fact, he was also fatigued. But looking at his fingers, a new idea suddenly struck him. Chapter 22. Crisis approaches. Although the Sword Forging Institute is in the capital, it is fraught with danger. I still feel my strength is not sufficient. Lu Ruyan heard Zhao Wujing's thoughts and coldly snorted. It turned out Zhao Wujing was going to the Sword Forging Institute. His junior brother and sister would definitely also go to the Sword Forging Institute to compete for the Heavenly Sword. Zhao Wujing better die at the hands of his junior brother and sister. For my revenge. Lu Ruyan wiped the water stains from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sharp as she secretly glanced at Zhao Wujing. What kind of look is that? Zhao Wujing noticed keenly. Lu Ruyan's gaze flickered as she turned her head away. What does it have to do with you? If strength is insufficient, then I must work hard. The best effort is on Lu Ruyan. Zhao Wujing took a few steps forward and directly grabbed Lu Ruyan's delicate white leg. He gathered his inner strength in his fingers, the unique, fierce inner power of the true Yang Heart Sutra concentrating on his fingertips, which rapidly enlarged in Lu Ruyan's terrified gaze. Time flowed like water, quietly slipping away from Zhao Wujing's fingertips. 2 hours later, as Zhao Wujing left the dungeon, absorbing the power of the dragon nurturing sacred body, a noise came from outside the door. We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess. The young master is bathing. Please wait a moment. What? I am his fiancé, and he is bathing. I can't see? Zhao Wujing. As soon as Li Yunrui entered the royal mansion, she acted as if it were her own home, rushing straight to Zhao Wujing's bedroom. Today, Li Yunrui wore a pink and white long dress, charming and lovely. And as she ran, her long legs occasionally flashed by. Why is this woman bothering me again? But her legs are really long and white. Her figure is also pretty good. It should be quite enjoyable to play around with. That guy Long Zhan keeps showing off in front of me, but actually, I could take down Li Yunrui as well. Zhao Wujing glanced over. He and Li Yunrui had no fate together, all thanks to her insistence on not breaking off the engagement. Li Yunrui heard Zhao Wujing's thoughts. This guy has the heart of a thief, but no courage. She also noticed that Zhao Wujing's clothes were intact. Did he finish showering that quickly? What a pity. Li Yunrui got straight to the point. Zhao Wujing, I want to go to the sword casting department with you. You have to take me along. This trip is extremely dangerous. Princess, please think twice. Zhao Wujing looked speechless. What do you want to go with me for? Do you know martial arts? You're just a dead weight. You, Li Yunrui fronad Zhao Wujing. Do you think I'm useless? I never said that. You do. Don't think that just because I haven't broken off the engagement with you, you can bully me at will. I'm still a princess, the most beloved daughter of my father. Zhao Wujing shrugged. Not breaking off the engagement is such a great favor. If you hadn't insisted on not breaking it off, that jerk Long Zhan wouldn't always look like he wants to kill me every time he sees me. All the grievances Li Yunrui had felt these days surged her heart, knowing that Zhao Wujing was reported for allowing Chiba Rihu to commit violence. She pleaded with her father every day. Knowing that Zhao Wujing had uncovered the truth, she immediately sought rewards for him. Knowing her father was unwilling to reward him, she first punished Long Zhan and the others to vent Zhao Wujing's anger. In the end, what did she get in return? His indifference? What a scumbag. Tears welled up in Li Yunrui's eyes, and in the next moment, she began to cry. I won't talk to you anymore, Zhao Wujing. After Li Yunrui ran out of the North Town King's residence, 2 groups of people hiding in the dark to monitor the residence saw this scene and looked puzzled, immediately returning to report to their respective masters. Zhao Wujing watched this scene and had long known he was being monitored. So just now, it was only for those people in the dark to see. He had to keep his distance from Li Yunrui to avoid being targeted by the emperor. At least this needed to last until his cheap old dad returned. He also couldn't explain to Li Yunrui, perhaps when she knew her father's true nature, she would understand. In the imperial study, Li Ziyuan received the information. Your Majesty, the people monitoring the Wangfu heard that the 7th princess wants young Master Zhao to take her to the sword casting department. But young Master Zhao is also always obeying your orders, wanting to go alone and unwilling to bring the princess along. Li Ziyuan snorted coldly. Zhao Wujing is quite perceptive. Is Yunrui all right? No problem. Her Highness the Princess is in the Imperial Garden ordering the servants to whip an ancient tree, saying that it is Zhao Wujing. And while doing so, she started to laugh. Eunuch Chen answered, smiling, Your Majesty. Chun Zhenghua hesitated for a moment, mainly because he had received quite a bit of money from the seventh princess. But he still mustered the courage to suggest, the guards of a North Town King's residence are not many, and during this time, they also have to guard against the Han Sang envoy. Should we increase the manpower to escort Zhao Wujing and assist him in completing your orders? No need. Li Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. Chun Zhenghua felt a chill in his heart. He wisely chose not to say more, lest the emperor notice something. He could see that the emperor didn't care about Zhao Wujing's life or death at all. In fact, this matter regarding the sword casting department might be a dead end for Zhao Wujing. In the Long Princess's residence, upon learning that Zhao Wujing was sent to deal with the sword casting department, Li Zhaohua knew that the emperor did not favor Zhao Wujing. So recently, she also refrained from seeking Zhao Wujing to avoid making the emperor think she was opposing him. Fortunately, there were plenty of pawns. Xiaolan, convey my orders to summon the commander of the cavalry camp, Long Zhan, to come here. Long Zhan hurried to the Long Princess's residence after hearing that the princess wanted to see him. Subordinate Long Zhan pays respects to Her Highness the Long Princess. Long Zhan looked respectful. No need for courtesy. Li Zhaohua glanced at Long Zhan. Her tone icy. I want you to go to the back alley of the sword casting department. Chapter 23. Oh no, is the female lead in love with me? The back alley of the sword casting department? What does the princess want me to do? Just give the orders. Long Zhan naturally shifted his gaze away from Li Zhaohua's graceful figure and slowly lowered his head. He had already learned from his senior sister Ling Qingxue that the Long Princess Li Zhaohua had been hiding her strength and had a very powerful private influence. If he could get close to this line of Li Zhaohua, he would surely grow faster. Moreover, Li Zhaohua was indeed known as a flirt in the capital. Dressed in sheer clothing, her ample figure was visible, and her beauty was stunning, still full of charm. Being with such a beauty in the future would surely make him unable to get out of bed every day. Li Zhaohua pushed a brocade box towards Long Zhan. You go to the back alley of the sword casting department and deliver this brocade box to an old friend of mine. Once the task is accomplished, I will reward you handsomely. Long Zhan noticed that the brocade box had 2 layers of complex locks. Understanding that the Long Princess still did not fully trust him. To win over the Long Princess, he knew he must do this job well. He carefully took the brocade box, solemnly saying, Please rest assured, Long Princess, I will definitely complete the task. The Long Princess nodded, still cold. Compared to Zhao Wujing, Long Zhan was also someone who could be utilized. However, Long Zhan, compared to Zhao Wujing, needed to have more strength now, making him a more useful pawn. That night, North Town King's residence. In order to act discreetly and avoid drawing attention, Zhao Wujing decided to sneak out to the sword casting department alone at night. After all, the emperor only told him to go to the sword casting department, without specifying a time. Just before leaving, he repeatedly instructed the old steward to guard the North Town King's residence tightly after he left, to prevent Lu Ruyan from escaping or being killed, and to regularly feed medicine to keep those 2 women in a daze. As long as they didn't die, it would be fine. When he returned, if necessary, he would send someone to ask the Long Princess for help. After confirming everything was correct, he took advantage of the night to quickly slip through an unnoticed dog hole, blending into the darkness. Every time he passed a street corner, he squatted down, pretending to look for a small stone that had fallen into his boot, while secretly observing the surroundings to ensure he wasn't being followed. After several attempts, he found no unusual signs. The sword casting department was on the outskirts of the capital, and when he reached the outer area of the sword casting department, he once again pretended to squat down. This time, his vigilance caught something unusual. A vague shadow flashed by in the darkness, dodging his line of sight. I just went out at night, and I'm still being followed? Who is so persistent? Zhao Wujing pretended not to notice anything wrong and unconsciously quickened his pace. The person following him, feeling timid, reached the edge of a small alley, looking out for Zhao Wujing's figure, mumbling in confusion. Where did he go? Here I am. Zhao Wujing dropped down from a tree, delivering an elbow strike to the follower's chest. The dull thud he expected did not occur. Instead, Zhao Wujing's elbow hit something soft and elastic. This strike could incapacitate an adult man, yet the other party seemed unharmed, as if his attack had sunk into the sea. What kind of physique is so powerful? Seeing his elbow strike ineffective, Zhao Wujing did not wait for the follower to argue, letting his arm drop. Monkey steals peaches. Where's the peach? He grabbed at nothing, his sword-like brows furrowing deeply. Zhao, the follower, was both embarrassed and angry, and before he could finish speaking, Zhao Wujing covered his mouth and pushed him down forcefully, capturing him. The follower was pinned down by Zhao Wujing, unable to move, only able to make indistinct sounds in the dark alley filled with the chirping of insects. Who sent you to follow me? Zhao Wujing pulled off the follower's mask, revealing a delicate and charming face that was also quite familiar. Oh, why is it you? Seeing this familiar face, Zhao Wujing felt overwhelmed. Seventh princess, why are you following me? Clearly the destined heroine of Long Zhan. Yet she's clinging to me? What does this guy really mean? Li Yunrui suddenly heard Zhao Wujing's grumbling in his ears, and the shame of being assaulted and having her peach plucked turned into anger. She lifted her foot and kicked his calf. You're the one who has a burden. Your whole family is a burden. Zhao Wujing winced in pain and let go, giving Li Yunrui the chance to flip over and straddle his waist, poking his chest with her fingertips. Now you know fear? Weren't you good at sneak attacks just now? Sister, I can't be bothered with you. It's very dangerous here. If I take you with me, not only are you in danger, but I am too. Hurry back. Hearing Zhao Wujing's still bad-tempered reprimand, she hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. Zhao Wujing stopped pretending. Huh? Zhao Wujing was confused. Li Yunrui gazed at him with starry eyes. After their argument earlier, she returned to the palace and learned that her father had been sending people to keep an eye on the Northern King's mansion. Only then did she realize that because of her father's watch and disapproval, Zhao Wujing's actions today were actually to avoid involving her. He wanted to protect her, which is why he pushed her away. No matter where you go, this time you can't push me away. Li Yunrui tightened her embrace, not caring at all that Zhao Wujing was pressing down on her ample figure. I knew you were worried about me all along. You care about me in your heart, but you say the opposite. Li Yunrui seemed to have caught Zhao Wujing's flaw. She knew he actually cared about her. Zhao Wujing was speechless. Help! This love-struck brain is hopeless. Li Yunrui's ears twitched slightly, and suddenly she leaned down and bit his earlobe, her warm breath hitting his neck. This princess loves to hear you say the opposite. The more you dislike me, the more excited I get. Got nothing to say now. Li Yunrui was pleased, letting out a soft hum. We should share joys and sorrows together, proving to father that our love is true. True love, my foot. Zhao Wujing struggled. Li Yunrui was love-struck, but he wasn't. However, Li Yunrui had already locked her legs around his waist and wrapped her arms around his arms. I said, this time, you can't push me away. As she spoke, her tone carried a hint of grievance, as if she were about to cry. All right, I'll take you. Zhao Wujing finally compromised. How do I deal with a burden like this? Should I buy her some candied hawthorn to coax her back on the way? Li Yunrui suddenly tugged on his collar and shook him. This princess doesn't like sweets. If you want to coax me, bring me a night pearl. Zhao Wujing's pupils trembled. How do you know? Humph. Li Yunrui then slowly loosened her legs, but fearing Zhao Wujing would run away, maintained a grip that showed she wouldn't let go. Zhao Wujing, feeling helpless, headed toward the side gate of the sword casting department with Li Yunrui. The main entrance must be guarded. The narrow alley at night was very quiet, with no sounds from the common people, only the occasional chirping of insects. Li Yunrui chattered beside him, and Zhao Wujing responded from time to time. Long Zhan and Ling Qingxue had also set out from the cavalry commander's residence, heading to the sword casting department. However, the two remained mostly silent during their journey. Ling Qingxue was still as aloof as a fairy, silently regulating her internal injuries and resolving the residual true yang energy. Long Zhan wanted to get closer to his senior sister through conversation, but couldn't find a suitable topic, only to be interrupted by her. Finally, after walking for a while, Ling Qingshua's eyes flickered as she wanted to clarify some doubts in her heart and tentatively asked, "Junior brother, I know our sect has always been strict and somewhat constraining. After you came down the mountain and arrived in the capital, becoming a commander, the emperor has high hopes for you, with limitless potential. You're destined for a glorious future. However, even though the court treats you well, do you still remember who taught you this skill? Are you still a member of the Dao sect?" Chapter 24, Eloping with the Princess. Ling Qingxue suspected that Long Zhan had ulterior motives and was testing him with her words. Long Zhan immediately replied, "Senior sister, rest assured, Long Zhan will not forget who taught me martial arts. I was born a member of the Dao sect and will die a ghost of the Dao sect." With no second thoughts, Ling Qingxue nodded, seemingly in agreement, but still harbored doubts about the matter. The residual true yang energy from her internal injuries constantly reminded her to be cautious of Long Zhan. The senior brother and sister walked toward the sword-casting department, and at night, a bird flapped its wings, causing them both to turn around. Ling Qingshu gently raised her delicate hand, and a homing pigeon landed on her fingertip. She pulled out the secret message from the pigeon and frowned. "Senior sister, what happened?" Long Zhan recognized at a glance that this pigeon was sent by a subordinate of his senior sister, specifically for communication. Ling Qingxue said in a deep voice, "Li Yunrui has left the palace." How could the seventh princess leave the palace so suddenly? Long Zhan wondered, quickly raising an eyebrow, realizing that Li Yunrui must have gone with Zhao Wujing. This was perfect. This trip to the sword-casting department to steal swords would inevitably lead to chaos. He not only had the opportunity to seize the heavenly sword, but he could also take advantage of the confusion to consummate things with Li Yunrui. Once he secured Li Yunrui, his position as commander would surely rise. Inside the palace, in the imperial study, Li Ziyuan slammed the memorial in his hand onto the table. When did Yunrui leave? It was nighttime. Eunuch Chun bowed his head. Young Master Zhao is not at home. So the seventh princess must have left with Zhao Wujing. Li Ziyuan's face turned furious. The sword-casting department was in turmoil, and the director already had ulterior motives. He actually knew this. That's why he deliberately sent Zhao Wujing to investigate and made this matter public, intending to use a knife to kill and eliminate this future problem. But why was Yunrui getting involved with Zhao Wujing? Doesn't she know how dangerous it is? Didn't they just argue today? "Bring Yuni here," Li Ziyuan ordered, then thought better of it and said, "Forget it. Directly issue my edict and have him take people to find Yunrui." "Yes." Eunuch Chun bowed and responded, "This old servant will go inform His Highness the Sixth Prince." In the palace, in the Sixth Prince's bedroom, a handsome young man was flipping through ancient books. The several servants in front of him dared not speak, thinking he was focused on studying. Little did they know that the ancient books contained images of naked women in various poses. Ugh, these old books are so repetitive. I wonder if there are better ones in town. The young man had an exquisite face and wore satin brocade robes, his eyebrows filled with the aura of royal wealth. However, he felt uninterested at the moment, finding life boring. Suddenly, Eunuch Chun came to deliver the edict, startling the young man into quickly putting away the ancient books to receive the decree. After delivering the imperial message, Eunuch Chun took his leave. He didn't need to urge the sixth prince, knowing that the sixth prince had always doted on the seventh princess and would naturally rush to chase after her. Sure enough, upon learning that Li Yunrui had followed Zhao Wujing to the sword-casting department, Li Yuni immediately erupted. "Is it that troublemaker Zhao Wujing from the Northern King's Mansion again? Yunrui is kind and innocent. Who knows what kind of nonsense Zhao Wujing has fed her? How can she follow him to suffer?" The servants in the mansion hurriedly packed their belongings, not daring to provoke the sixth prince's wrath. Half an hour later, Li Yuni assembled his troops. "Your Highness, do we really need to bring so many healing medicines?" Li Yuni's trusted aide asked quietly. Li Yuni's gaze turned fierce. "I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing Zhao Wujing. Once I catch up with that scoundrel Zhao Wujing who kidnapped my sister and my sister herself, I'll definitely give that rascal a good beating." Ever since Yunrui's failed engagement, she no longer clung to her good brother, but instead thought about Zhao Wujing all day. She would talk about Zhao Wujing endlessly, and she wouldn't come to visit him anymore. He absolutely wouldn't allow that incompetent young master, Zhao Wujing, to lay a hand on his sister. Ashu, Zhao Wujing sneezed. Are you cursing me? He looked suspiciously at Li Yunrui. Li Yunrui widened her eyes, shook her head, feeling a bit guilty, wondering if Zhao Wujing sensed that she had just thought he was not romantic. However, if he doesn't admit it, what can Zhao Wujing do? I don't have it. When can we go in? Didn't the emperor allow you to go in and investigate? The two were squatting outside the side door of the sword casting division. Norus, didn't you see how heavily guarded this side door is at night? Li Yunrui was puzzled. What do you mean? The sword casting division is a key place for weapon forging in the capital. Isn't it normal for it to be heavily guarded? But the guards are even stricter than those at the palace, which is a bit off. Forget it. I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Zhao Wujing fumbled in his arms, found a fake beard, stuck it on his face, and put on a small round hat, tilting his mouth into a smile, exuding the air of a scheming merchant. Li Yunrui frowned. What are you doing? This looks so strange. Do you understand, little country girl? Zhao Wujing complained inwardly, but said, as long as you don't recognize me, it's fine. Be cautious, safety first. When out and about, everything is up to you. Li Yunrui's ears perked up, suddenly tiptoeing closer to his ear. Just say you're scared. This princess won't laugh at you. What do you mean by up to you? Li Yunrui mumbled, giving Zhao Wujing a glare, then her eyes turned. Do you have another beard? Give me one. As she spoke, she took off the red hairpin from her head, and in an instant, her silky hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Under the moonlight, Li Yunrui looked stunning, and Zhao Wujing couldn't help but look at her a couple more times. Don't look anymore. Hurry up and help me disguise. Li Yunrui agtakuta, grinning. I think you're right. Changing our appearance so that the people at the sword casting division won't recognize us is better for the investigation. This woman, although she has a bad temper, turns out to be quite obedient. She's someone I could train well. Li Yunrui's face flushed. Train? Does it mean how a teacher trains a servant? Why do I feel a bit perverted? Li Yunrui's earlobes instantly turned crimson. Zhao Wujing said seriously, I'll give you a peasant girl hairstyle. He started to tie Li Yunrui's hair, creating a married woman's hairstyle for her. Taking the opportunity, he used his dirty hands to rub Li Yunrui's face, smudging her light makeup, then pinched a small piece of mud to press on her face, making her look more like a peasant girl. So ugly. Li Yunrui glared at Zhao Wujing resentfully. What's wrong? I'm restoring your appearance. When the sun rises, the people at the sword casting division will beat drums and welcome the princess inside, right? Then the whole city will know the princess is meeting a wild man at night. Tomorrow's headlines are guaranteed. Li Yunrui suddenly pinched his ear, gritting her teeth. If my reputation is ruined, just wait to marry into the royal family. Zhao Wujing winced in pain. Let go, let go. Heroine, spare me. Always bullying me with your words. I won't talk to you anymore. Zhao Wujing looked innocent. I'm just excited inside. When did I bully you with my words? But waiting like this isn't a solution. There's a small and outside the sword casting division. A seasoned undercover agent must treat himself well. Let's go up and book a room, sit and wait. After Zhao Wujing finished speaking, he entered the inn just in time to run into the sleepy innkeeper. 2 guests. The innkeeper was habitually polite. After all, the capital sees many nobles coming and going. But seeing Zhao Wujing and the others' attire, they clearly did not look like wealthy people. So he casually asked, room or breakfast? A room. Zhao Wujing nodded. Room is such a shy word, Li Yunrui thought, pursing her lips, her cheeks turning a bit red, and she took the initiative to say, I want a room. The young lady is quite picky. If you see cockroaches later, don't come crawling into my arms. Li Yunrui suddenly pinched the soft flesh at his waist. This princess is most afraid of bugs. Zhao Wujing gasped. Are you a roundworm? Do you know everything? You mind your own business. Li Yunrui turned her face away, fearing that Zhao Wujing would find out this secret. Just then, the innkeeper called out, a room? All right, this way please, guest. Li Yunrui secretly glanced at Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wufeng, what are we going to do in the room? Zhao Wujing, adhering to the principle of doing things thoroughly, slapped Li Yunrui's bottom. Of course, it's to do what a husband and wife like to do. The feel is pretty good, since Long Zhan hasn't touched you, is it okay for me to take advantage first? The most annoying thing is when this guy brings up Long Zhan. Clearly, he, the heir, is the most suitable pair with her. Li Yunrui suddenly turned and pounced into his arms, her fingertips drawing circles on Zhao Wujing's chest. Then, husband, you have to be gentle. Chapter 25. Zhao Wujing, my shoulders are so sore. Li Yunrui's cheeks grew even redder, letting out a soft hum to cover her inner shyness and panic. The two entered the room, and the innkeeper wisely left, respectfully saying to call him if there were any requests. After closing the door, Li Yunrui joyfully jumped onto the bed, tired from walking all night. She had been talking with Zhao Wujing earlier and hadn't felt it, but now that they were inside, she felt sleepy. I want to take a bath. Li Yunrui looked around, frowning. Why is there no water? Zhao Wujing, can you help me fetch some bath water? Do you think this is the palace? Are there many people serving you? Zhao Wujing said irritably. I'm supposed to be monitoring the sword casting division here, right? If you can't handle it, just go back early. This lady is really hard to please. If it weren't for the fear of exposing her identity, I'd really want to shove her into a barrel to wake her up. Li Yunrui's ears suddenly turned red. Her hand gripping her clothes trembled. She forced herself to glare at Zhao Wujing. Were you just cursing me in your heart? Zhao Wujing was baffled. Why would the princess say that? Li Yunrui stopped undressing, let out a muffled "oh," and spoke in a sulky tone. Oh? Then I'll go fetch water myself. But what if someone recognizes me? Zhao Wujing was speechless. Fine, I'll go. I knew you were the best. Li Yunrui smiled, knowing that Zhao Wujing actually cared about her. Zhao Wujing left the room. Upon reaching the water-fetching area, it was pitch black, and suddenly a voice full of complaints rang out. What kind of broken place is this? They said it was a room, but there's no incense burning inside. There's not even a decent woman. How can this young master sleep? Zhao Wujing glanced towards the source of the voice. It seemed to be a spoiled, rich young master. Who are you? The rich young master noticed the noise coming closer, sizing up Zhao Wujing. This brother, are you a traveling merchant? Zhao Wujing touched the beard on his cheek and nodded. Merchants are good, traveling everywhere. I suppose you're not unfamiliar with this place. The rich young master leaned closer and whispered, is there a place nearby to drink flower wine? None. Zhao Wujing, seeing him as a kindred spirit, continued, the area around the sword-casting division is all common people's homes. If you want to drink flower wine and fine girls, you have to head towards the palace. It takes about half an hour to get there. The rich young master looked disappointed. He certainly knew there were many women near the palace. He was just bored and wanted to try something at the edge of the capital. Half an hour is too much. I have important matters to attend to. It's just a pity for my long night. Zhao Wujing saw that this person was somewhat likable, so he took out a yellowed, ancient book from his pocket and handed it over. If you're really lonely, you can read this to pass the time. The rich young master glanced at the cover, his face lighting up with excitement. The Spring Palace 100 Flowers Record. The Spring Palace 100 Flowers Record is one of Zhao Wujing's treasures. He originally planned to come and squat outside the sword-casting division alone, intending to bring it to pass the time and relieve his loneliness. Who would have thought Li Yunrui would come with him? Now it was inconvenient for him to read it. Coincidentally, this young man in front of him couldn't stand the loneliness either, so he simply let him take over and help him get rid of the goods. The rich young master flipped through a few pages, trembling hands. Good book. Brother, where did you get this treasure? Same as a fellow lustful person. When we meet, we don't ask where the book came from. Zhao Wujing coughed lightly and stuffed the little yellow book into the rich young master's hands. The rich young master quickly tucked it into his bosom, giving Zhao Wujing a knowing smile. But thinking of his own identity, how could he accept favors without reciprocating? So he took out a piece of fine jade and handed it to Zhao Wujing. Brother, please don't dislike it. If you encounter any problems in the future that you can't solve immediately, just take this jade and come to the palace to find me. I will definitely help you. Zhao Wujing nodded and accepted the jade. Then I'll be the rich young master. He patted the small yellow book in his arms. Zhao Wujing nodded again, knowing that people can be very impatient when they are lonely. The rich young master smiled again, waved goodbye, and left the dimly lit place. Zhao Wujing slowly finished filling a large tub with hot water and headed towards his room, feeling puzzled. Finding him in the palace? Was he part of the royal family? At the same time, The rich young master was hiding in a side room reading the small yellow book, engrossed in it, when someone lightly knocked on the door in a rhythmic manner. The door opened, and two attendants dressed as servants entered the room. Upon seeing the rich young master, they immediately knelt on the ground. "We greet His Highness the Sixth Prince." "Your Highness, we haven't seen any sign of Zhao Wujing along the way. Could it be that we acted too slowly?" The Sixth Prince shook his head, placed the small yellow book face down on the table, and said in a deep voice, "Impossible. That fool Zhao Wujing spends all day indulging in pleasures and has long since become weak. He couldn't possibly move this fast. Just wait for him outside the sword casting department." "Your Highness is wise," the attendants flattered. "You may leave now," the Sixth Prince said with an air of authority. "I want to read." "Your Highness is truly diligent. We take our leave." "Wait, it seems something big is happening inside the sword casting department with so many people around." "Don't call me Your Highness. Hide your identity." "Yes, Your Highness, understood." After Zhao Wujing finished getting water, Li Yunrui stuck close to him and acted coyly. "Thank you for helping me get water," Zhao Wujing said. "Help? Who can withstand this?" "Li Yunrui, do you know your character is crumbling? In the original story, you were a cold and aloof goddess." Li Yunrui suddenly tiptoed closer to his ear. "Does the heir want to see an even more crumbled version of this palace?" She lightly traced her finger across Zhao Wujing's Adam's apple, and upon feeling his body stiffen suddenly, she laughed triumphantly, saying, "I've heard that the heir enjoys lingering in the brothels, but little do you know, I, your original fiancée, am the most wonderful woman in the world. Do you want me?" Her seductive voice echoed in Zhao Wujing's ears. Chapter 26. Zhao Wujing, you wouldn't dare touch me, would you? Feeling Li Yunrui's gentle provocation. "Damn it, you're testing the officials with this? Which official can withstand this kind of test?" Just when Zhao Wujing was about to explode, Li Yunrui suddenly pulled away. "Hey, keep going." Zhao Wujing pretended to continue pouring hot water into the bathtub, while internally he kept shouting. Li Yunrui's eyes sparkled with mischief, her heart blooming with joy. "Is this what love feels like? How wonderful!" Li Yunrui, with a face full of happiness, slowly unbuttoned her outer garment, releasing a fragrant breeze towards Zhao Wujing's forehead. He caught it and placed it on a chair. "Can we not litter?" This seventh princess's clothes still have the scent of osmanthus. Did she intentionally soak in it for 3 days and nights? Li Yunrui's ears twitched slightly, and she suddenly grabbed Zhao Wujing's ear, thinking, "You soak for 3 days and nights. Hey, a gentleman doesn't lay hands, but if you want to be a gentleman, then I want to either." Zhao Wujing winced in pain and let go, only to find that Li Yunrui was no longer wearing her inner clothes, her upper body clad only in a pink and white belly band. Seeing that Zhao Wujing was still not taking the bait, she stomped her foot and threw another piece of clothing at him, landing on his forehead. Zhao Wujing yanked it off, discovering it was a belly band. "This fabric is thinner than the satin I used to wipe my sword. What can it cover?" "Wait, if it can't cover anything, then isn't that just right?" Zhao Wujing's eyes widened in realization. Li Yunrui suddenly crossed her arms over her chest. Her cheeks flushed as if they could bleed. "What are you looking at?" That was quick to cover up. Zhao Wujing once again seriously threw the belly band aside. "I didn't look. You can continue." Though he said that, his gaze secretly shifted over. He saw Li Yunrui standing in the bathtub, seemingly kneeling, playing with the water. "Zhao Wujing, my shoulders are sore. I can't reach them." Li Yunru spoke softly. "Vi think, herrlieb, herr checks Rossi." Not looking at Zhao Wujing, but staring fixedly at the water surface. "Can you help me massage them, please?" "No time." Zhao Wujing refused bluntly. One must not be too kind, because kindness invites trouble, especially for him, a great good man. "If I massage, I might end up in the water. Do you think I'm foolish?" Li Yunrui suddenly tugged at Zhao Wujing's waistband. "You clearly want to? All right, please." Seeing Zhao Wujing remain unmoved, she pouted. "Do you really dislike me that much? They'll just run out now." Seeing Li Yunrui stand up and prepare to climb out of the bathtub, Zhao Wujing helplessly waved his hand. This woman, if seen by others like this, would not only make him wear a green hat, but might also get him executed by the emperor. He walked to the bathtub's edge and placed a large hand on Li Yunrui's fragrant shoulder. As she enjoyed Zhao Wujing's massage, she felt pleased inside. Even through the steam, I can feel his smooth touch. He must often bathe with flowers and plants. This pampered woman is truly exquisite. Zhao Wujing, do you like my body? No. Zhao Wujing replied flatly. In my heart, there's only the party and the people, okay? Li Yunrui suddenly scooped up a handful of water and splashed it at Zhao Wujing. What are you doing? This big action made the water scatter, allowing Zhao Wujing to glance down from above. But just as his gaze landed, he saw Li Yunrui's hands crossed over her chest. Damn it! Even a gentleman has to defend himself. Li Yunrui felt Zhao Wujing's strength increase, knowing he was displeased because he couldn't see her, deliberately straightening her back to create ripples on the water's surface. If you want to see, just look openly. I want to look. You're being two-faced. Zhao Wujing, what do you think our life will be like after marriage? I don't know. Do you think we'll be in our room every day doing bad things? I don't know. How many children do you think we will have in the future? I don't know. Don't you want to try it now? Woman, don't play with fire. Don't force me to become a beast. Zhao Wujing felt a gradual heat rising within him. Hearing Zhao Wujing's thoughts, Li Yunrui's earlobes turned a translucent red, but she deliberately splashed water at his clothes with her toes. A beast is cuter than a hypocrite. Zhao Wujing, you wouldn't dare touch me, would you? In the next moment, the sound of water splashed as she stood up in the bathtub, her eyes sparkling, staring directly at Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing could no longer bear it and lunged forward, but one foot quickly lifted, blocking his chest. Li Yunrui changed from her previous seductive demeanor to a serious and aloof one. Just kidding. Only when you truly marry me can we do the things that couples do. Zhao Wujing understood now. She was reeling him in and then letting him go. Is this the teaching scene of the Sea Queen? Next time, I'll have Long Zhan and those senior sisters teach you what real fishing law enforcement is. Zhao Wujing said seriously, of course. I'm also a more traditional man. Li Yunrui snorted lightly, testing. Zhao Wujing, after marriage, you want to go looking for other women, right? I, Zhao Wujing, have lived a pure life. What woman would I look for? Princess, please don't ruin my reputation. Having fallen for this woman. He felt like he was becoming a fool. Zhao Wujing maintained a calm expression, running out of the bathtub, sitting down on the ground, and began to meditate to calm himself and dispel his desires. Li Yunrui, seeing this, felt triumphant and snorted. What mother said was indeed correct. To hold a man, one must be both near and far. Just like earlier, she was prepared to give, but when Zhao Wujing was impatient, she deliberately withheld it. It seemed coy, but in truth, it was all about control. Zhao Wujing pretended to be aloof all the way, but wasn't he just unable to resist her temptation a moment ago? Now, Zhao Wujing needed to calm down. He would wait until later to temper again in the middle of the night. After taking a shower, Li Yunrui smelled wonderful and snuggled up to Zhao Wujing while sleeping. Zhao Wujing moved away an inch in disgust, and Li Yunrui moved an inch closer. Zhao Wujing shifted back a foot, and Li Yunrui hugged him. Is this girl an octopus? Li Yunrui suddenly bit his shoulder, glaring at him, thinking, you're the octopus. Seeing this, Zhao Wujing was ready to retaliate. Since this woman bit his shoulder, it would be reasonable for him to bite another part of her, right? But before he could move, suddenly, a voice came from below. The innkeeper tightly closed the inn door and shouted, there's a fight outside. Zhao Wujing had no choice but to let Li Yunrui go for now. Having just pulled off half of her clothes, he had to help her put them back on. He walked down from the room and hid behind the inn's main door, seeing a crowd of martial artists gathered outside the sword-casting division. It turned out that the news of the sword-casting division's heavenly sword about to be born had already spread throughout the martial world, attracting too many heroes. However, the sword-casting division could only accommodate a limited number of martial heroes. To control the flow of people, the sword-casting division distributed invitations. Only those holding invitations were qualified to enter and witness the grandeur of the heavenly sword's birth. Therefore, a bloody battle broke out among the people in the martial world to fight for the invitations. So exciting? Is this the legendary scene of blades and swords? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Yunrui, not knowing when, had leaned on Zhao Wujing's shoulder, her big eyes full of curiosity and excitement. She had never seen such a thing in the palace. "Step back. This is too dangerous. If you're not careful, you might get hit by those swords, staffs, axes, and other weapons." He really didn't want to see any heavenly sword being born. Zhao Wujing and Li Yunrui hid inside the inn as more and more people fought outside the sword-casting division. However, strangely, the guards of the sword-casting division only watched and did not intervene. With screams and roars echoing, the fighting grew more intense, and with the continuous wails and sighs. The crowd fighting at the entrance of the sword-casting division had already suffered 90% casualties, as the last two contenders for the invitation perished together. A pile of corpses had accumulated like a small mountain at the entrance. The invitation, a token forged by the sword-casting division, stained with blood, rolled outside the door where Zhao Wujing was hiding. Before Zhao Wujing could react, Li Yunrui opened the door like a curious baby, took out a handkerchief, wrapped the invitation, and picked it up. "Don't pick it up. This is not a good thing." Zhao Wujing frowned and pulled Li Yunrui back to hide in the inn, covering their figures. "Why?" Li Yunrui asked in confusion. She was pressed against the wall by Zhao Wujing, and they were very close, allowing her to smell Zhao Wujing's strong masculine aura. "Shoo!" Zhao Wujing covered Li Yunrui's mouth with his hand, his expression cautious. The next moment, just as he knew from the original story, the guards of the sword-casting division began dragging the piled-up corpses onto a donkey cart, then pulled them inside the sword-casting division. Chapter 27. The sword-casting division opens. Li Yunrui became increasingly puzzled and asked in a low voice, "What are they doing? Are they afraid of being blamed by the court for the chaos here?" Zhao Wujing shook his head, his brows furrowing tighter. "If you had a great treasure, would you tell everyone about it?" "I would tell you that I have it," Li Yunrui said innocently, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "Be serious." Zhao Wujing glared at Li Yunrui. The sword-casting division forged a heavenly sword behind the court's back. This was supposed to be a secret, but they dared to openly spread the news to the martial world. "Why do you think that is? They're not afraid of the court? I'll have my father send troops." "It's too late. I think the head of the sword-casting division wants to take a gamble. The reason for releasing the news and creating these invitations is to incite a fight. Then they can collect all the bodies." Li Yunrui became more and more confused. "What do they collect the bodies for?" Zhao Wujing explained. "The so-called heavenly sword, forged from the bones of the dead, requires people to sacrifice to the sword during its final stage." Li Yunrui kept staring at Zhao Wujing's serious expression. She bit her red lips. She had indeed not misjudged him. Zhao Wujing, deeply hidden in a northern town prince's mansion, actually knew so many strange things. Truly a hidden gem. There were sounds of fighting. Li Yunrui's ears perked up like a vixen. She took the opportunity to hug Zhao Wujing tightly, her head hiding in his embrace, her delicate finger pointing to where they had come from. There, Zhao Wujing followed Li Yunrui's and saw at the main entrance of the sword-casting division. A group of martial artists in different faction uniforms were surrounding a man and a woman. The man was tall and mighty, while the woman was cold as a fairy. The man was Long Zhan, and although the woman was disguised, Zhao Wujing recognized at a glance that only Ling Qingxue had such a cold demeanor. At this moment, the sky was slightly bright. Zhao Wujing guessed that these two must have come to compete for the heavenly sword. However, they didn't know that the sword-casting division was leading the martial artists to fight at the entrance. They were too blatant in their approach and ended up clashing with other factions. Good opportunity. Long Zhan and Ling Qingxue had harmed Zhao Wujing several times. Zhao Wujing's expression changed. He was always meticulous when facing enemies and would repay any grievances. Moreover, he and Li Yunrui were now disguised, so they should not be recognized. Brothers of the martial world. Zhao Wujing stepped out of the inn and called out in a different voice. "This person is the commander of the cavalry camp, Long Zhan, here to snatch the heavenly sword from us." These martial artists had always looked down on people from the court. When Long Zhan heard someone expose his identity, he glanced over but did not recognize who it was. Sure enough, a court dog. It seems the court has sent them to guard the heavenly sword. Brothers, kill them to take the heavenly sword. Yes, kill him. Long Zhan gritted his teeth, staring at Zhao Wujing. Who is this person? How dare he deliberately harm me? Zhao Wujing felt gleeful, worried that Long Zhan wouldn't die. They had just stolen their invitation. Invitation? What invitation? Long Zhan grew increasingly confused. He was shocked to discover that the martial artists surrounding him and Ling Qingxue suddenly seemed to be ignited with rage, full of energy, and their attacks became heavier and more lethal. Ling Qingxue shot a cold glance at Zhao Wujing, who was running away. She was a master of disguise herself, and immediately saw through that the other party's appearance was fake. The voice was also fake. Who was this person hiding in the shadows, deliberately harming us? Ling Qingxue thought no more, suddenly hearing Long Zhan shout. In a crowd, Long Zhan's right arm was slashed by a martial artist. Ling Qingxue could only gather her focus and rush to help. "You're so bad." Li Yunrui witnessed this scene. Although she said this, she admired Zhao Wujing immensely. He could easily incite Long Zhan to be besieged. He was indeed the man she had her eyes on. Why does she call me bad, yet looks at me with admiration? Could it be that really good men are bad, and women don't love them? Zhao Wujing was puzzled. But soon, the entrance of the sword-casting division opened. "Zhao Wujing, let's hurry in." Li Yunrui looked excited. But Zhao Wujing said, "Not yet. Let's wait a moment. We should go back to the room first." Li Yunrui was confused, but obediently followed. Back in the room. "Zhao Wujing, why are we back? When are we going to enter the sword-casting division?" But before she finished speaking, she saw Zhao Wujing spreading powder around the room's perimeter. "Zhao Wujing, what are you doing?" As she spoke, Li Yunrui was about to step out. Zhao Wujing quickly reminded her, "This is a deadly poison that could dissolve bones and flesh. Don't touch it. Just stay in the room and wait for me to come back. Bringing a princess to explore a dungeon is really exhausting. It's better to solo it." Li Yunrui's ears perked up, and she suddenly pounced on him, grabbing his collar. "Are you saying I slow you down?" Li Yunrui was unhappy right away. "Zhao Wujing, I want to go too." "Go to hell. The sword forging division is a battlefield now, with everyone fighting and countless casualties. Do you think it's a game?" Zhao Wujing would never allow Li Yunrui to come in and cause trouble with him. What if Li Yunrui got caught up in it? Li Ziyuan would definitely put the blame on him. He added a bit more pressure. If someone barged in during this time, they would either be dead or injured. If you're really bored, just open the window and show your identity as the seventh princess. Naturally, someone will send troops to take you back to the palace. After saying this, Zhao Wujing ignored Li Yunrui's incessant chatter and turned to leave. Stepping out of the inn, he thought, what a hassle. Zhao Wujing felt helpless inside, contemplating the original plot. That fated protagonist, Long Zhan, was in the midst of the chaos and accidentally spat blood on the heavenly sword, becoming its master and the biggest winner. Being the protagonist is so enjoyable, unlike me, a minor villain who has to tread carefully. I wonder what would happen if I spat blood on the heavenly sword before him. Inside the sword forging division, the air was filled with a strong metallic scent, the smell of burning iron. Even the surrounding temperature was significantly higher than in other parts of the capital. But the heavier scent came from the stench of blood. The main entrance of the sword forging division was wide open now. Even the previous guards were gone, giving off a feeling of inviting people in. So the so-called requirement of an invitation to enter was all nonsense from the sword forging division. However, Zhao Wujing was cautious and still didn't enter through the front door, but jumped in through a side wall. Inside the sword forging division, the previously strict atmosphere had vanished. Yet, voices were growing louder in one direction, as if everyone had gathered there. Zhao Wujing looked over and remembered that in the original story, there was a secret sword-raising pool inside the sword forging division where the heavenly sword was located. Zhao Wujing concealed his presence and stealthily followed. The sword-raising pool was different from an ordinary pool. It was not circular or square, but wavy in shape, slightly pointed at both ends, widest in the middle, resembling a woman's proud curves, and narrowest in the center, like a woman's cinched waist. The water in the pool was divided in the middle, clearly distinct, as if representing yin and yang. The left side was blue, while the right side was blood red. Surrounding the sword-raising pool were various swords. In the entire pool, only in the middle where the colors were clearly divided was a sword with a sharp bone-like edge, its hilt uneven, resembling a sword that had endured the elements and rough terrain. The Heavenly Sword. Chapter 28. Chaos in the sword-forging division. The heavenly sword had already been forged and was now in the sword-raising pool, waiting for the final ceremony. Outside the sword-raising pool, the voices were booming. Zhao Wujing roughly estimated the number of people here. According to the court's records, there were only about 30 people in the sword-forging division. But here, there were at least 100 people dressed in sword-forging division attire. There were also over 200 others who were not wearing sword-forging division clothing, dressed differently, clearly blending in with the people of the capital. Zhao Wujing's eyes were sharp. At this moment, he could vaguely hear a powerful voice echoing from the mouth of the sword-raising pool. Unexpectedly, after many years of retreating from the martial world, I can see so many old friends today. The Floating Life Demon Sect, the Jiuhua Sword Sect, and the Master of Xianyu Island. You're all well. The speaker was none other than Zhan.To, the long-standing leader of the sword-forging division who had pledged allegiance to the court for many years. He was also the true #1 expert in the sword-forging division, according to the original story, at the peak of the 5th rank. Zhan.To, should we call you the sword demon or the division leader? The legendary sword demon of the past, didn't he expect to ally with the court and become its dog? Truly embarrassing for us martial artists. Zhan.To remained unfazed, gently stroking his beard, his gaze indifferent. If it weren't for using the court's resources, how could I have successfully forged this heavenly sword? A martial artist laughed and said, Sword demon, stop pretending. You claim that this sword is the #1 sword in the world, hence the name Heavenly Sword. Is it really that powerful? I never said that. Then how about a comparison with my fire unicorn sword? The speaker was Zhan.To Feng, the son of the Jiuhua Sword Sect's leader. Seeing Zhan.To show off, he couldn't help but draw his crimson long sword. But Zhan.To did not stop him. Seeing this, Zhan.To Feng, holding the fire unicorn sword, leaped into the air above the sword-raising pool, approached the heavenly sword, and swung down. Cut! The fierce sword energy condensed on the fire unicorn sword, descending towards the heavenly sword. But before the sword energy could touch the heavenly sword, it was directly shattered, and even the fire unicorn sword was broken by the defensive sword energy released by the heavenly sword. Zhao Wujing, hidden in the shadows, was shocked. What a domineering sword. Bang! Zhan.To Feng was also injured, spitting blood and retreating, his shock evident in his eyes, but he did not dare to linger. Just as he was about to jump out of the sword-raising pool, Zhan.To secretly unleashed a palm force, causing Zhan.To Feng to lose his balance and fall back into the pool. Inside the sword-raising pool, there were only corpses and swords, and in an instant, Zhan.To Feng was pierced through the body. Young master, before the Jiuhua Sword Sect could rescue him. The red and blue light of the heavenly sword had already engulfed Zhan.To Hua's corpse. Sword demon, you want to kill our young master. They watched helplessly as Zhan.To Hua was swallowed by the sword light of the heavenly sword. Zhan.To just smiled indifferently. The might of the heavenly sword is not something your young master can challenge. If he seeks death, what does it have to do with me? As he spoke, some people from the sword-forging division brought in more corpses. At Zhan.To's signal, these corpses were thrown into the sword-raising pool. Soon, several red and blue lights suddenly appeared on the heavenly sword, circling around those corpses like 2 blood-sucking worms. The breaths of the crowd quickened, clearly seeing that those corpses, which still had some color, were visibly turning pale and even decaying. This heavenly sword can actually absorb blood. Sword demon, you are even crazier than before. Just as everyone was frightened by the might of the heavenly sword, outside the sword-forging division, a troop arrived. I, Li Yuni, the 6th Prince of Daxia, am here to inspect on behalf of the current emperor. Zhan.To, you have forged swords without authorization. What crime do you deserve? Li Yuni, full of nobility and authority, charged into the sword-forging division with the palace troops. The martial artists looked at each other, many holding weapons, ready for a brawl at any moment. Zhao Wujing, mixed among the crowd, shrank his head and lowered his hat brim, fearing that Li Yuni would recognize him. He hadn't expected that the wealthy young master to whom he had gifted the little yellow book last night was Li Yunrui's brother, Li Yuni, his nominal brother-in-law. This made him quite embarrassed. Mainly, the previous Zhao Wujing had no dealings with these princes and didn't he know them? Li Yuni might recognize him, but now he had disguised himself. The other martial artists quickly left the capital. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you all. Li Yuni scanned the crowd, but his warning was completely ignored. He frowned, knowing that this group of martial artists did not submit to the court. But he didn't expect them to be so arrogant, coming right under the court's nose and treating him like heir. Not leaving, huh? Good. Men. Li Yuni was about to give an order when Zhan.To suddenly laughed. I have pretended to ally with the court for many years. Do you really think the Li family royal clan has made me lose my temper? His voice echoed, and the heavenly sword has been completed. Whoever can take Li Yuni's head, I, the sword demon, will gift them the heavenly sword. Li Yuni widened his eyes. Zhan.To's move was clearly to use others to kill. His plan was effective. As his words fell, those martial artists drew their weapons and attacked Li Yuni's troops. You're rebelling. You dare to rebel. In an instant, Li Yuni was so furious his teeth were clenched. He had been waiting outside for a long time, and didn't he find Zhao Wujing and his sister? And now he saw chaos in the sword forging division. The corpses had all been moved into the sword forging division. He immediately led people in to investigate. But he didn't expect it to be lawless here. Hold on, I'll notify the Kyoto army immediately. After saying this, he took advantage of the chaos around him to hide to the side, quietly slipping out a signal flare, ready to shoot it up high to summon the city defense troops from Kyoto. However, before Li Yuni's signal flare could hit the ground, a sword chi whizzed past and directly knocked the flare over. Li Yuni was startled, lost his confidence, and retreated into the crowd. The wails of the dying and the sounds of swords piercing flesh around him made his heart race. He didn't even notice that the person who shot down his signal flare was standing on the eaves of the sword forging office. There stood a man and a woman, Long Zhan and Ling Qingxue. Sister, it seems we arrived just in time. Ling Qingxue had no time for idle talk. We must take the heavenly sword before the court's troops arrive. Let's go. Chapter 29. Picking up the pieces in chaos, Long Zhan searched the crowd for Zhao Wujing and Li Yunrui, but found nothing. His heart sank, a sour taste spreading through him. Where has that dog Zhao Wujing gone? Could it be that Zhao Wujing has no intention of entering the sword forging office? Or is he off somewhere with Li Yunrui, cooking something up? Oh no, my seventh princess. Long Zhan. Ling Qingxue's cold voice rang out like thunder at a critical moment. Steady your mind. This is serious. Long Zhan nodded, realizing he had lost his composure, and hurriedly regained his calm. Ling Qingxue looked towards the sword nurturing pool where the heavenly sword was. Zhan.To was guarding it, and they needed to find a way to distract him. In another corner, these bastards, how dare they fight under the emperor's nose? Li Yuni was preparing to escape the sword forging office to call for reinforcements. But he saw the main door of the sword forging office suddenly close tightly. It was as if they were luring him into a trap. Immediately after, another sword chi shot over, piercing through his shoulder blade. Li Yuni let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Not far away, Zhao Wujing saw clearly that this attack came from Zhan.To. The earlier attack was from Ling Qingxue. At this moment, they had already joined the fray. It was quite chaotic. Zhao Wujing originally intended to keep out of it, but Li Yuni happened to hide next to him. His eyes lit up. Brother, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. Zhao Wujing smiled on the surface, but inwardly he was annoyed. Brother, by the way, that Spring Palace 100 Flowers record of yours is truly wonderful. The poses of the Jade Maidens are quite pleasing to the eye. Zhao Wujing's face twitched. Damn it. In a life-and-death situation, this fool's mind is still filled with perverted thoughts? Didn't he know that Li Yuni was just scared and had latched onto someone he felt he could relate to, feeling like he had found a piece of driftwood in the sea? But Zhao Wujing couldn't be bothered with him. Zhan.To deliberately let the two groups fight, wanting to reap the benefits. The bodies on the ground were increasing, and those bodies were all thrown into the sword nurturing pool without exception. Zhao Wujing observed the heavenly sword, noticing that its glow was becoming stronger and the murderous aura was intensifying. It seemed the timing was nearly right. Zhao Wujing prepared to sneak over, but was pulled back by Li Yuni. Brother, where are you going? Why don't we play dead? Before Zhao Wujing could respond, Long Zhan's voice came from the crowd. Everyone, My people have investigated and found that the sword forging office has been using the bodies of various sect masters to sacrifice to the sword. This Zhan.To probably has the same intention this time, wanting everyone to fight. Long Zhan had a serious expression. Since the situation has come to this, he decided to expose Zhan.To's plan completely, stirring up the waters. Let those brainless martial artists fight Zhan.To, and he would take this opportunity to directly step into the sword-nurturing pool. Zhan.To, a master of the floating life demon sect, shouted, "You want to use us as sacrifices?" Sacrifices? Zhan.To, you're seeking death. Everyone, prompted by Long Zhan, quickly figured out the scheme and became furious. Rushing towards the sword-nurturing pool, Zhan.To raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Long Zhan could see through his plan. This kid actually has some skill. But more than that, he was disdainful. Today, victory was in his grasp. Even if his plan was exposed, so what? The sword forging office. Is it a place these people can come and go as they please? He waved his hand, and the people of the sword forging office surged forward. Even he himself jumped into the sword-nurturing pool, personally taking action today to make all of you blood sacrifice to the heavenly sword. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Zhao Wujing noticed that as more and more people fell, the blood seemed to seep into the sword-nurturing pool, and a thick white mist began to rise around the pool, filled with a bloody smell. This was no longer a sword-nurturing pool, but a sword tomb, a grave for swords, and also the grave for those who sacrificed to the sword. Long Zhan had attracted the attention of the sword forging office because of his earlier actions. Zhao Wujing shook off Li Yuni, stealthily hiding to the side, playing dead on the ground, and slowly curled up in a corner, finally bypassing those people. Along the way, he picked up 2 secret books and 3 money bags. Not knowing what was inside, he stuffed them into his bosom, not having time to think, and continued to crawl toward the heavenly sword. The fighting was intense, and it was the perfect time for him to seize the heavenly sword. The 2 pools of water in the sword-nurturing pool, one blue and one red, were now boiling, seemingly about to ignite into a great fire. Sure enough, he saw the heavenly sword now surrounded by red and blue flames. As if completing the final sacrificial ritual. "Bring it to me." He was just about to jump into the sword-nurturing pool to take the sword. But before he could touch the heavenly sword, a sword chi sliced through the air, and Zhao Wujing managed to dodge just in time. He quickly changed his position and jumped out of the sword-nurturing pool. Immediately after, a pair of delicate feet descended from above, blocking his path. A fragrant wind rushed at him. Zhao Wujing was slightly stunned, following the smooth calves and light gauze white dress. He caught a glimpse of Ling Qingshua's cold gaze. Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth, a cold smile appearing. "Surprised? I've had my eye on you for a long time. Heroine, spare me. I'm a good person." But as soon as he finished speaking, the disguise on his face fell off due to the high temperature and the impact of the previous sword chi, revealing his true face. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth. "So it's you?" "Zhao Wujing." "Not me. You have the wrong person." Zhao Wujing tried to get closer to the heavenly sword, but Ling Qingshua's sword chi surged, killing intent rising, wanting to pick up the pieces. "Did you ask me first?" Zhao Wujing was a popular figure among the younger generation in Kyoto, although his reputation was poor, but black and red are still red. With him around, it would be difficult for Long Zhan to shine. But this kid was tough and full of tricks. If he hadn't been on guard against him, he might have just secretly taken the heavenly sword. This kid is slippery. Zhao Wujing, come at me. Damn it, you want to die? Zhao Wujing was also anxious. His martial arts were not as good as Ling Qingshua's, but he was sure that Ling Qingxue had previously sustained a full-force palm strike from him. And her injuries must not have healed. Just looking at her complexion could tell. Ling Qingxue was indeed as cold as a fairy, with delicate cheeks and a pale complexion. But it was moonlight white, not the pallor of a corpse, proving that she was injured inside. Want to fight to the death? Come on. He performed a carp leap, smoothly drawing out the short knife in his hand, wanting to deal with this woman who was ruining his good fortune first. Ling Qingxue thought Zhao Wujing was truly going to fight her to the death, so she retracted her move to defend. But the knife that should have been aimed at Ling Qingxue instead slid into his own palm in her astonished gaze. Ling Qingxue was dumbfounded. She didn't know either. But Zhao Wujing had just stabbed himself. Blood dripped, but a cunning smile appeared on Zhao Wujing's face. He sprinkled the blood onto the heavenly sword in the center of the sword tomb. The blood crossed the red and blue flames surrounding the heavenly sword, smeared the sword body, and was quickly evaporated by the flames, disappearing without a trace. It has been infused, fiercely infused. Today is the moment of my villainous comeback. As his voice fell, the heavenly sword shone brilliantly, as if it had truly awakened. Today I will take charge, sword come. Zhao Wujing shouted loudly. Chapter 30. The heavenly sword splits in two. Zhao Wujing hoped that the heavenly sword would respond to his summons and come to his hand, but the sword remained still, showing no signs of reaction. Huh? Zhao Wujing was stunned. Could it be that my blood is ineffective? Only the blood of Long Zhan can make the heavenly sword recognize its master. Damn it, this isn't fair. Ling Qingsno noticed Zhao Wujing's series of actions of cutting and spilling his blood and heard his thoughts. This kid really has a lot of tricks. How did he know that the heavenly sword required blood to recognize its master? Long Zhan, come quickly, Ling Qingsno shouted. On the other side, embroiled in battle, Long Zhan glanced over and rushed this way. Following him were other surviving heroes from the martial world and a group of people from the sword forging division. Long Zhan was at the forefront, with his senior sister Ling Qingsno covering him, getting closer to the heavenly sword first. At a critical moment, Zhan.To killed a martial hero and rushed in with a fierce momentum, delivering a heavy palm strike to Long Zhan. You wish to touch the heavenly sword. You are merely offerings for the sword. Immediately, Long Zhan grunted, spitting blood and falling to the side, and, as he collapsed, most of his blood sprayed onto the heavenly sword. Having sensed the danger, Zhao Wujing, who had already hidden in a corner, stared blankly at this scene. He recalled the plot in the original story, where Long Zhan also accidentally spilled blood on the heavenly sword, which allowed it to recognize its master. Alas, what a glitch! This isn't fair. The first blood should have been mine. Zhao Wujing lamented inwardly. At this moment, Ling Qingsno was also pushed back by Zhan.To, sustaining more injuries and becoming increasingly weak. Everyone in the sword forging division was also injured due to the chaotic battle. Those who had fallen were down, and those who remained standing didn't dare to approach, fearing they would be cut down by Zhan.To. Zhan.To held a long sword, dripping with blood. He surveyed the crowd, his peak 5th grade cultivation enough to suppress everyone present. Moreover, he was a master of the sword. The heavenly sword had been forged for a long time, but had never truly come into the world. However, according to the ancestral teachings of my sword clan, the heavenly sword has a spirit and must be offered blood for its awakening. Zhan.To's expression grew increasingly frenzied. It's done. My heavenly sword is about to take form. Zhan.To's gaze swept over everyone, especially landing on the corner where Zhao Wujing was hiding, sneering, "You worthless people. If you can use your blood to awaken the heavenly sword, that would be your honor." Looking at the heavenly sword wrapped in red and blue flames, Zhan.To stepped forward, walking on the sword nurturing pool. With the heavenly sword in hand, I will be the sword saint of a generation. In the future, I will command the world with the heavenly sword, overthrow the Li royal family, and ascend to the throne. Why not? As he spoke, Zhan.To reached out to grasp the sword. Zhao Wujing thought to himself that the plot was going wrong. Long Zhan was also regretfully pounding his chest, gritting his teeth, having almost obtained the heavenly sword. Just a little more. However, as Zhan.To approached the heavenly sword, he was suddenly forced back by the flames on the sword. Impossible. Heavenly sword, why won't you recognize me as your master? As Zhan.To was forced back, Li Yuni finally arrived with the capital's garrison. Capture this traitor. Zhao Wujing was speechless upon seeing this. He had already made Li Yuni feign death, and this fool was still stirring up trouble. It must be that there's not enough blood. Not enough blood. You're just in time. Zhan.To sneered, his form flickering as he directly grabbed Li Yuni by the throat, lifting him in front of himself and advancing step by step toward the flaming heavenly sword. The mist swirled, and the sword nurturing pool seemed like a giant steamer, wanting to steam everyone to death as a sacrifice to the heavens. Li Yuni's face turned red, struggling continuously, but he was no match for a peak 5th grade expert. and could only be forced closer to the heavenly sword, his back burning from the heat. After a brief moment of rest, Long Zhan, whose innate talent was exceptional, felt much better. Seeing Li Yuni captured, he knew this was the sixth prince. Saving the prince would be a significant achievement. Put down the sixth prince, Long Zhan shouted, unleashing the true Yang heart technique, his kingly aura bursting forth, fiercely attacking Jian Donglai. Jian Donglai glanced back, countering with a palm strike. You are overestimating yourself. Long Zhan still could not defeat him, retreating in a daze, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his brows furrowing deeper. However, the next moment, the mist in the sword-nurturing pool surged violently, and the heavenly sword in the center trembled violently. In the astonished gazes of everyone, the heavenly sword broke through the water pool, soaring into the sky and flying toward Long Zhan. Long Zhan was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed, grasping the heavenly sword in his hand, enveloped by boundless sword energy in an instant. Heavenly sword. The heavenly sword recognizes me as its master. Looking at the dazzling heavenly sword in his hands, Long Zhan was filled with joy. This is right. This is my destiny. All the good things, all the beautiful women, should belong to me. Impossible. This can't be. Jian Donglai, seeing this scene, nearly went mad. The treasure forged with painstaking effort by 3 generations of the sword forging division. Why would it recognize you as its master? It's unfair. He rushed forward, wanting to snatch back the heavenly sword. Ling Kingsnow's eyes brightened, reminding Long Zhan not to become complacent. Junior brother, kill Jian Donglai. We need to leave here first. All right, Long Zhan nodded, holding the heavenly sword with an aura of dominance. But just as Long Zhan prepared to swing the sword, the next moment, the heavenly sword suddenly unleashed a ripple of red and blue sword energy. What is happening? Long Zhan couldn't control the heavenly sword, to everyone's increasing horror. The heavenly sword split in two. The sword in Long Zhan's hand became a cold blue sword, while the other blood-red, demonic sword flew straight toward Zhao Wujing, landing right in front of him. The plan has changed. Zhao Wujing quickly drew the blood-red demonic sword and, in front of everyone's eyes, said, You all continue fighting. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Jian Donglai was furious. I understand now. It turns out that to offer blood to the heavenly sword, it requires the blood of a living person. No wonder using so many corpses to sacrifice the sword still couldn't make it fully awaken. Both of these individuals have offered their blood to the sword, which is why the heavenly sword is both righteous and demonic, splitting into two. One royal sword. One tyrant sword. Damn it. Jian Donglai's cheeks twitched, raising his arm. A treasure sword flew into his hand from outside the sword-nurturing pool, his murderous intent surging. Hand over the heavenly sword. 2 sword energies swept toward Long Zhan and Zhao Wujing. Although Long Zhan was furious that the heavenly sword had split in two and Zhao Wujing had taken half, he needed to first deal with Jian Donglai. He swung the blue sword. Zhao Wujing had already swung out a sword. The moment Jian Donglai's murderous intent revealed itself, he had struck back. Strike first. Especially in a life-and-death situation, the blue and red sword energies swept toward Jian Donglai, merging in mid-air. I've spent years forging this sword. How can I let you take it? Jian Donglai was immensely powerful, swinging his sword to block, but with his 5th-grade power, he couldn't even match these 2 young kids. But he underestimated that sword energy. Clang! His sword energy dispersed. The heavenly sword's sword energy like a hurricane the next moment. The sword in Jian Donglai's hand shattered, but then the sword energy split again. The red sword energy pierced through his body, making him tremble in disbelief. The blue sword energy swept past his form, and he trembled again, collapsing to one knee. Having chased the heavenly sword his entire life, now pierced by its might, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly, shaking his head. Is this the power of the heavenly sword? Well. The next moment, he exploded into a mist of blood. Mixing in the swirling white mist, the smell of blood wafting through the air. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Jian Donglai plotted against everyone, only to die beneath the very heavenly sword he coveted. As the imperial troops continued to arrive, After all, this was under the emperor's feet. Those from the martial world immediately sought opportunities to flee. The number of people in the sword-forging division dwindled. Seeing this, Long Zhan held the king's sword, turned around, and coldly stared in the direction of Zhao Wujing. He twisted his wrist, and the sword aura surged forth, enveloping Zhao Wujing. This sword should belong completely to me. Hand over the one you have. Chapter 31. My good brother who shares the same fate is actually you. Long Zhan wanted to take advantage of the fact that no one was stopping him to deal with Zhao Wujing as well. Li Yuni noticed Long Zhan's murderous intent and shouted, Long Zhan, what do you mean by this? This brother is the lifesaver of our palace. If it weren't for him, I would have been in trouble long ago. Li Yuni stepped forward to block Long Zhan as a prince. Sixth prince, take a good look at his face before you speak. The disguised Ling Qingxue, with a cold and sharp expression, sneered. This lifesaver you speak of is the Zhao Wujing you are looking for. Li Yuni had only recognized Zhao Wujing from behind before. But now that he saw his restored appearance, he was dumbfounded. When Zhao Wujing was engaged to Li Yunrui, the northern town king had brought Zhao Wujing to attend, and Li Yuni had seen him from a distance. Although Zhao Wujing was a drunken wastrel at that time and might not have seen him, Li Yuni recognized his face. My good brother who shares the same fate is actually you. Li Yuni's head was spinning. Long Zhan glanced at the bewildered sixth prince, too lazy to pay him any mind, and swung the king's sword at Zhao Wujing. Taking advantage of the fact that Li Yuni and Zhao Wujing hadn't reacted yet, he aimed for a quick kill, decisive and ruthless. Originally, his master had calculated that the heavenly sword was destined to belong to him, Long Zhan. Why should it be split in half, leaving him with only one? The other half was given to the person he hated the most, Zhao Wujing. Both swords should belong to him, Long Zhan. What qualifications did Zhao Wujing have to touch his belongings? Today I will kill you, this annoying waste. But Zhao Wujing had long sensed Long Zhan's murderous intent. He was not someone to be easily captured. From a moment the director of the sword forging division was killed, he had been on guard against Long Zhan's sudden outburst. At this moment, he swung his sword with all his might, and the blood-red sword aura transformed into ripples, cutting towards the water-blue sword aura that Long Zhan was swinging. The collision of red and blue sword auras exploded in midair, sending waves of sword energy rippling outward in all directions, shattering the cliffs and rocks of the sword forging division's back mountain, flying debris, and plowing deep ravines into the ground of the sword nurturing pool, causing the earth to begin to collapse. The entire area around the sword nurturing pool began to tremble, and debris continued to rain down. The surviving crowd marveled at the might of the heavenly sword, constantly dodging the falling rocks. Even the ground of the sword forging division was cracking. Long Zhan was still unwilling to give up. In his heart, he believed that Zhao Wujing's ability to resist his attack was entirely due to the power bestowed upon him by the other half of the heavenly sword. Otherwise, with one strike, Zhao Wujing would surely be obliterated. You took away what should have belonged to me. Long Zhan's eyes were fierce, disregarding the shaking and impending collapse of the mountains, and swung his sword again towards Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing countered with a sword strike, blocking Long Zhan once more. Damn it, why can't I kill you? Long Zhan's emotions surged. He had never expected that this person he had always looked down upon could block his two strikes of heavenly sword aura. Clearly, he had investigated Zhao Wujing and knew that the other party had no martial skills. But Zhao Wujing not only knew how to fight, but his internal strength was also extremely solid, and his physical quality was formidable. He shouldn't be a piece of trash whose body had long been hollowed out, right? Sister, let us kill him together, Long Zhan called out. But Ling Qingxue did not move. Feeling the unusual tremors around them, she instead said, the ground beneath the sword forging division has probably long been hollowed out by the sword winter, prepared for escape. Now, it can't withstand the might of the heavenly sword and is about to collapse. We need to go. Not just her. Zhao Wujing had also noticed this. He pulled the complex-faced Li Yuni and headed towards the exit of the sword forging division. He had no time to mess around with Long Zhan. He understood the gravity of the situation, and escaping was the priority. Don't even think about leaving. Long Zhan wanted to pursue, but Ling Qingxue held him back. The sword forging division was about to collapse. It was not safe to stay any longer. Long Zhan, seeing that he still couldn't take down Zhao Wujing, had a gloomy expression but had no choice but to follow his sister to escape. No one wanted to be buried in the collapsing sword forging division. Soon, everyone evacuated from the sword forging division. Zhao Wujing saw that underground, a tunnel had appeared. It should lead to the outside world. Unfortunately, it was now sealed off by layers of debris. After Li Yuni escaped, he followed Zhao Wujing and asked, "Brother, are you really Zhao?" "That's right." At this point, Zhao Wujing stopped pretending and revealed, "I am Zhao Wujing." Li Yuni's expression became even more complex. He had been searching for the detestable Zhao Wujing for a long time, only to realize that the two had met long ago. "Where is Yunrui?" He frowned. "Don't worry. She's in a safe place, not involved in this." Li Yuni sighed in relief. "That's good, that's good." He looked at the devastated sword forging division, where, besides the people from the martial world, there were also many officials from the court who had been affected. Some were dead, and some were injured. "This is a headache. How should I explain this to father? This is a big mess." As Li Yuni spoke, Zhao Wujing saw Long Zhan and Ling Qingxue also escaping. Ling Qingxue is with Long Zhan just right. This woman killed the entire Chao family and was once caught in the act by the patrol camp. As long as I push Li Yuni out and expose this matter, Long Zhan will surely be implicated. Zhao Wujing glanced at Long Zhan and Ling Qingxue. Now was truly a good time to deal with Long Zhan. But while Zhao Wujing was pondering in his heart, Ling Qingxue suddenly looked over. Previously busy fighting for the heavenly sword and in combat, she hadn't noticed. Now, if Zhao Wujing exposed Long Zhan as a murderer in front of Li Yuni, wouldn't that implicate Long Zhan since she was with him? No, she had to leave quickly. Ling Qingxue whispered a few words to Long Zhan and then lightly stepped on the grass and flew away from the sword forging division. Zhao Wujing's brows furrowed sharply. Ling Qingxue was running really fast. How did it seem like she knew what he was thinking? Moreover, the direction Ling Qingxue fled in was towards the inn where Li Yunrui was. "Li Yuni, it's your turn to clean up the mess." Zhao Wujing pushed Li Yuni and ordered, "What about my sister?" Li Yuni questioned, "Where's this safe place you mentioned?" "I'll go pick her up myself." "You shouldn't go there. I'll bring her back," Zhao Wujing said as he saw Ling Qingxue enter the inn. He reminded Li Yuni once more, "You first clean up the mess. Remember, you have to hold Long Zhan back. If you hold him back, I'll give you the latest version of the Spring Palace record next time." Chapter 32, Without the Heavenly Sword, and I also lost my sister? What a joke. Why should I listen to you? Li Yuni glared at Zhao Wujing, who had suddenly run far away. He cursed a few words under his breath. In the end, still considering the favor of the Spring Palace record, he did not make any moves to throw down the challenge. Zhao Wujing was of like mind with him. It was hard to say he hated him, especially since he had saved his life. Now that so many people were dead or injured here, someone indeed needed to clean up the mess. Long Zhan sensed Zhao Wujing's movements and guessed that Zhao Wujing was mostly going to find Li Yunrui. He also wanted to follow. Since he had fallen behind Zhao Wujing in the matter of Li Yunrui, now was the perfect time to reclaim her. But just as he was following closely behind that guy Long Commander, Li Yuni restored his princely authority. "You stay here and assist me in cleaning up the mess. Your Highness, I have matters to attend to." "Impudent. Do you not listen to my orders?" Li Yuni said sternly, although he did not know why Zhao Wujing wanted him to hold Long Zhan back. He did not want to heed Zhao Wujing's words either, yet his body was still very honest. After hearing this, Long Zhan paused, his expression changing. Li Yuni was Li Yunrui's brother and one of the favor princes. If he forcibly sought out Zhao Wujing now, he would offend Li Yuni. After some internal deliberation, he turned and clasped his fist. "Long Zhan will heed your Highness's orders. With the sword in hand, the world is mine." Zhao Wujing held the blood red, eerie, and cautiously entered the inn. However, he did not see Ling Qingxue. He rushed to his guest room, ready to take Li Yunrui away from this place of trouble. With this, he had more security and could survive more easily without being easily controlled by others. He arrived at the door of the guest room, casually glanced, and suddenly felt a heavy heart. The medicinal powder he had sprinkled at the door had been disturbed. Had someone entered the guest room? He pushed open the door and saw Li Yunrui sitting quietly on the bed, slowly letting out a sigh of relief. You succeeded with this sword, Zhao Wujing. Li Yunrui smiled brightly, rushing to greet him upon seeing him return. Her eyes were full of curiosity, wanting to touch Zhao Wujing's. Yes, I finally succeeded. Zhao Wujing pressed Li Yunrui's arms and kissed her, a smacking sound as he pressed his lips against her red ones, saliva mixing. Li Yunrui looked surprised, no? What are you doing? We're already married. What is there to be afraid of? Celebrate with your body, Zhao Wujing said, not giving Li Yunrui a chance to resist. In a hurry, he pushed Li Yunrui back. Zhao Wujing, wait a moment. Li Yunrui's face turned red. The emperor brother is coming. It's not convenient right now. Oh, how do you know your emperor brother is coming? Zhao Wujing asked deliberately, but his actions did not stop, becoming even more audacious. Li Yunrui's pretty face turned even redder. Feeling hot all over, but she couldn't really scold Zhao Wujing. I just heard some noise. After speaking, Li Yunrui pushed Zhao Wujing with all her might and complained, All right, I'll satisfy you later, but first show me the... Zhao Wujing held both of Li Yunrui's wrists with one hand. Not in a hurry. Your husband just got the... Aren't you going to celebrate a bit? Li Yunrui's face flushed, but a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. Celebrate? How to celebrate? What do you think? Seeing Zhao Wujing bullying her, she wondered whether to endure or would just stab him to take the for her junior brother. Li Yunrui's face slightly changed, momentarily showing Ling Qingshue's appearance. Oh no! Quickly, she steadied her mind, ensuring the illusion did not break. Watching Zhao Wujing, still tasting her in his arms, Ling Qingxue was relieved he hadn't discovered her. But the problem now was that she was injured and couldn't confront Zhao Wujing directly, especially with many court officials outside. So she had planned to disguise herself as Li Yunrui to trick Zhao Wujing into handing over the inn leave. But this guy wasn't giving her any chance to touch it. Taking advantage of his self-satisfaction, she thought of finding an opportunity to get closer to the sword hilt. However, Zhao Wujing suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her closer. How is it, Yunrui? Don't I have a good figure? Feeling Zhao Wujing's abs, Ling Qingshue's pretty face turned slightly red as she nodded. Okay. She had never touched a man's body before. Previously, she found such things disgusting. But now she realized she didn't seem to reject it. So, shall we continue? Zhao Wujing suggested, holding her hand. Ling Qingxue was so frightened that she immediately retracted her hand. You should take the initiative. Oh, then I won't hold back. Ling Qingxue held back. One hand clenched into a fist while the other continued to try to grab the sword hilt. The hilt was just within reach, only a couple of palms away. But Zhao Wujing was pressing down on her upper body, making it impossible to move. Clearly so close, yet she still couldn't reach the hilt. Wujing, can you loosen me a bit? Chapter 33. Ling Qingshue's defense was broken. Fine. Seeing Zhao Wujing loosen a bit, Ling Qingshue's upper body gained some movement space, and she immediately reached out to grab the sword. I'm finally going to get it. Once I have the sword, I'll push this lecher away. With a single thrust, she could take revenge for all the grievances she felt. Thinking this, her hand finally touched the hilt. But at that moment, Zhao Wujing suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, using force to flip Ling Qingxue over. Ling Qingxue was startled. What are you doing? She was a bit on the verge of breaking down. She was so close. Just a bit more and she could have gotten the... Zhao Wujing said seriously, what's wrong? Have you forgotten our old habits? One sentence left Ling Qingxue feeling extremely aggrieved. It turned out that even though Li Yunrui and Zhao Wujing weren't married yet, they were already playing around like this. She gritted her teeth, having reached her limit of tolerance, prepared to confront Zhao Wujing. But Zhao Wujing suddenly patted her waist. Just bear with it. I'll show you the soon, even give it to you. This statement made Ling Qingxue lose her temper again. Seeing Ling Qingxue submit, Zhao Wujing's lips curled up. You little bitch, still trying to use the illusion to deceive me? Fine, since you came to me. How can I not take advantage of it? Dragon battle. If it weren't for destiny being with you, both would be mine. But forget it. Considering your senior sister sent you here, I'll forgive you. Zhao Wujing said, preparing to take off his pants. But suddenly, Ling Qingxue transformed back into her original appearance and turned to strike Zhao Wujing with a palm. Damn it! Zhao Wujing crossed his hands in front of his chest to block the palm, but he still staggered back a few steps. He saw Ling Qingxue no longer disguising herself. Her face filled with anger and humiliation, almost wanting to eat him alive. Bastard. So you saw through me long ago. If it hadn't been for hearing Zhao Wujing's thoughts, she would have really been fooled, allowing him to take advantage of her further. Although it was impossible for Zhao Wujing to take the last step, she still felt that being touched by a man like Zhao Wujing was humiliating. A great humiliation. You like pretending to be my fiancé. Why should I expose you? Zhao Wujing looked innocent. Seeing this, Ling Qingxue became even angrier and leaped to forcibly seize the... What a good senior sister. Such a pity. Zhao Wujing shook his head. The next moment, as Ling Qingxue grasped the blood-red, eerie light suddenly burst forth, the sword's aura like blood, illuminating the entire guest room. Ling Qingxue, startled by the strong light, quickly retreated. Although she sensed the danger and dodged quickly, the blood-red sword light still injured her eyes, causing her to shed a stream of blood tears. What's wrong? Can't see. Zhao Wujing's fingers clawed. The red flew into his hand, preparing to act. Since he couldn't sleep with this woman, he might as well kill her to eliminate future troubles. Ling Qingxue was already heavily injured, and now with her eyes hurt. It was injury upon injury. Zhao Wujing, wait for me. She didn't engage Zhao Wujing in a fight, quickly crushed a bead in her pocket. The bead quickly released a cloud of pink mist, soon filling the small guest room. When Zhao Wujing waved his sword to disperse it, he found that Ling Qingxue had already disappeared, leaving only a broken window behind. She runs really fast. I couldn't even see her clearly, and she could still fly out. Zhao Wujing searched the room for Li Yunrui. Earlier, Ling Qingxue had just entered the inn before him. She would need time to find Li Yunrui. Therefore, in such a short time, there was no way to hide Li Yunrui elsewhere. She should still be in the room. Sure enough, he quickly found Li Yunrui in the wardrobe. Li Yunrui was unconscious, probably knocked out by Ling Qingxue. He had been a bit careless. A master like Ling Qingxue could ignore the poison he had scattered around the room and come in directly. Li Yunrui probably had no defenses and was captured by her. What a drag. Zhao Wujing had wondered as soon as he entered the room, given Li Yunrui's character. Seeing him come back, the first thing she should do is slap herself and blame Zhao Wujing for not taking her into the sword casting division for some fun. However, Ling Qingxue, disguised as Li Yunrui, surprisingly hugged him as soon as they met. She was too virtuous and gentle, which instead exposed her. Therefore, Zhao Wujing immediately judged that she was fake. Zhao Wujing slapped Li Yunrui, but she didn't wake up, so he slapped her a few more times. Li Yunrui's face turned red before she finally woke up. It hurt. She covered her face, her expression shifting from confusion to anger as soon as she saw Zhao Wujing. You bastard! Hurry up and take me to the sword casting division. If you dare to shake off this princess will cling to you for life. Chapter 34. Taking down Ling Qingxue has already ended. You bad guy. Li Yunrui raised a hand and quickly swung it toward Zhao Wujing's face, furious. Zhao Wujing had already anticipated this and grabbed her wrist, rendering her unable to move. Many people died. I did it for your own good. Are you stupid? Li Yunrui's face turned red with anger. With you around, what am I afraid of? You made me miss out on something fun. However, this was how Zhao Wujing saw her. Her reaction was pretty good. All right, I'll compensate you next time, Zhao Wujing casually said. But Li Yunrui took it seriously. Compensate? How are you going to compensate me? She leaned closer to Zhao Wujing. After the teasing last night, Zhao Wujing clearly wasn't as resistant to her anymore. Li Yunrui prepared to continue provoking Zhao Wujing. If she kept this up, her future husband would love her forever. But just as she got a bit closer, her strong sense of smell picked up a scent that didn't belong to Zhao Wujing. A woman's scent, Zhao Wujing. Damn, a dog-ass nose? Zhao Wujing was speechless. While he was thinking about how to explain Zhao Wujing, the voice of the sixth prince, Li Yuni, sounded from outside, followed by a hurried figure bursting into the room. Let go of my sister, Li Yuni shouted upon seeing the embrace in the room. Zhao Wujing, why did you abduct my sister? Well done, good brother. Zhao Wujing immediately changed the subject. She'll explain it to you. There was just an assassin. Li Yuni was confused, but Li Yunrui's eyes widened as she stared at Li Yuni. Just now, she was pressing Zhao Wujing to explain why there was the scent of another woman on him. But this foolish brother interrupted her, and she was furious. She stood up, stepped forward, and directly grabbed her brother Li Yunyi's ear. I came to play with Zhao Wujing of my own accord. Who are you to object? Hey. Li Yunyi winced as his sister pulled his ear and awkwardly smiled. Yunrui, I'm just worried about you. Li Yunyi had always doted on this sister and was also afraid of her. He didn't dare to say anything more about their situation and looked at Zhao Wujing for help. You just mentioned an assassin? A female assassin just tried to harm the princess. This statement didn't explain why there was the scent of another woman on him. While speaking, Zhao Wujing had already jumped out of the window. I'm going to chase the assassin. I'm going to. Li Yunrui wanted to follow Zhao Wujing. Li Yunyi bloquait her. It's too dangerous. You shouldn't go. Then you go help Zhao Wujing. Li Yunrui fronat. Hurry. TSK. Li Yunyi shook his head. Zhao Wujing has the heavenly sword. What does he have to fear from an assassin? He got the heavenly sword? Li Yunru gaspit. Kovidink hermot. Zhao Wujing actually managed to snatch the heavenly sword back from the sword-casting division. She had seen a group of people fighting outside the sword-casting division with her own eyes. If it was that dangerous outside, it would surely be even more dangerous inside. She couldn't help but imagine Zhao Wujing single-handedly challenging and defeating a group of foes with an imposing presence. How'd he get it? Tell me. Li Yunyi looked at her with admiration. Li Yunyi's expression changed as he thought about it. He truly didn't know how to describe it. Pretending to be a corpse, crawling in the dark, getting close to the sword-nurturing pool, and dropping a bit of blood on the heavenly sword, and it flew into his hands. It seemed unnecessary to clarify, so Li Yunyi instead boasted about his own exploits. You weren't there at the time. You don't know how dangerous it was. Li Yunyi still felt a bit shaken and slowly recounted the brutality of the battle for the heavenly sword to his sister. Listening to her brother's thrilling account, Li Yunrui realized how willful she had been all along. The reason Zhao Wujing didn't want her to follow was that it was truly too dangerous. A slight mishap could bury the sword-nurturing pool. I have to say, Zhao Wujing's decisiveness and calmness really surprised me. Li Yunyi also sighed. He isn't as debauched and reckless as rumored. Instead, he is cautious and methodical. This makes me think maybe Father Emperor's prejudice against him is too deep. Li Yunrui nudda. And he's a gentleman. At least he's been teased by me, but has never forced himself on me. Just this point is better than all other men. On the other side, Zhao Wujing was chasing Ling Qingxue with all his might. Taking advantage of her illness to take her life, this woman couldn't run far. You like to help Long Zhan, right? Just wait until I get stronger. Let's see if Long Zhan still wants you. Not far ahead. Ling Qingxue was exposed by Zhao Wujing and, after being blinded by the domineering light of the heavenly sword, jumped out of the inn. However, the direction she escaped didn't lead to the central area of the capital. She couldn't use the mirror flower water moon now. With this face, it was easy to be recognized, which would immediately attract the authorities. So she could only run to the back of the sword-casting division. There was an alley behind the sword-casting division that led to a small forest, which was on the edge of the capital, dense with trees and suitable for hiding and healing. As long as she healed her injuries, there would be a chance to seek revenge on Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing, wait for me. Meanwhile, Long Zhan, after assisting Li Yunyi in cleaning up the aftermath, was searching for Ling Qingxue's figure around the sword-casting division, but found nothing. Wait a minute, where's my senior sister? He went to the inn because his senior sister had just said that before the battle at the sword-casting division broke out, Zhao Wujing had come out from the inn, so she planned to ambush Zhao Wujing. But there was no sign of Ling Qingxue in the inn at all. As Long Zhan pondered, he glanced towards the back alley of the sword-casting division. Could it be that his senior sister was worried about the crowd inside the sword-casting division and afraid of being recognized as the murderer in the capital? So she hid? Let's check the back alley. Long Zhan held the water-blue glowing king's sword, his aura imposing, and rushed towards the back alley. But just as he reached the back alley, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe turned the corner, wearing a luxurious cashmere hat. A young boy followed him, looking rather ordinary. However, Long Zhan's king's sword trembled as if sensing danger. Who are you? Long Zhan questioned. Our master is Zhan.To. Where's the item the princess sent you to bring? The boy said coldly. Zhan.To. Long Zhan's eyes narrowed. The princess had previously sought him out to arrange a task for him, to take a brocade box to the back alley of the sword-casting division. But Long Zhan never expected that the other party would actually be Zhan.To, the richest merchant in the world. Long Zhan took out the brocade box and handed it over. Zhan.To didn't take it, folding his hands behind his back. Instead, the boy took the brocade box, inspected it, and reported to Zhan.To, "Master, the item hasn't been opened." Only then did Zhan.To take the brocade box and slowly open it. Inside the brocade box was a letter, and the contents made his eyes light up with joy. Long Zhan witnessed all of this. This Zhan.To was said to be as rich as a country. What kind of cooperation did the princess have with him? If he could climb this line to Zhan.To, wouldn't he never lack for money and connections in the future? Since his senior sister was hiding, he decided to set that aside for now and get to know Zhan.To first. Long Zhan tucked the king's sword behind him and bowed. "I am Long Zhan. I've long heard of Mr. Zhan's illustrious reputation." The forest connected to the back alley of the sword-casting division. The sky was getting darker. The trees in the forest blocked a lot of sunlight, making it even darker. Ling Qingshue's eyes were injured, her steps unsteady, and she staggered to the ground, trembling all over in the darkness. Her complexion was terrifyingly pale, clearly indicating she had little strength left. Just then a palm force broke the wind, striking her jade back at a despicable angle. Ling Qingxue fell to the ground, fear evident in her expression. She turned her head, but, due to the injury to her eyes, couldn't see the opponent's face clearly. However, the true yang internal force that seeped in through the palm force gave her a familiar feeling. It was exactly the same as the last time she was struck. "Zhao Wujing, you despicable villain, if you have the ability, don't sneak attack." Zhao Wujing watched as Ling Qingxue waved her sword wildly, oblivious to the branches tearing her clothes, revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin. This woman had tried to harm him multiple times, and Zhao Wujing believed in revenge. He absolutely had to take her life while she was sick. However, Zhao Wujing had a steady character and would never act in his own name. Seeing that he couldn't hit Zhao Wujing at all, Ling Qingxue became more anxious. "Zhao Wujing, come out." But the next moment, she heard the sounds of fighting. What was going on? Was that bastard being held back by someone? She could only vaguely see a figure retreating into the distance. In her confusion, she heard Zhao Wujing's furious roar. "Long Zhan, today you are impressive. But don't get cocky. This prince will never let you go." Shortly after, Ling Qingxue heard the sound of footsteps retreating quickly through the grass and trees. It seemed that Zhao Wujing had already escaped. Ling Qingxue slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Her junior brother had come, and she was safe. She could no longer hide her injuries and lay down on a boulder, looking so beautiful and heart-wrenching under the moonlight. The footsteps drew closer. "Junior brother, my eyes are injured. Quickly help me back." Ling Qingxue looked and saw a tall figure resembling Long Zhan. As the figure approached and supported her, streams of true yang energy flowed into her body. She felt increasingly at ease. The true yang heart method was both offensive and defensive, and the true yang energy had remarkable healing abilities. But the next moment, "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Ling Qingxue suddenly felt Long Zhan trying to take off her clothes. But she was injured and exhausted, and even if she wanted to stop him, she found it difficult. She could only feel a mix of shame, anger, and annoyance, whispering like a mosquito. "Don't." Long Zhan had always tried to take advantage of her, but she had managed to dodge him every time. Yet this time, she simply had no strength to resist. Unbeknownst to her, the person in front of her was not Long Zhan at all, but the excited Zhao Wujing. Chapter 35. The Killing Intent Under the Moon. Half an hour later, Zhao Wujing gently adjusted Ling Qingxue's clothing. Noticing someone was coming, he hid to the side, and, after confirming it was Long Zhan, he smiled faintly, concealing his achievements and fame, disappearing into the moonlight. Ling Qingxue's expression had returned from a daze to normal. She hoped what had just happened was just a dream. But the pain in her body told her that everything was real. She had lost her innocence. Ling Qingxue's face was filled with grievance as she practiced her skills to heal, her vision gradually recovering. "Long Zhan, you deserve to die." Ling Qingxue searched around for that beastly junior brother. Long Zhan was having a pleasant conversation with Zhan.To, and after they finished, he happened to see Ling Qingxue storming back. Having pulled Shun Hao into his circle, Long Zhan was in a good mood. He saw his senior sister's figure with a victorious expression. "Senior sister, are you okay?" But his expression only fueled Ling Qingxue's anger. "You forcibly took my innocence. Are you proud of yourself?" "Disgusting man." Long Zhan didn't wait for Ling Qingxue's response. Instead, he received a slap. Slap. Ling Qingxue slapped Long Zhan's face backhandedly. "If you dare to speak of today's events, I'll take your life." Long Zhan covered his cheek. "Today's events? What events? Is it because he didn't obtain all the heavenly swords? I need to return to the Tao sect immediately." Ling Qingxue struggled to stand up and shot Long Zhan a fierce glare. "The matter of the heavenly sword being split in two, I will report to the master." Long Zhan realized it was because of this. Was it necessary to slap him? This woman was really fierce, but he seemed to quite like it. Long Zhan cupped his fists and said, "Good. After this, please have the master send more senior sisters to assist me. I also miss the eldest, second, and third senior sisters, okay?" "Good. Very good." Ling Qingxue's eyes flashed with disgust. "Just right. I also don't want to see you again." Long Zhan. Long Zhan hadn't had a chance to explain when Ling Qingxue had already drifted away, her entire body cold, like an ancient iceberg that would never melt. Outside the sword forging hall, the aftermath had basically been cleaned up. Li Yunrui, who had been waiting for Zhao Wujing until the evening, was being pulled by Li Yuni toward the carriage. Li Yunrui looked back 3 times toward the direction of the sword forging hall, worried. "Brother, hasn't Zhao Wujing returned yet? Should we wait for him a bit longer? The emperor's order is for us to return to the palace immediately. And besides, this is the capital city. He can't leave the city. What could possibly happen?" Li Yuni also glanced at the sword forging hall, thinking they should wait for Zhao Wujing. However, the emperor's order could not be disobeyed. Perhaps something urgent had occurred in the palace. If we wait a bit longer for Zhao Wujing, maybe he will return soon. Li Yunrui refused to get into the carriage, his tone pleading. "Get in the carriage first." Li Yuni comforted him. "He has half a heavenly sword in hand. Ordinary people can't harm him. With his caution, he is not in danger." Li Yunrui pursed his lips and got into the carriage, still worried. Li Yuni patted the horse, signaling to set off. He too mounted his horse, guarding beside his sister's carriage. He vaguely felt that something was a bit off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. After a tease time, Zhao Wujing returned to the guest room from the small forest. "How pleasant. Lu Ruyin is wild enough. Ling Qingxue is pure enough. Long Zhan. Oh, Long Zhan, what kind of fine grains does this novel protagonist eat?" Zhao Wujing looked at the bloodstain on his belt, smiling. "However, Ling Qingxue's blood ultimately belongs to me, and I don't even have to take responsibility." He looked around. Hey, where did the royal siblings go? He didn't see Li Yunrui and Li Yuni. However, Zhao Wujing found a letter left by Li Yunrui. After reading the letter, Zhao Wujing fell into deep thought. Something happened in the palace, and the emperor ordered them to return immediately, and they didn't want to take me along? Zhao Wujing sensed something strange. The chaos at the sword forging hall had just been resolved, and they were ordered back to the palace. Did they report? Shouldn't I be the one to report? After all, I was the one sent to investigate. As Zhao Wujing thought of this, he raised his sword-like eyebrows. It seemed this place was not suitable for long stays. Perhaps something significant was about to happen. He hurriedly reorganized his attire, wrapping the heavenly sword to look like an umbrella, and ensured there were no flaws in his disguise before rushing towards the North Town Prince's mansion. The capital city was vast, like a huge cage, binding him. Zhao Wujing remained alert to any movements along the way, still cautious. It was nighttime now, and the streets were empty, only the cold wind blowing. Just as he turned into a small alley, the heavenly sword he had just wrapped began to vibrate silently. At the same time, he could faintly hear the sound of many footsteps on the rooftops approaching. He turned to leave, but just as he did, his footsteps suddenly halted. There were people approaching from behind and to the side, clearly surrounding him. Zhao Wujing gripped the heavenly sword tightly, an icy chill enveloping him. "You are very cautious." Not taking the main road. In front of Zhao Wujing, a group of strong men dressed in deep blue outfits and masks emerged. There were as many as 10. The leader carried a long sword, while the others drew out long knives or chain hooks. But we are not fools either. Therefore, young master, today, you have no way to escape. Chapter 36. Using Ling Qingxue, Zhao Wujing remained silent, but his emotions were churning. It turned out there wasn't a major event happening in the palace. Rather, there was a major event happening with him, Zhao Wujing. In order not to involve the prince and princess, they had been ordered to return to the capital immediately. Good. Zhao Wujing tightly gripped the sword hilt and wrapped a part of his right hand with cloth around the hilt to prevent losing his grip due to too much blood when he killed without blinking. Get moving. Bring back their heads. The masked man snorted coldly. The masked men rushed in to attack, and even though Zhao Wujing's sword techniques were ordinary, the might of the heavenly sword was enough to bridge many gaps, granting him formidable combat capabilities beyond his level. The blood-red sword energy swept across like cutting grass, instantly pushing back the group of masked attackers. I'm going all out. Zhao Wujing looked ready to fight to the death. You've got some skills, brothers. Take this seriously. The masked leader chuckled and waved his hand to give orders. However, when the others took their battle stances, they saw Zhao Wujing turn and run. The masked men were dumbfounded. This kid is trying to play tricks on us. Quick, chase him. Zhao Wujing ran desperately ahead. 10 assassins, each one skilled enough to match him. What kind of fight was this? Only a fool would throw their life away. Zhao Wujing glanced back inadvertently, cursing inwardly. The speed of the pursuing group was no less than his own, and as they ran, they expanded their formation to prevent him from finding a way to escape. It's just like the government's capture formation, Zhao Wujing thought bitterly. He realized that in the capital, the only one bold enough to act against him would be the one in the royal palace. In a moment of danger, he saw another figure appear ahead. As he got closer, he recognized the person draped in white gauze, with a delicate face like a painting. It was Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue also noticed Zhao Wujing. After coming out of the small woods and finding a place to sit cross-legged to heal, her vision had recovered, allowing her to clearly see Zhao Wujing. Shameless accomplice. If you hadn't hurt me first, I wouldn't have been taken advantage of. Ling Qingxue had originally planned to leave the chaotic capital, but upon seeing Zhao Wujing, she shouted angrily and drew her sword to attack. With wolves in front and tigers behind, Zhao Wujing's mind flashed, and his eyes turned red. Wife, save me. I know I was wrong. I won't leave you again. Ling Qingxue was stunned. What was Zhao Wujing babbling about? But the pursuers behind her were also stunned. It turned out this kid had an accomplice. Take her down too. The masked leader waved his hand. Ling Qingxue, who had just lost her virtue, was already in a bad mood, and this group triggered her anger. You're seeking death. Ling Qingxue swung her sword back in retaliation, as if venting her fury. But this inadvertently helped Zhao Wujing. Wife, you're just in time, Zhao Wujing said, grinning. Shameless. Ling Qingxue bit her teeth. Seeing the enemy outnumbered, and knowing her injuries weren't fully healed, she could only take out a bead from her pocket and crush it. Zhao Wujing recognized the item and quickly embraced Ling Qingxue. As the bead exploded, pink smoke spread out, and with the poor visibility at night. By the time the smoke dissipated, the two had already vanished. The group of assassins surveyed their surroundings, grinding their teeth. Damn it, they got away. Let's go back and report. Now we're in trouble. Zhao Wujing and Ling Qingxue moved toward the northern king's residence, worried about being pursued by assassins. So they could only edge along the wall, moving slowly. Suddenly, they heard a man shouting, Heroes, I am Zhan.To. Spare me this once, and when I return, I will give you 1,000 taels of gold. It turned out a group of martial artists was surrounding a man. Zhao Wujing recognized the person as a member of the Floating Life Demon sect. This group of martial heads thought they had already fled the capital. After all, Zhao Wujing couldn't leave because so many eyes were watching, and the northern king's residence had so many people that if he escaped, they would all die. However, escaping the capital in batches was not difficult, as the court had not placed a bounty on them. They were likely eyeing something good now. The leading demon was a burly figure, the world's #1 merchant. Zhan.To, we are here for you. Hand over the brocade box in your arms, and we will let you go. Zhan.To protected the brocade box in his arms. I'll give you any amount of money you want, but not this. How much do you want? Do you think we're fools? You're desperately clinging to this thing. It must be worth a fortune. Ling Qingxue didn't understand why Zhao Wujing, who was being hunted, was still stopping to watch the show. Just watch slowly. We may never meet again. Wait, why? You can't stay with me a little longer? Ling Qingxue was furious. Zhao Wujing, I'm already doing well not to stab you with a sword right now. Don't take advantage of me. Zhao Wujing knew this woman had a tough temper and was aloof, so he thought, those assassins are probably still looking for us. If you get targeted alone after a glance at Ling Qingxue's figure, he added, this should be interested. You, despicable. Although Ling Qingxue cursed, she didn't hurry to leave. Because Zhao Wujing was right, it was safer to go together under the current circumstances of being hunted. Seeing she wasn't leaving, Zhao Wujing turned his attention back to Shen-Hao. He recalled the original plot. After the Heavenly Sword storyline, Shen-Hao was supposed to go alone to do something significant for the Princess Li Xiaohua. Because it needed to be highly confidential, he didn't bring any entourage. Later, he indeed got captured by the Floating Life Demon sect, and the princess, in a fit of rage, used hidden power to uproot the Floating Life Demon sect. According to the timeline, this man claiming to be Shen-Hao was most likely genuine. Help me with something. Zhao Wujing tugged at Ling Qingxue's clothes. Help save this person. Why should I listen to you? Ling Qingxue replied coldly. If you want to save him, do it yourself. Zhao Wujing's tone turned firm. Fine, then let's break up. You go out and entertain those assassins. You. Hearing this, Ling Qingxue's emotions stirred slightly. Wait, just this once. Ling Qingxue gritted her teeth and replied, stepping onto the grass and flying towards the Floating Life Demon sect. Zhao Wujing followed closely behind, constantly paying attention to the movements around them. If the situation was suspicious, he would definitely turn and run. As a direct disciple of the Dao sect leader, dealing with a second-rate sect like the Floating Life Demon sect was easy. Ling Qingxue quickly incapacitated the group. They didn't dare make a sound, fearing attracting the court-s people, and fled in panic. Zhao Wujing moved at the right moment. Appearing in front of Shen-Hao, Shen-Hao realized the two were not from the Floating Life Demon sect and clasped his fists. Thank you, heroes, for your help. Zhao Wujing waved his hand casually, leaned in, and said, I am Zhao Wujing, a person of the princess. Chapter 37. Ling Qingxue's transformation. Shen-Hao's expression stiffened. Zhao Wujing? The Northern King's heir? What do you mean by a person of the princess? Shen-Hao pretended to be ignorant. I don't know what you're talking about. Young Master Zhao. Seeing Shen-Hao wary of him, Zhao Wujing smiled. You were sent to buy war horses and grain, right? Shen-Hao was caught off guard by Zhao Wujing's direct revelation of his actions, staring incredulously at him. This was a top-secret mission he had just received from the Dragon War brocade box. How did this man know? Only the princess's trusted aides could know. Shen-Hao was shocked. Could it be that you and the princess? Zhao Wujing raised his hand, knowing it was clear enough without needing to say more. Yes, yes. Shen-Hao nodded, understanding, but he was increasingly curious as to why the princess had sent two people. Wasn't Long Zhan, who met with him before, a trusted aide? Or is the current son of a northern town king the real trusted aide? Is he responsible for watching Long Zhan, and even watching me? Noticing Shen-Hao's hesitation, Zhao Wujing took the initiative and said, the matter entrusted by the Grand Princess. Go handle it quickly. I'm just here to protect you secretly. Understood. Shen-Hao took out a specially made silver note from his boot. Young Master Zhao, take this silver note. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at any bank under my name. I owe you a favor. No need to be polite among ourselves, Zhao Wujing said, quickly stuffing the silver note into his sleeve. Shen-Hao cupped his hands in thanks. Ling Qingxue, witnessing Zhao Wujing's blatant acceptance of a bribe, felt a moment of disdain. The person she saved was benefiting Zhao Wujing? All right, stop complaining and follow me. Where to? Is there a safer place than the Northern Town King's residence? Half a stick of incense later, outside the Northern Town King's residence, Zhao Wujing let out a sigh of relief. Finally home, Ling Qingxue, who had also escaped, was now glaring at him, seemingly wanting to eat him alive. What's wrong? Do you want to stay the night with me? You men are all so lewd. Ling Qingxue glared at him fiercely. Could it be that I've angered her with the bad things I've done? So petty, it's just that little thing. Hearing Zhao Wujing's thoughts, Ling Qingxue became even angrier, pointing her sword at him. the tip of the sword just a foot away from Zhao Wujing's face. Zhao Wujing was already prepared. The blood-red, demonic sword was aimed at Ling Qingshue's waist. He chuckled. Is it necessary to resort to violence? One night as husband and wife means 100 nights of affection. Does it have to be like this? Who is your one-night wife? Shameless. Ling Qingxue snorted coldly. She only pretended to be Li Yunrui and was taken advantage of by this shameless person for a moment. And that counts as being husband and wife. But she didn't know that Zhao Wujing was actually referring to the wild encounter in the grove. Seeing Ling Qingxue lower her sword, Zhao Wujing also relaxed. He unabashedly looked at Ling Qingshue's figure and asked deliberately, "Why are you still here? Not going to the commander's office? Did Long Zhan not want you anymore?" The thought of Long Zhan made Ling Qingxue feel a bit nauseous. Why wouldn't he want me? Does he even have the right? Oh, did you two have a falling out? Zhao Wujing's smile grew more pronounced. None of your business. Ling Qingxue retorted, her anger rising. Zhao Wujing nodded with a smile. He initially wanted Long Zhan to take over, but unexpectedly, this master and disciple had parted ways. That might just bring him some extra joy. Since you and Long Zhan have fallen out, why not let the Dao sect support me? To be honest, I'm actually a good seedling. Huh, a good seedling? Ling Qingxue scoffed. The people who chased you just now were using court techniques, not martial art from the Jianghu. You can't even protect yourself in court. And you call yourself a good seedling? Zhao Wujing, not embarrassed by Ling Qingshue's piercing words, smiled casually. She could see through him, and he could certainly see through her. Moreover, he had picked up a token during the recent chaos, which was specifically for the Emperor's Black Cavalry Guards. The Dog Emperor sent the Black Cavalry Guards to kill me. Is he trying to force me to rebel? If he is unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. When my father returns with the army, I'll make him get off the dragon throne. Ling Qingshue's eyes trembled in disbelief as she glanced at Zhao Wujing. The Northern Town King isn't dead? How is that possible? But this was Zhao Wujing's inner thought. He couldn't be making it up. There must be undisclosed secrets behind the Northern Town King's death. No wonder Zhao Wujing was so reckless. It turns out the Northern Town King is not dead. Zhao Wujing wants to rebel. In fact, isn't the Dao sect the same? The Dao sect wants to save the common people from fire and water. Zhao Wujing wants to rebel. Why not use Zhao Wujing and the million northern troops behind him? If she could win over Zhao Wujing, the Dao sect cause could be achieved. Moreover, letting Zhao Wujing replace Long Zhan, that disgusting thing that bullied her, would relieve her pent-up frustration. Okay, Ling Qingxue suddenly spoke. Zhao Wujing was puzzled. What? Okay with what? Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. Her feelings for Zhao Wujing were actually quite special. After all, she could hear Zhao Wujing's inner thoughts. However, right now, she could think of nothing else. Only one thought: to use Zhao Wujing to replace Long Zhan and take revenge on him. I mean, I can have the Dao sect support you, but this matter is of great importance. I need to return to the Northern Town King's residence with you first and then discuss it. Zhao Wujing was confused. Just now, she was mocking me, and now she's compromising so quickly? There must be a trick. Besides, she's right. I was just being hunted by the Emperor. I have no power or influence. What does she want from me? Damn, this woman wouldn't be after my body, would she? Ling Qingshue's face turned angry as she pointed at the Northern Town King's residence in front of her. Are you annoying or what? Are we going in or not? Zhao Wujing was still hesitating. Ling Qingxue felt even more that the harder a man is to obtain, the more valuable he is. I'm a woman, and I dare to follow you when you're down and out. Are you, a big man, still afraid? True. Zhao Wujing glanced at the suddenly enthusiastic Ling Qingxue. Then let's go back. Ling Qingxue suddenly reminded him. Someone from the court wants to kill you. Should you make some preparations first? No need. Zhao Wujing's expression was cold. The Emperor did not directly issue a decree to kill him, but rather sent someone to assassinate him, simply because of his two identities. The son of the Northern Town King, the future son-in-law, and the marriage date with Li Yunrui was approaching. His identity as a son-in-law would be his best protective charm. Once I return to the Northern Town King's residence, I will be absolutely safe. Zhao Wujing looked towards the palace direction, where winds were rising and clouds were gathering. In the palace, in the imperial study, The commander of the Black Cavalry Guards was reporting to Li Ziyuan about the failed assassination of Zhao Wujing. Chapter 38. The Northern Town King's response. The more Li Ziyuan listened, the darker and colder his expression became. The Black Cavalry Guards had mobilized, lying in wait on official roads and necessary paths. Yet they couldn't kill Zhao Wujing. He would not allow his daughter to marry Zhao Wujing. In his heart, he preferred Long Zhan as the son-in-law. Long Zhan had exceptional talent, extraordinary background, and most importantly, he was obedient. But in 4 days, Li Yunrui and Zhao Wujing's wedding was set. This grand wedding was inevitable, because in the Great Xia, every 20 years, a princess must marry to bring joy to the nation, benefiting the country's fortune. This was a rule established by the Great Xia through the ages. As the emperor, he naturally could not break the rules himself. Yet he looked down on Zhao Wujing and did not want him to gain power and become the second Northern Town King. The commander of the Black Cavalry Guards, seeing the emperor in a furious rage, pressed his head to the ground, trembling with fear. I am incompetent, and let Zhao Wujing escape from a small squad under my command. As the commander, I cannot escape responsibility. I hope to redeem myself by personally capturing Zhao Wujing. Li Ziyuan glanced at the commander of the guards, his face twitching slightly, exuding a powerful aura. Instantly, a fierce wind swept through the entire imperial study, causing the documents and books on the table to flutter. Foolish. Li Ziyuan's long hair flew wildly, his gaze fierce. Once is enough to fail. Do you want a second time? To forcibly kill the heir? If this matter is exposed, will my face be? I understand my mistake. The commander of the guards kept his head pressed to the ground, the strength of a second-grade martial artist suppressed before Li Ziyuan, unable to move, cold sweat pouring down. At this moment, Your Majesty, the Northern Town King's residence has sent the latest news. Eunuch Shen entered with a bow. Zhao Wujing had sent someone to relay that he had returned to the Northern Town King's residence and would explain the matter of the sword-casting division when he had time. He also specifically mentioned that the security in the capital was not very good. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyuan smiled, not knowing whether he was admiring Zhao Wujing or feeling that Zhao Wujing had broken his assassination plot, mocking himself. What is Zhao Wujing, Ling Xiao? You have given birth to a good son. Meanwhile, in the princess's residence, Li Zhaohua picked up a secret letter, which was delivered by Shen Hao. With her delicate fingers, she opened the letter. It mentioned that if it weren't for Zhao Wujing saving his life, not only would his life be in danger, but the matter of acquiring military supplies would definitely be delayed. Shen Hao also praised Zhao Wujing, saying that he was indeed a trusted person who understood military supplies. And at a glance, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Upon reading this, Li Zhaohua could hardly conceal her inner shock, and the sheer fabric of her nightgown could not hide the rise and fall of her figure. She didn't expect that Zhao Wujing, a pawn she originally looked down upon and planned to give up, would actually help her greatly at such a critical moment. She had underestimated Zhao Wujing's value. However, how did Zhao Wujing know about the acquisition of warhorses and supplies, apart from herself and Shen Hao? Did Zhao Wujing have his own network of informants? It seems this palace underestimated you. The value of Zhao Wujing as a pawn far exceeded her expectations. But she had previously considered giving up on Zhao Wujing, and now she owed him a favor, so she had to repay Zhao Wujing's kindness first. How to repay it? Li Zhaohua, with a hint of charm, let her fingers glide over her alluring curves. That lecherous little rascal, Zhao Wujing, was the best to handle. At the Northern General's residence, Zhao Wujing had just returned with Ling Qingxue and instructed the butler to arrange a sleeping room for her. The old butler was shocked to see Zhao Wujing had brought back an even prettier woman this time. The quality of the young master's recent companions was much higher than before. Where are you going? Seeing Zhao Wujing prepare to leave after giving instructions, Ling Qingxue asked. Of course, I have serious business to attend to, Zhao Wujing replied and left. Ling Qingxue instinctively compared him to Long Zhan. When he was at Long Zhan's residence, Long Zhan often lingered in front of her, looking as if he wanted to devour her every day. Although Long Zhan also had ambitions to dominate the world, he seemed too focused on matters of men and women. On the other hand, Zhao Wujing had just escaped death and was eager to get back to business, showing a strong sense of ambition. She was even more convinced that her idea of recruiting Zhao Wujing was correct. However, her sect would definitely not agree, as her master valued Long Zhan greatly. So, she had to ensure that Zhao Wujing achieved something here, at least something beneficial to the Dao sect, before she could recommend him to the Dao sect and take care of that repulsive Long Zhan. Watching Zhao Wujing's sneaky figure, Ling Qingxue murmured, "Zhao Wujing, I hope you won't disappoint me." On the other side, Zhao Wujing dismissed Ling Qingxue because the butler had signaled him. Back in the study, he found a letter from the mysterious eagle of the northern border. After confirming that the emperor wanted to kill him, Zhao Wujing became even more cautious. This letter was undoubtedly a lifeline. He locked the door before opening it. The content of the letter was very simple. "My son, do not be afraid. Your father will arrive in the capital in 4 days to attend your wedding with the 7th princess." The phrase "do not be afraid" felt like a reassuring pill. He must survive. The emperor targeted him and even wanted to kill him. But the darkness would eventually pass, and his supportive father would be back. In the original story, if it weren't for the northern general's loyalty to the emperor, there was a real possibility of usurping the throne. But now, Zhao Wujing was still alive, and he could slowly brainwash the northern general. With the loyalty of 1,000,000 troops from the northern border, anything was possible. Relieved by the news, Zhao Wujing took a few deep breaths, prepared to sit down for a cup of tea when a servant hurriedly came in, saying that the princess requested him at her residence. "She is looking for me just after I returned. Did Zhan.To report my kindness to Li Zhaohua?" The princess's residence was outside the palace, very close to the northern general's residence, and the entry process was much simpler. However, it seemed they did not expect Zhao Wujing to come so quickly. Outside Li Zhaohua's room, Zhao Wujing heard the sound of flowing water. Could it be that this woman is taking a bath before bed? Then I might as well wait. But immediately, Li Zhaohua's voice came from inside. "Young Master Zhao, come in." Is this stimulating?" Zhao Wujing pushed the door open and was greeted by a moist, fragrant breeze. At a glance, he saw a screen in front of him, with thin garments hanging on it and a hazy silhouette behind it. The shapes visible hinted at the princess's graceful upper body. However, the light was too dim to clearly outline the shapes, yet it still could not hide her curves. "Greetings, princess." Zhao Wujing bowed. "Have a seat." Li Zhaohua's sultry voice came from behind the screen, accompanied by the sound of water. "Do you know why I called you here?" "I don't know." Zhao Wujing replied cautiously. Li Zhaohua stood up from the bathtub, slowly wiping her body. "Thank you for your help with Zhan.To's matter. The princess is being polite. It was just a small effort. This screen is quite bothersome. It's hard to see clearly." The sound of clothes rustling came from behind the screen, and as if sensing Zhao Wujing's thoughts, the screen was slowly pulled open, revealing Li Zhaohua's figure. She walked gracefully, and a wave of fragrance enveloped him. Zhao Wujing remained seated, pretending to be calm. "Since you helped me, you are one of our own from now on." Li Zhaohua chose the seat closest to Zhao Wujing at the round table and sat down directly. She smiled charmingly. "If it weren't for you, the war horses and supplies would have been delayed for quite some time." Zhao Wujing's expression remained unchanged, but his peripheral vision couldn't help but focus on the neckline of Li Zhaohua's outfit. "This woman is dressed like this just for me to look at, right? No matter what she wants to do, I might as well enjoy the view." Li Zhaohua smiled, satisfied with Zhao Wujing's reaction. Zhao Wujing was lecherous and had flaws. Only then could she feel at ease, making it easier to manipulate him and have him as her subordinate. "Yin Rue is about to marry you. I wonder if you can make her happy. Please rest assured, I will treat the 7th princess well, sharing life and death with her." Woman, the hardest thing to endure is loneliness. When lonely, one tends to think too much, and overthinking can lead to trouble. Li Zhaohua's eyes were filled with spring, her voice sultry. "So you must ensure she is not lonely. I wonder if you have the ability to keep her from being lonely." Chapter 39. Long Zhan is gone, the heavenly sword. What the hell does this woman mean? I will strengthen my body. Li Zhaohua knew Zhao Wujing misunderstood her meaning. "You are famous for being flirtatious. Why do you seem like a child in front of me now? What does the princess mean?" Li Zhaohua said bluntly. "If you're not happy with Yin Rue, my door will always be open for you." "Open door? Which door?" "Forget it, I'll just play along." Zhao Wujing nodded, understanding the hint, and said, Then thank you, princess. After rolling her eyes at him, Li Zhaohua waved her hand. Go. You are about to be married. You need to prepare more. Zhao Wujing was ultimately a young man. Perhaps he didn't realize the significance of the princess's offer yet. But when he was abandoned by everyone on his wedding day, he might understand. People must learn to grow up. She herself had gone through this. Upon returning to the northern general's residence, Zhao Wujing did not dwell on the Zhaohua, but began to strategize about Lu Ruyan. This trip to the sword forging division had brought his power to the critical point of the 8th rank. With a little more nurturing from the dragon's sacred body, he would soon step into the 7th rank. Zhao Wujing's return startled Lu Ruyan. You didn't die? Were you hoping I would? Zhao Wujing smiled. This woman had tidied herself up so many times and still held hostility towards him. It seemed that the portrayal of women in novels was all fake. A woman with a bit of capability had her own rationality and wouldn't simply submit because of physical attraction. It's impossible, since my 4th senior sister has made a move. You cannot return unscathed. Your 4th senior sister? She's also mine now. Zhao Wujing thought to himself, too lazy to waste words with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's mind was buzzing. 4th senior sister, is she also yours? Impossible. 4th senior sister has always regarded men as nothing, even with disciples of extraordinary talent. 4th senior sister has never given them a second glance. How could she possibly take a liking to Zhao Wujing, this lecher? But Zhao Wujing didn't care about her thoughts. Instead, he brought a bottle of honey and poured it over Lu Ruyan, saying, "Come on, today I'm trying a new game." 1 hour later, with the help of the sacred dragon body, Zhao Wujing's true yang power became increasingly potent. He sat cross-legged, circulating the true yang heart technique, and his inner strength burst forth like a flood, breaking through the 8th grade shackles. Lu Ruyan was shocked to see that in just 10 days, he had gone from not knowing martial arts to reaching the 7th grade. Her breathing quickened, feeling more and more incredulous. Even Long Zhan had practiced day and night, combining Taoist martial arts to achieve 7th grade combat power. At most, he had only reached 6th grade combat power. How could Zhao Wujing catch up so quickly? Zhao Wujing couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Wait a few more days, and I'll come find you for an upgrade. Zhao Wujing quietly left the dungeon. After he left the small room in the dungeon, Ling Qingxue was watching him from a tricky angle. Ling Qingxue's expression was puzzled. Zhao Wujing had been in this mysterious little room for 2 hours, and when he came out, his true yang power seemed to have intensified significantly. He appeared both exhausted and refreshed. What on earth was in that little room? She had to find an opportunity to sneak in and check. The next morning, Zhao Wujing was summoned and stepped into the council hall. Li Ziyuan had a stern face, intending to question him about secretly hoarding the heavenly sword and to demote Zhao Wujing while resolving the marriage contract issue. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Zhao Wujing directly shouted, "Your Majesty, you must take responsibility for me." Li Ziyan was taken aback. The way events unfolded was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. Zhao Wujing wiped away non-existent tears and lamented, "Your Majesty, you may not know, but this time in order to complete the task you assigned, I disguised myself and endured humiliation to enter the sword forging department. Who knew I would be secretly harmed by treacherous individuals? Fortunately, I always kept you in my mind, and thus I survived a near-death experience, emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, fulfilling the task you entrusted to me." However, Zhao Wujing changed the subject. Who would have thought that on the way back to the residence, I was ambushed by assassins, and the heavenly sword was stolen. With your Majesty's protection, I was only seriously injured. At the same time, I discovered that the person who stole the heavenly sword was actually someone from the court. Zhao Wujing's words left the officials in the court exchanging glances. They had thought that Zhao Wujing would be punished by the emperor today, but unexpectedly, he had turned the tables and pointed fingers at them. "Young Master Zhao, what do you mean by that? All the officials of our court are loyal to the emperor. Who would dare to steal your sword? Yes, who would dare to act recklessly under the emperor's nose? That would cost them their heads." Zhao Wujing snorted coldly and directly handed over a token. The token was indeed from the Black Cavalry Imperial Guard, though few could recognize it. Li Ziyuan was quick to act and immediately had someone present the token. His eyes were filled with anger. This group of fools had actually lost the token, allowing Zhao Wujing to find it. Your Majesty, someone from the court stole the heavenly sword you personally appointed. This is treason. Li Ziyuan understood that Zhao Wujing was questioning his military authority, replying, whether it was someone from the court is still to be investigated. But since the heavenly sword was lost in your possession, you must also take responsibility. Who knew that Zhao Wujing had already thought of a retort? Looking expectantly at Long Zhan. Long Zhan had been silent because he also had a Wang Dao heavenly sword in his hands, fearing that this matter would implicate him. But unexpectedly, Zhao Wujing still looked over. What are you looking at me for? Long Zhan said seriously. Zhao Wujing puzzledly asked, Captain Long, what are you waiting for? The sword that was stolen from me was a fake sword. Didn't I leave the real one for you to bring back? Didn't you present it to the emperor? As soon as these words were spoken, all the officials in the court turned to look at Long Zhan. Long Zhan's hair stood on end, and for a moment, he almost couldn't help but rush over and kill Zhao Wujing. This bastard. He lost his sword and wants to drag me down with him. Your Majesty, Long Zhan, is the heavenly sword with you? Li Ziyuan also glanced at Long Zhan. Long Zhan inwardly cursed Zhao Wujing several times. He steeled himself and stood up, nodding. It is indeed in my possession, but it is not appropriate to show blades in the court. I intended to present it after the court session. Long Zhan didn't dare to gamble. After all, Li Yuni was aware of the heavenly sword's matter. Now that Zhao Wujing had made it clear, he could not risk committing the crime of deceiving the emperor by hiding the heavenly sword. He had no choice but to endure for now and wait for his senior sisters to come to his aid before he could safely kill Zhao Wujing, that dog thing. In the court, Long Zhan was forced to hand over the Wang Dao heavenly sword. Zhao Wujing appeared indifferent. He had already accumulated many debts and knew that Long Zhan would definitely not let him go. It was better to use this opportunity to weaken Long Zhan's combat power, giving him, this minor antagonist, more chances to survive. Meanwhile, an old courtier expressed his opinion. Your Majesty. Young Master Zhao went to the sword forging department this time to assist the court in eliminating the treacherous sword forging department's director, Jian. He was meticulous and used a foolproof strategy to protect the heavenly sword. He should be rewarded. Another old official spoke up. Yes, Your Majesty. Young Master Zhao's journey was filled with hard work and merit. Zhao Wujing glanced at the courtiers speaking up for him. These officials seemed to be from the princess's faction. Now, they were speaking well of him. Was this the princess's intention? Li Ziyuan looked down at the officials in the hall. Had Zhao Wujing secretly formed cliques? He cast a glance at Long Zhan and said in a deep voice, although Zhao Wujing has merits, he also has losses. Instead, it is Long Zhan who has merits in escorting the heavenly sword. From today onwards, he will be promoted from the commander of the elite cavalry guard to the deputy commander of the elite cavalry, assisting the commander in managing the elite cavalry gun camp, cannon camp, vine armor camp, and guard camp. Long Zhan's expression was filled with joy as he knelt on one knee. Thank you, Your Majesty. The other officials had varied expressions. Zhao Wujing's merits were brushed aside, while Long Zhan's merits led to a direct promotion. The deputy commander of the elite cavalry would inevitably become the commander in the future, a genuine leader of the Imperial Guard. Long Zhan was already a rising star. The commanders of the other 3 camps of the elite cavalry were all his seniors in terms of seniority. What was the emperor thinking? Zhao Wujing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his cheeks showed little emotional fluctuation, but he felt a chill in his heart. This chill came not only from Li Ziyuan, but also from Long Zhan. He hadn't expected to undermine Long Zhan's combat power, yet Long Zhan was still promoted, moving toward the highest position in the Imperial Guard. Once he sat in the position of commander, Long Zhan would have the power to act first and report later. Was this the protagonist's halo? If it continued like this, how could he possibly defeat Long Zhan? Was this his fate as a minor antagonist, that no matter how he struggled, he could not escape his doomed outcome? Becoming Long Zhan's experience pack? He also felt Long Zhan's gaze. Cold, proud, confident, as if no matter how Zhao Wujing struggled, the ultimate beneficiary would still be Long Zhan. Damn it! Zhao Wujing gritted his teeth. My fate is in my own hands, not in heaven's. Just wait. I'm going to find your 4th senior sister to vent my anger. After the court session, the emperor summoned Long Zhan privately. Long Zhan saluted, Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Get up, Li Ziyuan looked Long Zhan up and down. He was tall and strong, full of vitality, and his appearance was quite handsome. In his eyes, he was much more pleasing than the slender Zhao Wujing. Yun Rui is about to marry, Li Ziyuan casually mentioned after taking a sip of tea prepared by Li Yunrui. Long Zhan was puzzled. Li Yunrui was about to marry Zhao Wujing, which made him regretful. But there was nothing he could do. Why was the emperor suddenly bringing this up? He thought for a moment, clasped his hands, and cupped his fists, respectfully saying, Long Zhan will definitely protect the peace on the day of the wedding, ensuring that no one disturbs Her Highness the Princess. Li Ziyuan smiled and shook his head, his expression gradually becoming serious as he looked at Long Zhan and asked in return, What if I tell you that if you bring Yun Rui back, you will be the prince consort? Would you dare to go against Zhao Wujing? Long Zhan's expression paused for a moment. Soon, he picked up on the hidden meaning. The emperor wanted him to snatch back the seventh princess? Heaven is helping me. But Long Zhan knew that the more it was this time, the more he needed to remain calm. He suppressed his turbulent emotions. As long as the emperor wanted Zhao Shixi dead, he was willing to be that executioner. Chapter 40. Ling Qingshua's strong support. Very well. I did not misjudge you. Go back and prepare well. The day after tomorrow's wedding will be the time for you to compete with Zhao Wujing. Your Majesty, it is imperative, Long Zhan said with youthful vigor. And then he decisively returned to prepare. Li Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction. He greatly admired Long Zhan's talent and strong character. But even more, he appreciated Long Zhan's loyalty to him. What he wanted was precisely this kind of prince consort who was easy to control, rather than someone like Zhao Wujing, who had already formed cliques and was hard to manage with the northern border army backing him. Moreover, Zhao Wujing was far inferior compared to the excellent Long Zhan. His actions were also for Yun Rui's sake, to prevent her from regretting in the future. Zhao Wujing returned to the town North Wangfu. He saw Li Yunrui striding into the town North Wangfu with her head held high, bringing a full bridal dowry consisting of 2 large boxes filled to the brim with gold, silver, jewelry, and exquisite treasures gifted by Li Ziyuan. Li Yunrui's face was filled with anticipation, looking forward to her wedding day and truly becoming a woman. The old steward's face broke into deep wrinkles as he hurried forward to take the dowry away, leaving space for the two to be alone. It's only 2 days until the wedding. Why are you still sulking? Li Yunrui sat beside Zhao Wujing and gently nudged him with her elbow. Only 2 days left. Time is passing too slowly. It's driving me crazy. Li Yunrui's ears suddenly turned red. Her fingers twisted the hem of her skirt as she secretly inched closer to him. She had been looking forward to the wedding. She thought Zhao Wujing, being a straight man, would not think the same way. Unexpectedly, he was also anxious. Li Yunrui bit her lip to suppress her smile, pretending to be nonchalant as she flicked her hair. Zhao Wujing silently sighed. The old emperor was suppressing him in court and favoring Long Zhan. His bias was evident. The wedding would definitely not go smoothly. After all, in the original story, it was Long Zhan, the destined protagonist, who was getting married, not him, Zhao Wujing, the minor villain who had already died at the beginning. Fortunately, on the wedding day, the town North King would definitely return to the capital. And then the town North King, and he could enjoy a harmonious father-son relationship to get through the difficulties. Otherwise, if the town North King was late, it would be a case of a delayed father and a vanished son. He was eager for the wedding to happen today, hoping the town North King would return to support him. I know you're anxious. Li Yunrui heard his thoughts and assumed Zhao Wujing was already impatient to marry her, feeling a rush of sweetness in her heart. This guy always acted tough on the outside, but seemed to like her a lot on the inside. I want to marry you quickly too, Li Yunrui gently explained. But my mother told me that the wedding date is related to the nation's fortune and cannot be changed at will. Otherwise, everything will be according to you. As Li Yunrui said this, her pretty face flushed, already giving off the feeling of a virtuous wife. She stole a glance at Zhao Wujing from the corner of her eye, observing his expression. Seeing Zhao Wujing still frowning, she quickly turned her beautiful eyes and planted a kiss on his cheek. Zhao Wujing looked at Li Yunrui in surprise. What do you want? I am a serious person. Li Yunrui raised the corners of her mouth, lowered her voice, becoming soft and gentle. You're a serious person? The unfinished business from the last time at the inn. After the wedding, during the long night, we could take our time until dawn. After saying that, Li Yunrui felt she had been too explicit in her hinting. Her pretty face turned red, and she hurriedly got up to leave the room. As she fled, she awkwardly tried to explain, "There are still many things to do. I'll be going now." She was full of anticipation for the wedding the day after tomorrow. Her beloved would cross the deep palace gates, go to the ancestral temple, and take her back to his home. Zhao Wujing watched Li Yunrui's graceful figure flee in a panic, feeling conflicted. According to the original plot, this woman was not someone he could touch. After all, the later Li Yunrui would grow into a proper female lead. But now, she was someone he couldn't push away even if he tried. At first, Zhao Wujing wanted to distance himself from Li Yunrui. But looking at the old steward counting the dowries with a greedy look, he realized Li Yunrui treated him well. So which man could refuse such soft benefits? However, the premise was that he had to survive. One of the self-cultivation methods of a villain was to work hard to make up for weaknesses, especially since he had good talent. Not cultivating would be a waste. He was determined to return to his room to stabilize his realm as a 7th-grade martial artist. As soon as he stepped into the room, he caught a faint, fragrant scent, one that was very subtle yet deeply etched in his memory. It was the same scent he had noticed when he had intimate interactions with Ling Qingxue on a large rock in the forest. He coldly looked toward a dark corner of the room and said, "Come out." The room fell silent. "You disregarded our cooperative relationship and rashly entered a room that you shouldn't have. You have offended me. Do you have any respect at all?" Zhao Wujing's voice grew colder, his gaze fixed on the dark corner. The next moment, he heard Ling Qingxue's voice. "The true young heart technique is a secret method of my sect. I must know how you learned it." Zhao Wujing merely snorted coldly. "I didn't steal it. It was personally taught to me by your junior sister, Lu Ruyan. Your junior sister is much more sensible than you. She knows what an equivalent exchange is." Ling Qingxue suddenly drew her sword and pointed it at his back, the tip glinting coldly under the candlelight. "Say that again?" "Your junior sister taught Zhao Wujing? Has she also sided with Zhao Wujing?" Why should I say also? Where's she? I want to ask her in person." Zhao Wujing did not answer, leading the way as everything had been prepared. Ling Qingxue followed behind. Winding left and right, there were hundreds of rooms in the town North Wangfu. After a while, Zhao Wujing finally stopped outside a large room. The door opened. Lu Ruyan, dressed in a dignified and splendid gown, sat in the exquisitely decorated room, calmly sipping tea. "Fifth junior sister," Ling Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, but became more vigilant. She glanced at Lu Ruyan and then at Zhao Wujing, coldly saying, "Fifth junior sister, do you know that without obtaining the master's consent, teaching the true yang heart technique to outsiders will lead to what kind of punishment according to our sect rules?" "Sister, it's been a while. Please sit." Lu Ruyan and Zhao Wujing's gazes met briefly before Lu Ruyan pushed a chair toward Ling Qingxue. "Sister, to be honest, I have already sided with Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing is my man. He can be considered a person of the Dao sect, so teaching him the true yang heart technique does not violate the sect rules." Ling Qingxue was shocked. "You are with him?" "Junior sister, do you know how precious your dragon-raising sacred body is? No wonder it's rumored that Zhao Wujing was a useless person, yet now his martial arts are so impressive." Zhao Wujing coughed lightly. "I'm still here, you know. Now you realize my strength, right? Do you want me to send you an experience card too?" Ling Qingxue couldn't be bothered with him, wanting to ask more, but was interrupted by Lu Ruyan. "Junior sister, you haven't asked your senior sister yet. How did you end up here beside Zhao Wujing? Why aren't you with Junior Brother Long Zhan?" Hearing Lu Ruyan mention Long Zhan, Ling Qingxue felt disgusted and gritted her teeth. "Long Zhan is despicable and shameless. I have long since been at odds with him. This is also the reason why I left Long Zhan." Lu Ruyan smiled. After Zhao Wujing worked hard for her, she understood that Zhao Wujing was superior to Long Zhan in that aspect. Ling Qingxue's face turned red, somewhat disbelieving. After all, she felt humiliated that day at the back mountain of the sword casting division, but the process was still thrilling and enjoyable. "Junior sister, Long Zhan is highly regarded by the master. Have you thought it through?" Ling Qingxue's words made Lu Ruyan hesitate for a moment. Indeed, they still had their sect behind them, and whether to side with Zhao Wujing was not something they could decide lightly. "Zhao Wujing, hearing that they finally talked about serious matters, interjected at the right time. Long Zhan has been favored by the emperor for a long time and has coveted my position as a son-in-law. If he takes my place, he will advance further and gain more importance from the emperor, who will fully cultivate him. However, the emperor is naturally suspicious. As the saying goes, accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Once the emperor knows he has a sect backing him and wants Long Zhan to be loyal, how will Long Zhan choose? Will it be the righteousness of the sect or the power to dominate the world? Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyin were both wise, and with Zhao Wujing's hint, they fell silent at the same time. Lu Ruyin sighed, saying the Dao sect is just a martial arts faction, but under heaven, there is no land that does not belong to the king. Junior Brother is ambitious. How to choose is not very obvious, is it? He dares. Ling Qingxue's chest heaved with anger as she thought more about it. All right. Zhao Wujing held Ling Qingxue's shoulder and said gently, you go out and calm down first. I have something to ask you later. Ling Qingxue initially thought he was serious, but then, this little shoulder is so smooth, the feel is nice. Even thinner than Lu Ruyin by 3 points. Ling Qingxue suddenly swatted his hand away, her ears turning pink. If you touch me again, I'll chop you. After Zhao Wujing sent Ling Qingxue away, Lu Ruyin took off her disguise and leaned close to Zhao Wujing, frowning and lowering her voice with a hint of request. I've cooperated with your performance. Hurry up and give me the antidote. The antidote will naturally be given to you, but after the matter is accomplished, Zhao Wujing smiled. From now on, you can live comfortably here and don't have to return to the dungeon. Think more about new positions when you have time. It's good for both of us. This is a great deal. With Lu Ruyin and Ling Qingxue, I got a dual cultivation accelerator for free. Lu Ruyin heard his inner thoughts and suddenly grabbed his collar, pulling him closer. New positions? Why not try it now? I just don't know which of them will be more helpful to me. In front of me, still thinking about other women, Lu Ruyin felt a bit jealous. As her red lips brushed against Zhao Wujing's earlobe, she suddenly deflated. Forget it. Go find the fourth senior sister. Lu Ruyin just wanted to retreat to advance. She didn't expect Zhao Wujing, this straight man, to really leave her and go find Ling Qingxue. You bastard. Lu Ruyin suddenly felt pressured. She could foresee that the fourth senior sister would also side with Zhao Wujing. The fourth senior sister was no less beautiful or curvy than her. She knew she couldn't continue to be proud in front of Zhao Wujing like before. Otherwise, she would really be cast into the cold palace. The main thing was, she had no way out. After all, she had already given her body to Zhao Wujing. She would be his person for life. From now on, I have to work hard to compete and can't be willful anymore. Lu Ruyin reminded herself with grievance. Outside the room, what did you guys talk about? Ling Qingxue asked Zhao Wujing straightforwardly. I discussed with her how to deal with Long Zhan. Not able to deal with him, Ling Qingxue directly poured cold water on him. Long Zhan's talent is above our 5 sisters. Although you have also cultivated the true Yang heart method, your current strength is still quite inferior to him. You can't defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Isn't that why I have you? Zhao Wujing looked at Ling Qingxue, his eyes full of trust. You have a way. In the original work, besides the mirror flower water moon, Ling Qingxue also had a martial art that could turn tide. Lu Ruyin has already revealed everything. And you still pretend? Ling Qingxue suddenly drew out half a sword body, the cold light reflecting on his Adam's apple. Want to mention her again? Her? Who? Zhao Wujing was puzzled. Nothing. Ling Qingxue couldn't tell Zhao Wujing that she could hear his inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would lose her unique advantage over him. I mean, Lu Ruyin told you everything? Ling Qingxue changed the question. Of course, we're all on the same side, Zhao Wujing said deliberately. Ling Qingxue frowned. This was her secret, and Lu Ruyin actually told Zhao Wujing. Forget it. Since I want to help you, I'll do my best, which is also my sincerity. Ling Qingxue said truthfully. I learned a unique skill in the sect called the wedding dress divine skill, which requires 2 people to cultivate together. After successful cultivation, at a critical moment, one person can temporarily borrow the other's strength, greatly increasing their power. That's it. Zhao Wujing nodded. Let's practice it. Ling Qingxue shot him an annoyed glare. Who wants to practice with you? Practicing the wedding dress divine skill will deplete my internal energy. Why should I help you practice? You don't want to? Zhao Wujing said seriously, you wouldn't want to see Long Zhan kill me, would you? At that time, he would think that with your help, I still couldn't deal with him and would consider you useless. Ling Qingxue opened her mouth, feeling speechless. Don't use provocation. Do you think I'm stupid? I get it. Zhao Wujing had a sudden realization. You're afraid that because Lu Rian helped me, you know you can't compete with her in my heart, so you don't dare to compete. Get lost. If Lu Rian could do that for me, you can't even make this small sacrifice. She is better. Why not go find Lu Rian to play the dragon's sacred body? Do it a few more times. It should have a similar effect as this Ling Qingxue, right? Why bother licking her face all the time? Zhao Wujing thought, preparing to turn around when Ling Qingxue suddenly grabbed his front and pulled him close. Their noses almost touching. What she can do, I can do even better. What? You want to do it too? Zhao Wujing was puzzled. Ling Qingxue, angry, turned around directly. Shut your mouth, come to my room. Soon, Ling Qingxue and Zhao Wujing sat facing each other on the ground. Ling Qingxue's anger made her silver teeth tremble slightly as she constantly reassured herself in her heart. All of this was to win over Zhao Wujing. To save the people of the world through the sect was just practicing the wedding dress divine skill, not losing a piece of meat. What should I do? Zhao Wujing was eager, circulating the internal energy of the true Yang heart method. Stop looking, it's your turn. Zhao Wujing urged Ling Qingxue. But Ling Qingxue remained motionless, clearly not ready mentally. The longer the night, the more dreams. The more we cultivate, the stronger I become. The less likely Long Zhan is to succeed in seizing the position of son-in-law. The safer the Tao sect is, and you can be more at ease. Don't you think so? Zhao Wujing, you really want me down? Ling Qingxue was unwilling and quite irritated by Zhao Wujing's chatter. How could I let you down? I, Zhao Wujing, am known for my devotion. Haven't you heard your junior sister say? Harmony in the harem is the way. Only children make choices. Ling Qingxue suddenly poked his waist acupoint with her fingers. You're a ghostly devotion. If you were really devoted, would I need to hear it from other women? Ling Qingxue argued with him, but still began to recite the heart method of the wedding dress divine skill. I will only say it once. If you're too dumb to remember, you can't blame me. Don't worry. Ling Qingxue raised her hands, memorizing the heart method while saying, follow my lead and see if our internal energies can merge. That will definitely work. Zhao Wujing extended his hand and touched Ling Qingxue's icy little hand. Why is this woman's face so red? She won't be going into a frenzy before she even practices, right? Shut up. I didn't say anything. In any case, you shut up. Don't think about anything. Focus on your cultivation. Ling Qingxue glared at Zhao Wujing, holding his hand, not allowing him to think of anything else later. Our powers will merge together and then enter your Zhan.To. During the process, you must remember to stabilize your mind. Why stabilize my mind? Do you think I can't help myself? Ling Qingxue suddenly bit her lower lip, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. And her internal energy suddenly became chaotic. She quickly struggled to stabilize herself. Why is her internal energy so chaotic? Still claiming to be powerful, just seeking fame, haha. Zhao Wujing was confused. Ling Qingxue shot him a glance, not daring to delay any longer, fearing that hearing Zhao Wujing's thoughts would infuriate her. She raised both palms, and in an instant, a surge of scorching internal energy rushed towards Zhao Wujing's palms. Chapter 41. Brief 5th rank combat power. The wedding dress divine skill allows the user to temporarily borrow the power of another person. Zhao Wujing felt Ling Qingxue's internal energy enter his Zhan.To, his own strength rapidly increasing, an internal energy whirlwind howling within his Zhan.To. Although this internal energy did not belong to him, it allowed him to leap from the realm of a 7th rank warrior to the 6th rank in just a few steps. And then it surged all the way to the 5th rank before finally stabilizing. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Ling Qingxue, drenched in fragrant sweat. Looking weak after temporarily lending him her power, she leaned towards him, and he was forced to catch her, soft jade and fragrant warmth filling his embrace. Having initially practiced the wedding dress divine skill, he successfully connected, and the increase in power was quite remarkable, but the side effects were also evident. The person whose power was borrowed would feel very weak for a short period. Thank you, Zhao Wujing said seriously. Ling Qingxue, breathless and embraced tightly by Zhao Wujing, glared at him with flirtatious eyes, clearly angry yet full of charm. How long can you last? Ling Qingxue suddenly asked. Generally, it starts from an hour, Zhao Wujing replied seriously. Ling Qingxue showed a surprised expression. So long. Of course, want to give it a try? Zhao Wujing smiled and invited, wrapping his arm around Ling Qingxue's slender waist. Ling Qingxue was startled and immediately grabbed his hand to stop him, realizing that Zhao Wujing had misunderstood. What are you thinking? I was asking how long this wedding dress divine skill can last. Zhao Wujing's current aura had reached at least the 5th rank, theoretically enough to contend with Long Zhan. But the premise was that Zhao Wujing could maintain the power to defeat Long Zhan. Zhao Wujing said seriously, I was talking about the duration of the wedding dress divine skill, probably about an hour. I thought this woman couldn't stand the long night and was inviting me to spar. What a pity I didn't get to fully experience it last time. Ling Qingxue shot him a glance, thinking how shameless he was with such dirty thoughts. He was still thinking about how she pretended to be Li Yunrui last time and took advantage of her. Suddenly, Zhao Wujing's aura weakened and directly returned to the 7th rank. So soon it's gone? Didn't you say an hour? Ling Qingxue was speechless. Men really never tell the truth. He managed to stretch half a tea time into an hour. With this time, he probably wouldn't even last 2 rounds against Long Zhan before the power dissipated. Awkward. How can I turn this around? Ling Qingxue, too lazy to mind his thoughts, grabbed Zhao Wujing's waist and commanded like a big sister, keep practicing. Hard work can make up for deficiencies. In the long night, Zhao Wujing and Ling Qingxue repeatedly experimented, and their control over the wedding dress divine skill became increasingly proficient. As both of them grew more skilled, the side effects experienced when borrowing power from each other became less and less. However, during the training process, some physical contact was unavoidable. But the children of the rivers and lakes do not sweat the small stuff, and Zhao Wujing did not mind. Only Ling Qingxue's face grew redder. Meanwhile, outside the capital, the official courier was also racing on horseback without stopping, exhausting 33 courier horses, and finally delivered the urgent intelligence from the northern border to the capital before dawn. With the delivery of the intelligence, the morning court session was in full swing, and the officials hurriedly rushed to the council hall. Currently, the council hall was noisy with discussions among the officials, unsure of what major event had occurred. Could it be that Han Sang was invading Daxiao again? The Minister of War did not disclose specifics in response to his colleagues' inquiries, only comforting everyone to remain calm, explaining that this time the encrypted letter had not gone through him, but was sent directly to the emperor. After about a cup of tea's time, Li Ziyuan strode into the council hall, taking his seat on the throne and looking down at the officials. The eunuch read the encrypted letter from the northern border. Outside the northern border, the troops stationed by Han Sang had retreated because the emperor of Han Sang suddenly fell ill and passed away. Now, a new Han Sang delegation was on its way to Daxia, hoping to retrieve those stranded in Daxia, such as Junior Brother. As soon as this news broke, the officials who understood it couldn't help but laugh heartily or show joy, all extremely excited. How did the esteemed minister see this? Li Ziyuan lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon chair with his fingers, his expression stern. The officials expressed their opinions. Your Majesty, Han Sang, a country that strives to imitate our Daxia culture, drawing tigers but resembling dogs and ambitious, has finally received divine retribution. The emperor of Han Sang has passed away, and their army has retreated. The worries of the northern border have been resolved. What a joyous matter, Your Majesty. A great joy, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince Zhao Wujing is both wise and brave. He long ago determined that Han Sang would not dare to invade Daxiao again. And indeed it turned out to be true. The Crown Prince is truly perceptive. Tomorrow happens to be the day of the Crown Prince's wedding with the 7th princess. After the wedding, Your Majesty can promote the Crown Prince. This old minister congratulates Your Majesty in advance for finding such a talent in the Crown Prince. Indeed, Your Majesty. Now, with double happiness, Daxiao will flourish. This means that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also a talent for Daxiao's prosperity. At first, Li Ziyuan felt quite pleased upon hearing this. But as a group of cunning old officials turned the topic to Zhao Wujing and praised him, his mood soured. And he thought about his beloved daughter, Li Yunrui, marrying Zhao Wujing the next day. He wondered how Long Zhan was preparing and whether he could completely suppress Zhao Wujing tomorrow, thwarting Zhao Wujing's desire to marry Li Yunrui. In the Imperial Garden. How is it, father? Does it look good? In the 7th princess's residence, Li Yunrui, in a bright red wedding dress, looked stunning as she twirled in front of Li Ziyuan, her smile charming, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. The Empress, dressed in a bright yellow and moon-white palace gown, exuded grandeur and elegance as she sat beside him, watching her daughter's joyful demeanor, her motherly eyes filled with smiles. Having just finished court and feeling displeased, Li Ziyuan's mood improved considerably upon seeing his beautiful and lovely daughter. However, the more his mood improved because of Yunrui, the more it worsened because of Zhao Wujing. Father, doesn't it look good? Li Ziyuan came back to his senses and nodded, agreeing, it looks good. Yunrui looks good in anything, just like your mother, with a captivating beauty. Hee. Li Yunrui's charming face brightened even more. Father, wait a moment, I have another set to show you and mother. After saying that, Li Yunrui bounced off to the inner room. Once Li Yunrui left, Li Ziyuan's expression gradually darkened, his demeanor growing colder. The Empress, who had been by the Emperor's side for many years and was perceptive, had already guessed some of his thoughts. She softly inquired, Your Majesty, do you truly accept this child, Zhao Wujing? Li Ziyuan held the Empress's hand and said, Tomorrow, keep an eye on Yunrui. Do not let her act recklessly. The Empress slightly furrowed. Then she nodded with a smile, saying gently, All right. She was worried about tomorrow. There will likely be changes tomorrow. Yunrui and Zhao Wujing. These two children. Sigh. Li Ziyuan's gaze caught the figure of the chief eunuch Chun Zhenghua bowing outside the room, and he smiled. Go see how Yunrui is changing her clothes. The Empress knew the chief eunuch had urgent matters to report, nodded in response, and rose to leave. The chief eunuch entered the room with his head bowed and whispered in Li Ziyuan's ear, Your Majesty, Long Zhan has been practicing in the residence these days, and according to the news received, his progress is quite rapid. Long Zhan's martial arts talent is very high and has deeply won my favor. Li Ziyuan thought for a moment, send the heavenly sword along as well and bestow it upon him. Tell him not to disappoint me tomorrow. Chapter 42. The coldness of society and the warmth of humanity in the 13th year of the reign of Tianyu of Daxia, on the 5th day of the 9th month. At the exact hour of the rabbit, the sky was not yet bright, and a layer of hazy white light enveloped the dim dome. The moonlight shining down on the earth. 40 miles outside Kyoto, the cold moonlight reflected off the iron armor as a torrent of iron surged towards Kyoto. The leader was tall and fierce, exuding an aura of intimidating authority, with the spirit of someone who had bathed in blood and fought for the world. Yet at this moment, his expression was not fierce but filled with joy and anticipation. Son, Dad will be home soon. Meanwhile, the North Town King's residence was already festooned with lights and decorations. The old steward Zhao Monfu was climbing up and down a ladder, adding the final festive details to the palace. As the hour of Chun approached, the sky brightened, and the old steward finally hung the last large red lantern. Descending the ladder, Master Steward, take a break. We can handle it from here, said one of the servants supporting the ladder, looking at the old steward's sweaty face. It's unnecessary for you to do this personally. The old steward wiped his sweat, his deeply lined face full of smiles. He took a breath and waved his hand. That won't do. The young master's wedding must be flawless, conducted with utmost propriety and grandeur. If the master were here in spirit, he would certainly want to see everything go smoothly. With a smile in his eyes, the old steward's deep crow's feet seemed to reflect the arrows he had dodged during the wars he survived, while his frown lines resembled the 3 steel blades that had once pierced his body. The flames of war did not kill him, but time was taking its toll. He watched the young master grow up, and now he would witness him marry the most beloved princess of the current emperor, stepping into the hall of marriage and fulfilling the late master's long-cherished wish. The Northtown King's residence did not need to marry a princess to bring glory to its name. But the young master needed to marry a princess to better navigate the second half of his life. He checked on the young master, confirming that the groom's attire was neatly folded and placed in the room. He then walked through the halls, slightly hunched over, visiting various parts of the residence. He informed the guards to be vigilant today, ensuring the peace within the palace. He went to the kitchen, reiterating to the chefs the dietary restrictions for the day. He was well aware of the young master's restrictions, and he had memorized the restrictions of other officials. After checking every corner and ensuring everything was in order, he was filled with fatigue, but he could not hide the joy in his heart. A man has many opportunities to grow up, and marriage is one of them. After today, the young master would grow up once more. He felt very happy for the young master. Finally, he looked at the sky. It was bright and clear, with no clouds in sight. Today was a good day. He went to the entrance of the palace and bowed to the guest official. "Thank you for your efforts today." The guest official was a court officer sent by the Ministry of Rights, knowledgeable in royal ceremonies. In response to the old steward's bow, he merely nodded and smiled, though his expression was not particularly pleasant. Over the past 2 days, while preparing for the grand wedding ceremony, he had become more familiar with the old steward. He could see the old steward's hard work for the palace and for Zhao Wujing. How could he not notice the old steward's anticipation and joy for the wedding? Still, he reminded him, "Brother Monfu, it's already the hour of Chun, and not a single gift has been recorded in the palace's registry." The old steward was taken aback, and the light in his eyes dimmed slightly. He forced a smile and said, "Heaven has blessed us for 13 years, coinciding with the year of the dragon. This grand wedding will surely require a great sacrifice in the palace, and the officials will all be busy with the heavenly rites. It's normal for them not to arrive until the hour of you." The guest official looked deeply at the weathered old steward, hesitated to speak, but ultimately refrained from saying anything that would disappoint him. He wanted to say that under normal circumstances, the gifts from various officials would have already been sent to the palace, and the registry should be filled to the brim. What did it matter if they were late? Gifts should always come first. This was proper etiquette. In past royal weddings, when had the gifts not arrived ahead of time, this was not about the gifts not arriving. It was that those officials did not intend to come. They would certainly come. A voice drifted from within the palace, followed by Zhao Wujing. Dressed in a fiery red groom's outfit, dressed as the groom, Zhao Wujing looked festive, noble, and had a scholarly demeanor. In the old steward's eyes, he also exuded a sense of composure and vigor. "Your Highness," the old steward was about to bow, but Zhao Wujing held his hand, his voice soft. "You've worked hard." "Not hard, not hard." The old steward waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes moist. "It's my fault for not notifying everyone properly. It's their loss for not coming." Zhao Wujing wrapped an arm around the old steward and patted his back, his voice hoarse and deep, like frost ready to kill the grass. Wrapped in a sense of killing intent, he knew that the old steward had longed for this day to be splendid. However, this morning, the palace was decorated festively, yet it felt cold and deserted inside. Officials could use the excuse of going to the heavenly rites, but what about their families? Did anyone come? He already knew it would not be easy today, but he didn't expect to feel the sting of being targeted and neglected so early in the morning. "I'll go greet the bride," Zhao Wujing said decisively, placing the wrapped sword on the horse's back before mounting. "Prepare the food and wine." "Yes." The old steward clasped his hands in salute, straightening his bent back. In that moment, although the young master was slender on horseback, he resembled the prince from years past. Both heading into battle, Zhao Wujing spurred his horse, wearing a big red flower on his chest. As the ceremonial team played loud drums, firecrackers exploded, and amidst the swirling smoke, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, in the ancestral palace, Li Ziyan tightly grasped 3 incense sticks and steadily inserted them into the 3-legged cauldron in the ancestral hall, praying for the prosperity of the Great Xia kingdom. The national master had already calculated that this grand wedding, coinciding with the year of the dragon, was crucial for the fate of the Great Xia, and everything must go smoothly. Li Yunrui, clad in a bright red wedding dress, looked radiant, kneeling on a mat. Each of her father's prayers made her more and more eager for Zhao Wujing's arrival. In the ancestral hall, the shyness of the little girl had long faded. This marriage represented her deep affection for Zhao Wujing, and for the Li royal family, it meant the flourishing of their dynasty. She was no longer a naive girl. She understood everything. Li Yuni and several royal siblings knelt together, crying bitterly. His beloved younger sister was getting married, marrying that rascal Zhao Wujing. He felt 1,000 regrets and wished to wait for Zhao Wujing to arrive so he could punch him several times and snatch back Zhao Wujing's little yellow book. The other siblings looked at him in surprise. He wiped his nose vigorously, explaining with a grim face, "My Li royal family has a flourishing lineage, but it's a bit stifling and choking. Look at how it's affecting me." His siblings could not point out that it was the incense smoke choking him. Everyone knew he had doted on this younger sister since childhood. This was reluctance. Outside the ancestral hall, the court officials also knelt on the ground. They had already reached a consensus. During the morning court session yesterday, the old officials had tentatively tried to commend Zhao Wujing, but the emperor had brushed it off. This was not the first time. The emperor's dislike for Zhao Wujing was becoming increasingly obvious, intentionally neglecting him. If the emperor was neglecting Zhao Wujing, who would dare to curry favor with him? Thus, the gifts they had originally prepared were all put on hold, and they did not allow their servants to deliver them to the palace immediately. As officials, it was basic skill to seize opportunities and navigate the winds. "Minister Chun, where are the arrangements for tonight? The brothel, or maybe with a concubine? Oh, what about the North Town King's residence? I wouldn't dare to join the festivities at the North Town King's residence. If Minister Chun isn't going, then I won't go either. If both of you aren't going, then I suppose I shouldn't go either. It's just a pity. Today, Zhao Wujing, the young master, is destined to lose face." Sigh. When a historian records the desolation of the North Town King's residence, it will become a laughingstock for the North Town King in the future. If you're going to blame someone, blame Zhao Wujing for having no backing. If the king of the north, Zhao Wangye, were still around, who would dare not to bring gifts? Chapter 43. Welcome, King of the North. At this moment, Zhao Wujing dismounted in front of the palace gate, gently stroked the head of his chestnut horse, and patted the wrapped up on the horse's side, seemingly signaling the horse to take care of his weapon. He was not a military general and had no imperial privilege, so he could not bring weapons into the palace. Fortunately, they had already recognized him as its master and would respond to his call. Zhao Wujing adjusted his grand red robe and walked towards the ancestral hall deep within the palace. Today was his wedding day, and he hoped everything would go smoothly. If something went wrong, he would have to deal with it. The palace was deep with red walls on both sides. Zhao Wujing walked as if sailing a boat, his sleeves swaying as if there were winds and thunder, gradually taking on the imposing aura of a dragon walking and a tiger striding. When he arrived outside the ancestral hall, his gaze swept over the hazy incense smoke and saw the officials kneeling on the ground, saw the royal relatives sitting on cushions, and among them, he saw Li Yunrui in a fiery red wedding dress. He saw her, and she saw him, smiling sweetly, blooming like a flower. She called out to Zhao Wujing, wanting to run over, but was stopped by a large hand that reached out from within the bright yellow dragon robe, gripping her wrist. Zhao Wujing stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, and the gracious and dignified empress softly called out to him. Zhao Wujing remembered in the original story that after Long Zhan replaced Li Ziyuan, he had intended to take this charming empress for himself. However, he underestimated the empress's spirit. Even when she chose to take her own life, she remained the noble empress of the Great Xia. Zhao Wujing withdrew his gaze, clasped his hands in a fist, and slightly bowed, greeting his mother-in-law. Wujing pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress, with her exquisite beauty and kind demeanor, smiled at Zhao Wujing and said, "Go in, Yunrui is waiting for you." Zhao Wujing nodded again in respect, lifted the hem of his wedding robe, and prepared to step over the high threshold of the Li family ancestral hall. The Empress's gentle voice reached his ears again. "If today does not go smoothly and there are changes, you can protect yourself and leave first. Yunrui will not blame you. I will blame myself." Zhao Wujing glanced at the Empress with a smile, like a clean and innocent neighbor boy, naive, innocent, stubborn, and with a proud spirit and a heart that refuses to admit defeat. The Empress was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but smile brightly, her eyes filled with kindness and affection deepening. Zhao Wujing crossed the high threshold of the royal family, walked past the kneeling officials, and stood before the ancestral hall, surrounded by members of the royal family and his own people. Today, Li Yunrui wore a fiery red wedding dress, not overly adorned with jewels and pearls, simple and clean. The embroidered mandarin ducks and flowers on the wedding robe responding to every smile and frown of Li Yunrui. If in the past, Li Yunrui's beauty scored a perfect 10 in Zhao Wujing's heart, then today, she was an 11. That extra point did not fear making Li Yunrui proud. After all, she was about to become Zhao Wujing's wife. Zhao Wujing was mesmerized by Li Yunrui's crescent-like eyes, gazing at him with a lingering look, the threads of affection wrapping around, waiting for him to take her home. He stepped over this last threshold, and even though Li Yunrui was held by Li Ziyuan's grip, she still wanted to break free and run to him. Just as Zhao Wujing was about to speak, he heard Li Ziyuan coldly say, "If you want to marry my daughter, you still need to pass a test." Zhao Wujing, as Li Ziyuan's voice fell. Among the group of officials kneeling at the ancestral hall's entrance, a tall, extraordinary man slowly stood up. It was Long Zhan. Zhao Wujing frowned, realizing that Long Zhan's appearance was at the emperor's behest. This protagonist of the original story still stood in front of this little villain. Long Zhan, holding a gray cloth, was filled with righteous indignation. "You and the seventh princess are only betrothed, but I truly love her. Now that you have lost the support of the king of the north, you're neither a civil official nor a military general in the court. Only a title of hereditary nobility. How can you compare to me, Long Zhan, the deputy commander of the cavalry battalion? I have climbed up step by step with my own abilities. What virtue do you possess to be worthy of the seventh princess? Those who care for the seventh princess would never allow her happiness to be buried in your hands. If you want to marry her today, let's see if you have that ability." Long Zhan's emotions were high, and with a fierce pull, the gray cloth burst forth with brilliant water blue light. As he wielded the royal sword with ferocity, exuding an imposing aura, Zhao Wujing had anticipated that there would be changes, and the empress had subtly reminded him. But he did not expect the emperor to actually give the heavenly sword to Long Zhan. Did he want to use this sword to have his blood spilled on the spot? In the past, Zhao Wujing wanted to avoid Long Zhan, but since Li Yunrui had already chosen him, he did not want to back down anymore. Moreover, today was his wedding day. If Long Zhan snatched his wife away, he would be nothing but a turtle for the rest of his life. Zhao Wujing glanced at Long Zhan and said lightly, "Today is my wedding day, and there are many ways to bring good fortune, including your blood." Long Zhan's hand gripping the sword trembled, ready to strike. "Zhao, it seems you want to die?" Li Yunrui was filled with anxiety. She wanted to shout that she truly liked Zhao Wujing, to explain to her father and everyone else, to let them spare Zhao Wujing. But when the words reached her lips, she could not make a sound, nor could she move. She had been acupointed. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at her father, the emperor, in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. "Don't get involved." Li Ziyuan's voice was cold, and his expression was stern and fierce. The empress, who had entered the ancestral hall with Zhao Wujing, nodded, took Li Yunrui's arm, and slowly pulled her towards the side door. Li Yunrui, with her voice silenced and her movements restricted, was forced to follow the empress step by step. Her father had set a deadly trap for Zhao Wujing. How could she leave? "Zhao Wujing, hurry and go. Quickly go." She kept shouting in her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wished that at this moment, she was not the woman who understood Zhao Wujing the most in the world. She did not want to hear Zhao Wujing's heartfelt voice anymore. She wanted Zhao Wujing to hear her heart, to hear her tell him to leave, not to be trapped here. But she had already walked out of the ancestral hall's side door with the empress's support, and when she turned her head with difficulty, she could only see the hazy blue mist inside the ancestral hall. Yuni's sixth brother was right. The Li family had a prosperous lineage, yet it was somewhat suffocating. Long Zhan was eager to try. If he publicly killed Zhao Wujing today and married Li Yunrui, it would be his rise to power. "Your Majesty, please allow me to fight Zhao fairly and compete for the seventh princess." Everyone looked towards the emperor on the high seat. To become a son-in-law, one must possess the strength to defeat all competitors. Otherwise, one is unworthy to marry my daughter. Li Ziyuan's voice grew deeper, like a giant dragon whispering from the abyss. Zhao Wujing, do you dare to fight Long Zhan? The royal relatives kneeling on the cushions and the officials outside the ancestral hall all heard the emperor's inquiry. For the moment, Long Zhan mocked Zhao Wujing. They had been shocked but dared not speak due to the rules of the ancestral hall. Now, the emperor's words made everything clear. The emperor wanted to use Long Zhan's hand to eliminate Zhao Wujing. Everyone turned their gaze to Zhao Wujing. This question was not easy to answer. If Zhao Wujing showed cowardice, he would lose face today and would never be able to hold his head up again. And the reputation of the entire king of the North's residents would be buried along with him. If he accepted the challenge with Long Zhan's skills, Zhao Wujing would undoubtedly lose. But winning or losing was not the most important thing. The key was that the emperor was clearly biased towards Long Zhan. And Zhao Wujing no longer had the support of the king of the North. Once Zhao Wujing accepted the challenge, today Long Zhan could beat him to death. This was no longer just losing face. It was losing his life. Zhao, why not take a step back? An old minister who did not want the last bloodline of the king of the North to die like this stood up to advise. Yes, life is important. Everything else is just fleeting clouds. Young master, do not act impulsively. The officials frowned, closely watching Zhao Wujing's actions, fearing that one misstep could lead to eternal regret. Zhao Wujing remained silent, and everyone thought he was afraid. But in reality, he was waiting for his strongest backing to appear. Suddenly, the ground of the ancestral hall trembled slightly. The crowd was shocked and looked toward the outside of the ancestral hall, where the sharp cries of eunuchs and palace maids seemed to echo, faintly mentioning the name of the northern king. As they listened, the sound grew louder, seemingly merging into countless pieces. It was a resounding, welcoming cheer. Welcome, Northern King. Chapter 44. The wind changes outside the ancestral hall. A chestnut horse galloped, and the man on horseback wore iron armor that swayed continuously, covered by a thin shirt stained with mottled blood. The newcomer halted and dismounted. As no one was allowed to ride in the imperial city, the palace guard shouted, their spears pointing diagonally. The burly man on horseback paid no heed, letting out a low shout, and a fierce killing intent surged forth, instantly awakening the guards. The guards looked on in disbelief as the burly man strode away. And even if they were slow to react, their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground, shouting towards the man who rode into the palace. Welcome, Northern King. Welcome, Northern King. Welcome, Northern King. The voices of the palace maids and eunuchs, along with their kneeling postures, blended together, continuously sending greetings toward the ancestral hall. But they could not keep up with the speed of the man on horseback. The man exuded an imposing aura without anger, his overwhelming killing intent naturally manifesting. A result of years of battling on the battlefield and the blood of enemy generals he had soaked in. The guards at the entrance of the ancestral hall saw the galloping horse from afar and recognized the man on horseback, quickly kneeling. Welcome, Northern King. The horse carrying the Northern King whizzed past them and entered the ancestral hall. The officials who had already knelt on the ground were rooted in shock, their legs trembling under the fierce aura. The Northern King not only subdued the skies of the northern border, but also the skies of those who shifted with the winds and bullied the weak. Until a sigh was heard, the horse stopped in front of the ancestral hall, and the Northern King dismounted. Even though his iron armor was covered by a cloak, it shimmered with a cold light, a reflection of the chilling aura brought back from the border. The officials were filled with disbelief. The Northern King was not dead. He appeared alive before their eyes, his might still as imposing as ever. Just by stepping down lightly onto the ground, they felt as if the entire earth was trembling. Soon, the officials reacted and bowed down. Welcome, Northern King. The Northern King stood with one hand behind his back, effortlessly stepping over the threshold of the ancestral hall, which was insignificant to him. Today is my son's wedding. Who dares to obstruct it? The Northern King's tone was calm. Hearing this, Long Zhan, who was holding his sword, momentarily faltered, deflating, unsure where to put his sword. He could only hold the sword and clasp his fists, awkwardly saying, Welcome, Northern King. The Northern King ignored Long Zhan, his burly figure rushing towards his beloved son. He then hugged Zhao Wujing under the armpits and lifted him high. laughing heartily. Good son, have you missed your father? He was a head taller than Zhao Wujing, yet easily lifted him over his head. Just like when Zhao Wujing was a child, he lifted him high, ensuring that from now on, his son would never be looked down upon. He effortlessly raised his son, then gently set him down, giving him a hug and patting his shoulder heavily. This was Zhao Wujing's first time meeting Zhao in person. Compared to the memories he inherited, Zhao aura of slaughter was too intense. Even though he had completely restrained it towards his son, Zhao Wujing could still feel it clearly. Moreover, Zhao imposing figure was quite overwhelming. Zhao Wujing was already 8 meters tall, but Zhao was not only taller, but also significantly more robust. Zhao Wujing was touched by Zhao warmth, but he did not forget the important matters at hand and the pressure he had faced during this time. He cried out while covering his face in Zhao embrace. Father, I am suffering so much. The Northern King coldly glanced outside the ancestral hall, causing the officials to shudder, their eyes glued to the ground as their hearts raced, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. They feared that Zhao Wujing would complain, and they had to save themselves before he spoke. Heaven is moved. The old minister is truly in tears. Old King, you are still alive? An official who had said earlier that he would not go to the royal residence after the ancestral worship wiped his eyes, forcing out tears. Today, the young master is getting married. We have already prepared many gifts, just waiting for the young master to come and fetch the bride, so we can personally hand them to him. Yes, my lord, you have returned. We no longer need to worry about the safety of the northern border. Burning incense and praying to Buddha is indeed effective. Heaven's spirit has heard my prayers, and I truly see you, my lord. After today, I will repay my vows and eat vegetarian and recite Buddha for a month. Celebration of the Great Xia. Celebration of the Great Xia. May heaven bless our Great Xia. The officials, each taking turns to flatter, spoke incessantly, fearing the Northern King's wrath. Li Xin, from the moment the Northern King dismounted until he stepped into the ancestral hall, was first stunned, then delighted, and after joy came a heavy feeling, which gradually turned into confusion, his expression becoming increasingly complex. Elder brother, Zhao, seeing his beloved son Wujing finally stop choking up, comforted him and turned to see Li Ziyuan. He stepped forward, giving Li Ziyuan a bear hug, also laughing heartily. Elder brother, did you miss me? Did you cry when you heard I was dead? I am the emperor. Li Ziyuan huffed, his tone filled with disdain. But he allowed the Northern King to embrace him. He could hardly handle the enthusiasm of his sworn brother. However, the Northern King's straightforwardness momentarily left him dazed, his mood growing increasingly complicated. He held deep suspicion towards this sworn brother. Yet this brother was still the same young man who had fought alongside him, fearless and earnest. After all these years, he had not changed. What had changed was him, sitting on the dragon throne. The officials kneeling outside the ancestral hall and the royal relatives inside, witnessing the embrace between the emperor and the Northern King, were already slack-jawed, marveling at the Northern King's overwhelming might. In today's world, who else dared to address the emperor so directly and intimately as elder brother? Even those princes of the Li clan, upon seeing the emperor, only referred to him as royal brother. Though the titles seemed similar, the meanings they represented were vastly different. How did you survive? Li Ziyuan gradually regained his authority. The military report said you died in battle. It was all a ruse to deceive Han Sang. Zhao slightly bowed to the tablets on the high table, responding to Li Ziyuan's doubts. Hiding in the shadows allows those lurking evildoers to emerge and be reckoned with. Now that Han Sang has retreated, I specifically returned to witness our children's wedding. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful congratulatory voices echoed around the ancestral hall. Congratulations to the young master on his wedding. Congratulations to the young master on his wedding. The voices were loud, but somewhat distant, as if floating from the horizon, likely coming from the originally thunderous cheers that broke through the clouds. Li Ziyuan's expression involuntarily darkened. He glanced at the outside of the ancestral hall and seemed to see the torrent of iron armor outside the capital. They were the elite troops of the Northern Army. A batch of Northern troops had also returned to the capital. Chapter 45. If Wujing is hurt. This king will not let it go. The royal relatives and officials were shocked by the thunderous, congratulatory voices. What a grand display from the Northern Army congratulating the young master's wedding. Just imagining it felt magnificent. Yet in Li Ziyuan's eyes, this overwhelming might should not appear before him. In the entire palace, this ancestral hall, only one person should possess such might, and that was him, the true dragon son of heaven. Li Ziyuan's expression darkened, and he spoke frankly. Brother, Zhao Wujing has not matured over the years, and his reputation is not good. You must have heard something about it. In selecting a talent for the son-in-law position, I favor Long Zhan more. If Zhao Wujing can defeat Long Zhan today, I will agree to Yun Rui marrying him. The royal relatives knelt on the mat, feeling the majesty and undeniable authority in the emperor's tone. However, since the king of the north was still alive and had returned to the capital, it would be impossible for him to watch his beloved son Zhao Wujing compete with Long Zhan. On one hand, there was the emperor's command that could not be disobeyed, and on the other, there was his beloved son. How would the king of the north choose? Given the king of the north's temperament and power, he should have rebutted the emperor, right? The civil and military officials all glanced toward the ancestral hall, sensing the tense atmosphere and seeing Long Zhan, who stood next to the emperor, looking spirited again. Long Zhan held the sword tightly, seemingly ready to pierce Zhao Wujing with a single strike as soon as the king of the north agreed to the emperor's request. Zhao Wujing would not stand a chance against Long Zhan, and the king of the north, considering his son, would definitely rebut the emperor. Everyone had already imagined the king of the north's reasons for rebuttal, but the next moment they were stunned to see him seriously nodding. What my brother said makes sense. Wujing, go all out. The king of the north patted Zhao Wujing's shoulder heavily. You are my Zhao Tingxiao's son, and you should defeat those who doubt you and covet you. Zhao Wujing's old face twitched. He had thought the king of the north would directly intimidate Long Zhan, letting the matter end like that. Who would have thought this old man would actually want him to fight? Long Zhan stood beside Li Ziyun, gripping the royal sword tighter, eager to try. However, the king of the north suddenly said coldly, "This is a friendly match. Keep it under control. If Wujing gets hurt, this king will not let it go easily." Even though the king of the north's tone was flat, Long Zhan felt an immense pressure in that moment. The iron-blooded aura of the king of the north was too heavy, far beyond what a sixth-grade martial artist like him could withstand. Only then did Zhao Wujing gain a better understanding of this old man. Fighting cannot be timid. Protection must also be provided. So be it. Although Li Ziyuan was displeased with the king of the north threatening Long Zhan in person, he still said in a deep voice, "Begin." Long Zhan took a deep breath and stepped out of the ancestral hall. With the king of the north backing Zhao Wujing, Long Zhan no longer had the same overwhelming presence as before and even gestured for Zhao Wujing to begin. The two were about to engage in a match, their fists and feet clashing, and the officials outside the ancestral hall retreated to observe the battle, discussing among themselves. Zhao Wujing, a seventh-grade martial artist, and Long Zhan, a sixth-grade, exchanged blows back and forth. This was because Long Zhan occasionally glanced at the king of the north. With the king of the north present, the pressure on him was too great. He didn't dare to go all out, and he didn't even use his royal sword. Long Zhan, don't let me down. At that moment, Li Ziyuan's cold voice sounded, and Long Zhan surprisingly lost his edge in fighting Zhao Wujing. More importantly, in Li Ziyuan's heart, Long Zhan's performance at this moment seemed to fear the king of the north even more than he feared him. Was his true dragon emperor's might to be overshadowed by the king of the north? Fighting Zhao Wujing, Long Zhan felt the pressure growing heavier, and the pent-up energy in his heart finally burst forth. He raised his hand to grasp the royal sword, and suddenly the killing intent surged several times, slashing toward Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing barely dodged the swift sword energy, his brows furrowed. The king of the north's expression darkened slightly. He sensed that Long Zhan's sword was extraordinary. With Wujing unarmed, how could he be Long Zhan's opponent? If this continued, he would definitely be injured. However, soon his worries turned into surprise. After Zhao Wujing dodged the first wave of Long Zhan's sword energy, he suddenly reached out toward the ancestral hall's exit. In the next moment, a beam of blood-red light flew from outside the ancestral hall, striking into Zhao Wujing's hand transforming into a blood-red sword. The fierce aura surging through Zhao Wujing's arm and into his body. The king of the north, who had fought on the battlefield for years, instantly recognized the power of this blood-red sword. Its intense killing aura was enough to terrify anyone. How did my son obtain such a divine weapon? Long Zhan, seeing the dominating sword in Zhao Wujing's hand, was first taken aback. Then an overwhelming anger surged in his heart. If it weren't for Zhao Wujing's interference, he would be wielding not just an ordinary royal sword, but a complete heavenly sword that commanded life and death. After visiting the sword-casting department, his senior sister had grown increasingly cold toward him, even delaying her return to the sect. All of this was due to Zhao Wujing. He unleashed his full strength, gripping the water-blue royal sword tightly and stabbing fiercely at Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing blocked with the blood sword, the clash resonating. But the force from the sword's momentum pushed him back repeatedly. In their exchanges, he ultimately fell short of Long Zhan's martial arts realm. Zhao Wujing, today you will undoubtedly lose. Long Zhan advanced, sword energy following. I have practiced since childhood, carrying the mandate of heaven. What do you have to fight me? Zhao Wujing was struck again by Long Zhan's sword energy, bracing himself with the blood sword, his breath gradually becoming heavier. Long Zhan was already confident of victory, continuously unleashing sword energy to seal Zhao Wujing's retreat. The observing civil and military officials were increasingly vocal, shaking their heads at Zhao Wujing. Even with the king of the north's backing, Zhao Wujing's strength was still too weak compared to the exceptionally talented Long Zhan. Li Ziyuan did not show any smile upon seeing Zhao Wujing fall into a disadvantage and about to be defeated. His face remained cold, but he finally felt relieved inside. If Zhao Wujing lost today, the marriage contract would be canceled. As for Zhao Wujing, since the king of the north had returned, let him be his son. The position of son-in-law no longer suited him. Zhao Wujing, continuously blocking Long Zhan's furious sword energy, was being pushed back when he suddenly laughed, sincerely praising, "You are indeed formidable." He did not hesitate to compliment his opponent, having clearly felt the gap in strength between himself and Long Zhan during the earlier battle. But he still had a trump card, bridal gown divine art. Behind the crowd, a young eunuch with a clear face slowly closed his eyes, and everything around him instantly became empty, leaving only the connection of heart and inner strength. Zhao Wujing, I hope you remember my help today. In the next moment, Zhao Wujing found himself in a violent aura, taking a step back, but in the next instant, his momentum suddenly surged. 7th grade, pinnacle of the 7th grade. 6th grade, pinnacle of the 6th grade. 5th grade. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, he gripped the sword with both hands, the sword energy rising upward, directly forcing Long Zhan's royal sword down. With a kick to Long Zhan's chest, he sent him flying a distance of 10 feet. Impossible. Long Zhan staggered, steadying himself, his hair disheveled, wondering where Zhao Wujing had suddenly gotten his 5th grade strength from. But the blood-red sword light had already slashed toward him. Long Zhan hurriedly blocked, but the blood-red sword energy shattered his defenses. He let out a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee while propping himself up with the sword, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, disbelief in his eyes. The observing civil and military officials had long fallen silent, and then erupted into an uproar. Young Master, Zhao has won. Chapter 46. Wedding night, what did I just see? Young Master Zhao was just at a disadvantage. How did he suddenly turn the tide and defeat Long Zhan? Is this truly Zhao Wujing's strength? No wonder he's the son of the king of the north. That final sword strike was incredibly domineering. It made my heart race just watching. The officials discussed animatedly, initially believing that Zhao Wujing would definitely lose against Long Zhan. But unexpectedly, Zhao Wujing suddenly erupted and defeated Long Zhan. What Zhao Wujing revealed today was not only powerful strength, but also remarkable intellect. He had been enduring and hiding his edge before. As for Long Zhan, it seemed he was not as exceptional as they had thought. They often heard about Long Zhan, the deputy commander of the cavalry camp, with extraordinary martial arts talent and few peers among his peers. Now it seemed he was not that impressive after all. Good. The king of the north laughed heartily, as expected of my son, just to suppress all peers. Li Ziyuan's expression was cold, his heart accumulating anger. He had bestowed the heavenly sword upon Long Zhan, who had confidently promised to defeat Zhao Wujing. And what was the result? Defeated by Zhao Wujing in the last 2 strikes. He knew that Long Zhan had already lost, and even though he was reluctant, considering the presence of the King of the North and the matter concerning the fate of the Xia kingdom, he could no longer deny Zhao Wujing. Outside the noisy ancestral hall, upon learning that Zhao Wujing had defeated Long Zhan in the competition, Li Yunrui was overwhelmed with excitement, tears flowing uncontrollably. The queen held her tightly, her eyes filled with concern, while her heart was filled with comfort for Zhao Wujing. The queen gently wiped the tears from her beloved daughter's cheeks. Now your father has no reason not to favor Zhao Wujing. He's going to marry you. Are you ready? Li Yunrui sobbed and nodded. Then don't cry anymore, the queen said gently. Today is your wedding. Don't ruin your makeup. You even woke up early to urge your mother to do your makeup. An hour later, at the King of the North's residence. What had started as a deserted morning had turned into a bustling afternoon, with guests streaming in and out, almost trampling the threshold and carrying various gifts. The front of the palace was piled high with carriages, blocking the main road. Wealthy merchants and officials hurriedly arriving had to line up to squeeze in. Yet no one showed any sign of resentment towards the palace's hospitality. Instead, they were all cheerful, looking forward to experiencing the grandeur of the heir's wedding and leaving a good impression in front of the King of the North. The old steward, upon learning that the King of the North was still alive, initially cried tears of joy, but soon got busy among the guests, who treated him with great politeness. As the saying goes, a minister's door is filled with 7th-rank officials. Though the King of the North was not a minister, his power surpassed that of one. He, Zhao Manfu, could at least be considered a 7th-rank official today, right? He busily attended to the guests, his old back already aching. But he couldn't help but feel happy, standing straight and appearing much more vigorous, orderly handling the various matters of the wedding. The front courtyard of the palace was lively, with cups clinking, while Zhao Wujing had already embraced Li Yunrui, sweetly whispering in the room. Wife, it's time to handle the important matters. Zhao Wujing openly admired Li Yunrui's exquisite face and her bright red wedding gown, radiant and unmatched. What do you call me? Li Yunrui tilted her head, the corners of her mouth rising, harder to suppress than Zhao Wujing's gun. Zhao Wujing called out again, wife. Li Yunrui burst into a smile, her cheeks drawing closer, her breath like orchids, staring into Zhao Wujing's eyes, and in a soft tone, she said word by word. What? Wife. Before Zhao Wujing could finish speaking, Li Yunrui kissed him. Their breaths mingled, an overwhelming desire clawing at their hearts, wishing to merge with each other completely. As their clothes gradually fell away, Zhao Wujing was about to truly enter the bridal chamber. But in the next moment, a powerful, cold energy erupted from within Li Yunrui, sending Zhao Wujing flying from her delicate body. Oh no! Even with Zhao Wujing's quick reflexes, he landed heavily on the ground. Li Yunrui was startled. Are you okay? She hurriedly approached to check if Zhao Wujing was hurt, her ample charm swaying, puzzled as to why her husband had flown out. In the past, she might have pushed Zhao Wujing away out of disdain. But now, she had already accepted Zhao Wujing in her heart. It definitely wasn't her pushing him. Zhao Wujing was also puzzled. He was sure that Li Yunrui had returned to her southern heaven and could not possibly have pushed him. Moreover, Li Yunrui didn't possess such strong power. Zhao Wujing even noticed a thin layer of frost forming on his body. Goodness, that extreme cold energy was able to freeze me out of nowhere. Right. In the original text, the female protagonist is an extreme, sacred body. The coldest physique in the world. If someone forcefully touches it before the sacred body is perfected, I will suffer backlash from the immature sacred body, lightly freezing my bloodline into a vegetative state, or severely losing my yang energy and becoming impotent. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujing instinctively took 2 steps back. Li Yunrui, holding on to him, heard his thoughts and was also frightened, not daring to approach Zhao Wujing. What the hell is an extreme, sacred body? Why is she one? According to Zhao Wujing's thoughts, she would never be able to consummate the marriage with him. Zhao Wujing was worried about scaring Li Yunrui. After calming his emotions, he still held Li Yunrui's hand and sat down at the edge of the bed. Li Yunrui, fearing she might hurt Zhao Wujing, timidly shifted back a little, creating a distance between them. It's fine. Under normal circumstances, you won't hurt me, Zhao Wujing reassured her. Li Yunrui anxiously asked, what exactly is wrong with my body? Actually, it's a good thing, but for us right now, especially for me, it's a bad thing. Zhao Wujing knew that Li Yunrui had never practiced martial arts. What's sacred body? You wouldn't understand even if I told you, and it would only make you worry, so I won't say it. I remember in the original text, even by the end of the novel, you never truly belonged to Long Zhan, and it was because of this extreme sacred body. Could it be that you need to become an unparalleled expert for the sacred body to be perfected? But you can't practice martial arts yet. Does that mean I have to wait? This time I got a hand in the bandage for wiping my butt. Zhao Wujing felt dejected. But more guilt-ridden was Li Yunrui. She gently stroked Zhao Wujing's back, unsure of what to do to satisfy him. However, this sacred body is worth waiting for, as it concerns the path to immortality. The ancestors of the Dao sect behind Long Zhan lived to 300 years, having glimpsed some of the true meaning of extreme true yang for longevity. Unfortunately, the extreme sacred body is extremely rare, and the ancestors of the Dao sect only created the true yang heart technique. Zhao Wujing quickly comforted himself. Wait, once your sacred body matures, not only can I embrace the beautiful woman, but I can also live for 1,000 years. What is there to wait for? Li Yunrui, hearing his thoughts, felt both amused and guilty. She was just a woman. What she cared about wasn't Zhao Wujing's talk of living for 1,000 years, but whether she could fulfill her duties as a woman and serve her husband well. But now, she couldn't, and that was the greatest sorrow for a woman. Zhao Wujing, I have a problem with my body. I'm not worthy of you. Don't say that, sis. You are more than worthy. It's all the fault of that dog author for writing you too perfectly. In the end, even the protagonist can't win you over. Luckily, you are mine now. Zhao Wujing pulled Li Yunrui into his embrace, warmth and softness filling his arms. Silly girl. What I care about is your body. Oh no, it's you as a person. So what if we can't consummate the marriage? Just having you by my side is enough. Li Yunrui felt the intense, burning, and steadfast aura when Zhao Wujing spoke. Zhao Wujing spoke so tenderly and sincerely, and his body was very honest, making her shy. Are you feeling uncomfortable holding on like this? It's fine, just a little. Zhao Wujing gently kissed Li Yunrui's incredibly beautiful face, his large hand softly wiping away the smudged lipstick from their passionate kiss. However, he didn't dare to take the next step, fearing for his life. Seeing Zhao Wujing still holding on, Li Yunrui's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Her bright eyes blinked, playfully saying, what a pity, I was going to help my husband in other ways. Since my husband has said so. Wait. Zhao Wujing interrupted her recklessly, staring at Li Yunrui's moist lips, stammering, you said it yourself. A gentleman's word is hard to take back. Zhao Wujing felt like he would explode if he held back any longer. Li Yunrui, shyly, softly said, you lie down. Her jade arm lightly pushed, and Zhao Wujing comfortably laid down on the bed. It's my first time trying this. If I do poorly, please correct me, my husband. With endless charm, Li Yunrui's beautiful eyes flicked, lowering her body. On the wedding night, though imperfect, it was still enjoyable. In a quiet courtyard of the palace, a small table held 5 dishes and a pot of wine for 3 people. The king of the north drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. The spicy liquor went down his throat and into his belly, causing his eyes to squint slightly. Having spent many years on the frontier, it was rare for him to enjoy such tranquility, especially after a long separation from his elder brother and sister-in-law. The queen poured another glass of wine for the king of the north. You have worked hard over the years. Your brother, doesn't talk much, but he has always been concerned about whether you are doing well at the border. Li Ziyuan also drank his wine in one gulp, leaning back in his chair, enjoying the rare leisure, and did not deny the queen's words. Just like back in the days when the king of the north skillfully scooped up a spoonful of pig fat crispy peanuts and tossed them into his mouth. Chewing, at the border when my brother and I drink, it's always these 5 dishes and this strong horse blood wine. All these years, it feels like nothing has changed. We're still the same as before. It's good that nothing has changed. Li Ziyuan picked up a peanut, opened his mouth, and slowly said, The world is different. We should change. Governing a vast dynasty is not as simple as managing a small family. There are things we should do and things we cannot do. The king of the north took another gulp of wine. I only know how to fight to protect my home and country. How would I understand these things? Your brother is not wrong. The queen refilled their glasses with a gentle smile. Managing the world and the state, adapting to the times, some changes are inevitable. However, your feelings have not changed, which is a good thing. The king of the north drank again, his eyes somewhat hazy. This little wine would not get him drunk. What clouded his mind were the suddenly empty thoughts, or perhaps something else. One of the most correct decisions I've made in my life is to become sworn brothers with you. Li Ziyuan also finished his drink and looked at Zhao. You are a sentimental person, honest, and in many ways we are quite alike. All these years, you still remember the past. But why is your drinking capacity not what it used to be? Happy, the king of the north laughed heartily. Seeing my brother and sister-in-law, and that Wujing has gotten married, has relieved me of a worry. I'm drunk. The queen's hand trembled slightly as she poured the wine, but she remained composed and filled their glasses, smiling gently. With the way you two drink, who wouldn't get drunk? Li Ziyuan also smiled, his gaze flickering, but his tone suddenly became serious. Brother, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 47. Third senior sister, Yin Jinshu. On the night of the bright moon, the king of the north's residence was adorned with colorful lights, filled with joy. Outside the city, on a short pine ridge, there was a lonely grave. Surrounding the grave, bright red firecracker scraps and paper littered the ground. This was today's wedding of Zhao Wujing, a congratulation from the living to the deceased. The sound of stepping on yellow mud and paper scraps echoed around the silent grave mound. Under the cool moonlight, a tall figure slowly approached, followed by the steward Zhao Manfu. Zhao gently touched the cold gravestone. The deeply engraved name was an unreachable memory for him. Beneath the gravestone lay the place where his deceased wife was buried. He remembered her gentle words at the end of her life. Just bury me here, so I can watch you come home. Princess, I'm home now, and I want to leave again, nor can I. Zhao face was weathered. The iron-blooded majesty of the frontier turned into tenderness at this moment. Today is Wujing's big day. We as parents should drink a toast. Zhao raised his left hand, and the steward immediately took out a wine jug from his chest and poured a glass for him. After saying this, he added, Almost forgot, we are short on snacks. The steward immediately understood, unwrapping the package at his back, and out fell 5 heads, their deaths gruesome, some wide-eyed, and some had not even reacted in terror before meeting their end. These were the ones the prince had just brought back. It was said that after drinking with His Majesty the Emperor, he casually killed some corrupt officials and bootlickers. The steward recognized these people. During this time, they had all targeted the young prince. One had organized the assassination after the young prince's sword-casting battle. Another had invaded the Zhao family's properties. One had publicly slandered the young prince's character in the capital. The last one had led the charge this morning, urging all officials not to congratulate the young prince. The 5th one had been watching the king of the north's residence, coming from the commander's office of the elite cavalry. This was the old prince's dominance, the king of the north's dominance. The steward knew that these heads were meant by the old prince to bring good fortune to Zhao Wujing. The old prince wanted to tell the world that he did not need to ask who these people were serving or who was behind the scenes, but whoever dared to touch his son, he would kill. However, the old steward sighed. If the Zhao family did not have that curse, perhaps the old prince could ensure the young prince lived worry-free for a lifetime. The burning wine went down his throat, and Zhao said, After you left, there were some things I dare not gamble on. Upon hearing this, the old steward wisely retreated 3 paces to a distance where he could not be heard. Zhao at the grave continued to express his feelings. 20 years ago, I gambled once, which made me lose you forever. 20 years later, if I gamble again. If I do not believe in fate, I fear losing Wujing. Zhao sighed deeply, repeating, the night wind carried his sighs filled with unwillingness and helplessness, as well as an unshakable sorrow. He and the gravestone exchanged silent gazes. This iron-blooded man, at this moment, had tears welling in his eyes. I know Wujing has suffered a lot in the capital. There are many people targeting him. Zhao hair was turning white, the wine deepening his sorrow, leaving him with nowhere to place his longing for his deceased wife. The guilt towards Wujing made his eyes flicker. If the Zhao family did not have that curse, I would definitely lead my troops to the capital and kill all those people. But under the curse of the Zhao family, Wujing and I, at most, can only have one life. I cannot change fate, but I can choose to die so that Wujing can live. Zhao seemed to have drunk too much, his robust body quietly leaning against the gravestone, his words becoming increasingly slurred and painful. 10 years of life and death, so indistinct without thinking, is hard to forget. A lonely grave 1,000 miles away, nowhere to speak of desolation. Even if we meet again, we should not recognize each other, dust covering our faces, hair like frost. At night, in a quiet dream. In a daze, he seemed to see his deceased wife again at the small window, combing her hair, still as beautiful as ever, gazing at him with affection, while he now had a face full of hardships. If it weren't for that curse, if it weren't for the Zhao family's fate, if it weren't for his confidence in defying heaven, 20 years ago, he wouldn't have watched his wife die before his eyes. If it weren't for, the wine jug fell to the ground, and the yellow earth around the gravestone drank up Zhao sorrows. Zhao finally got drunk. At the Long Zhan residence, the room was filled with the smell of blood. Just recovered from his injuries, Long Zhan looked at the bodies before him, his blood surging again. Who killed our people? Long Zhan asked sharply. The members of the elite cavalry lowered their heads. Only one person, with a stiff neck, said, "The bodies were thrown at the door of our elite cavalry." The vice commander's head was even cut off. Long Zhan clenched his fist tightly. "But can you see who did it?" The crowd fell silent. Seeing this, Long Zhan felt a chill down his back. These people were his trusted subordinates, who could kill them silently. Moreover, the bodies were thrown back to the commander's residence. What is this? This is a blatant warning. Long Zhan was not a fool. In today's capital, Li Ziyuan would naturally not do this. So the only one capable of such a feat was the King of the North, who just returned today. Only the King of the North had such unfathomable power. Fear and dread surged in Long Zhan's heart. He once again uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath growing weaker and the resentment in his heart deepening. Today at the ancestral court, Zhao Wujing's last sword strike caught him completely off guard, causing him severe internal injuries. Now, being intimidated by the King of the North, he felt all his internal energy swirling chaotically, destroying the vitality within him. The sounds of merriment from the King of the North's residence were not far from his own. Even if he closed the door, he could still faintly hear the sounds of clinking cups and exchanging toasts coming from there. This honor, this excitement, should belong to Long Zhan if it weren't for the Northern King faking his death and conveniently returning to the capital today to support Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing, you have a good father. I admit defeat, but I do not accept my fate. He let out a furious roar in his heart. Although the Northern King is strong, his junior brother possesses a heavenly mandate, and with our assistance, are we really afraid of the Zhao family? Just as Long Zhan's thoughts were surging, the door was gently pushed open. Long Zhan warily grasped the sword beside him. When he saw the visitor, he was first taken aback. Then his cheeks flushed with rare joy. The visitor had a delicate figure and beautiful features, dressed in a sky-blue long dress, with eyes and brows filled with youthful vitality and the quiet beauty of a noble lady. Especially under her pure attire, one could clearly see her impressive curves, with a slim waist and two pert buttocks swaying as she walked, making it hard for men to look away. Senior sister Jin Shu. The visitor was none other than his third senior sister, Yin Jin Shu. Long Zhan called out in surprise, but the mention of his injury caused his brows to furrow tightly, his expression pained. Junior brother, don't speak for now. Yin Jin Shu's attention was not on Long Zhan, but rather on the sword beside him. As she slowly approached, her curiosity growing. Is this the heavenly sword? When the sword demon forged the heavenly sword, he infused it with the essence of life and death. After 1,000 blood sacrifices, it gained its spirit. The pure blue light is the royal way heavenly sword, which represents life, while the blood-red light is the tyrannical heavenly sword, which represents death. How could your royal way heavenly sword, in your hands, allow you to be so badly injured and not heal? Upon hearing this, Long Zhan realized that his third senior sister, Jin indeed had a method to treat his internal injuries. Although third senior sister Jin had low martial skills, her extensive knowledge, especially her talent for understanding martial arts, was unmatched in their sect. Long Zhan wanted Jin to help, and she saw through his thoughts, directly stating, "Since the royal way heavenly sword has recognized you as its master, your blood can activate its healing power." Upon hearing this, Long Zhan seized the royal way heavenly sword and made a fierce cut, letting his blood flow down the water blue blade. The next moment, the royal way heavenly sword burst forth with dazzling blue light, illuminating the entire room. Countless water blue rays surged towards Long Zhan's 7 orifices, penetrating into his limbs and bones. Long Zhan felt the injuries in his body rapidly healing, a tingling sensation spreading throughout, and he couldn't help but let out a pleasurable groan. Indeed, the heavenly sword embodies both life and death, and the healing power of the royal way heavenly sword was crucial. Jin was extremely interested in Long Zhan's injury repair, her gaze intense. Often, the heavier the injury, the faster the progress in strength after recovery. You should take this opportunity to accelerate your cultivation. Perhaps you can break through your realm and step into the 5th grade. Feeling the power within him not only diminished but increased, he felt ecstatic. However, Long Zhan quickly filled with disappointment. Even if he could break through, what difference would it make? Tonight was Zhao Wujing and the 7th princess's wedding night. The rice was already cooked, and he had already been utterly defeated in front of Zhao Wujing. He could even imagine how painful Li Yunrui's expression must be and how excited and Lu Zhao Wujing was. With a hint of a smile in her wise eyes, Jin said, "You haven't lost yet." Long Zhan immediately regained his composure. "What do you mean, senior sister?" Li Yunrui was an extreme, unholy body. She had to reach the master realm before she could be touched by a man. Before that, the holy body was extremely unstable. If a man tried to force himself on her, the damage she would suffer could exceed a full-strength strike from a master. If Zhao Wujing dared to force her, he would probably already be dead. Oh, Long Zhan's eyes brightened. It would be great if Zhao Wujing died from the shock. However, with the Northern King protecting him, he would probably just be unable to touch Li Yunrui, not truly dead. But that was enough. At least, he still had a chance to fight for Li Yunrui. The 7th princess would eventually belong to him. Long Zhan once again regained his spirited demeanor. Jin nodded, then changed the subject. "I'm just curious. How could Zhao Wujing, already drained from wine and pleasure, have the power to defeat you? Is the tyrannical heavenly sword really stronger than your royal way heavenly sword?" It shouldn't be. Although the tyrant sword is more suited for battle, it should be a maximum of 6-4 in terms of odds. Long Zhan's expression darkened. Mentioning this made his anger rise uncontrollably, and he blurted out, "That wastes Zhao Wujing, no matter how he cultivates. How could he possibly be my opponent? Isn't it just because Zhao Wujing used the bridal god technique today, borrowing power that doesn't belong to him? Despicable and shameless. And the 4th senior sister has likely betrayed me. Otherwise, how could Zhao Wujing learn the bridal god technique that I have never touched? Qing Shui betrayed you? And this happened." Jin Shu's expression grew more curious. She loved the many mysteries of the world, and even more enjoyed the process of unraveling them. Outside the Northern King's residence, outside the son's wedding chamber, a layer of window paper was quietly poked through, and I was pressed against it. What is there to see? Why drag me here? If the Northern King discovers us peeping at Zhao Wujing, Ling Qingxue cautiously surveyed her surroundings and pulled at her 5th junior sister, Lu Ruyan. "I could just say I'm Zhao Wujing's woman, right? Would the Northern King scold his daughter-in-law?" Lu Ruyan poked a small hole in another window paper. "Senior sister, stop pretending. Don't you want to see?" "I don't want to." "Wow, so the 7th princess is so proactive. What? Let me see." Ling Qingxue's eyes were already peering inside. Is that guy capable or not? Why isn't he getting to the point? What is he circling around for outside? However, he was quite gentle with Li Yunrui, not in a hurry at all. "Senior sister, are you angry?" Have you felt his gentleness like this? Every time he comes to find me, it's like a starving ghost reincarnated. Ling Qingxue listened to Lu Ruyan's words and was speechless. Why would I feel that? I'm not Zhao Wujing's woman. Just then, a faint flute sound came. A flute sound? Senior sister, where did the flute sound come from? Lu Ruyan turned back. Such a familiar flute sound. It's third senior sister. Ling Qingxue frowned, looking towards the outside of the Wang residence. Why has third senior sister come? She is calling us. Chapter 48. A father's love like a mountain outside the northern king's residence. The Dao sect's three sisters met. Lu Ruyan was alluring to the bone. Even with a serious expression, she couldn't hide her natural charm. Ling Qingxue had a cold demeanor, now even more indifferent. Yin Jinshu had a sweet smile. And compared to the tall and cold Ling Qingxue, she looked much more like a lovely girl next door. At this moment, she was twirling her flute and said, "Junior sisters, you seem so leisurely, making a fuss on the day of the wedding. How many gifts have you brought?" Third senior sister, feel free to speak your mind. Ling Qingxue knew that third senior sister Yun Jinshu's arrival was certainly not just to find them first, but she had gone to their first contact point in the capital, Long Zhan's residence. Having seen Long Zhan and come here, she had guessed what Yun Jinshu was planning. Yun Jinshu giggled. "Do you both still remember the purpose for which our sect sent you into the world? It's to assist Junior Brother Long Zhan. How did you end up by Zhao Wujing's side? Don't you know that Junior Brother Long Zhan has a heavy killing intent towards Zhao Wujing? Have you both betrayed the sect?" Senior sister, it's better not to mention that scoundrel Long Zhan, Ling Qingxue said with a face full of disgust. Despicable and shameless, ambitious. Selfish too, Lu Ruyan said lazily while twirling her hair. He is nothing compared to Zhao Wujing's woman. And besides, who stands behind Zhao Wujing? The Northern King. How powerful is the Northern King? Now that Zhao Wujing is marrying Li Yunrui, who in the entire Li family dynasty doesn't know that Li Ziyuan's most beloved daughter is Li Yunrui, with Zhao Wujing's current resources and potential. The chance of him achieving success in the future is much greater than Long Zhan. You two junior sisters have quite the foresight. Yin Jinshu covered her mouth and smiled. Is Junior Brother Long Zhan's martial talent really something you can compare to Zhao Wujing? Moreover, the court is not as simple as you think. The power that Zhao Wujing relies on is indeed that strong. Whether it can stand tall without falling is the key. You are currently standing with Zhao Wujing, betraying your junior brother and your sect. Don't regret it in the future. Ling Qingxue flicked her long sleeves and turned to leave. She despised Yin Jinshu's words about betraying her junior brother. Long Zhan coveted them. Were they just going to wait to be taken advantage of by Long Zhan? We are merely diverting Lu Ruyan's attention, twirling her hair, and leisurely turning around. We are asking you to pull strings, not to stick to Zhao Wujing. Seeing her two junior sisters turn to leave, Yin Jinshu felt anger rising within her as the three parted unhappily. I hope you won't regret today's decision in the future. Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue walked side by side without looking back. It's you, senior sister, who shouldn't regret it. We are betting on Zhao Wujing anyway. Good. Then I will wait for Yun Jinshu to be furious, tightly gripping her flute, snorting, and also turning to leave. In the Wangfu, Zhao Tingxiao, amidst a chorus of compliments, walked towards the side room. It's so late, yet he still hasn't gotten out of bed. It seems I will have to make that kid practice every morning from now on. Just as he stepped into the corridor, the old steward approached with a smile, saying, "Master, slow down. His Highness just finished his intimate time with the princess. You are about to become a grandfather. If you go over now and happen to bump into the heir, he is sensitive." "All right." Zhao Tingxiao clasped his hands behind his back, nodded, and casually sat on a bench beside the corridor, slightly leaning back and letting out a long breath. "Master, you seem a bit down," the old steward observed. "Monfu, bring me a pot of wine." Yes. The old steward was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded and hurried away. In the corridor, only Zhao Tingxiao remained, accompanied by falling leaves and a yellow dog. Zhao Wujing's room. After a night, Zhao Wujing was quite satisfied as he looked at the stunning bride in front of the dressing table. Although he couldn't completely win over Li Yunrui, it had stirred her guilt. To make a woman devoted to you often starts with guilt, like making her owe you a meal or a movie. or a taxi fare, or a night at a hotel. Li Yunrui felt guilty towards Zhao Wujing, so she did her best to meet all his demands. Thus, Zhao Wujing was feeling great, but also a bit weak in the knees. After waking up, it was already late morning. Li Yunrui was radiant, but hurried to serve tea to the Prince of Jinbei. The entire Wangfu was bustling early in the morning, practicing like a military camp. Li Yunrui served tea to Zhao Tingxiao, sweetly calling him father. Zhao Tingxiao smiled brightly, seriously putting the jade bracelet left by Zhao Wujing's mother on Li Yunrui's wrist, gently advising her, "If you love him, give him the best, and you too, you little rascal." The old steward beside them looked like a blooming chrysanthemum, quietly wiping away tears that were almost flowing. Watching this peaceful scene, Zhao Wujing suddenly thought, if everything were this smooth and peaceful, without conflict or covetousness, being a carefree and worry-free heir might actually be quite nice. However, the tree desires calm, but the wind does not cease. He does not wield a sword against others, yet someone wants to wield a sword against him. Sure enough, after Zhao Wujing played with Li Yunrui in the room for a while and came out, he saw the Prince of Jinbei sitting alone in the pavilion, seemingly in a daze. "Dad, why are you sitting here? Dress properly. Your wife is beautiful. But you also need to exercise some restraint." Zhao Tingxiao glanced at his son, feeling that he was shameless. Zhao Wujing tied his belt and thought to himself, "Since I can't completely win over Li Yunrui, shouldn't I collect a little more interest?" When Zhao Wujing finished tidying his clothes, the Prince of Jinbei smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Zhao Wujing's shoulder and nostalgically saying, "You are now a family man. You've really grown up. Dad, you were just in a daze. Did something happen?" Zhao Wujing rubbed the Prince of Jinbei's knee, as martial artists need a stable foundation, which can also be quite sore. "The Emperor of Hansang has died, and the whole nation mourns. The people's hearts are unstable. Huaseng paid a great price to avoid conflicts and chaos." Zhao Tingxiao slowly smiled and said, "Given Huaseng's current national strength and situation, there shouldn't be any invasions of Daxia within the next 10 years. The northern border is stable." Zhao Tingxiao's tone carried a hint of relief, but Zhao Wujing's brows furrowed deeper. He had already guessed what Li Ziyuan was planning to do. "Are you not getting married now? In broad daylight. You are still trying to give me a big grandson?" Zhao Tingxiao pulled Zhao Wujing closer, his voice softening. "Dad is about to enjoy life." Zhao Wujing glanced at his father. While his father spoke lightly, he saw the reluctance, unwillingness, and helplessness stemming from the burden of protecting the family and the country. In the original story, upon learning of his beloved son's death, the Prince of Jinbei returned with troops, ready to avenge his son with a fierce momentum, wanting to slaughter the city. However, Long Zhan already knew he was faking his death and was prepared to trap the Prince of Jinbei. He had Ling Qingxue disguise herself as Zhao Wujing flawlessly, while Long Zhan held the fake Zhao Wujing hostage, attempting to coerce the Prince of Jinbei into submission. The Emperor was also pressuring him at the same time. "If you don't die, I can't rest. After your death, I will protect Zhao Wujing and ensure he lives a long life." Ultimately, this iron-blooded general, the Prince of Jinbei, chose to take his own life to save his son. That roar filled with sorrow, helplessness, and unwillingness still echoed in his mind. The Zhao family can ultimately only have one survivor. The heavens are unfair, but the Zhao family will not submit. Later, he bled out on the spot. The blood covered Zhao Wujing's memories of the original story. The Prince of Jinbei's suicide was like Xiang Yu facing the elders of Jiangdong, unwilling to cross the river. And the Prince of Jinbei seemed unable to face his son falling into a dead end, willing to sacrifice everything. The depth of paternal love. The bloody memories from the original story, combined with the current visceral experience, made Zhao Wujing's gaze slightly warm. He said earnestly, "Dad." Zhao Tingxiao felt a flicker of fear in his heart. There were some things he no longer dared to gamble on. 20 years ago, his power was greater than it is now, able to influence the crown prince and Li Ziyuan, determining who would ascend to the throne. At that time, he did not believe in fate. He had also rebelled, not just against the imperial power, but against the heavens themselves. But what was the outcome? His wife, Zhao Wujing's biological mother, died. 20 years later, He only had Zhao Wujing as his sole son. Seeing Zhao Wujing marry and live happily and healthily, he was satisfied. How could he dare to gamble again? Seeing Zhao silent, Zhao Wujing continued to probe, wanting to know one thing. A matter that was never mentioned in the original story. Dad, have you ever felt that the heavens are unfair? The heavens are unfair? The powerful aura that the Prince of Jinbei had been suppressing trembled at Zhao Wujing's words, uncontrollably leaking a hint. At this moment, the wind howled through the corridor, lifting his frosty white hair. Did Wujing sense something? The Prince of Jinbei looked at his beloved son with kind eyes, ultimately not telling Wujing the truth. He did not want Wujing, after his death, to feel guilty upon learning the truth. Dad, I've heard at the border that you are quite bold and somewhat arrogant. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems there is some truth to it. You even dare to tease the heavens. He tried to brush it off, but Zhao Wujing was clearly even more curious, pretending to be angry. With the Prince of Jinbei as my backing, what does it matter if I'm arrogant? The Prince of Jinbei suddenly grabbed Zhao Wujing by the collar. What if one day I'm no longer around? Little rascal, can you still protect yourself? Zhao Wujing stared at him in shock. Why wouldn't you be around? Who could kill you? Of course not. The only one who could kill me is myself. Look at how flustered you are. You have no ambition. Zhao released Zhao Wujing, straightened his wrinkled collar, and added, fortunately, a father knows his son well. Before returning to the capital, I instructed the troops of Jinbei. In the future, they will only listen to my son, Zhao. Zhao looked up at the sky over Kyoto, where an eagle soared by, yet remained beneath the vast heavens. Son, no matter how strong the Zhao family is, we are still pressed by this sky. If one day you dislike this sky, you can leave here. Your father has ways to ensure your safe departure from Kyoto. But for now, your temperament is quite suitable for practicing your father's unique sword technique. Now that I have some free time, I'll teach it to you. The sword technique is called only I Am Supreme. Zhao Wujing had already noticed the obvious and awkward change of topic, but his father still didn't want to talk about it, and he couldn't force the issue any further. He could only sigh inwardly and respond casually. Could it be that you see the kingly aura in me, father? No. Zhao shook his head. A father knows his son best. Your swordsmanship is too poor to unleash the dominance of your killing sword. Zhao Wujing's face fell. You little brat. Zhao pushed Zhao Wujing. Hand me the sword, and I'll demonstrate it for you. Oh. Zhao Wujing raised his hand, and in the next moment, a blood-red sword was in his grasp, the dominant heavenly sword. He handed the sword over. Zhao took the sword, but the dominant heavenly sword seemed to sense it was not in its owner's grip and began to tremble violently, yet still could not escape Zhao hand. The aura of dominance slowly spread from Zhao. Watch closely, this sword will look very cool. At that moment, Zhao Wujing felt one word. Thousands of troops and horses. Only I am supreme. Chapter 49. Uni, go take out Zhao Wujing. With the dominant heavenly sword in hand, Zhao momentum grew stronger. He slowly raised his arm, pointing diagonally at the heavens beyond the corridor. The only I Am Supreme sword technique can be divided into two parts when executed. The first part is only I, where one must be in a focused yet empty state, seeing all things in the world as only oneself. The second part is supreme. When executing the sword technique, no matter how many strong enemies you face, you must believe that you are the supreme one, invulnerable to all. As Zhao explained the way of the only I Am Supreme sword technique to Zhao Wujing, he pointed the sword toward the sky, lightly flicking it toward the corridor outside, his whole being filled with ease, even frivolity, with an indescribable dominance, as if nothing in the world could catch his eye. And he could simply slice it away with a sword. After his flick, a sudden gust of wind arose around the originally windless corridor, howling and causing the potted plants to sway in the breeze. Yet within 3 feet of Zhao, there was an area of calm, terrifyingly tranquil. Zhao Wujing stood in the windless zone created by his father, seemingly peaceful, yet he felt a strong sense of suffocation and oppression, making it difficult to breathe. Meanwhile, the sounds of shattered cups and dishes echoed from the front yard, the startled cries of drunken guests, and the reassuring voice of the old steward. Zhao slowly lowered the sword, returning the dominant heavenly sword to Zhao Wujing, and sighed. In our own residence, this sword's power can only reach this level. If it were on the battlefield, with the might of this divine weapon, your father could at least break through 100 armors with one sword and cut down dozens of enemies without feeling exhausted. But it doesn't matter. This sword is not about strength, but about the heart's intent, the intent of only I am supreme. Zhao Wujing took back the dominant heavenly sword, which was still trembling violently, its blade humming. He recalled the seemingly casual sword strike from earlier. The old steward hurried over from the front yard, carrying 2 jars of wine, looking shaken, just now. A sudden strong wind blew through the front yard, scattering all the tables and chairs, and people couldn't stand steady. Fortunately, the guests had already eaten and drunk well. The rest were all drunken and greedy. "Master, your wine." Zhao took a jar of wine and gulped it down, releasing a long breath. Zhao Wujing practiced a sword flourish, trying to mimic his father's earlier demeanor. Zhao smiled and advised, "When the sword rises, the wind does not cease, and killing does not end. If you cannot master the ebb and flow at the beginning, then just push forward and kill. 2 hours later, Zhao Wujing, feeling weak and soft, followed Li Yunrui to the palace. The first day post-marriage custom was for the couple to first present tea to the king of the north, then go to the palace to present tea to the emperor and empress. In the palace garden, Li Yunrui personally brewed 2 cups of her father's favorite invigorating tea, handing 1 cup to Zhao Wujing, and then she knelt down first to present the tea. "Father, mother, please enjoy the tea." Li Ziyuan, with a beaming smile, accepted the tea and took a sip. "Father, mother, please enjoy the tea." Zhao Wujing presented the tea bowl. The empress, with a kind smile, nodded and handed Zhao Wujing a silk pouch, patting his hand. "Come, mother has some things to give you." Zhao Wujing looked obediently and left with the empress. Li Ziyuan glanced at Zhao Wujing's departing figure, his gaze slightly, and remained silent. Once Zhao Wujing and the empress had completely left, he sighed softly. "Yunrui, Zhao Wujing's skills are beyond my expectations." Li Yunrui got up and sat next to her father, acting coy. "Isn't that exactly what makes Wujing excellent? With high martial arts skills, he can better protect my daughter. Your father is afraid he might bully you," Li Ziyuan joked. "If one day your father falls out with him, who will you help?" "Father." Upon hearing her father's words, how could Li Yunrui not understand the underlying meaning? She pouted. "How could Wujing go against you? Now he is your son-in-law and will be even more loyal to the Great Xia. If you slander him again, I will start to doubt my father's magnanimity." Although Li Yunrui said this, a trace of barely perceptible worry flickered in her beautiful eyes. She always felt that her father could not tolerate Zhao Wujing, and Zhao Wujing was destined to resist. She did not want that day to come. But if it really did, where would she go? Seeing his daughter upset, Li Ziyuan quickly said, all right, father won't ask such questions." He smiled indulgently, but his heart gradually grew heavy. Although Yunrui didn't practice martial arts much, her talent in martial arts was exceptionally high. He had originally wanted to pass his sacred dragon skill to Yunrui, but it seemed now that she had no interest in martial arts and only wanted to be with Zhao Wujing. "Father, let's see what mother gave Wujing." Li Yunrui smiled sweetly, wanting to drag her father away to change the topic and mood. "You go ahead." Li Ziyuan. "Okay, then I'll go first." Li Yunrui dashed off eagerly, wanting to see Zhao Wujing quickly, and more importantly, to find out what mysterious things her mother had given Zhao Wujing. Li Ziyuan's smile slowly faded as his daughter left. After Zhao Wujing married Yunrui, he had brought it up, wanting Zhao to relinquish military power. But Zhao clearly was unwilling. Moreover, he knew in his heart that the current northern town army probably only recognized the king of the north and did not acknowledge him as the emperor. Zhao Wujing was still training. His martial arts talent was impressive, even surpassing Long Zhan during their time at the ancestral home. If Zhao Wujing continued to grow like this, would he be content being a prince consort? He used to worry that Zhao Wujing would become a second Zhao. But now he worried that Zhao Wujing would not become a second Zhao. At least Zhao only had excessive merit and held significant power. But at least he still respected him as a sworn brother. But that brat Zhao Wujing, I could see at a glance that he has a rebellious nature. If Zhao Wujing is unwilling to be a prince consort, then what will Zhao do when he learns of this? He will definitely help Zhao Wujing. At that time, this father-son pair will truly be a problem. For now, Yunrui only wants to be with Zhao Wujing, and he hardly has a good opportunity to express his desire for Yunrui to practice the sacred dragon skill. He even thought that given Yunrui's level of concern for Zhao Wujing, if he taught the sacred dragon skill to Yunrui, she would turn around and teach it to Zhao Wujing. Since Yunrui does not want to and cannot practice the powerful sacred dragon skill, then let a prince who despises Zhao Wujing take it on. Zhonghua, Li Ziyuan thought of this and called out in a low voice. A respectful voice from the chief eunuch came from the side door. This old servant is here. Summon Yuni here. Yes. Not long after, Li Yuni arrived, suppressing the doubts in his heart, and bowed obediently. Son greets, Father Emperor. Li Ziyuan got straight to the point. I know you have a strong dislike for Zhao Wujing, and now I am giving you an opportunity to defeat him. Li Yuni was taken aback. Huh? Me? Chapter 50. The court in turmoil, Li Yuni knelt on the cold jade bricks of the imperial study, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his throat bobbing. He had indeed hated Zhao Wujing before, believing that Zhao Wujing had taken away his beloved sister, Li Yunrui. However, after getting to know Zhao Wujing, he found that they had much in common. Both enjoyed reading risque books, and importantly, Zhao Wujing had saved his life. To say he hated Zhao Wujing now was not entirely true. He just wanted to find Zhao Wujing for the sequel to the Spring Palace 100 Flowers record and did not really want to defeat him. What was the point of fencing with a man? If he were to draw his sword, it should be against women. Please enlighten me, Father Emperor. Li Yuni clasped his fists and tried to straighten his back to appear obedient. I will definitely obey. Li Ziyuan took out a bright yellow manual from his bosom, the gilded cover reflecting a dazzling halo in the morning light. From today onwards, I will pass on the sacred dragon art to you. You must practice diligently. I will check on you from time to time, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Oh no, Father Emperor, no. This is not the kind of risque book I wanted. Li Yuni numbly accepted the sacred dragon art manual, and when his fingertips touched the gold embossed patterns, he trembled. He looked at the five-clawed golden dragon on the title page and felt as if the sky was about to collapse. His left hand, hidden under his wide sleeves, gripped his thigh tightly to suppress his cries. No, Li Yuni lamented inwardly as snow began to fall, flurries dancing in the cold northern wind. The copper bells at the eaves chimed in the autumn breeze, sounding to him like funeral dirges. The next day, during the morning court session, the bronze incense burner between the coiling dragon pillars emitted curling blue smoke. This morning, perhaps due to some whispers of change, the ministers waiting in the hall exchanged their usual loud discussions for hushed conversations, gathering in small groups, occasionally glancing at the tall and imposing Long Zhan and the silent Zhao Wujing. Finally, Li Ziyuan stepped into the grand hall, accompanied by the morning bell. His dark dragon robe swept over the red platform, scattering fine golden sand. He casually waved his hand, and the eunuch in front began to read the imperial edict. The silk unfolded with a heart-stopping rustle. The Minister of Rights reported that the second batch of the cold mulberry envoy had entered the capital and was fully settled. This time the cold mulberry envoy was here again to take away Qinye. This matter was fully entrusted to Zhao Wujing. It should not affect the existing peace between the two nations, and Qinye must be allowed to return smoothly with the envoy. The ministers nodded like reeds in the wind. They had already heard news of this matter, and it was normal for Zhao Wujing to be in charge since Qinye was under house arrest at the Wangfu. They were more concerned about the rumors they had received regarding the king of the north. The eunuch continued reading, his voice suddenly rising. The Great Xia and Cold Mulberry are gradually achieving peace. The northern border no longer requires a large army to be stationed. Peace is hard won. The king of the north, Zhao, has fought for many years to defend the northern borders of the Great Xia, and his contributions are deeply appreciated by me. Zhao is also my sworn brother, and we share a deep bond. Based on merit, affection, and reason, today I confer the title of prince upon Zhao, the king of the north. All privileges are equal to that of a first-class prince, with a stipend of 10,000 taels and 10,000 bushels of grain. As soon as this imperial edict was issued, the hall was in shock. The vermilion pillars reflected the pale faces of the crowd, and even the incense smoke seemed to freeze for a moment. The King of the North, this title was a princely title, a subordinate power granted to General Zhao of the northern border, without real power, as the actual power belonged to the military authority of the northern general. Yet today, this princely title, an outsider's title, had actually broken the hierarchy of the Great Xia throughout history, elevating him to a first-class prince. From now on, he would be among the royal relatives. The King of the North was indeed the emperor's sworn brother, and this promotion was truly surprising. However, some officials sensed something unusual. With the King of the North's elevation, it seemed more like a superficial reward for excessive merit, with no real substance. As expected, the usually steady and low-key Minister of War suddenly presented a proposal. Your Majesty, this old minister believes that the King of the North has worked hard to guard the borders for many years, and now that he is getting older, coupled with the wedding of the crown prince, the Wangfu is becoming increasingly peaceful. Why not let the King of the North enjoy his old age in the Wangfu, so that he and the crown prince do not have to be separated again? Moreover, your Majesty has a deep affection for the King of the North, which is known to all. If the King of the North spends his old age in the capital, it would also be more convenient for you to meet and alleviate your longing. As soon as the Minister of War said this, the court fell into an eerie silence, and the ministers fell silent. They all heard the hidden meaning in the Minister of War's words. It seemed to be a consideration for the King of the North. But in reality, there was suspicion of inciting the emperor to strip the King of the North of his military power. It was even possible that this was the emperor's intention. Otherwise, how could the Minister of War, as an old minister, propose his opinion on such matters? Wouldn't it usually be better to feign ignorance? What you say makes sense. Li Ziyuan showed a thoughtful expression, as if he were truly considering the Minister of War's proposal. Zhao naturally saw through it. The Minister of War's actions were likely at Li Ziyuan's behest. On the night of the wedding banquet, Li Ziyuan had mentioned wanting him to retire, but he had not responded at the time. Now, it was clear that Li Ziyuan was deliberately using the Minister of War's mouth to strip him of his military power. Whether this king should retire in the capital was not up to you to suggest. Zhao stepped forward, the violent aura of martial arts following him, directly colliding with the Minister of War. The Minister of War could not withstand it at all and was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Even as he coughed up blood, he struggled to get up, kneeling on the ground, bowing to the King of the North. This old minister spoke recklessly. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, and allow the King of the North to quell his anger. Tingxiao, I also want you to spend more time with me in the capital. Marching and fighting, the hardships of the border should be left to the younger generation. Li Ziyuan knew Tingxiao was venting his dissatisfaction, but he was determined to strip Tingxiao of his military power and nip the thread in the bud. He said solemnly, from this day forth, I appoint Long Zhan, the vice commander of the cavalry camp, as the acting general of the northern border, to take charge of the northern military power and train the troops to defend the nation. The hall was in an uproar, and the ministers looked at Long Zhan in disbelief. They had just realized that the edict and the Minister of War's suggestion had problems. It turned out to be this way. The emperor stripped the King of the North of his real power, allowing him to enjoy his old age. Long Zhan was also bewildered. He could hardly believe this was real, his hands hanging by his side, trembling slightly. That was excitement. He knew the emperor had always valued and favored him, but handing over the position of the northern general to him, just like that, although it was only acting, but who cares? A blessing in disguise. He had lost to Zhao Wujing in love, but he had directly crushed Zhao Wujing in the political arena. Wasn't Zhao Wujing relying on the King of the North's power before? Now that the King of the North had lost his military power, Long Zhan felt triumphant for a moment, but as smart as he was, he immediately realized the issue. For a military heavyweight like the King of the North, military power was just a nominal title. Even if the emperor stripped him of military power, intending to suppress his influence, the actual effect was not significant. The Northern Army would still listen only to the King of the North. Long Zhan suddenly felt that being the acting general was a bit tricky. It was clearly a hot potato. He suddenly wondered if Li Ziyuan had also placed him on the hot seat. Congratulations, Vice Commander Long. No, Look at this official congratulating General Long. General Long. General Long is handsome and talented with great martial virtue. Guarding the northern borders, we can rest easy. Congratulations, General Long. I hope you can give us a favor and have a drink after court today, all right? I've always said that Long Zhan is no ordinary person. The Minister of Rights clapped his hands and laughed heartily, while the goat-beard trembled with excitement. Your Majesty has a keen eye for talent, immediately recognizing the capable individuals. The Northern King has spent half his life on the battlefield, enduring hardships and earning merits. After enjoying his old age, who else among the younger generation in the court is worthy of the position of General of the Northern Frontier? Only Long Zhan. The court officials surged like a tide, surrounding Long Zhan in the center, with various incense wafting around his nose. He caught a glimpse of Zhao Wujing still standing in place, simply picking his nose, looking indifferent. So low class, Zhao Wujing sneered, glancing at Long Zhan. Taking charge of a Northern Frontier army? Just him? The Northern King only brought back one army this time. Just this one, a few hundred men. I want to see if Long Zhan can handle it. Dad, it's not fun here. Shall we go home and play cards? Zhao Wujing pointed at the back of the Northern King. Long Zhan took all this in, but could only respond politely to the officials in the court. Inside, he was actually very anxious. What if the Northern King treated him like he did with the Minister of War? Fortunately, the Northern King was talking to Zhao Wujing and then strode away. Li Ziyuan watched the backs of Zhao Tingxiao and his son leaving without greeting him, grunting in anger. He certainly knew that removing Zhao Tingxiao's military power didn't mean much. The Northern Army had long stopped listening to orders. This was the key point he had always worried about. The Northern King was loyal, and so was the Northern Army. If the Northern King were disloyal, his throne would be in jeopardy. So he wanted to test, to suppress the Northern King's prestige. Otherwise, his sworn brother, who was truly powerful and had great authority, would be a source of anxiety for him. His gaze fell on Long Zhan. This young man he valued. He didn't know if he could lead the Northern Army well. Although he held no hope, the reason for choosing Long Zhan was that he was clever enough. Even if he couldn't lead the Northern Army, he wouldn't be killed. If Li Ziyuan chose someone else to lead, they'd probably be carried out of the army camp. At the Wangfu, ginkgo leaves spiraled down onto the bluestone slab, and Li Yunrui's crimson skirt swept across the ground of golden leaves. After hearing the news today, she could no longer hide her indignation, her pearl-embroidered shoes crunching the fallen leaves. Why? Why does Father Emperor want to strip my father of his real power? The Northern Frontier is temporarily stable, not permanently safe. Even if my father's power is removed, it shouldn't be Long Zhan who takes it. So many old generals, yet it's Long Zhan. Isn't this deliberately targeting us? Zhao Wujing leaned against the vermilion-painted column, watching his wife's face, flushed with anger, resembling a ripe peach. The autumn wind lifted the silk ribbons at her waist, her rosy hue radiant against the autumn scenery. Having anticipated this outcome, Zhao Wujing remained quite calm. Rather than continuing to be angry over nothing, he preferred to admire his beautiful wife. No way, Li Yunrui said, stepping outside, her skirt fluttering like a butterfly. I must talk to Father Emperor. Zhao Wujing grabbed the jade bracelet on her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. The faint jasmine scent from her body entered his nostrils as he lowered his head and rubbed his chin against her hair. All right, I know you care about me. Isn't this just a trade-off, military power for the position of a husband? It's a pity that I can't sleep with you. I'm a loss here. Li Yunrui's body suddenly stiffened, her red-tipped nails digging into his arm. What did you say? I said I know you care about me. Zhao Wujing, with an unchanging face, lifted her chin, his thumb wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. To be able to marry such an understanding wife like you is my fortune. As for the rest, I don't care. That fool Long Zhan doesn't even know he is being used by Li Ziyuan. He dares to meddle in the Northern Army, and he'll suffer. But although this woman can't be slept with yet, she is still somewhat cute compared to the one in the original story who helped Long Zhan. Zhao Wujing sighed with relief. You, Li Yunrui, was furious. This damn man still seems to care a lot about the fact that I can't sleep with him. But don't I want to? I want that too. You often leave me hanging. Li Yunrui felt quite innocent. But fortunately, at least in Zhao Wujing's heart, she didn't here too much frustration. This guy had great mental fortitude, at least better than hers, remaining unperturbed even in the face of great challenges. But she currently feels guilty towards me. So it's just right to introduce a few sisters to her. Yunrui, you should understand, right? After all, my Zhao family currently has no military power, and with so many less, we need to work hard to branch out. Li Yunrui. She looked at Zhao Wujing's gentle gaze with suspicion. Before she could speak, Zhao Wujing snapped his fingers. Let me introduce two sisters to you. Sure enough, this scoundrel is hiding women. When Li Yunrui looked up, she saw two beauties approaching in icy blue skirts, with pomegranate red eyes like silk, the autumn sun gilding them, stunningly beautiful. This is senior sister Ling Qingxue. Before Zhao Wujing's voice fell, the soft flesh at his waist was pinched hard. Damn, that hurts. Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruoyan both turned to look at him. Hurts? What hurts? Lu Ruoyan. Are you heartbroken for senior sister? Ling Qingxue. Are you heartbroken for Li Yunrui? Li Yunru tiktinit hadgurip. But she also knew that she had been completely subdued by Zhao Wujing. Regardless of the military power situation being a man-ass struggle, she had her share of blame. But the biggest blame was her inability to fulfill her duties as a wife. So if Zhao Wujing looked for women, she had no way out. Li Yunrui could only smile generously. Hello, senior sister Qingxue. Zhao Wujing continued. This is senior sister Lu Ruoyan. Li Yunrui narrowed her almond eyes, her fingertips drawing circles at her husband's waist. Husband, you sure have endless blessings. Li Yunrui's embroidered shoes stomped heavily on his foot, leaving a shallow imprint on Zhao Wujing's boot. What a frightening look, what a frightening woman. Is this the harem battlefield? Is this the trouble of having too many women? I wonder how the previous readers of this book coped with it. Anyway, I can barely take it anymore. Chapter 51. Please, Lord Wujing. Isn't my husband supposed to introduce them properly? Li Yunrui smiled like a flower, but under her long legs, she increased the pressure. Help! This jealous vinegar jar is about to murder her husband. Yes, introduce them first. Come, ladies. They are. Zhao Wujing took the opportunity to pull back his foot, avoiding Li Yunrui's stomp. Stepping on toes, a child's trick. Zhao Wujing nodded and explained to Li Yunrui, while in his peripheral vision, he caught Lu Ruoyan covering her mouth and chuckling. Both of them were Long Zhan senior sisters before and were also victims. He deliberately emphasized the word victims. Now they have turned to the light and are cooperating with me. From now on, they will be my senior sisters. Li Yunrui's gaze scrutinized the beautiful and charming Lu Ruoyan. Ling Qingxue was all right, with a cool demeanor, looking like she had no ties with Zhao Wujing. But this Lu Ruoyan, with her flirtatious demeanor, looked at Zhao Wujing with a teasing and charming gaze. Is she really just a senior sister? No other relationship? I don't believe you. Husband, are they just your senior sisters? Of course, I, Zhao Wujing, am upright throughout my life, besides this pure relationship of senior and junior. What else could there be? Zhao Wujing's face was full of sincerity. If I weren't afraid you'd flip over the vinegar jar, I could even tell you how many moles they have on their waists. Last night, Lu Ruoyan taught me martial arts hand in hand, and the sweat soaked the sheets. Ahem, Zhao Wujing coughed lightly and said sincerely, speaking of which, I have always been very grateful to the two senior sisters. The martial arts strength I have today is largely thanks to their help. Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruoyan were taken aback, not expecting Zhao Wujing to speak so sincerely and actually thank them face to face. Of course, this was before hearing his inner thoughts. After hearing this, both of them fell silent. They lowered their heads, a blush appearing on their faces. The angriest was Li Yunrui. Good. So there was already something going on. Li Yunrui was so furious that the flesh on her chest almost touched her chin. Husband, how did they help you? Zhao Wujing didn't notice the murderous gaze from Li Yunrui. Instead, he spoke with increasing sincerity. Senior sister Lu Ruoyan helped me a lot when I first entered the martial arts world, teaching me my first top-tier martial arts, and even more thoughtfully assisting me in constantly improving my realm, working very hard, almost broke my waist, but I didn't fall short, making her roll her eyes several times. Li Yunru clenched her fists, and senior sister Ling Qingxue even went so far as to temporarily lend me her strength. Yunrui, do you remember that day at the ancestral court? I was able to surpass Long Zhan. And a large part of that credit goes to the ultimate skills senior sister Ling Qingsno taught me. Unfortunately, my progress in the bridal gown divine art has stagnated. But I'll just have to visit her a few more times. I can always revisit the old places. Li Yunrui's fist tightened even more. Ling Qingsno cursed the lecherous one in her heart. How indecent. Nonsense. She didn't give you anything. What revisit? Lu Rian's beautiful eyes trembled as she glanced at Zhao Wujing, realizing that her senior sister had even taught Zhao Wujing the bridal gown divine art, indicating that their relationship was quite deep and definitely not ordinary. Indeed, the cold demeanor her senior sister usually showed toward Zhao Wujing seemed to be an act. She needed to be cautious. These rivals were fierce. Li Yunrui narrowed her almond eyes coldly. It seems my husband has gained quite a lot. I'm happy for you. Li Yunrui acted understanding and perceptive. Thank you, both of you senior sisters. Seeing Li Yunrui being so sensible and the warm scene in front of him, Zhao Wujing also breathed a sigh of relief. It's better for us to live well together than anything else. Zhao Wujing was still a bit anxious inside. After all, his life principle included 3 repays: 1 for kindness, 2 for revenge, and 3 for beauty. Li Yunrui had already become Zhao Wujing's legitimate wife, and Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingsno were also in the Wangfu, seeing each other often. The 3 women would definitely meet. So, instead of waiting for a better time, Zhao Wujing took the opportunity today to introduce the 2 senior sisters to Li Yunrui, giving a heads up to avoid future chaos. Li Yunrui was too lazy to bother with Zhao Wujing anymore, fearing that if she listened to his thoughts any longer, she wouldn't be able to help but cut him off, making him the first eunuch prince of the Great Xia. So she took the 2 new sisters to arrange formal accommodations. Watching the 3 women's graceful figures leave, each with curves, Yunrui is really sensible. Zhao Wujing smiled with satisfaction. He then turned to think about important matters. Since the morning court had ended, Zhao Wujing had been weighing the current situation repeatedly in his mind. His father's military power had been revoked, Long Zhan had been promoted again, and he was a thorn in Long Zhan's side. How should he deal with it? Since the facts could not be changed, he would use them to maximize his own interests. He arrived at the door of Junior Rihua's room, who was under house arrest. According to the imperial decree, Junior Rihua was to be taken away by the Hansa delegation, so could he extract some value from her before she was taken away? As he pondered, Zhao Wujing pushed the door open and saw Junior Rihua, who looked a bit haggard. Junior Rihua was curled up in a corner where the moonlight did not reach, and when she heard the sound of chains, she suddenly looked up. Zhao Wujing stood against the light, his figure resembling a Shura, the jade pendant at his waist reflecting a chilling light. Your father must love you very much. Zhao Wujing spoke gently, squatting down in front of Junior Rihua, who was sitting on the ground with her legs hugged to her chest. Junior Rihua had tear stains on her cheeks, and thinking of her father's death, her eyes misted again on the verge of tears. I sympathize. Zhao Wujing slowly began to unchain her, but Hansa is in chaos. Internal contradictions are intensifying, and they will grow weaker. The Great Xia is flourishing, and Hansa is destined for disaster. Your best option is to seek cooperation with me. You know what I'm talking about. Junior Rihua, being under house arrest in the Wangfu, was cut off from news and did not know about the temporary peace between the Great Xia and Hansa. My father has probably been angry these days, sharpening his knives, and is likely venting his anger on you Japanese people, so you better clean your necks and wait. Zhao Wujing smiled faintly. This smile was actually kind. He wanted to sincerely discuss cooperation with Junior Rihua. Unexpectedly, upon hearing his thoughts, Junior Rihua was so frightened that her legs went weak, her pupils dilating. The king of Jinbei is really not dead? Is the Great Xia going to continue sending troops to Hansa? Is the king of Jinbei going to personally sharpen his knives? Junior Rihua seemed to foresee the scene of the Jinbei army sweeping through Hansa. Her body trembled even more, looking at the man in front of her. His smile was terrifying. If Zhao Wujing incited the king of Jinbei to massacre Hansa, how could the currently chaotic Hansa resist? It would be certain death, destined to perish. Zhao Wujing, you must help me, okay? Junior Rihua suddenly knelt down, her palms pressed together in prayer, her tone pleading, I will agree to all your demands. All of them. Zhao Wujing was taken aback. Huh? Agree to what? This woman has such a lewd look in her eyes, as if saying, Madam, you wouldn't want me to harm your family, right? Zhao Wujing thought to himself. Junior Rihua immediately realized what was going on. Biting her lip tightly, the crimson sash fell to the ground, and Junior Rihua trembled as she unbuttoned her inner garment, kneeling again. Please, Lord Wujing. Chapter 52. Junior Rihua's offer half an hour later. Junior Rihua trembled like a sieve, completely limp against Zhao Wujing, her cheeks flushed, her eyes seductive. Holding Zhao Wujing's face, Lord Wujing, I am also your woman now. Can I have a title? This title would become her lifeline after failing to compete for the throne or if Hansa fell. Laughing to death, a title? Let's talk about it when you become the emperor. By then, won't you still have to kneel and call me daddy? Junior Rihua suddenly bit her lower lip, her legs unconsciously tightening. She clearly heard Zhao Wujing's frivolous teasing in his heart, yet the person in front of her still appeared calm and unbothered. With tearful eyes, Junior Rihua said, Isn't it normal for great Xia men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? You're a young master. Do you think I'm unworthy of you? Precisely because I'm a young master. Zhao Wujing shook his head. I just married the princess, and I can't take a concubine for at least a year. I can't give you a woman's title, can't give you anything. This woman was quite proactive just now, but unfortunately, her identity doesn't match. Your little island is destined to be incompatible with my great Xia. After all, I'm a lifelong anti-Japanese warrior. Junior Rihua's eyes flickered. Thinking Zhao Wujing looked down on her, she firmly stated, a year later, I will come back to ask you for this title. When I become the emperor of Hansa, I will be worthy of you. Huh? Zhao Wujing was puzzled, but reminded her, by the way, your delegation is coming to take you back. You should go. Will Hansa and Great Xia still go to war? Junior Rihua frowned. What war? My father has retired. What war is there? Just rest, Zhao Wujing answered. Junior Rihua breathed a sigh of relief, wrapping her arms around Zhao Wujing's neck. Thank you, Lord Wujing. But she quickly realized something was wrong. Your father retired? The king of Jinbei is no longer in the north? Then what did you mean by sharpening knives to cut down Hansa? What a mess. Zhao Wujing was speechless. He was too lazy to bother with Zhao Wujing, not even noticing Junior Rihua's tearful eyes. This damned great Xia man. How could he lie even about his thoughts? The king of Jinbei was no longer in the north. Then hadn't she just given herself to Zhao Wujing for nothing? Junior Rihua picked up the blood-stained belly band from the ground, clenching her fists. 2 cups of tea later, the Hansa delegation waited nervously at the Wangfu gate, welcoming back their princess, Junior Rihua. During this period, Zhao casually glanced and scared a group of envoys to their knees, shouting the name of the empire's strongest tiger, General Zhao. Junior Zhao was taken away, looking back 3 times as she left, gazing at Zhao Wujing. She stared at him fiercely. Stinky Zhao Wujing. Baka Zhao Wujing. Next time we meet, I will definitely take my revenge. Zhao Wujing, who kept his accomplishments and fame hidden, stood in front of the gate with his hands behind his back, not saying a word, nodding with the demeanor of a master. This little look from Junior Zhao must mean she can't bear to part with me. No wonder what woman can let me go. Smack! His head was hit hard by someone, nearly causing him to stumble. He covered his head. Ouch, Dad, what are you doing? Zhao had a stern face. How many women are you involved with? Is it my fault? I have the responsibility of spreading the Zhao family's branches and ensuring the incense is abundant. Zhao Wujing replied solemnly. Is it my fault that they are involved with me? ISNT it, because I'm your son? Some are fireflies. Even the night can't hide their brilliance. Zhao stern expression couldn't hold anymore. Filled with affection and a hint of disdain, he glared at Zhao Wujing. Come, let's go to the military camp. Okay. Zhao Wujing nodded. Yesterday's imperial decree. Today should be a simple transfer of military power. Dad wants to check on those old friends in the army and soothe their discontent. Outside the southern city, the army was stationed. Long Zhan rode a tall horse, accompanied by his subordinates, arriving at the military camp with an arrogant demeanor. The soldiers of the northern town army glanced at him but ignored him, busy making a fire and cooking. The northern town army was known for its strict discipline. Yet the commander arrived, and they were still so lazy. Long Zhan's subordinates saw that the northern town army soldiers ignored their commander and jumped out, pointing at the soldier making the fire and cursing. "Get lost." The soldier picked up a piece of burning wood and poked it at them, as if driving away the beast that often appeared in the difficult northern lands. Long Zhan's expression darkened. The cursed subordinate, unable to hold back his anger, shouted, "My general is here in the name of the emperor to take over the northern town army. And you act like this. Are you trying to resist the decree?" The soldiers of the northern town army remained silent, still busy making a fire and cooking. Now that they were in the capital, there was no fighting. But people are made of iron and meals are made of steel. Everything must proceed step by step. They had received the imperial decree, but they were discontented and didn't want to comply. If it weren't for their strict discipline, they would have already caused a ruckus. Disobeying the decree, according to military rules, is punishable by 25 strikes. Long Zhan dismounted, his expression cold, ready to give this group of undisciplined soldiers a show of authority. His subordinates approached with weapons in hand, while the northern town army uniformly picked up their weapons, still silent. But Long Zhan and his men instantly felt the unique killing intent of the northern border, dry, cold, and ruthless. They couldn't help but stop, swallowing hard. "I am here to drill you, to ensure you are not slacking off. Do not forget your responsibility to protect your home and country," Long Zhan stated sternly. From the crowd in the camp came a voice filled with anger, indistinguishable in direction. "Get lost. I was training your mother before you were even born, and you think you can come here to train me?" The soldiers burst into laughter. "Disobeying the decree. I will report this to His Majesty." Long Zhan's face darkened, but the next moment he suddenly froze. He saw that the previously undisciplined northern town army was now intimidated by the mention of reporting to the emperor, instantly putting down their tasks and saluting in unison. "Greetings, General." Their voices were loud and resonant. Long Zhan nodded in satisfaction, but quickly sensed something was off. Following the soldiers' gazes, he looked back and saw Zhao Wujing and Zhao.To dismounting and walking toward them. It turned out that the salute was not directed at him, Long Zhan, but at the king of the northern town. He was furious, his face dark with anger, but facing the king of the northern town, he dared not vent his rage. Instead, he clasped his fists and said, "Long Zhan greets the prince." Zhao Wujing straightened up. Long Zhan watched this and cursed Zhao Wujing in his heart. A dog relying on its master. "General Long, don't blame Zhao.To for his imposing manner," Zhao.To said lightly. "This old brother has been with me for many years, and it's only natural that he doesn't want to accept it all at once. You, as a magnanimous person, should understand and give them a little more time." Long Zhan's expression changed, forcing a smile. I can understand. "General, you have arrived?" From the soldiers, a scholar holding a feather fan squeezed out, smiling broadly. Looking at Zhao Wujing, "This must be the young master, truly a talented person. General, if you hadn't come, we'd be bored to death here." The soldiers welcomed the king of the northern town with heartfelt enthusiasm, contrasting sharply with their previous indifference to Long Zhan. Long Zhan's anger grew as he watched. Unable to explode in anger, he clasped his fists toward the king of the northern town, said a word of farewell, and mounted his horse angrily to leave. This time, he had originally intended to use the imperial decree to establish his authority and facilitate his takeover of the northern town army, but unexpectedly suffered such humiliation, with the northern town army showing him no respect, and he could not truly report to the emperor. What would he report? That the northern town army was difficult to manage? No, it would only make the emperor think that he, Long Zhan, lacked the ability to take over the northern town army. He could only bite his teeth and swallow his anger. Chapter 53. Unmasking Schemes. Long Zhan's residence. Try to shift his focus through cultivation. Long Zhan practiced for 2 hours, but couldn't concentrate, growing more and more angry, and finally opened his eyes from his meditation. Today, he failed to establish authority in front of the northern town army and was instead humiliated, with even a common soldier refusing to listen to him. As the general of the northern border, he was practically a figurehead. It seemed he had the power of the military, but in reality, it was more like a nominal position. Now it appeared that he needed to become a prince consort to be secure. Only by marrying Li Yunrui could he be considered one of the emperor's people. Otherwise, the emperor's favor for him as an outsider would be temporary. But now Zhao Wujing was already a prince consort. How could he bring him down? Long Zhan glanced at Yin Jinshu, who was quietly sitting in a corner of the training room, flipping through martial arts manuals. He took a deep breath and slowly revealed a smile. Senior sister, do you have a way to remove Zhao Wujing's title as prince consort and help me become one? Removing Zhao Wujing's title as prince consort is difficult. Yin Jinshu slowly put down a martial arts manual. But becoming a prince consort is very simple. Please enlighten me, senior sister. Long Zhan clasped his hands, looking sincere, thinking about which princess the emperor valued. Yin Jinshu said seriously, "Give up on Li Yunrui?" Long Zhan was taken aback. Yin Jinshu continued, her tone becoming increasingly serious. "Once you have command of 1,000,000 troops, you can marry me and go to Lu Jing Kingdom to restore the country. You will be the prince consort. You could even be the emperor." Long Zhan knew that his third senior sister, Yin Jinshu, was the exiled princess of Lu Jing Kingdom, determined to restore her homeland. However, Lu Jing had been fallen for many years, not to mention the difficulty of restoration. Even if they succeeded, they would only become a vassal of Daxia. Anyone with a little understanding of the situation would not agree to such a thing. Let alone he was not an orphan of Lu Jing and could not feel the emotional call for restoration. But he couldn't openly refuse his senior sister, as he still needed her help. He spoke sincerely. Long Zhan will surely not forget senior sister in the future and will help you restore Lu Jing. However, the road to restoration is long and arduous. For now, senior sister, we need to strengthen ourselves. Can you first help your junior brother rise to power? You believe that restoration is hopeless and don't care about it, right? Yin Jinshu, well-read and knowledgeable in classics and martial arts, was naturally clever enough to pick up on Long Zhan's subtle refusal. She closed the ancient book, tucked it into her sleeve, her cheeks showing resentment and anger, and angrily slammed the door as she left. She was determined to restore her country, but others only felt it was destined to fail. Senior sister, that's not what I meant. Long Zhan stood up, wanting to stop her, but she had already run out the door. He sighed and sat back down to meditate. The most important thing now is to enhance one's own strength and firmly control the Northern Town Army. Senior sister is wholeheartedly focused on restoring the country. But in his eyes, she has gotten herself into a dead end, which cannot be explained in a short time. So there is no need to waste time pursuing her. Not far from the training room, Yin Jinshu waited for a while, but did not see Long Zhan. She stomped her feet in anger. She came to assist Long Zhan, but he wouldn't listen to her. How could she not be angry? She must force Long Zhan to realize her importance. Long Zhan wants to bring down Zhao Wujing, right? She would cooperate with Zhao Wujing and see if her junior brother gets jealous. By then, her junior brother will know he was wrong and come back to her, following her arrangements. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Jinshu knocked on the door of the Longfu, appearing quite dignified. The old steward opened the door and was taken aback to see a charming young woman with a hint of grievance standing outside. How many of these flower-like girls has the young master attracted? There are already several in the Longfu, and now another one? I am here to see Zhao Wujing. Please inform him, she said. Oh, please come in. The old steward stepped aside, not worried that this girl might cause trouble. After all, the master has returned to the capital. Who would dare to cause a disturbance? Yin Jinshu performed a courtesy, exuding the grace of a noble lady as she followed the old steward to the room where Zhao Wujing was. The door opened, and Lu Ruyan stood at the entrance, exchanging fierce glances with Yin Jinshu. The old steward chuckled, glancing at Zhao Wujing, who was talking to Miss Ling Qingxue inside, revealing a knowing smile. The young master is truly working hard for the continuation of the Zhao family. The master would surely be pleased to know. You are here, Lu Ruyan said, puzzled. She and Ling Qingxue were discussing martial arts with Zhao Wujing. So what was Yin Jinshu doing here? And she didn't even hide her intentions? Yin Jinshu directly bypassed Lu Ruyan, glanced around the room, and sat down beside Zhao Wujing and Ling Qingxue. Zhao Wujing asked, puzzled, Miss, who are you? Yin Jinshu. She introduced herself with a smile, wanting to leave a good impression on Zhao Wujing. Wow, The strategist of Long Zhan's harem personally comes to the door? Is this a beauty scheme or a trap? Yin Jinshu's ears suddenly turned red, and her fingers curled slightly in her sleeve. She clearly heard Zhao Wujing's thoughts, but he hadn't spoken a word. This felt like an unsolvable mystery, causing her, who loved solving puzzles since childhood, great discomfort. Zhao Wujing remembered that in the original work, this Yin Jinshu was known as the encyclopedia of the martial arts world in the Great Xia. Although her martial arts skills were lacking, she had extensive knowledge and helped Long Zhan resolve many doubts on his martial arts journey. Ling Qingshue's expression grew increasingly cold, and Lu Rian's expression also gradually darkened, not understanding what Yin Jinshu was here for. However, Yin Jinshu was incredibly wise and wouldn't do anything pointless. She must have some ulterior motive for coming here. I want to cooperate with you, Yin Jinshu stated directly. Oh, Zhao Wujing raised an eyebrow, testing her. Could it be that you were wronged by Long Zhan as well? Yin Jinshu nodded. To be honest, I am the princess of the Lu Jing kingdom. I came today to seek your help in restoring my country. Restoring country? I'm familiar with this script. Next, is she going to say after success? I'll make you a prince. I've had enough of women painting me pictures. Yin Jinshu's breathing suddenly quickened, her fingertips digging deep into her palm. She clearly saw a smile on Zhao Wujing's lips, but the mocking words struck her mind directly. She paused, feeling that the matter could still be discussed. In Yin Jinshu's mind, Zhao Wujing's father, the king of Northern Town, had just been stripped of his military power, and the Wangfu was now in decline. Zhao Wujing needed allies, and given that the emperor had previously favored Long Zhan, Zhao Wujing must hate the emperor. She just needed to be frank, and it would perfectly meet Zhao Wujing's needs, allowing them to reach a cooperation. Once she informed Long Zhan about her cooperation with Zhao Wujing, Long Zhan would definitely feel pressured and soften toward her. Zhao Wujing's eyes widened in surprise, then showed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, Yin Jinshu seized the opportunity. The territory of the Lu Jing kingdom was once vast, but it has been largely absorbed by the Great Xia. Though Lu Jing has fallen, it has left behind a dragon vein, which relates to the fate of the world. If you cooperate with me, we can jointly seize the dragon vein. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan exchanged worried glances, fearing that Zhao Wujing would succumb to Yin Jinshu's temptation and agree to help her restore her country. Zhao Wujing showed an interested expression. And then, you help me restore Lu Jing, and after it is restored, I will assist you in rising to power. Yin Jinshu said earnestly, emphasizing each word as she began to paint a grand vision for Zhao Wujing. But Zhao Wujing suddenly interrupted her. Are you sure you'll help me rise to power? Yin Jinshu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Of course. But what if there's a possibility? Zhao Wujing gradually revealed a cold smile. That after I agree to cooperate with you, you will go back to boast to Long Zhan, stimulating him, saying that Zhao Wujing has agreed to cooperate with you? And when Long Zhan learns about our cooperation, he will feel pressured, worried that you might leave him to join me, your enemy, and he will have to soften towards you, apologizing for how he treated you. Then you can take advantage of this situation to control him. And throughout this process, I would merely be a tool, helping you control Long Zhan. And once you have him caring about you, you can easily kick me out. Am I the tool? This is like a fish seeing through the manual of the Sea Queen. Yin Jinshu suddenly covered her ears and took a half step back, her embroidered shoes making a scratching sound on the ground. She clearly saw Zhao Wujing's lips moving, but those strange words felt like steel needles drilling into her mind. How did you see through me? Zhao Wujing's smile was full of mischief. A good young master doesn't eat the bait that is too obvious. You're too straightforward in your approach, whether to use me or to seek my advice for taking over. Next time, let's discuss it after we sleep together. At least that would show more sincerity. This is called turning the tables. Let us see who can outmaneuver whom. Yin Jinshu suddenly grabbed a teacup from the table and splashed the tea toward Zhao Wujing, but he nimbly dodged. Angry? Getting anxious. Her earlobes turned a deep red, and even her neck flushed pink, yet she forced a cold smile. You lecher. Are you leaving by yourself? Or should I ask you to leave? Zhao Wujing's tone grew cold. Or perhaps I won't let you leave, considering the face of my two good senior sisters. I don't want to make a move against you. Just go. Yin Jinshu, unable to contain her shame and anger, angrily left. Chapter 54. A big leak and a big scoop. Yin Jinshu wanted to use Zhao Wujing to make Long Zhan change his mind, but ended up being humiliated and left in anger. Zhao Wujing, following behind Yin Jinshu like a dog, wanted to see what she was up to. Although he previously thought he had seen through her schemes, he couldn't be sure if she had other plans. After all, in the original work, Yin Jinshu was Long Zhan's capable military strategist, incredibly wise. And the schemes of clever people are as complex as a mother pig wearing a bra. He followed Yin Jinshu all the way to Long Zhan's residence, not noticing anything unusual, and thought perhaps he was overthinking it. Just as he was about to observe a little longer, he spotted the sixth prince, Li Yuni, coming out of Long Zhan's residence, looking dejected. What was Li Yuni doing at Long Zhan's residence? Zhao Wujing, puzzled, followed Li Yuni, and, after a while, once they were away from Long Zhan's residence, he revealed himself, pretending it was a chance encounter. Zhao Wujing? Li Yuni exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Where did you come from? Your direction is wrong. Zhao Wujing probed with his words. You're not going to congratulate Long Zhan, are you? You guys are forming factions. Ah, Li Yuni quickly stopped Zhao Wujing and sighed. Don't say that. You and Long Zhan are indeed incompatible. Your thoughts are quite similar. I want to find Long Zhan about something, but he shut himself in and said he wanted to cultivate. He also subtly reminded me not to get too close to him on the surface, as it might raise suspicion of forming factions for personal gain. He won't see me to avoid suspicion. By the way, Zhao Wujing stroked his chin. The second volume of Spring Palace 100 Flowers record has been released. Do you want it? Li Yuni's eyes brightened, and a lewd smile gradually appeared. Really? We're brothers. Would I lie to you? Zhao Wujing took out a little yellow book from his bosom and slipped it into Li Yuni's sleeve, while keeping an eye on their surroundings. Afraid of being seen by others, Li Yuni secretly flipped through a couple of pages and found that the illustrations were still in his preferred style, his smile widening. You carry this with you? Aren't you afraid Yin Rui will find out? Li Yuni stared intently, while Zhao Wujing kept watch. Afraid, Zhao Wujing nodded and added. But I thought, you might need it on your wedding day with so many toasts and people around. I might not have time to give it to you. And since you don't often visit my house, the opportunities to meet are few. Keeping it on me is also good for when I meet you. Isn't that just perfect? Zhao Wujing's sincerity made Li Yuni feel a bit guilty. He had gone to see Long Zhan, but hadn't visited Zhao Wujing, his brother-in-law, who was always thinking of him. Feeling indebted, Li Yuni suddenly had a bright idea. Zhao Wujing had decent martial arts skills and had defeated Long Zhan that day at the ancestral hall. He wanted to learn the sacred dragon technique that his father had entrusted to him faster, and Zhao Wujing was right there. Wasn't that just perfect? He could ask Zhao Wujing for guidance, right? Would his own brother-in-law really be stingy with teaching? To be honest, Zhao Wujing, I also have a little yellow book. Li Yuni said mysteriously. Let's go to your house to talk. I've seen so many little yellow books in the world. Is it necessary to be so mysterious? Zhao Wujing was puzzled. Li Yuni leaned closer, slowly opened his clothes, revealing a bright yellow, secret manual. Sacré de Dragon Technique. Zhao Wujing's face showed confusion, feeling that the name sounded very familiar. The next moment, he remembered that this technique was Li Ziyuan's unique skill, the key to becoming a grandmaster, the sacred dragon technique. As they returned to the Wangfu, both of them wore lewd smiles. They passed through the halls, and under Li Yunrui's astonished and puzzled gaze, they entered a room. Sisters, who understands? My husband has just married, and he brings a wild man home, and it's still her brother. In the room, Li Yuni spread out the bright yellow secret manual, and the two leaned in closer. There are 3 levels. The first level, Dragon Roar, Soundwave Attack. It takes a month for those with decent martial arts talent. Is it really that simple? The second level, Dragon Shape, Dragon Claw Hand, Dragon Seizing Technique. And the 18 palms of the dragon require over a year. Well, that's not too bad. The third level, Dragon Appearance. 10 years to glimpse some mysteries? What does that mean? Is it that difficult? Li Yuni was puzzled. The opening summary was in his father's handwriting, but the content was somewhat convoluted for a layman like him, and he could only seek Zhao Wujing's help. Zhao Wujing kept flipping through the manual and only said one thing. Start by learning to walk. Begin with the first level, learn Dragon Roar first. Perhaps everything will become clear afterward. Liu Ni Nudda. I'll demonstrate for you first. Zhao Wujing took a horse stance, his momentum gradually stabilizing. While demonstrating, he tried to explain. First, sink your qi into the dantian. Where's the dantian? Li Yuni asked. Take a deep breath. The qi flows to the abdomen. That is the dantian. Zhao Wujing followed the manual's illustrations, performing the actions. Concentrate the qi, gather your energy, and shout out with force. Zhao Wujing's momentum surged violently, a breath rising from his abdomen, and he roared, "Ow!" The dragon roar reverberated in the room, showing impressive power. Dragon roar? You already have a dragon roar? Li Yuni was shocked, unable to believe it, and reached out to touch Zhao Wujing's chest. How did you do that? Just like I demonstrated, Zhao Wujing repeated the demonstration, still producing the dragon roar. Li Yuni's eyes sparkled as he mimicked Zhao Wujing's earlier actions, concentrating his qi and shouting, "Ow!" Huh? Zhao Wujing was speechless. Isn't that dragon roar? He cleared his throat. Not bad. The method is correct, but the qi isn't smooth, so there's a slight deviation. You're doing well. You already produced a dragon roar. Li Yuni felt somewhat defeated. Zhao Wujing comforted him. No, I'm already a 6th grade martial artist. You're just starting on the martial path. Being able to produce a sound is already quite impressive. The road must be taken step by step, and meals must be eaten bite by bite. Don't rush. After you go back, practice according to the manual and build a solid foundation. Ow! Li Yuni tried again and found it different this time, his face showing joy. Zhao Wujing smiled. See? I didn't lie to you. You just leaked a bit on the last breath. This is due to your insufficient foundation. But your talent is still quite good. I'm right to look for you. Li Yuni sighed, realizing Zhao Wujing was the first to praise his martial arts talent. The two practiced several times in the room. Zhao Wujing flipped through the manual repeatedly and had memorized most of its contents. Li Ziyuan's technique was indeed a good thing, and he had gained a significant advantage today thanks to Li Yuni. Outside the door, Li Yunrui was eavesdropping, seemingly hearing the lewd and carefree laughter of her brother Li Yuni and her husband Zhao Wujing. She pushed the door open angrily, but saw Zhao Wujing meditating and Li Yuni making various strange martial arts poses. Yunrui, is there something wrong? Li Yuni asked, puzzled. No, you guys continue. I won't disturb you, Li Yunrui said, closing the door. The men were doing serious business. How could she interrupt? It was just her imagination. She had thought too much. Just as she closed the door, she heard the two's lewd laughter again, as if saying, finally, that yellow-faced woman has left. We can relax and look at some good little yellow books. With a bang, she pushed the door open again. Li Yuni was even more puzzled, and Zhao Wujing slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Li Yunrui felt awkward, thought for a moment, and changed the subject. Li Yuni, are you having dinner at the Wangfu tonight? Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't copied a scripture. Li Yuni quickly stopped practicing and cupped his hands to Zhao Wujing. There is plenty of time ahead. Thank you today. We are family, so no need for formalities. Zhao Wujing held Li Yuni's hand. I'll see you off. The three exited. Zhao Wujing watched the two siblings banter, falling a step behind and walking slowly. Li Yuni and Li Yunrui were playfully teasing each other. But Li Yuni couldn't compete with Li Yunrui and was pulled along by his ear all the way to the door, rubbing his ear fiercely as he left. Zhao Wujing watched from a distance, smiling, and rubbed his own ear. If he hadn't heard wrong, when passing by his father's room, there was a woman's voice inside, seemingly arguing. Who could it be? Before long, he arrived by his father's door, slowly squatting by the wall. At that moment, he heard a woman's furious shout from inside. Zhao, can't you stand by my side? Oh, Zhao Wujing's eyes lit up like a discovery, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Chapter 55. The Princess. Come find me tonight. Zhao Wujing squatted by the wall, his head pressed against the white wall, eavesdropping on the quarrel inside. His father was hiding a woman inside? Good. What a father like son. But why did this woman's voice sound somewhat familiar upon first hearing it? Zhao Wujing listened closely and heard the voice again. Why should I stand by your side? I, Zhao, have always been loyal to the emperor and patriotic. How could I join you in rebellion? Rebellion? Zhao Wujing's eyes widened. The woman inside couldn't be the princess. Could she? Sure enough, he heard Li Zhaohua's voice. If 20 years ago you had stood by my side and helped me, today I would be the empress. Instead of watching my father and elder brother die at Li Ziyuan's hands. The great prince died in the chaos of war, and the late emperor passed away due to a heart disease. This matter has been settled. Li Zhaohua, you casually frame my elder brother. Do you think I would believe you? Li Ziyuan killed his brother and father to seize the throne. Otherwise, how could a banished prince ascend the throne? The late emperors will pass the throne to Li Ziyuan. Moreover, my elder brother defended the borders back then, was skilled in warfare, and was deeply loved by the court officials. What problem is there with the late emperor passing the throne to him? Stubborn and inflexible. Your brother has stripped you of your military power, and you still speak for him. The late emperor suddenly fell ill. Where did the will come from? It was simply forged by Li Ziyuan in collusion with his allies in the palace. Think about it yourself. Over the years, those old officials close to Li Ziyuan, besides you, a wooden-headed person who doesn't understand the truth. Who else is still alive? Zhao Wujing, who had been listening from the corner, was stunned. According to Li Zhaohua, Li Ziyuan was able to ascend the throne by murdering the then crown prince and the late emperor. It did sound somewhat reasonable, but it could also be that Li Zhaohua fabricated this to incite his father to rebel together. What is the truth? It's normal to have some resentment towards your royal brother, but you shouldn't slander him. Zhao Tingxiao's deep voice rang out. Just stay in the dark. Li Zhaohua's voice was urgent and angry, followed by a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of the door screaming. Zhao Wujing watched as Li Zhaohua angrily walked out of the royal residence. Li Zhaohua is also foolish. How could father agree to such a thing? If inciting a rebellion, she should consult me. I'm a fence-sitter who plays both sides. Where's the benefit in running to one side? Hearing Zhao Wujing's voice, Li Zhaohua suddenly turned around, her expression filled with confusion and surprise, and saw Zhao Wujing squatting at the edge of the corner. That glance in Zhao Wujing's eyes was completely a glimpse of fear. He looked around, avoiding Li Zhaohua's gaze. How did Li Zhaohua discover him? This woman can sense him. Could it be that he has a deep connection with Li Zhaohua? Li Zhaohua, filled with rage, turned back and charged toward Zhao Wujing. Meeting the Grand Princess, Zhao Wujing wore a smile, but inwardly felt a pang of anxiety. Hurry up and leave. Don't come over, get lost. Don't come here. Why are you charging at me? Li Zhaohua was infuriated by Zhao Wujing's thoughts. Standing in front of him, even if he calmed down, he still carried a hint of gritted teeth. Zhao Wujing, you come to my residence tonight. It's over. She doesn't want to take action against me, does she? I need to find a reason to refuse, right? I'll say the old steward is sick, and I need to take care of him. Zhao Wujing already had a countermeasure prepared, ready to brush her off. Li Zhaohua was extremely angry. She didn't give Zhao Wujing a chance to refuse, lowering her voice and warning. You are to come. You must come. This matter must not be told to anyone. In Lu Rian's room, Zhao Wujing's cultivation visibly increased, his aura growing stronger, already reaching the mid-6th rank, not far from the 5th rank martial artist realm. Thank you, senior sister. Zhao Wujing spoke gently. Lu Rian blushed and rolled her eyes at Zhao Wujing. After a brief conversation with Li Zhaohua, Zhao Wujing came here, his mind filled with the urgency to enhance his cultivation. His father had been stripped of military power, and even though Long Zhan faced temporary setbacks during the transition, the threat to him would only grow. Moreover, Li Zhaohua came to incite his father to rebel today, indicating that she herself was already well prepared. A rebellion is imminent? A great chaos is about to arise? Currently, the anxiety and fear for the future made Zhao Wujing urgently need to enhance his strength. Only then could he feel more secure. Outside the room, Ling Qingxue knocked on the door. Junior sister. The room fell silent for a moment, and Zhao Wujing's voice came. Please come in. Ling Qingxue's expression was cold. Seeing Zhao Wujing practicing, she said coldly, continue your cultivation tonight. The wedding dress divine art still has many flaws that you haven't filled. Tonight? Zhao Wujing glanced over. Ling Qingxue thought Zhao Wujing was eager, but the next moment, her expression turned even colder, anger spreading in her heart. Zhao Wujing said seriously, I'm busy tonight. There are other matters. Ling Qingxue took a deep breath. Her face flushed with anger and left with a flick of her sleeve. Long Zhan's residence. Back at the residence, Yin Jinshu glanced at Long Zhan, who was still immersed in cultivation, feeling a surge of anger. She had discussed the restoration of the Lu Jing kingdom with Long Zhan, but he was dismissive and didn't even come out to pursue her. She went to Zhao Wujing's residence and was exposed by him, losing face. And Long Zhan was still cultivating. This wooden-headed person only knows how to practice. No wonder senior sister Qingxue and senior sister Rian both ran to Zhao Wujing's side. Yun Jinshu sneered. Perhaps at your residence, they faced neglect. Long Zhan suddenly opened his eyes from his cultivation, unable to believe. Both senior sisters are by Zhao Wujing's side? Yes, didn't you know? Yun Jinshu retorted. Well, you were so focused on cultivation that you didn't pay attention to these matters. Senior sister, you misunderstood. Long Zhan frowned. The junior brother thought both senior sisters had returned to the sect to close the door, but never thought they stayed beside that dog Zhao Wujing. Is this true? Yin Jinshu sat quietly, not speaking. Long Zhan realized he shouldn't have doubted Yin Jinshu, and he changed his tone, angrily cursing. It must be that Zhao Wujing used some trick to deceive both senior sisters away. I'm going to the royal residence. Zhao Wujing is relying on his power. He can't do anything to the northern king, but now Zhao Wujing dares to snatch away his women one after another. How can he endure this? Today he must go and demand to bring both senior sisters back from Zhao Wujing's manipulation. Chapter 56. Senior Sister. I'm here to bring you back. Long Zhan rode up to the royal residence. He knocked on the door ring, specifically asking to see Zhao Wujing. Soon, Zhao Wujing dressed and came to the front door, looking at the furious Long Zhan with confusion. How had this little villain offended the protagonist Long Zhan? His father had been stripped of military power, and their family had been targeted. Shouldn't he be the one filled with anger? Why was Long Zhan the one angry and even came looking for him? He had temporarily avoided him. Yet Long Zhan was chasing him down? Zhao Wujing, you are heartless and wicked, imprisoning my two senior sisters in the royal residence. Long Zhan sat high on his horse, glaring at Zhao Wujing. Hand over my senior sisters. Zhao Wujing shrugged. When did I imprison your senior sisters? General Long, don't slander me. Zhao Wujing, stop pretending to be innocent. You know I'm talking about Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan. Long Zhan was filled with righteous indignation. He wasn't worried about the northern king showing favoritism in this matter. It was only right for him, Long Zhan, to retrieve his senior sisters. Oh, you mean them? Zhao Wujing smiled. They are guests at my residence. You're talking nonsense. Long Zhan pressed one hand on the Wang Dao Tian sword at his side, angrily shouting, it's clear that you're imprisoning them. How could they possibly be guests at your residence? After shouting, he directly shouted into the royal residence. Senior Sister Rian, Senior Sister Qingxue, Junior Brother Long Zhan is here to take you back. Perhaps they don't want to go back with you. Zhao Wujing remained calm. Long Zhan snorted coldly, confidently asserting, if you're not imprisoning them, how could they possibly want to stay by your side, you despicable person? Soon, Ling Qingxue and Lu Rian walked over. Ling Qingxue's demeanor was increasingly cold, her face stern. Lu Rian also discarded her flirtatious demeanor, her brows tightly knitted. The two women stood inside the door, looking at Long Zhan. What are you here for? Lu Rian frowned and spoke. She didn't want to return to Long Zhan's side. Seeing Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue, Long Zhan felt a surge of joy. During this time, with Lu Ruyan absent, he couldn't enjoy the benefits of the dragon's saint body, and his progress in cultivation was much slower than before, with nowhere to vent his desires. Moreover, his long-desired senior sister Ling Qingxue was also here, still as cold and beautiful as ever, like an ice mountain beauty, filling his heart with heat. Senior sister, I'm here to bring you back. Long Zhan dismounted and saw that Zhao Wujing had no intention of stopping him from taking his senior sister back. He was filled with confidence. You have suffered during this time in the Wangfu. It's all my fault. If I had known earlier, I would never have allowed you to endure the pain of house arrest and be bullied by Zhao Wujing. Indeed, it's your fault, Ling Qingxue said coldly. You shouldn't have come. I said that day that I never want to see you again. Get lost. Long Zhan was taken aback. Long Zhan, you should go back. Lu Ruoyan also said, we are fine in the Wangfu, you don't need to worry. Long Zhan's heart was in turmoil. unable to believe that his senior sister was rejecting him. He shouted angrily, "Zhao Wujing, what kind of love potion did you give my two senior sisters?" Zhao Wujing replied seriously, "Do you want to drink it too?" Ling Qingxue had already turned and left, too lazy to explain to Long Zhan and unwilling to look at him again. Lu Ruoyan saw Long Zhan, pointing his anger at Zhao Wujing, and coldly explained, "Long Zhan, this matter has nothing to do with Zhao Wujing. My senior sister and I voluntarily stayed in the Wangfu, and Zhao Wujing treats us very well." Lu Ruoyan's explanation only made Long Zhan feel even more furious, realizing that his woman was actually defending Zhao Wujing. They didn't even want to return to his side. Zhao Wujing. He was overwhelmed with anger and drew the Wang-Dao Tian sword. "Long Zhan, you are going too far." Lu Ruoyan stood in front of Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing pulled Lu Ruoyan aside, shook his head at her, and protected her behind him. Lu Ruoyan glanced at Zhao Wujing, her eyes softening. Long Zhan watched this scene in shock, taking 2 steps back, his hand gripping the sword trembling. "My senior sisters and I are a perfect match. How dare you?" Long Zhan opposed that. "You should go back where you came from." Zhao Wujing slammed the door shut, the sound echoing painfully in Long Zhan's heart. In the end, Long Zhan seemed to see Lu Ruoyan actively taking Zhao Wujing's hand, and he felt as if the sky had fallen, letting out a muffled groan. His expression filled with pain. "Zhao Wujing, wait for me. I will definitely kill you and make them change their minds." On a moonless night with a strong wind, Zhao Wujing arrived at the Princess Chang's residence. A large red lantern was hanging high at the gate. He climbed over the wall, avoiding the guard's sight, and cautiously made his way to the princess's room, making sure his figure would not be discovered by anyone unnecessary. "Stop rolling, come in." The princess stood at the door, looking at Zhao Wujing, who was cautiously guarding against the air, shaking her head. With his skills, she wondered how he managed to defeat Long Zhan. Indeed, the Princess Chang's residence was filled with experts. Zhao Wujing coughed lightly and stepped out of the darkness. He knew that it wasn't that there were many experts in the residence, but that the Princess Chang herself was a hidden master. Showing weakness was not a bad thing. In the dead of night, with darkness all around, a lonely man and a woman sharing a room, and I am so handsome, she wouldn't want to forcibly possess me, would she? Zhao Wujing bowed and entered the room. Li Zhaohua shot him a glare, not in a good mood, although she was alone in her boudoir. She wasn't that desperate. As soon as Zhao Wujing stepped into the room, he paused for a moment, realizing there was another person inside. To his surprise, it was the world's #1 merchant, Zhan.To. "Your Highness," the young master. Zhan.To stood up upon seeing Zhao Wujing, clasping his fists in greeting. "I was in a hurry that day and didn't have time to thank you properly, Your Highness. It's a pleasure to see you today. I happened to come to see the Princess Chang and brought some cosmetics from the Jiangnan Xishan Pavilion. I heard about your wedding, and I didn't have the chance to send you something. These small cosmetics are just a token of my appreciation." As he spoke, Zhan.To handed Zhao Wujing a wooden box. The cosmetics from Xishan Pavilion were rare and valuable, produced only once a year, with each batch yielding only 9 boxes. "Brother Zhan, you are too polite. It's nothing compared to the life-saving grace you showed me." Zhao Wujing naturally accepted the cosmetics and returned the bow. The Princess Chang sat down first. "Sit down, we are not outsiders." "Princess Chang, you and the young master have important matters to discuss. I will take my leave first." Zhan.To quickly excused himself. Li Zhaohua smiled. "It's fine, just write that Zhao Wujing is here. He is also a martial artist. Bring out those masters you recruited and let him see the difference between these martial artists from the Jianghu and those from the military." Zhan.To complied and clapped his hands. In the next moment, 3 men in black entered from outside. Little one, Wang Zijuan. The speaker was not particularly good-looking, with a weasel-like appearance and an aura of ruthlessness. The middle one was a seemingly gentle old man with kind eyes and a smiling face. "I am the old man, Ding Fu." The last one was a middle-aged man with a straight face, devoid of any smile, his brow furrowed with worry. "I am Zhang Xingzhou." Zhang Xingzhou? Zhao Wujing took a closer look at the man who introduced himself as Zhang Xingzhou. This name sounded familiar. He remembered that this character had quite a bit of screen time in the original work and seemed to be a big shot too. Chapter 57. The Clash of Schemes. You 3 will compete, and the winner will be rewarded. Li Zhou instructa. These three were recruited masters and were to be cultivated as assassins. The methods of the Jianghu must be covert, making it difficult for the assassinated to discern their origins. Why is this woman calling experts to perform? To give me a warning? Or to demonstrate her strength? Zhao Wujing observed the three men competing under Li Zhaohua's instructions, deep in thought. Could it be a display of her trust in me? Not shying away from introducing her subordinates to me, especially in front of Zhan.To, her capable assistant? Or perhaps, by watching this performance, I am already on her ship, and I am one of them? Li Zhaohua glanced at Zhao Wujing, smiled, and said nothing. In her eyes, Zhao Wujing didn't need to see through what she was doing. It was better if he couldn't see through it, allowing her to maintain a dominant position in any future cooperation. The competition was exceptionally exciting. The thin, weasel-like Wang Zijun was ruthless and terrifyingly agile, resembling a deity of the night. With two short blades, he attacked and defended simultaneously, targeting the old man Deng Fu while also guarding against the attacks of the troubled middle-aged man Zhang Xingzhou. From Zhao Wujing's perspective, especially from a close distance, the strength of these three far surpassed his own. Even if he used the wedding gown technique to reach the 5th rank, he would not be a match for any of these three. As the three attacked each other, Zhang Xingzhou wielded a soft sword, seemingly distracted, with low aggression, appearing to casually jab at Wang Zijun and Deng Fu. Wang Zijun was the most aggressive but seemed to be wary of Zhang Xingzhou, directing most of his attacks toward the old man Deng Fu. Deng Fu maintained a cheerful demeanor, not angered, effortlessly defending against Wang Zijun's tricky attacks. Suddenly, Zhang Xingzhou lost focus, and with a flick of his soft sword, a burst of sword energy shot toward Zhao Wujing. His eyes widened, and as quick as lightning, he struck down the released sword energy in advance. Zhao Wujing had not stood up throughout, as if he had not reacted, only displaying surprise on his face. Zhan.To watched in shock and quickly apologized. Please forgive me, Princess Chong. This was just an accident during the competition. Accident? Li Zhaohua's expression grew serious. You didn't properly check these masters you recruited before inviting them in, knowing they could harm our own people? The Princess Chang's anger subsided. Zhan.To was extremely anxious. The three masters paused their movements. Wang Zijun shot a cold glance at Zhang Xingzhou, who almost caused an accident, and snorted. Deng Fu looked worried. Performing for such a big shot, if something went wrong, it would be difficult to handle. If Zhang Xingzhou didn't receive his deserved reward, he might even lose his life. Zhao Wujing glanced at the increasingly worried Zhang Xingzhou. He finally remembered that this person was one of the most powerful big shots in the latter part of the original work, comparable in swordsmanship to his father, the King of the North. Sensing the Princess Chang's anger, Zhao Wujing's gaze shifted, and he suddenly smiled, applauding. Good swordsmanship, free and unrestrained, unparalleled in sharpness. Congratulations to Princess Chong for gathering such talent. The other two are also exceptional masters. Sure, the Wang Fu doesn't have such experts. The anger of the princess was momentarily stilled. She originally thought this incident would ruin her potential cooperation with Zhao Wujing, but unexpectedly, Zhao Wujing showed no resentment at all. Zhang Xingzhou was slightly taken aback, burdened with thoughts, and almost hurt this young master. Yet this young master not only didn't get angry, but also spoke up for him. Since when have these big figures been so magnanimous? Truly lucky. Prince Jun scoffed coldly in his heart. Deng Fu and Zhan.To both breathed a sigh of relief. Zhan.To cast a grateful glance at Zhao Wujing. After all, he was the one who brought him here, and if Zhao Wujing were to blame him, the princess would certainly punish him. If you appreciate him, this swordsman has gifted you. Li Zhaohua noticed that Zhao Wujing seemed to have some admiration for this swordsman Zhang Xingzhou. Zhao Wujing disliked comparing people to commodities. He shook his head. All three are free individuals, coming and going by their own will. Since they serve you, princess, I won't take away what belongs to others. However, making a few acquaintances is fine, since they are all your people. Oh, Li Zhaohua showed an interested expression and leaned in a little. When did you become my person? Laughing to death, this woman is playing word games again, trying to trap me with ambiguous words. Li Zhaohua's earlobes suddenly flushed with a barely noticeable pink. She turned her face away while pretending to tidy her hair, but her fingertips accidentally broke a strand of hair. Zhan.To saw this, and being tactful, clasped his fists and waved to the three, signaling them to leave. After the three left, Zhan.To saw the princess acquiesce and also followed suit, closing the door behind him, leaving the space for the young master and the princess. Once only the two of them were left in the room, Zhao Wujing shook his head and smiled, his tone carrying a hint of grievance. I thought I was already your person? This piece on the chessboard is increasingly to my liking. Li Zhaohua's face was full of smiles, her jade hand propping up her chin, her tone ambiguous, indeed. We have helped each other more than once or twice. This time, do you also want to help me? Help you with what? Zhao Wujing saw the princess lean closer, and he instinctively went to wrap his arms around her waist. Whatever you need help with, just say it. I will do my utmost. Li Zhaohua's delicate body stiffened for a moment. Then she allowed Zhao Wujing to embrace her, covering her mouth as she laughed. You really have guts. Is it just guts? Zhao Wujing glanced at himself beneath her. He little sly one. Li Zhaohua smiled, her breath fragrant. Do you also want to kneel under my skirt? Zhao Wujing tightened his embrace around Li Zhaohua. Of course. Of course not. I can be a clever dog in the mountains, but I won't be your dog, Li Zhaohua. Li Zhaohua's fingers resting on Zhao Wujing's shoulder suddenly tightened, her knuckles turning white. She suddenly reached out and pinched Zhao Wujing's chin, leaving a red mark on the youth's Adam's apple. I want to see if it's the wild dog from the mountains or the eagle I have tamed. While Li Zhaohua spoke sweetly, her body remained rigid, reflecting her inner guard. You are the most ambitious man I have ever seen, with both the heart of a thief and the courage of a thief. Even more cunning. Zhao Wujing had seen many women. He understood that Li Zhaohua was flirting with him, trying to entice him with her beauty. The two were just playing around verbally, hugging and holding was enough. Even if Li Zhaohua could sacrifice her body to win him over, it wouldn't be now, but only in the future when they collaborated more deeply. Little sly one, it's time to go home. Li Zhaohua kissed Zhao Wujing's face as a reward, then gracefully stood up. You heard everything today. You are more interesting than your father. He is too pedantic. Well, I said to your father, I can also say to you, Li Ziyuan releases your father's military power and targets you in every possible way. Will you foolishly remain loyal to Li Ziyuan? His throne is not of legitimate origin. You are a smart person. Think carefully about how to choose when you go back. And give me a definite answer then. Meanwhile, while Li Zhaohua and Zhao Wujing were having a long conversation in the royal study of the palace, Li Ziyuan called in Li Yuni to check on his progress in practicing the sacred dragon technique. Li Yuni let out a loud, awkward dragon roar. You didn't manage to roar in one breath. You leaked quite a bit at the end. Li Ziyuan frowned, evaluating Li Yuni. In such a short time, being able to barely produce a dragon roar is quite good. Li Yuni's cheeks showed a smile. He was rarely praised by his father, and today he unexpectedly received compliments from him. You still need to practice diligently. Li Ziyuan's face was stern. Barely producing a dragon roar and producing an authentic dragon roar in one breath are quite different. You must not be negligent. The sacred dragon technique, even just the dragon roar, possesses great power. Li Yuni felt he had made considerable progress today and appreciated the benefits of humbly seeking advice. He immediately bowed and spoke sincerely. Please teach me, father. Li Ziyuan looked at his son, who was more eager to learn than before, feeling somewhat gratified. His expression softened considerably. How about this? I will suppress my cultivation to match yours and fight with you, so you can better appreciate the intricacies of it. Chapter 58. The autumn hunt approaches, each with their own thoughts in the royal study of the palace. Li Ziyuan suppressed his martial arts realm to better test Li Yuni's dragon roar. Li Yuni was pushed back step by step and could only barely resist. He thought his father would surely criticize him for lacking strength, but unexpectedly, his father praised him again. He said he not only resembled the form, but that his roar also contained the charm of the dragon roar. However, there was still the same issue. He easily lost that final breath, but among beginners, he was already quite good. Li Yuni looked at his father, who was smiling broadly, feeling even happier. The usually strict father had actually praised him twice today. If his clumsy dragon roar could be praised as good by his father, then how exceptional must Zhao Wujing's demonstration have been, containing both power and aura. Regarding practicing the sacred dragon technique, he truly needed to seek more advice from Zhao Wujing. It seemed this brother-in-law, who shared similar tastes, was genuinely teaching him real skills without holding back. He hadn't been able to learn the complete essence. It was just that his realm wasn't sufficient. If his realm were adequate, he could produce a dragon roar that would truly please his father and become his father's pride. As Li Yuni thought of this, he was filled with anticipation for the future. Long Zhan felt gloomy and returned to the residence. At this moment, his heart was somewhat unstable, filled with hatred for Zhao Wujing. He hadn't expected this useless young master to be so hard to deal with, continuously taking away his weapons and his senior sisters. He would never allow this to end like this. He must take back his domineering heavenly sword and the senior sisters he had lost from Zhao Wujing. Quietly reading, Zhan.To glanced at Long Zhan and knowingly asked, "How is it?" Long Zhan remained silent. What else could it be? He had failed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his face darkening. There's no need to be discouraged. Zhan.To took the opportunity to comfort him, putting down the ancient book. If Su Yin and Qing Shui don't know their place, you can't force them. Even without the dragon holy body, I have ways to help you advance quickly. Long Zhan's expression softened as he looked at Zhan.To, his eyes shining with surprise. Zhan.To continued, "The true Yang heart technique, your practice has been somewhat slack lately, hasn't it? The true Yang heart technique itself has its mysteries, with many key points you have never pondered deeply, which led to your slow progress." Long Zhan's eyes gradually brightened. Zhan.To's understanding of martial arts had always been extraordinarily gifted, far surpassing others. Since she had spoken up, she would surely be able to help him. He earnestly said, "Please teach me, senior sister. Now you realize my importance?" Zhan.To felt proud in her heart. Only by letting Long Zhan suffer in front of the two junior sisters would he see who was truly the most important. Before long, under the guidance of Zhan.To, Long Zhan gained a deeper understanding of the true Yang Heart Sutra, significantly increasing his strength and fully solidifying his status as a fifth-grade martial artist. Compared to his initial entry into the fifth grade, his power had become much more substantial. In the training room, seeing his enthusiastic junior brother, Zhan.To took the opportunity to bring up the restoration of the country. She wanted to restore Lu Jing. The Lu Jing kingdom was not large, or rather, its current territory was not extensive. Over the years, much of Liu Jing's territory had been slowly eroded by the Great Xia, causing the kingdom to shrink increasingly. Although it still existed, in the hearts of many, Lu Jing had long been considered a defunct state, effectively having lost its sovereignty. And she, Zhan.To, was a princess of a fallen nation. During this time, she had taken the initiative to come down from the mountain and seek refuge with her junior brother because the current martial world was starting to become chaotic. There are even prophecies from top-tier experts saying that the Li family dynasty's fortune was about to run out. Undoubtedly, this was a good time for her to restore Lu Jing. However, she did not have many people she could trust, and Long Zhan was undoubtedly her best choice at the moment. "Junior brother, if you are willing to help me restore Lu Jing, I will guide you every day and take you to the pinnacle of martial arts." She needed to pull Long Zhan onto her boat, leveraging his powerful martial arts talent and potential to strengthen Lu Jing, even if it meant sacrificing herself. However, although Long Zhan understood the importance of Zhan.To to a martial artist, akin to having an all-knowing master guiding him, he still leaned towards Li Yunrui when it came to the relationship between Zhan.To and Li Yunrui, especially since Li Yunrui did not truly belong to Zhao Wujing yet. He still had the chance to become a prince consort. "Senior sister, let me think about it. Don't worry, if I have the opportunity, I will definitely help you." "Okay, junior brother." Zhan.To smiled, but she was not a fool. How could she not know that Long Zhan was stalling? It seemed necessary to push this junior brother a bit, to make him decide who he should choose. After leaving the commander's office of the cavalry camp, Zhan.To entered an alley, where two women dressed in exotic clothing appeared from the shadows and knelt before her. "Your Highness, please give your orders," Zhan.To said coldly. "Inform the Great Xia court that the Princess of Lu Jing will visit during the autumn hunt." Autumn hunt? In Zhao Wujing's room within the royal palace, Zhao Wujing was puzzled. He knew about the autumn hunt, but he was currently chatting with Li Yunrui, and why did she suddenly bring this up? Li Yunrui, with her charming eyes, briefly explained the importance of this autumn hunt to Zhao Wujing, then asked, should we practice riding and shooting? If we win first place, it will be a great honor for my father, and you will also look good. In fact, Zhao Wujing was not interested in being first at all. However, Li Yunrui's reminder made him recall that the autumn hunt, which had not occurred for 13 years, was approaching. He remembered that in the original story, this autumn hunt was extraordinary. In the original narrative, Long Zhan swept through the army like a whirlwind during the autumn hunt, winning first place and gaining immense glory. More importantly, with the protagonist's halo, Long Zhan unexpectedly acquired a young royal beast. This royal beast, as it grew, became a fierce and unmatched beast king, aiding Long Zhan in battles and helping him win the hearts of many beautiful women with its fierce yet adorable appearance. Now that Long Zhan had deep animosity towards him, wanting nothing more than to eliminate him. He was already clear about this in his heart. The more Long Zhan grew stronger, the more dangerous it became for him. Therefore, during the autumn hunt, he, a small antagonist well-versed in the self-cultivation of villains, must seize this young royal beast and never let it fall into Long Zhan's hands. Darling, can you help me? Zhao Wujing said gently. Li Yunrui pouted, not giving Zhao Wujing a good look. When they kissed, Zhao Wujing always kissed too deeply, and she scolded. What is it? Help me get a map. Zhao Wujing smiled. The map of the Royal Autumn Hunt Garden. You can definitely get it, right? Li Yunrui understood that Zhao Wujing wanted to cheat and familiarize himself with the venue in advance. She raised her eyebrows and leaned down. If you want it, you have to show me your performance. Then I must perform well. Zhao Wujing was extremely determined. He would definitely perform well and never leave early. A little over half an hour later, Li Yunrui, satisfied yet still wanting more, wiped the corner of her mouth and agreed to help Zhao Wujing get a map of the Autumn Hunt Garden. Chapter 59, The Compromise. Skillfully repairing the mirage, Zhao Wujing opened a rouge wood box gifted by the world's #1 merchant, Shenhao. Inside the wooden box were 3 small boxes of rouge powder from the Jiang and Xijang Pavilion. Just 3 small boxes? Did Shenhao do this on purpose or by accident? Zhao Wujing took out 1 box. The small box was made of excellent wood. Although he did not know the material, it was undoubtedly expensive, as he could smell the scent of money. He gave 1 box to Li Yunrui. Li Yunrui did not lack rouge powder, but upon seeing the rouge from Xijang Pavilion, she cheered and gave him a passionate kiss. Women. Zhao Wujing, holding the other 2 boxes, went to the rooms of Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan, giving the remaining 2 boxes to the 2 sisters. Lu Ruyan was both surprised and delighted by this sudden gift, her gaze softening as she looked at Zhao Wujing. Indeed, it was very different in the royal palace compared to Long Zhan's residence. Zhao Wujing would think of her and her senior sister when he had good things. She stepped forward to hug Zhao Wujing's waist, her eyes charmingly raised. Do you understand that you hurt me by acting too hastily before? Are you here to make it up to me? Ling Qingxue, listening to Lu Ruyan's unabashed flirtation, momentarily didn't know where to place her hands holding the rouge box. One who eats soft food is soft-hearted. She naturally liked this rouge, and she accepted Zhao Wujing's goodwill, feeling a different sensation in the Long Zhan residence. Although she and her junior sister Lu Ruyan had a cooperative relationship with Zhao Wujing, the bond between her junior sister and Zhao Wujing was becoming deeper and closer. She had previously felt a bit jealous and had intended to deepen her relationship with Zhao Wujing regarding the bridal gown technique, but Zhao Wujing had rejected her. Though she was already aloof, even if she wanted to cultivate, she was too shy to ask again. Zhao Wujing. Lu Ruyan teased Zhao Wujing. Suddenly her expression became serious, her eyes signaling Zhao Wujing to pay attention to the distracted Qingxue senior sister beside them. She softly said, "How is your practice of the bridal gown technique going?" The bridal gown technique requires a mutual understanding of intentions. The worst thing is to deepen misunderstandings. Otherwise, if something urgent happens, you may not be able to borrow strength successfully. Even if you can borrow it, the power will be greatly discounted. You and your senior sister should practice more. Ling Qingxue turned her face away, her eyes flickering. Turn your face back. How can we communicate our intentions like this? On the practice platform, Zhao Wujing looked at Ling Qingxue's delicate profile and shrugged. Ling Qingshue's fair skin seemed to be bathed in a layer of soft light, as she always kept her face turned to the side. Still angry? No. Hee, turn around. Zhao Wujing knew Ling Qingxue was shy, and being understanding, he said gently, there really was something last night. You don't need to explain to me. Ling Qingshue's voice was clear and cold, but the expression on her delicate face softened somewhat. It was evident that Zhao Wujing's explanation had some effect. She slowly turned her head. Let's start practicing. If you don't explain, what if you hold a grudge? The bridal gown technique will regress instead of progress, and all previous efforts would be in vain. Zhao Wujing extended his hand gently to touch Ling Qingshue's waist, conveying his power as they began practicing the bridal gown technique. He could clearly feel a slight shiver from Ling Qingshue's delicate body when his palm touched her waist. What's wrong? Ling Qingxue closed her eyes and shook her head. She also began to transmit her power and practice the bridal gown technique. At that moment, when Zhao Wujing extended his hand, she felt something unusual in her heart. As if she had seen Zhao Wujing embracing her junior sister Lu Ruyan or the seventh princess Li Yunrui before. And when Zhao Wujing's warm hand was properly placed on her body, beneath her calm surface, waves of emotion stirred within her. She worried that Zhao Wujing would act inappropriately and also felt some resentment towards him for sticking to propriety. She slowly opened her eyes, while Zhao Wujing still kept his closed, feeling the power of the bridal gown divine art. Why is Ling Qingxue getting so hot? Is it because autumn is gradually getting cold, and she caught a chill? Ling Qingxue heard Zhao Wujing's thoughts, her gaze trembling as she stared at him. Was Zhao Wujing a fool? Her martial arts realm was not low. How could she possibly catch a chill in autumn? He was even worried about her catching a chill while he was busy cultivating the bridal gown divine art and thinking nonsensical thoughts. Why did Zhao Wujing care about her? They were merely collaborators. She wouldn't be as close to him as her junior sister Lu Ruyan. I remember it wasn't this hot before. Why is Ling Qingxue getting hotter and hotter? Zhao Wujing slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing this, Ling Qingxue quickly closed her eyes, pretending nothing was wrong, though a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Previously, in their sect, her master and fellow disciples only cared about her martial arts progress and training, never about anything else. She didn't expect that Zhao Wujing would be the first person to care about her. Although he didn't say it out loud, his thoughts could not deceive her. Ling Qingxue is really pretty. We're so close now. What would happen if I suddenly kissed her? Zhao Wujing looked at Ling Qingxue's delicate and charming face, his cheeks slowly leaning in, eager to try. Ling Qingxue felt Zhao Wujing's masculine aura gradually approaching, her heart racing wildly, pounding in her chest. She decided that when Zhao Wujing came in for a kiss, she would slap him directly. However, after waiting a long time, she felt no closeness from him, only Zhao Wujing's thoughts. Forget it. Ling Qingxue isn't Lu Ruyan. She definitely won't agree and might even hit me. Zhao Wujing's aura was drifting away, and Ling Qingxue cursed inwardly, not knowing what exactly she was cursing, probably just some word about being cowardly. Time flew by as they cultivated, and they gradually got into the state of training, unconsciously getting closer and making considerable progress in the bridal gown divine art. Now, with each other's strength, they could be more enduring and efficient. After another hour, their progress slowed, as if they had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation of the bridal gown divine art, making it difficult to advance further. It would be great if senior sister Yin were here. Ling Qingxue sighed, with Yin Jinshu's understanding and talent in martial arts. If she were present, she could definitely help her and Zhao Wujing make further progress. But they had fallen out with Yin Jinshu, and it was impossible for her to help them. With their progress stagnated, Zhao Wujing pondered and slowly said, is it possible that to perfect the bridal gown divine art, we need to truly love each other? Ling Qingxue and Zhao Wujing exchanged glances. She certainly understood the unfinished sentence Zhao Wujing had not completed. Her heart trembled, and she felt less resistant to Zhao Wujing. Should she give it a try? But soon, this dangerous thought was forcefully rejected, and she shook her head. No thinking. Now that their progress was stalled, she should think of other ways. Alas, what a pity. It might really be effective. Zhao Wujing sighed. Since the bridal gown divine art can only go this far for now, I need more strength. How about you teach me the mirror flower water moon? This way, I can have more self-defense capability and be a bit safer. After all, we're like grasshoppers on the same string now. And you wouldn't want to see me get into trouble, right? Ling Qingxue was taken aback. She intended to refuse, but Zhao Wujing made some sense. Today, she had accepted Zhao Wujing's valuable rouge, and she had just rejected his proposal for intimacy. Now, it felt a bit awkward to refuse his request to learn the mirror flower water moon. She couldn't just take his things and keep rejecting him, right? Ling Qingxue was not like those parasitic women in the martial world who exploited men. Yesterday, Zhao Wujing had rejected her, and she was somewhat unhappy about it. Today, she continuously rejected him. Would Zhao Wujing be happy? With this in mind, Ling Qingxue nodded and agreed. Before long, the exceptionally talented Zhao Wujing quickly learned the mirror flower water moon. Ling Qingxue watched in astonishment, her heart filled with shock. Zhao Wujing's talent was simply too strong. She and her junior sister stood by Zhao Wujing's side, and indeed, they did not make the wrong choice. Chapter 60. Hiding a defiant heart in the princess's residence. Zhao Wujing sat quietly while Li Zhaohua leisurely brewed tea. Why did she call me here in such a hurry? Just to watch her brew tea? Or does she have some ulterior motive in broad daylight? Zhao Wujing had just finished cultivating the bridal gown divine art when he received a message from Li Zhaohua asking to see him. He hurried over and waited for almost half a day, yet he didn't see Li Zhaohua had anything significant to tell him. Hearing Zhao Wujing's thoughts, Li Zhaohua smiled and pushed a cup of tea toward him. Brewing tea requires patience, and drinking tea does too. Naturally, good things take time. Zhao Wujing, refined and elegant, gulped down the tea in one go, feeling somewhat like ginseng being fed to pigs. He asked, "Did the princess call me here for something important? You young people are so fiery and restless, unable to endure," Li Zhaohua said with a smile, shaking her head. What she valued most was Zhao Wujing's character. He was both timid and brave, steady and lively, embodying the vitality that young people should have, rather than being scheming. She didn't like young people who were too scheming. This way, she could maintain a dominant position in future collaborations. Here, Li Zhaohua took out a small booklet and handed it to Zhao Wujing. "You might find this useful." Zhao Wujing took the booklet with confusion, his eyes widening as he realized the content was none other than the detailed inner map of the royal hunting ground he needed for the autumn hunt. The level of detail in this map was astonishing. If a battle occurred in the royal hunting ground, after looking at this booklet, one would find countless flaws and vulnerabilities. What is this? Zhao Wujing felt it was a bit too hot to handle. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed like a detailed strategic map that Li Zhaohua had meticulously surveyed for years to plan a rebellion within a 50-mile radius of the capital. And the royal hunting ground happened to be within that range. Li Zhaohua knew he needed it and casually took it out. "You asked Yin Rui to help you get the map for the autumn hunt. I know about this," Li Zhaohua said openly. Over the years, whether for the autumn hunt or winter hunt, it's common for royal relatives and high-ranking officials to privately circulate such maps. However, mine is more detailed. How about it? Does it look satisfactory? Satisfactory. Zhao Wujing accepted this benefit, nodded, and smiled. It seems the princess is well prepared. Naturally, one must have patience to brew good tea. Li Zhaohua smilat brigli. Now we just lack some people willing to drink tea together. How did you feel after finishing your tea? Would you like another cup? Are you inviting me to join? Zhao Wujing twirled the teacup and handed it over. I'm not good with words and can't discern flavors, so I'm worried I'll disappoint your good intentions. Li Zhaohua took the teacup, filled it with tea, and did not pass it back to Zhao Wujing, but drank it all in one go, covering her mouth with a smile. Li Zhaohua, am not like Li Zhaoyuan. I won't do things like hiding my bow after the birds are gone. Who knows? Women are all like this. They say nice things, but they might deceive me and abandon me afterward, selling my love and leaving me with a debt of conscience. Zhao Wujing smiled. I completely trust you, princess. Li Zhaohua, hearing Zhao Wujing's conflicting words, placed her delicate hand on the back of his hand and gently caressed it. How do I know if you truly trust me or if you're just putting on an act? Of course, it's just an act. If I say I trust you, do you believe it? Zhao Wujing patted his chest confidently. By heaven and earth, I can swear. If the princess doesn't believe me, I can show you my heart. You smooth talker, if I really want it, would you be willing to show it? Lizowa smilat. Her charm naturally emanating. Of course, Zhao Wujing replied, without changing his expression, and, as he spoke, he lifted the hem of his robe as if he wanted to take something out. The princess said irritably, "Is your heart not in your chest? It turns out that heart has long been given to my father and Yun Rui." Zhao Wujing replied seriously, "But it doesn't matter, I still have another one." Zhao Wujing seemed to be joking, but in reality, he was speaking the truth. Everyone has a heart, but his heart is not like others, comfortably placed in their belly or passionately beating in the chest. His heart, due to the targeting from the current emperor Li Ziyuan, the covetousness and murderous intent from the destined protagonist Long Zhan, and the secret probing and manipulation from others, had long been hidden in a place not easily seen. The ones who could see his heart were his father, his loyal old steward, and his wife Li Yun Rui, but not the scheming Li Zhaohua before him. He and Li Zhaohua were merely using each other, not yet at the stage of exchanging hearts. He did not trust Li Zhaohua. Among all the scheming characters, he only trusted himself. Pretense and playing along. "Oh, you want to see? I want to see too. Have you paid to see? Oh, you really did pay. The map is good." Zhao Wujing's movements froze. If Li Zhaohua was not afraid, why should he be? But just as he was about to show it, footsteps sounded from outside the door. At first, it seemed like two people, but upon closer listening, it seemed they were dragging something, and a bloody smell wafted in. He turned his gaze. "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess." Someone outside respectfully reported. "What has happened to Zhang Xingzhou?" Zhao Wujing frowned. What happened to Zhang Xingzhou? The future big shot from the original story? According to rules, he should be killed. Li Zhao kindly sipit herthi. Using the same cup Zhao Wujing had used before, a faint smile on her lips, her eyes fierce. Zhao Wujing did not want Zhang Xingzhou to die just like that. Although he had no real relationship with Zhang Xingzhou, in order to counter the destined protagonist Long Zhan, he had to seize every opportunity to extinguish Long Zhan's fortune. While his own fortune was long, only by diminishing one while increasing the other could he ultimately surpass Long Zhan, or at least not fall into the fate of the inevitable demise of the villain. He reached out and stopped, saying, "Wait." Li Zhaohua looked at Zhao Wujing, seemingly unsurprised, and patiently awaited further explanation. She had noticed Zhao Wujing's particular concern for the swordsman named Zhang Xingzhou yesterday, after Zhang Xingzhou made a mistake. She deliberately did not kill him, leaving him to test Zhao Wujing's true thoughts. "What did Zhang Xingzhou do?" Zhao Wujing asked. "He made a major error while executing a task." Li Zhaohua observed Zhao Wujing's expression, indecisive. He should have cut the weeds at the root, but showed compassion for a child. A child could lead to a major mistake, causing all preparations to be in vain. "Where's the child?" Zhao Wujing shouted towards the outside. "Reporting to Your Highness the Princess, he has been killed. Only Zhang Xingzhou made a mistake." The answer came from a harsh voice, presumably one of the three from yesterday, the double-blade Prince Jun. Zhao Wujing reached out to take the princess's teacup. Since he has been killed, the task is complete. Why not give Zhang Xingzhou a chance? The princess handed the tea to Zhao Wujing, her words laden with meaning. "You value him highly? I remember you only met him once, right? Or have you met before?" "Indeed, we have only met once." Since Zhao Wujing decided to save Zhang Xingzhou, he had already thought out his strategy and words. Speaking in a steady tone, "But I said yesterday, we are all people of the princess. Since we are on the same side, why not give him another chance? Rather than being lenient to others, it's better to be lenient towards one's own people. Don't you think, Your Highness?" "Interesting," Li Zhaohua nodded, smiling charmingly at Zhao Wujing. "Today it's you pleading for him. If it were someone else, I wouldn't even listen. Let him go." Li Zhaohua. And those outside were momentarily stunned, then respectfully complied and released Zhang Xingzhou. Zhao Wujing stood up and pushed open the door. Li Zhaohua did not stop him. The life or death of a servant was not important to her. What mattered was Zhao Wujing, the pawn she had her eyes on. Zhao Wujing walked towards Zhang Xingzhou, who was collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Xingzhou's clothes were torn, covered in whip marks. He slowly squatted down and whispered, "I really like your kindness because I have it too. I really dislike your indecisiveness because I have that as well. However, for some things, think about why you came here." Zhang Xingzhou knew that it was this Zhao family heir who saved him again. Hearing Zhao Wujing's words, he struggled to raise his head, his emotions turbulent. Did Zhao Wujing know his situation? Zhao Wujing took out a banknote, folded it, and tucked it into Zhang Xingzhou's clothing. This money is for treating your injuries and also to help you take good care of your mother. Zhang Xingzhou's eyes suddenly filled with tears, staring blankly at Zhao Wujing, whose eyes were gradually enveloped by tears. He thought that all the high-ranking officials and nobles were cold-hearted and cruel, engaging in dirty dealings. But unexpectedly, there was someone like Zhao Wujing who seemed to be born in the mud, yet appeared spotless. "Why are you helping me?" Zhang Xingzhou's voice trembled, definitely not out of kindness. Zhao Wujing slowly stood up, a smile on his face. But his voice was hoarse, "Because I believe you will definitely be very powerful in the future." Chapter 61. Autumn Hunt. On the eve of the autumn hunt, Zhao Wujing diligently practiced, his understanding of the true sun heart technique deepening. With the help of Lu Ruoyan, even though his strength remained at the 6th rank martial artist, he was no longer afraid of an ordinary 5th rank. Additionally, having learned Mirror Flower Water Moon from Ling Qingxue greatly boosted his self-defense capabilities. At the same time, his father's personal guidance had led to new progress in his unique sword technique. As the autumn hunt approached, he felt he was just one word, terrifyingly strong. Except for those he couldn't beat, he could surpass everyone else. In recent days, Li Yuni frequently visited the royal residence, and, under his guidance, Li Yuni's Holy Dragon technique was progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing had begun cultivating the 2nd layer of the Holy Dragon technique, Dragon Form, and successfully mastered the Dragon Claw hand. His hard work had one purpose: to live well. He knew that a villain like him had to work harder than the destined protagonist to avoid being trampled upon. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the autumn hunt. In the 13th year of the Great Xia.Although, on the 14th day of September, it was suitable for sacrifices, prayers, and livestock gathering. A grand procession headed towards the royal hunting grounds. The hunting grounds were established in a forest north of the northern cliff of the imperial city, with a significant elevation difference from the imperial city. Standing on the northern cliff, one could overlook the entire hunting ground, taking everything in. In the 13th year of Tianyu, the year of the dragon, which concerned the fortunes of Great Xia, both the recent wedding of the 7th princess Li Yunruwei and today's autumn hunt were related to the fortunes of Great Xia. Therefore, to showcase the prosperity of Great Xia and the benevolence of the emperor in celebrating with the people, this autumn hunt allowed not only the nobility, but also the talented youth and wealthy merchants from the capital to participate. Moreover, unlike previous autumn hunts where precious beasts had to be handed over, this time, regardless of the size of the beasts, all captured would belong to the hunters privately, without needing to be submitted. However, to avoid disrupting the harmony of heaven, this autumn hunt prohibited the use of fire attacks. In spring, it was about nurturing, so killing pregnant beasts was forbidden. Li Yunruei could have sat in the carriage, but she wanted to ride with Zhao Wujing, so she leaned against him, riding leisurely. Along the way, she was cheerful. This was her first outing with Zhao Wujing since they got together, and it was the autumn hunt, so she was naturally happy. Explaining all about hunting to Zhao Wujing in detail, hoping to help him win first place. In summer, the hunt was to kill beasts that would harm the crops or injure the people. The autumn hunt was also about killing, specifically targeting beasts that might harm poultry. However, this autumn hunt was not for field hunting, but in the woods, so there were no taboos as long as the hunters did not cause any fatalities among themselves. Li Yuni leaned over and finished all that Li Yunruei had to say in one breath. "Do you need to be so talkative?" Li Yunrui fronat bota and glared at her brother, complaining, "Don't follow us." Li Yuni laughed and said, "Mother knows you're mischievous and probably wants to enter the hunting ground. But this time for the autumn hunt, neither royal princesses nor the young ladies from noble families are allowed to step into the hunting ground. It's too dangerous. Mother asked me to remind you." Li Yunruei pouted and glanced back at Zhao Wujing, hoping he would speak up for her. Zhao Wujing nodded. Li Yuni is right. It's too dangerous, whether it's wild beasts or people, it all poses a threat. Look, seeing Zhao Wujing supporting him, Li Yuni smirked, glanced around, and tossed a small booklet to Zhao Wujing. Inside is the map of the hunting ground, drawn by the surveyors when I had them mark the boundaries. The surveyors are officials responsible for managing mountains and marshes. Why didn't you take it out sooner? Li Yunru Yufa. As she had already helped Zhao Wujing get a copy of the map, but it wasn't the newly drawn one by the surveyors. It was last year's map. And the mountains and forests wouldn't change much. Zhao Wujing smiled. It's good to have family. The hunting ground awaits. Li Yuni squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and galloped forward, merging into the royal family S group. The autumn hunt, both a tradition and a display of the Great Xia's power, showcases its vibrant vitality. Such lively matters should be left to the younger generation, while the older generation, having worked hard for most of their lives, should enjoy themselves. Who knows which little one will come out on top in this autumn hunt? I've heard that this year there are distinguished guests attending, adding to the excitement. An elderly official with a kind expression looked toward the dust-raising fast horses and the younger generation, seemingly reminiscing about his own youth when he too was spirited and energetic. Others began to speak up. Hunting is mostly a competition of horseback archery. If we talk about archery skills, the young generation entering the hunting ground this time, General Long Zhan should at least rank in the top 3, right? I think Long Zhan has a good chance at first place. The eldest son of Minister Yu is not inferior to Long Zhan, right? Minister Yu oversees the Ministry of War, and his son has also practiced martial arts since childhood. Last winter, he hunted many beasts and ranked second. But first place is held by the Crown Prince, who cannot participate in this year's autumn hunt due to official duties. Who else can compete with Minister Yu's son? Long Zhan is, after all, a rising star. I'm not so sure. Long Zhan is well-rounded, though a rising star. Who in the court doesn't know of his outstanding abilities and remarkable martial arts? He was beaten by Zhao Wujing. That contest was limited. And Long Zhan didn't exert his full strength. Was he really beaten by Zhao Wujing? Zhao Wujing's strength lies in his royal status. Just say whether he was beaten or not. The Autumn Hunt ISNT, a martial contest. The focus is on horseback archery. All right. Why do the two of you need to argue so heatedly over something from the past? I believe His Highness the Sixth Prince can come out on top in this outing. The Assistant Minister of Revenue smiled obsequiously. His Majesty never misses with his arrows. And beasts fall before him. I've seen how the Sixth Prince holds a bow. His demeanor resembles that of His Majesty. With that resemblance, once in the hunting grounds, ISNT it like having divine assistance, returning with a full bounty, naturally easy to achieve. What Lord Qian said is what I wanted to say. Long Zhan is indeed excellent, but those princes are deeply favored by His Majesty, and under such nurturing, they are naturally the most advantageous competitors. In truth, whether it's Long Zhan, General Long, or those princes, who comes out on top? What does it matter? They are all favored by His Majesty, and whoever comes out on top is due to His Majesty's favor. Precisely. The officials laughed amiably, while Li Zhen sat on a wooden chair covered with tiger skin, his cheeks full of benevolent smiles. Although he was chatting with Zhao Tingxiao, he could clearly hear the discussions of the officials, and the smile naturally climbed to his face. You're all discussing who will come out on top? I don't know who will come out on top, but I can clearly see who is the most relaxed and at ease. It's definitely Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing indeed appears calm. But why do I feel like Zhao Wujing seems to have already given up? Single-handedly, not teaming up with other young ones. But it's not surprising, considering Zhao Wujing is used to enjoying life and has not participated in hunts in previous years, nor is he adept at horseback archery. Once in the hunting ground, how could he compete with the other younger ones? Knowing he can't compete, rather than having high hopes. It's better to treat it as a leisurely autumn appreciation in the hunting grounds, easing the heart after a loss. Certainly, even if Zhao Wujing has strong personal abilities, how can he compete against the combined efforts of others? It seems Zhao Wujing is destined to lose. The officials were just about to freely express their opinions when suddenly it became quiet, because the Emperor and the King of the North made their grand entrance. The two walked side by side, brotherly, and upon seeing this, all the officials bowed and fell silent. After all, they knew that the King of the North no longer held military power. But for someone of the King of the North's stature, military power seemed somewhat superficial, because they all knew that even without military power, as long as the King of the North spoke, those loyal to him in the Northern Army would still listen to him rather than orders. Li Ziyuan sat high on the dragon throne, looking down at the officials, with Zhao Tingxiao sitting closest to him on a large chair engraved with the image of a tiger roaring in the mountains. In previous years, the king of the north had not participated in the autumn hunt. This year, the officials responsible for the autumn hunt specially crafted this imposing chair for him. Zhao Tingxiao chatted with Li Ziyuan for a few moments before looking toward the civil and military officials present. Why does it seem like no one has high hopes for my son? Upon hearing this, the officials' hearts skipped a beat, and the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 62. The extra beauty reward. The entire scene fell silent for a long time. The officials who originally did not hold high hopes for Zhao Wujing's faces twitched, all knowing what they should do. Your Highness, not at all. We're just worried about His Highness the heir. With His Highness's talents, even if his hunting skills are only 1/10 or 1/12 of yours, Your Highness, he is more than capable of ranking high in the autumn hunt. Of course, I've long seen that Zhao Wujing's calmness must be due to his confidence. With depth and strength in his heart, he can be assured. This is undoubtedly a sign of his capability. The admiration of the old officials for the heir was like a continuous torrent of a river, unending like the overflowing Yellow River. My feelings are the same as yours, my lord. The officials chimed in, continuously making up for their previous lack of faith in Zhao Wujing. The king of the north chuckled, too lazy to pay attention to these sycophants. As long as they didn't bully his weak and innocent child, it was fine. He continued to drink with the emperor. In the crowd, Long Zhan furrowed his thick brows, feeling frustrated. That Zhao Wujing has the king of the north backing him, relying on his power. But he has nothing. How is that fair? It's not fair, but he must strive to do better. With his abilities, once in the hunting grounds, he can easily crush Zhao Wujing. By then, will the king of the north still come to assist Zhao Wujing in the hunting grounds? Without the king of the north, Zhao Wujing is nothing. Li Ziyuan took a sip of wine and listened to the officials' discussions. He felt increasingly displeased. This of his certainly has a strong presence. Even though he no longer holds real power, his influence still lingers. Taking away Zhao Tingxiao's military power has not had a substantial effect. To truly rest easy, he must find someone to completely replace Zhao Tingxiao. Long Zhan, many officials are optimistic about you. Do you have confidence? Li Ziyuan glanced at Long Zhan in the crowd, his words carrying hints. Yes. Long Zhan immediately bowed respectfully, swearing, I cannot wait to enter the hunting grounds. Please, Your Majesty, give the order to begin. Norus. Li Ziyuan liked Long Zhan's spirit. This was precisely what he wanted, to suppress Zhao Wujing and thereby diminish some of Zhao Tingxiao's influence. He said solemnly, today, distinguished guests from foreign lands have arrived. The officials immediately began to murmur. Today, as autumn hunt has foreign guests here? Meanwhile, at the side gate of the imperial palace, Yuan Jinshu walked gracefully, bowing to Li Ziyuan. The foreign minister Yuan Jinshu pays respects to Your Majesty. The officials looked at Yuan Jinshu, who had an elegant demeanor and exquisite appearance, and they all exclaimed in surprise, what a beautiful person. Yuan Jinshu, that name sounds familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Long Zhan was astonished to see his senior sister. How did senior sister come here? Could she be a princess? With this figure and demeanor, she surpasses some of the younger girls in our clan. Li Yuni, who had been listless, suddenly brightened upon seeing Yuan Jinshu. Grant her a seat, Li Ziyuan ordered. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yuan Jinshu said coolly. The foreign minister has come from Lu Jing for the purpose of a marriage alliance. Marriage alliance? The officials looked at Yuan Jinshu in astonishment. Then they remembered she was the princess of Lu Jing. Previously, the Great Xia had discussed a marriage alliance with the small nation of Lu Jing, hoping to gradually annex Lu Jing and make it a vassal state of Great Xia, integrating it into its territory. However, Lu Jing had always refused, maintaining a firm stance. The Great Xia, known for its etiquette and reverence for peace, had not forced action against Lu Jing, and the marriage alliance had been postponed repeatedly. Today, with the arrival of Princess Yuan Jinshu from Lu Jing, could it be that she has agreed? Lu Jing admires Great Xia, and after careful consideration, we propose the marriage alliance. I hope Your Majesty will grant it. Yuan Jinshu did not sit immediately, but bowed again. The officials gasped, many showing expressions of joy. Marrying the princess of Lu Jing would contribute to the expansion of Great Xia's territory. Moreover, Yin Jinshu was exquisitely beautiful. I am greatly comforted, Li Ziyuan said, his imperial presence evident. You may present your requirements for a husband. Thank you, your majesty. Yin Jinshu bowed, her gaze subtly scanning her junior brother Long Zhan. Long Zhan was skilled in archery and horse riding. Her intention was to pressure him, to lock him down and help her restore Lu Jing, while also leaving herself with more choices. If Long Zhan proved inadequate, she could leverage other men. The one who could win her heart must also be someone of great power and influence in Great Xia, so she wouldn't be at a loss. Lu Jing admired Great Xia for its vast territory, rich resources, and talented people. Yin Jinshu had already made up her mind and flattered. Lu Jing is martial and admires the strong. As it happens, during this autumn hunt, the foreign minister Yin Jinshu seeks a husband, with just one modest request. The one who wins first place shall be my husband. I ask for your majesty's approval. Li Ziyuan pondered for a moment, his authority palpable, and waved his hand. Approved. The appearance of Princess Yin Jinshu undoubtedly added fuel to the excitement of this autumn hunt. The officials murmured, and the young participants in the hunt were eager to prove themselves. Who wouldn't want to marry a princess? Not only would it contribute to Great Xia, but the key point was that this princess was so beautiful, with such a fine figure. Bringing her home would undoubtedly be a delightful affair. Long Zhan seized the opportunity to chat, lowering his voice, and whispered beside Yin Jinshu. Senior sister, what are you doing? Yin Jinshu replied with cold eyes, you are unreliable. So I must find someone who can support Lu Jing. I understand now. This move of yours is quite clever. Long Zhan instantly grasped Yin Jinshu's intention, feeling pleased in his heart, and said with a smile, this way, you can marry me openly, using my strength to support Lu Jing, and it won't affect my status in Great Xia. Yin Jinshu glanced at Long Zhan, snorting coldly. You're speaking too early. Don't be so confident. You may not be the one who wins first place. My targets are not limited to you. Impossible. Long Zhan felt a bit of his masculine pride wounded and retorted. No one from the young generation participating in this autumn hunt is my match. Oh, Yin Jinshu sneered, shaking her sleeve as she prepared to leave. Actually, I have my eyes more on Zhao Wujing. Didn't you see that with the king of the north present, Zhao Wujing's momentum is unmatched? Zhao Wujing. Again, Zhao Wujing. Does he even deserve to lay a finger on Yin Jinshu? Senior sister, watch closely. Once I take first place, don't you dare refuse to marry me. Long Zhan glanced at Yin Jinshu. He had long wanted to win Yin Jinshu over, but due to his esteemed position with the emperor and Yin Jinshu's backing from Lu Jing, he had held back. Once he secures first place today, he would make sure Yin Jinshu knows his capabilities, not just in strength and talent, but also in the bedroom. Let us see how she remains aloof then. Yin Jinshu shot a cold glance at Long Zhan and turned to leave. At this moment, Li Ziyuan sat high on the dragon throne, issuing a command that revealed his imperial authority. The autumn hunt officially began. Before long, a grand procession surged into the hunting grounds. Aki, not in a hurry. Zhao Wujing, who was urinating in the grass, sneezed, shaking his small hand. Damn it, who's cursing me? Making me get my hands wet? He saw Long Zhan and that group of young talents running at full speed. It seemed Long Zhan was eager to take first place, running as if there were rewards for it. How ridiculous. Zhao Wujing did not follow them, but stealthily took another path. He remembered from the original text that this was where the great treasure was located. Chapter 63. Fortune in hand before long, Zhao Wujing, who had entered the hunting grounds, leisurely took out the map while on horseback. He unfolded the detailed map given to him by the princess, which was likely meant for rebellion. After studying it for a while, he discerned the direction of the hunting grounds and, combining it with his memories from the original text, confirmed the path to the Beast King's lair. In the original text, Long Zhan, through a coincidence arranged by the author, found a young royal beast in the lair of the Beast King. Having pinpointed the direction, Zhao Wujing followed the marked path on the map and proceeded slowly. He could faintly hear the sounds of bows and crossbows in the distant forest, the whistling of arrows, as well as human shouts and horses neighing. It seemed that Long Zhan and the other young talents had already begun to compete, not just in hunting, but also in fighting. He tied his horse to a large tree outside the forest and ventured alone towards the Beast King's lair. Taking the horse along would create too much noise and make it a larger target, hindering his actions. As he followed the small path through the forest, his recently heightened martial arts level allowed him to keenly sense someone was tailing him. He pretended not to notice and continued to walk leisurely until he reached a fork in the woods, where he took out the map to determine his direction. While he was checking the map, a sound of a weapon slicing through the air came from behind, accompanied by a surge of murderous intent. He suddenly turned around, using his hand as a sword, unleashing a sword aura that directly struck the attacker's arm. With a crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed through the forest. The attacker's arm twisted painfully, revealing a bloody bone spur, the short knife slipping from his hand with a cry of agony. Zhao Wujing dodged the attacker's vengeful charge and kicked him in the right knee. The attacker stumbled and fell to the ground, leaving a trail of yellow mud and blood. Zhao Wujing's expression was cold as he stepped forward, placing a foot on the attacker's broken right arm, causing him to let out a painful howl. "I've seen you before." Zhao Wujing pressed down hard, making the attacker's face turn pale. He said lightly, "You're from the cavalry camp, aren't you? Long Zhan's subordinate?" The attacker's face went as pale as gold leaf, unable to move, blood seeping from his mouth, yet he remained silent. He was indeed sent by General Long to stop Zhao Wujing. General Long was worried about Zhao Wujing's seemingly nonchalant demeanor and had sent him to disrupt Zhao Wujing's hunting progress. Who would have thought Zhao Wujing was so perceptive, managing to thwart his ambush and severely injure him? "It's fine if you don't speak." Zhao Wujing formed his hand into a sword and pointed at the pressure points on Long Zhan's subordinate. Then he yanked up the twisted arm, smiling. "I'll help you up." The subordinate of Long Zhan let out a wail, the intense pain making him cry silently. Zhao Wujing dragged him by the arm, leaving a trail of blood behind. "Your Highness, spare me," he pleaded repeatedly, blood pouring from his arm, unable to resist as he was sealed at the pressure points. "All right, it's the rules of the hunting grounds. I can't kill you." Zhao Wujing smiled, picked up a stone, and threw it at the two lions that were not far away, gnawing on a wild deer. He then released the person's hand. "The rest of the road. You walk by yourself." The lion was hit, its meal interrupted, and it looked towards Zhao Wujing, catching the scent of blood, and rushed over quickly. Zhao Wujing was agile, climbing up a large tree, continually ascending towards his destination. Behind him came the desperate roars and wails of the ambusher. Zhao Wujing glanced back to see the ambusher, bloodied and mangled, being toyed with by the lion. The lion examined the rare prey, each paw strike heavy, and within a few blows, it shattered the ambusher's vitality, silencing him forever. Zhao Wujing cast a glance back, not out of pity. He would never show mercy to those who wished him harm. He merely wanted to remember this person's appearance. Along the way, he was as nimble as a monkey, climbing continuously and even encountering real monkeys on the path. Locking eyes with one, he didn't expect to meet a fated person other than Long Zhan. Upon reaching the peak of the forested mountain, he looked out and saw a group of young talents at the foot of the mountain fiercely competing, both for the ownership of the beasts and to defeat more competitors. Long Zhan moved freely among the crowd, unimpeded, full of vigor and arrogance. Zhao Wujing withdrew his gaze and rushed towards the foot of the mountain, climbing through vines and into the dense forest. He was getting closer to the Beast King's lair and had to be increasingly cautious. He had to ensure the Beast King was not present. Otherwise, entering to snatch the young king beast would be akin to seeking death. Finally, as he navigated slowly through the dense forest, he spotted a cave. Outside the cave lay numerous animal bones, and the air was thick with the smell of blood, a mix of fresh blood and the stench of decay from years past. Zhao Wujing tossed a small stone inside, then quickly retreated, wary of the Beast King's appearance. However, the stone did not draw out the Beast King. Instead, a fluffy, snow-white young beast emerged from the cave, its large, jewel-like eyes darting around. Zhao Wujing's mind raced, and, combining this with his knowledge of the original story, He deduced that this adorable little beast was undoubtedly the young king beast. Its innate cuteness, having grown up with it, helped Long Zhan attract many women later on. For example, my king beast could do a backflip. Care to come sit with it? Confirming that this creature was indeed the young king beast, which would grow up to be the domineering beast king. He did not act recklessly. He threw another stone and retreated a step further, ensuring he could escape in case of any unexpected events. Although seizing Long Zhan's opportunity was crucial, the villain's self-restraint told him to survive first. As long as he could survive, he could find the right path later. He must never neglect his own safety for the sake of opportunity. As for wealth and honor come from risk, that only applied when risk was unavoidable to gain wealth and honor. If one could obtain it without risking anything, why take unnecessary risks? The adorable young king beast was attracted by the small stone that had suddenly appeared, its round eyes looking left and right. Seeing no movement, Zhao Wujing took out a piece of jerky from his pocket and tossed it over. This jerky had been prepared by someone in advance, according to the original story's description of the king beast's favorite food, to ensure everything went smoothly today. Sure enough, the young king beast caught the scent and scampered over to nibble on the jerky. Zhao Wujing waited for a long while, not seeing the adult beast king or sensing any danger. He speculated that the beast king was likely drawn away by the commotion caused by Long Zhan and others. Only then did he cautiously step towards the young king beast, resembling a thief. The young king beast noticed the movement and looked over with its big eyes, making eye contact with Zhao Wujing. "Little friend, where's your adult?" Zhao Wujing lowered his voice and took out another piece of jerky, saying, "Come here, come to me." The fluffy young king beast looked at Zhao Wujing with curiosity, wondering why this upright monkey had hidden its favorite food. Zhao Wujing was now very close to the young king beast. Fearing that any delay might lead to changes, he lunged at it, but missed. The young king beast skillfully dodged, only a step away from him, holding the jerky in its mouth. Its curiosity growing stronger as it moved its little feet around Zhao Wujing in circles. Zhao Wujing's eyes turned, and at that moment of the adorable little beast's curiosity, he swiftly extended his agile tongue and licked the young beast's fluffy head. The little beast froze, standing still, licking fur. This was something that only a superior could do to an inferior. Could it be that this upright monkey was its boss? After licking, Zhao Wujing spat twice and then hugged the dazed young king beast, stuffing it into his arms and turning to dive into the dense forest. Initially running cautiously to avoid making noise, he gradually ran faster, wild in the forest. Like a horse that had been suppressed for 500 years and was just released from prison, or like being chased by a fierce ghost. He didn't know how far he had run, panting heavily, while the adorable little beast peeked out from his arms, curiously staring at him, holding the jerky with its two paws and nibbling away. Zhao Wujing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Beast King did not pursue him, and he successfully intercepted the young king beast. He had snatched away another opportunity from Long Zhan. But soon, he heard a thunderous roar from a distance, shaking the forest. He immediately crouched down, leaning against a large tree, alertly observing the surrounding movements. He sensed that there was a tremor coming from the former lair of the Beast King. Glancing sideways, he noticed that many plants were collapsing in that area, as if a ferocious beast was venting its anger, trampling down one patch of vegetation after another. The traces of fallen plants extended down the mountain. It seemed that the ferocious beast had chased down the mountain. At the same time, on the other side, Long Zhan and others were startled by the sudden appearance of the ferocious beast ahead. This beast stood over 10 feet tall, resembling both a fierce tiger and a mighty lion, emanating a terrifying ferocity. The Beast King? It's the Beast King. A young talent reacted and shouted in excitement. We encountered the Beast King. If we can capture it, this will be the greatest gain. Are you crazy? Who dares to provoke the Beast King during these years of hunting? Why has the Beast King suddenly come here? And why is it so furious? Could it be? Could it have just given birth? Does it not want us to get close? Is it here to stop us? That's reasonable. Otherwise, how could the Beast King be so furious and come looking for us? There's no record of this in history. Listening to the back and forth of those around him, Long Zhan's eyes gradually lit up. When he heard that the Beast King had just given birth, he suddenly had an intuition. The young king beast would be his opportunity. His possession. If they couldn't defeat the adult beast king, the young king beast, if they could obtain it and nurture it well, would have limitless potential in the future. Yes, a great opportunity. As long as we get the young king beast, this trip would not be in vain. Many young talents shared the same thoughts as Long Zhan, all focusing their goals on the young king beast, their hearts ablaze with excitement. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why don't we join forces to take down the beast king? As long as we trap it, we will have the chance to seize the king beast cub. But how do we divide it? No need to rush about distribution. Let's capture the beast king first, and then we can discuss how to proceed. The group quickly discussed their strategy. All were young talents who understood the importance of the order of issues. This was not the time for internal strife. While they eagerly discussed how to deal with the beast king and seize the young king beast, the fierce beast king's murderous intent grew stronger. Knowing that it was this group of despicable humans who had taken its child, it wanted to kill these thieving scoundrels. Chapter 64. A clever deception with illusory flowers and water moon in the royal hunting grounds. The Beast King looked down at the many humans, its ferocity growing more savage. It wanted to kill this group of thieves who had stolen its child, directly slamming its paw down. The wind from its paw howled, huge as a door panel, with claws like long knives. The person about to be shot hurriedly dodged, sent back several feet by the whistling wind of the arrows, nearly falling to the ground. He steadied himself, anger rising, bending his bow and knocking an arrow, shooting it swiftly. "Take down that beast," shouted the young heroes. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Not far away, on a mountain peak, Zhao Wujing looked down at the imminent and fierce battlefield, which seemed to him like a group of small ants attacking a toad. He had already obtained the young king beast and would not linger, deciding to leave the hunting ground first. However, just after he had taken a couple of steps with the young king beast in his arms, he suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing. Earlier, he had caught a glimpse of the Wangdao heavenly sword on Long Zhan's warhorse. The sword was formidable. He had intercepted Long Zhan and taken away half of it, but another half remained in Long Zhan's hands. Long Zhan had grown too quickly. Even with only half of the heavenly sword, he posed a great threat to him. Moreover, just before that, the person who had ambushed him was one of Long Zhan's subordinates, definitely at Long Zhan's behest. Long Zhan had repeatedly tried to overpower him, and had already harbored murderous intent. He could not simply leave like this. Since Long Zhan and the Beast King were locked in battle, was this not also an opportunity? Zhao Wujing's mind raced as if he had thought of a way. Pressing the young king beast in his arms, pulling out a few small tufts of fur, and then madly rushing toward the battlefield. He ran faster, agile as a monkey in the forest, his appearance undergoing dramatic changes, and his body taking on simple differences. As the sounds of arrows shooting and the curses of the young heroes, along with the Beast King's roars, grew nearer, he suddenly rolled over just as he was about to reach the battlefield. His clothes were torn and ragged from scraping against the ground, quickly becoming covered in yellow mud and dry branches. He began shouting about taking down the Beast King, mingling with the crowd. The Beast King was forced back by the group of young talents. After all, it was a flesh and blood body that could not withstand so many arrows. The crowd exclaimed that strength in numbers was great, and since everyone present were warriors, most of whom were skilled in archery, dealing with a Beast King did not seem difficult now. Another round of arrows shot forth. These precious golden iron arrows were not ordinary, but were specially prepared by the young masters of high-ranking families for the autumn hunt. Although costly, their power was remarkable, and many arrows pierced the Beast King's flesh, causing blood to flow. The Beast King was continually forced back and showed signs of madness. The crowd seized the advantage and pressed on, getting closer, having basically determined that the Beast King was protecting its young, otherwise it would not obstruct their advance. Meanwhile, Long Zhan slowly drew out the Wangdao heavenly sword, determined to seize the young that the Beast King was protecting. Just as Long Zhan drew the sword, Zhao Wujing, who had been watching Long Zhan's movements amidst the crowd, suddenly shouted, "General Long, what do you mean? Who doesn't know that this sword is the heavenly sword bestowed by the emperor? Its power is immense. We agreed on hunting with mounted archery, but you draw out this heavenly sword. Even if you win in the end, it would hardly be considered a fair victory, right? That's right. I have always admired Brother Long Zhan, but I never expected that while everyone was using mounted archery, you would take out the heavenly sword. Are you bullying us who don't have it? It's unfair. This heavenly sword is very powerful. Even if you win, we won't accept it. Zhao Wujing shouted and then crouched down to change his position, even altering his voice. Many young talents were reminded and noticed the heavenly sword in Long Zhan's hand. Frowning in unison, Long Zhan, we are all working together to deal with the beast. The advantage is clearly on our side. Why do you draw out the heavenly sword? Have you already planned to take the young protected by the Beast King for yourself? Before you have succeeded, you draw your sword. Are you on guard against us? Or are you preparing to catch us off guard? Or perhaps you want to force us back and claim the victory for yourself? Most of the young talents present came from royal families or the offspring of high-ranking officials, usually pampered and enjoying privileges. Today, seeing the Beast King being forced back, they were getting closer to the Beast King's young. But Long Zhan took out the heavenly sword? What does this mean? Is it only Long Zhan who has privileges today? Why? Just why? Everyone has put in effort. Do you want to claim it all for yourself? Zhao Wujing suppressed his voice, filled with righteous indignation, shouting amidst the crowd. And everyone's gaze was focused on Long Zhan, completely ignoring him. Long Zhan's expression grew increasingly grim, but he knew he could not provoke the anger of the crowd. So he snorted, "If I don't need it, I'll use the heavenly sword. I can still achieve victory with my own abilities." You say you don't need it, but who knows if you will use it at a critical moment. The sword is in your hand. A cold laugh immediately came from the crowd, and Long Zhan looked in the direction of the voice, but could not see who spoke. Suddenly, a figure quickly approached. He felt a sense of vigilance, but upon seeing the approaching person, his wariness lessened slightly. This person was none other than one of his subordinates sent to interfere with Zhao Wujing. General, Zhao Wujing clasped his fists, then glared around at the young talents, seemingly sharing the same animosity with his general Long Zhan. Then he respectfully extended his hands. "My general is upright and honorable. If he says he won't use it, he won't use the heavenly sword to bully everyone. Just leave it to this subordinate to take care of. You can focus on dealing with the Beast King and seize the opportunity. With the general's skills, even without the heavenly sword, he can still come out on top." Long Zhan glanced at his subordinate, whose clothes were tattered and covered in yellow mud, clearly having a hard time dealing with Zhao Wujing. He lowered his voice. "Let you handle what I asked you to do. The general can rest assured." Zhao Wujing nodded and also lowered his voice. "During this hunt, Zhao Wujing will definitely not interfere with you again, nor will he pose any threat to you." Long Zhan received the answer he wanted and felt pleased, sneering. Zhao Wujing wanted to play dead and seek leisure. Did he ask him? He would first obtain the young of the Beast King, then take Zhao Wujing's overbearing heavenly sword. The heavenly sword belonged to him, Long Zhan. It seems Brother Long Zhan is reluctant to part with a heavenly sword. Is he pondering how to use it against us? Many looked at Long Zhan's subordinate, who spoke with righteous indignation. While Long Zhan had no intention of temporarily moving the heavenly sword off the battlefield, sneering again, "What talent and potential! It's merely relying on favoritism." "What do you mean? If you disrespect my general again, don't blame me for not showing past kindness." Zhao Wujing secretly praised the person who provoked Long Zhan with ridicule, but his expression was fierce. Long Zhan waved his hand, and although unwilling, the Wangdao heavenly sword had acknowledged him as its master. He was not worried that this subordinate would betray him. He was confident that his subordinate could not do it, nor would they dare. Thus, he handed the heavenly sword to his subordinate. Zhao Wujing carefully adjusted the soft pad on the horse's back, then held the heavenly sword in both hands. "The general will ride ahead and tell everyone who the true prodigy is." Hearing the flattery from his subordinate, Long Zhan felt comfortable inside, snorting coldly at the crowd, spurring his horse to chase after the Beast King. Seeing this, the others also refused to fall behind, all spurring their horses. The Beast King was already injured. They could not let Long Zhan gain the upper hand and take the young. Zhao Wujing held the sword, raising clouds of yellow sand and hoofbeats around him. Soon, the yellow sand became like fog, obscuring his figure. No one saw that while adjusting the soft pad on the horse's back. He had stuffed a few tufts of the young king beast's fur inside. The yellow mist moved through the forest toward the beast king's lair. And at the end where the yellow mist dissipated, Zhao Wujing's figure had already vanished. He was running in the opposite direction of the lair, looking disheveled and dirty. But he held the young king beast sound asleep in his arms, clutching the Wangdao heavenly sword tightly under his armpits. With no one around, he smiled with joy, finally no longer hiding his expression. Chapter 65. Where is my heavenly sword? The young king beast slept quietly, curled up inside Zhao Wujing's outer robe. The meat jerky was specially made and had already been drugged by Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing squatted in the dense forest, slowly placing the Wangdao heavenly sword down. The Wangdao heavenly sword emitted a water-blue glow. Just by sensing its brilliance, Zhao Wujing felt increasingly calm, which he believed was one of the sword's miraculous effects. Normally, even if he tricked the Wangdao heavenly sword, he would not be able to truly seize it, as it had already recognized Long Zhan as its master. However, based on his memory of the original work, he was fairly certain that he could make the Wangdao heavenly sword recognize a new master. After all, the Wangdao heavenly sword and the bad Dao heavenly sword were originally one entity, since he was the master of the bad Dao heavenly sword. He was qualified to wield the Wangdao heavenly sword. Moreover, in the original story, Long Zhan had separated the two swords in the later stages, dividing them into Wangdao and Bad Dao. He had temporarily lent the Wangdao heavenly sword to a woman from his harem, allowing it to recognize her as its new master to help her fend off enemies. In those scenes, Long Zhan did not appear. Yet the sword he lent killed a bunch of villains, instilling fear in the enemies and making the woman feel cherished. Zhao Wujing no longer hesitated. He directly cut open his palm and tightly gripped the Wangdao heavenly sword, prompting it to recognize him as its new master. Perhaps calling it a new master was not entirely accurate. Rather, it was about letting the Wangdao heavenly sword recognize its other master. He then raised his hand and summoned the place where he had tied his horse. The ground beneath the horse's feet suddenly exploded, and a blood-red sword pierced through the forest and landed in his hand. With the bad Dao heavenly sword in hand, he, as its master, could now command the Wangdao heavenly sword. The water-blue glow of the Wangdao heavenly sword grew increasingly intense. At first, his blood could not cling to it and simply slid off, but slowly his blood seemed to gain a stickiness, adhering to the sword's body and gradually dissipating. As if being absorbed, blood flowed incessantly from Zhao Wujing's palm, but the sword's light illuminated his face, revealing excitement and resilience in his eyes. It seemed that today, he had to let the Wangdao heavenly sword know who the true master of this house was. Time ticked by, and Zhao Wujing's blood gradually seeped into the Wangdao heavenly sword. The sword trembled more and more violently until it slowly stopped trembling, the water-blue glow shining brightly on Zhao Wujing's hand. His palm wound healed rapidly. At that moment, he knew that the Wangdao heavenly sword had recognized him as its master. With a thought, the Wangdao heavenly sword and the bad Dao heavenly sword slowly melded together, radiating light before finally transforming into an ancient longsword. This longsword seemed to have weathered many storms. Its blade was sharp and fierce, as if it aimed to sweep away all enemies in the world. The hilt was uneven, with patterns that seemed to claw and grasp, making the wielder constantly feel a slight pain to remain alert, compelling one to grip it tightly out of both pain and dominance. The unity of Wangdao and Bad Dao fused into the sword's body, creating this sword, the heavenly sword. Zhao Wujing firmly grasped the complete heavenly sword, feeling pain in his palm as he tightened his grip. Boundless ambition surged within him. He then forcefully thrust the sword into a piece of tattered cloth, wrapping it up, and then galloped towards the hunting grounds. He possessed a great treasure and needed to ensure his safety first. Meanwhile, Long Zhan and the others were about to reach the Beast King's lair, getting closer to the young royal beast in their hearts. As long as they could capture the young royal beast, their journey would not be in vain. However, the blood-soaked Beast King gradually went mad. After smashing 2 people with a single slap, everyone finally realized that the Beast King had not used its full strength before, possibly trying to protect its offspring. But now that they were too close to the lair, the Beast King felt a strong threat and began to go berserk. In reality, the Beast King had previously thought this group of humans were thieves, not realizing the whereabouts of its offspring. After being attacked by this group of humans and sensing their great power, it began to have second thoughts. Yet, upon returning to its lair, the Beast King still did not find its offspring, but caught the scent of its young in the crowd. At that moment, it was certain that this group of people had stolen its child, with the main culprit being the man named Long Zhan, riding a tall horse among the humans. The scent was coming from Long Zhan. Roaring, the Beast King let out a fierce howl, its claws stained with blood, and it charged through the forest. Slamming a paw down towards Long Zhan furrowed his brows, frequently feeling the Beast King's hostile gaze, as if it wished to tear him apart. He found it strange that, among so many people, the Beast King seemed to focus solely on him. Was it because of his overwhelming strength that the Beast King perceived the greatest threat from him? The horse beneath him galloped wildly as he dodged the Beast King's strike. If that blow had landed on him, there was no doubt he would have been severely injured. The Beast King relentlessly pursued him, swinging its claws wildly at Long Zhan. The other young talents were astonished, but they had no time to think, quickly knocking arrows and shooting. The Beast King was filled with arrows, becoming even more frenzied. But it ignored the group of humans shooting at it and continued to chase after Long Zhan, roaring incessantly. The ground shook, startling Long Zhan's horse, which began to lose control, and with the steep forest and some uneven terrain, it finally tripped and fell, throwing Long Zhan off and rolling him several times on the ground. Bang! The Beast King's sharp claws came crashing down, smashing the horse and sending blood and flesh flying. Its fierce blood-red eyes fixed on the direction Long Zhan had fled, trampling through the grass and trees as it charged forward. Behind it, arrows whistled, piercing its body and causing blood to flow, resembling a giant bleeding porcupine. But the more blood it lost, the weaker it felt, and yet it became increasingly berserk. As Long Zhan fled, he occasionally turned to check on the Beast King's pursuit, his head buzzing as he could not understand what was happening. He felt helpless, silently screaming in his heart. Wait, am I the only one fighting you? They attacked too, right? Why are you targeting just me? I haven't even seen the young royal beast. Do you really need to be this protective? Thud! Long Zhan dodged another strike from the Beast King, this time closer than ever, the sound echoing like thunder and causing his eardrums to ache. He was desperate to escape. As long as he could reach that place, he could retrieve the heavenly sword from his subordinates and fend off the enemies. Almost there, he could feel the distance to the heavenly sword. In another attack, the Beast King's claws grazed him. It seemed like a mundane strike, yet opened a deep wound on his arm, almost exposing the bone. He finally burst out of the steep forest, arriving at the place where his subordinates had kept the heavenly sword. The yellow mud was strewn with arrows, and blood mixed with the yellow mud to form blood-yellow clumps. The remaining area was wide open, but there were no signs of his subordinates. His heart sank. The Beast King was getting closer behind him. He raised his hand and summoned his Wangdao heavenly sword. Sword, come. He yelled in anger and urgency. The wind blew, stirring up the dry grass. Apart from the wind and the heavy panting of the Beast King behind him, the earth shook, and he felt no movement from the heavenly sword at all. He turned back to see the Beast King looming before him like a small mountain, its blood-red eyes glaring like lanterns, thick saliva dripping, and a violent aura enveloping him with a stench. Where's my heavenly sword? Long Zhan's mind exploded with frustration as he roared, looking mournful. He rolled to narrowly avoid the Beast King's claw, but escaping was the priority. He could not afford to curse loudly. The terrain was open, and with the Beast King in pursuit, he felt like an ant being chased by a lizard in a vast desert, his figure frantic and flustered. Where's my heavenly sword? Chapter 66. A Tiger's Father. A Cat Child. The hunt ends whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows whistled. A group of young hunters drew their bows and shot from a distance. The Beast King was now covered in arrows, soaked in blood, and emanating a fierce and violent aura, which they could clearly feel even from a distance. Meanwhile, Long Zhan was still being hunted down. They were not shooting arrows to save Long Zhan, but to kill the Beast King. Finally, As the blood of the Beast King flowed and he gradually weakened, the Beast King's steps slowed down. The dragon warrior, who had been fleeing for his life, was able to catch his breath and took the opportunity to distance himself, disappearing from the Beast King's line of sight. Roar! The Beast King let out a reluctant roar, collapsing dejectedly to the ground. Its massive body trembled, shaking out the arrows embedded in its flesh, and it began to lick its wounds, its fierce gaze occasionally glancing back. Not far behind, the young hunters swallowed nervously. It was unclear who led the charge, but they all scattered in a rush. The Beast King had taken so many arrows. A normal ferocious beast would have bled out by now, but aside from appearing weakened, the Beast King seemed largely unscathed. With a tremor of its body, it shook off the arrows, and who would dare provoke such power? Alas, the Beast King was so strong, and the cubs just born in the Beast King's lair must have immense potential. What a pity the young royal beasts were out of their reach. Among the young hunters who entered the hunting grounds, who had the ability to approach the Beast King's lair, even if they teamed up, they would be driven away by the Beast King's madness. Going in alone would be asking for death. Previously, no one had dared to sneak in while the Beast King was chasing the dragon warrior, as the crowd was gathered, and no one had the courage. Nor did they want anyone else to have it. All were wary of each other. Meanwhile, the dragon warrior covered his wounds, leaning against a large tree, using the foliage for cover, hiding his figure. He tried once again to summon the heavenly sword, but remained unresponsive, and his heart grew heavier. Perhaps the distance was too great, and the heavenly sword couldn't sense him. He comforted himself and began to focus on healing. The hunt wasn't over. Even if he couldn't please the Beast King, and had no chance at the young royal beasts, at the very least, he had to come out on top in the hunt. Zhao Wujing leaned on the heavily wrapped heavenly sword, his clothes tattered, as he walked out of the hunting grounds. The young royal beast he held in his arms had already awakened, although the royal beast was still young. Its immense potential meant that Zhao Wujing had only needed to use a sleeping potion strong enough to keep a large bull asleep for a day and a night. And the young royal beast was only asleep for a little over half an hour. The guards at the perimeter of the hunting grounds looked at Zhao Wujing in surprise. Initially, they couldn't tell who it was, but upon realizing, they immediately bowed, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." The emperor and the princes were in the hunting palace. The guards led the way. "This way, Your Highness." Zhao Wujing leaned on the heavenly sword like a cane and walked toward the hunting palace. As soon as he stepped into the palace, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments and clinking wine glasses greeted him. The younger generation had gone hunting, while the older generation was enjoying themselves. Zhao Wujing's appearance caused a momentary silence. The old folks were surprised, wondering why Zhao Wujing had suddenly returned when everyone else was hunting. When they saw Zhao Wujing's tattered clothing, some couldn't help but laugh. "Your Highness, did you go hunting, or were you hunted?" They laughed. "Ha ha, the royal family and officials are laughing," they said, noticing the small white beast in Zhao Wujing's arms, resembling a small cat. "Your Highness, you went in and caught a cat? While others are hunting, you're playing with a cat. Such elegance, Your Highness." The officials laughed, the atmosphere lively, as they had long seen that Zhao Wujing wouldn't catch anything. The other young hunters were in groups, energetically entering the hunting grounds, while Zhao Wujing was alone and leisurely. How could he possibly catch any game? Catching a small cat was already good enough. At least he wouldn't be ridiculed for returning empty-handed. What a pity. They say the tiger's son is not a dog. The lion of the north loves his son, yet Zhao Wujing is like this little cat. Just like the little cat peeking out from Zhao Wujing's arms, soft and harmless, pleasant to look at, but not very useful. Zhao Wujing was not angry. He had already achieved great success today, facing the cold mockery of others. He didn't want to explain at all. Wealth and honor unreturned to one's hometown is like walking in brocade at night. But who said that after returning, one must show off? Resenting the poor, fearing the rich, hating the possessors, and laughing at the lacking, he only wanted to act low-key, hoping no one would notice him, allowing him to develop quietly and ultimately emerge to finish the competition. Li Yunrui rushed over with a worried face, welcoming Zhao Wujing into the banquet. After confirming that Zhao Wujing was fine, he gently stroked Zhao Wujing's little cat, his eyes filled with joy. Zhao Wujing quietly ate and drank, listening to the music and watching others enjoy themselves, whether chatting, throwing pots, playing chess, or dancing. The older generation, who had coldly mocked Zhao Wujing, lost interest when they saw that he was ignoring them. Meanwhile, Li Ziyuan and Zhao merely glanced at Zhao Wujing. One was indifferent, while the other was unconcerned. At the same time, in contrast to the peaceful scene in the palace, on the other side, the young talents were busy hunting. As night approached, they needed to hunt as much prey as possible before dark. In the hunting grounds, arrows flew, hooves thundered, and beasts roared. The dragon warrior couldn't summon the heavenly sword for a short time, but even barehanded, he possessed immense combat power, causing the beasts to wail. He poured all his anger onto the wild beasts. The betrayal of his senior sister who snuggled next to Zhao Wujing. The grudge of Zhao Wujing taking away half of his heavenly sword. The grudge of Zhao Wujing defeating him with the help of his senior sister in an unfair situation. And the grudge of Zhao Wujing severing his path to the prince, allowing him to soar. The dragon warrior's killing intent surged, and the number of beasts falling around him increased. As the sky darkened, the bell signaling the end of the hunt rang, indicating that all hunters had to leave the hunting grounds within half an hour to tally their catches. Any latecomers would have their hunts nullified. A vast crowd rushed toward the exits of the hunting grounds. The older generation, having eaten and drunk their fill, even taking a short rest, began to wait leisurely after the bell rang. Who would come out on top? Who would marry the princess of Lujing? Was it the dragon warrior? A certain prince? Or the offspring of a high official? Or perhaps the child of a wealthy merchant? In any case, it certainly wouldn't be Zhao Wujing. As the older generation looked at Zhao Wujing, who showed no sign of defeat, this child seemed more eager than they were. Did he not know that aside from a cute and useless little beast, he had caught nothing? Most people would have been too embarrassed to face anyone by now. But it seemed Zhao Wujing had a thick skin. As the distant dust clouds approached, the young talents riding back were met with cheers as they dismounted. The junior officials began to tally the catches. Easily drag-able small beasts were counted by number, while the larger, less drag-able beasts were counted by ear, recognizing only the left ear to prevent anyone from picking up others' prey and pretending it was theirs. The dragon warrior stood among the young talents, exuding confidence and an impressive aura. As the tally concluded, the Minister of Rights took the list and, under the expectant gazes of everyone, loudly announced that the dragon warrior had hunted the most beasts. Upon hearing this, many officials nodded, their eyes filled with appreciation and optimism for the dragon warrior. Although many young talents were somewhat dissatisfied, thinking that if given a little more time, they might surpass the dragon warrior. For now, they could only acknowledge that the dragon warrior was indeed strong, especially as a general, skilled in horseback riding and archery, making his hunting seem effortless. More and more people began to flatter the dragon warrior, and many officials took the opportunity to praise Li Ziyuan, saying the emperor had a keen eye for talent. Recognizing the potential in the dragon warrior, the dragon warrior appeared humble and low-key, responding graciously, and shot a glance at Zhao Wujing, snorting in his heart. This time, he had far surpassed Zhao Wujing. Li Ziyuan stood with his hands behind his back, glancing at his sworn brother Zhao.To, revealing a smile. He said nothing, but he had always favored the dragon warrior and disliked Zhao Wujing, so he felt pleased at this moment. Among all those present, aside from the dragon warrior and Li Ziyuan, the one most pleased was Yun Jinshu, who had pledged allegiance as the princess of Lujing. Yun Jinshu was overjoyed at this moment, her pretty face unable to hide her smile. If nothing goes wrong, she is finally going to marry her junior brother Long Zhan. Chapter 67. Losing people and swords, losing senior sister. Yun Jinshu's eyes trembled as she looked at the spirited Long Zhan in the crowd. As long as junior brother Long Zhan marries her, they will become a family, and the two of them will be close and can help her restore Lujing. Yun Jinshu's gaze was sensed by Long Zhan, and he exchanged a glance with her through the crowd. Since he had taken the lead, he had already decided to marry Yun Jinshu. Senior sister Yun had a delicate figure, and today she wore a magnificent outfit, adding a touch of nobility to her original beauty. Her exquisite features had gentle brows and eyes, showing that the graceful and elegant senior sister cared for him. This was something Long Zhan had never felt from other senior sisters. Ling Qingxue had previously been very indifferent to him and preferred to stay by Zhao Wujing's side rather than with him, never caring about him. Moreover, senior sister Yin had an extraordinary understanding of martial arts, far exceeding that of ordinary people. With her help, he would be like a tiger with wings. He had previously declined her help simply because restoring Lu Jing was too difficult, and he was still hesitating. Not because he found senior sister unattractive or that he didn't care about her. After the Minister of Rights announced that Long Zhan had the most successful hunt, he looked at these beasts or their ears and suddenly sighed. Many elders noticed the Minister of Rights sighing and were puzzled. Why was the minister sighing? Was it because he couldn't bear to see the beasts being hunted? No. The Minister of Rights shook his head and gently stroked his graying beard, lamenting, "I am simply sighing because this autumn hunt still consists of ordinary beasts. I remember many years ago, when I was just a low-ranking official in the Ministry of Rights. There was a year during the autumn hunt when someone captured a young king beast from the hunting grounds. The king beast, born to be a royal mount, signifies the prosperity of the Daxia nation. Unfortunately, it has been many years since I have seen anyone capture a young king beast. Even one king beast is worth more than all the beasts hunted today. It's indeed a pity, but king beasts are far more intelligent than ordinary beasts, making them difficult to capture." The older generation also expressed their sentiments. In previous years, many hunters have seen the Beast King, but none have ever seen a young king beast. It's hard to capture a young king beast from the Beast King, even in cooperation, let alone the younger generation entering the hunting grounds as competitors. This time we have seen the Beast King, but unfortunately, it is too strong. Even when we join forces, we could only scratch its fur and inflict minor wounds. Some hunters lamented, feeling regretful as they were close to the Beast King's lair. But no one dared to provoke the enraged Beast King, let alone capture a young king beast. Oh, the Minister of Right's eyes brightened and then dimmed. Seeing the Beast King is not surprising. What is difficult is capturing a young king beast and raising it. What does a young king beast, so precious, look like? Someone asked, noticing the older generation's size. Zhao Wujing quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, pressing down the little beast's head that peeked out from his arms. The little beast thought Zhao Wujing was playing with it and peeked out again, curiously looking around. This young king beast. The Minister of Rights frowned and shook his head. I can't remember clearly. I was standing far away then, so I could only see that it was probably snow white in color. An elderly man with a frail body stepped forward from the older generation. He was an old prince, experienced and knowledgeable, having witnessed many court disputes. Although he had no descendants, he was highly respected by the royal family and officials. The officials all bowed. The old prince leaned on his cane and sighed. I once saw a young king beast. An adult king beast is fierce and domineering, making people afraid to approach. But the young one is snow white, fluffy, and looks incredibly adorable, like a kitten or puppy. Its cry is pure and crisp, without the soft and sticky sound of other young beasts. When startled, it doesn't howl miserably, but dares to roar and intimidate whatever caused its distress. Grandpa, are the eyes of the young king beast purple, like glass? A prince suddenly asked. The old prince was surprised, nodded, and smiled kindly. You guessed it right. The young king beast's big eyes are indeed like purple gemstones. The reason the questioning prince guessed so accurately was that he had noticed the little beast peeking out from Zhao Wujing's arms. He pointed at Zhao Wujing, gradually becoming horrified, and stammered, Grandpa, look at that Zhao Wujing holding. The old prince and the crowd followed the prince's point and were all stunned. The old prince approached a few steps, squinting his deep-set eyes, nodded, and said kindly, Yes, yes, yes. Who is this little fellow? Where did this king beast come from? The old prince, having a poor memory due to his age, did not surprise the crowd. What surprised them was that the little creature in Zhao Wujing's arms, resembling a kitten, looked exactly like the young king beast described by the old prince. Haha, it's just a cat. Old prince, you remembered wrong. Zhao Wujing laughed, trying to cover up as he pressed the young king beast into his arms. Huh. The young king beast peeked out its head again, feeling the intense gaze. It sensed some danger and let out a threatening roar. as if anyone who dared to approach would be bitten to death. This threatening roar was not loud, but those small beasts captured and lying on the ground felt the might of the king beast and began to frantically move their limbs, trying to escape. The entire place fell silent. Perhaps the old prince had remembered it wrong earlier, but now the roar from the little beast in Zhao Wujing's arms undoubtedly proved its identity. What other young beast could possess such might? This roar, just like the old prince described, would not cower when startled, but would bravely intimidate. After a moment of silence, the officials gasped, never expecting that Zhao Wujing, who seemed to be leisurely without any gains, had quietly captured a young king beast that even many talented youths could not catch. No wonder when Zhao Wujing returned earlier, his clothes were tattered. He must have outsmarted and battled with the Beast King to capture the young king beast. A tiger father does not raise a dog's son, an official exclaimed. No wonder he is the prince chosen by his majesty, the beloved son of Duke Zhao. This hunting trip, leading the way, captured a young king beast. More officials began to realize those who were previously flattering Long Zhan now turned to praise his majesty and Duke of the North. I have long seen the prowess of young Master Zhao. While others were fighting to hunt beasts, only young Master Zhao, with a fierce heart and a keen sense, remained calm and composed, surely using his extraordinary intelligence to capture the king beast. No wonder young Master Zhao appeared so at ease. It turned out he had everything planned. Heaven bless Daxia. The luck of the nation is flourishing. Congratulations to your majesty. Previously, with Duke Zhao suppressing the northern borders and recently gaining a son-in-law like young Master Zhao, it is truly a blessing for Daxia. Long Zhan stood there stunned, watching the crowd that had just flattered him now shift their praise to Zhao Wujing. The first place he had just obtained had changed hands so quickly. The key was that it was Zhao Wujing, who had appeared halfway through. How did Zhao Wujing capture the young king beast? He had been chased by the Beast King and was in a miserable state. What abilities did Zhao Wujing have to capture the young king beast? Was Zhao Wujing's capture of the king beast built upon Long Zhan's misfortune? That damn Zhao Wujing. Long Zhan gritted his teeth, wishing he could stab Zhao Wujing with a sword. He instinctively reached for his waist, suddenly froze. The look on his face crumbled in an instant. He remembered. Where was his heavenly sword? Congratulations to young Master Zhao for taking the lead, about to marry the princess of Lujing, and making a significant contribution to the peace and prosperity of the two nations. An official discovered the key point and congratulated Zhao Wujing in advance. Zhao Wujing is now truly the #1 in hunting. According to what your majesty said before, he is about to marry Princess Lujiang, Jin-Shu. Congratulations, young Master Zhao. Congratulations, your highness. Long Zhan is still angry with Tianjin, but the official's congratulations remind him that his already troubled heart finally breaks down. Tianjin is gone, and now, sister is going to be gone too. Where's my sister? Chapter 68. Li Yunrui's understanding Jin-Shu was originally full of joy to marry her junior brother Long Zhan, but unexpectedly, the little beast in Zhao Wujing's arms turned out to be a royal beast cub, allowing Zhao Wujing to take the lead. And she, Jin-Shu, actually has to marry this bastard Zhao Wujing. This made her complexion turn ugly in an instant. She absolutely would not marry this bastard Zhao Wujing. She must find a way to refuse. How can I end up marrying this fallen princess? What does she have that qualifies her for me? I will never marry her. I must refuse. A woman who no one wants, who is everywhere seeking men to help her restore her country. Whoever marries her is doomed. Jin-Shu heard Zhao Wujing's voice and looked at Zhao Wujing, who was stiff and didn't say anything, in disbelief. Did she hear Zhao Wujing's inner thoughts? The key point is, Zhao Wujing is even less willing than she is. Why should Zhao Wujing be less willing than her? A fallen princess that no one wants? Do you know that my knowledge of martial arts is something Long Zhan wants to possess every day? I am just deliberately keeping him on a string. Does that count as no one wanting me? Jin-Shu was furious. It was the first time a man had despised her so much, and it was a disdain from the heart. Thank you all. Zhao Wujing did not want to marry Jin-Shu at all. He clasped his hands to the crowd and slightly bowed to Li Ziyun. This prince deeply loves the 7th princess and currently has no intention of taking concubine. I hope this matter of marrying Princess Lu Jiang, who is the first in the autumn hunt, can be put to rest. Li Ziyuan Frona Tigli. He did not expect Zhao Wujing to capture the royal beast cub and take the lead. In fact, marrying Yin Jinshu to Zhao Wujing is not impossible. After all, Yin Jinshu is a foreigner. If one day he has to deal with Zhao Wujing for some reason, then Yin Jinshu, as a foreigner, is one of the best excuses. Zhao Wujing colluded with Lu Jiang and conspired to rebel. But he also hesitated to marry Yin Jinshu to Zhao Wujing, worrying that Yin Jinshu would compete for favor with Yin Rui. Regarding Zhao Wujing's refusal, he thought left and right, and after some consideration, he decided to agree to cancel the marriage to Princess Lu Jiang. But just as he was about to wave his hand to issue the decree, Yin Jinshu, who had been watching this scene, became increasingly furious and directly stepped out of the line, kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, you cannot go back on your word. The people of Lu Jiang have always admired you. In the hearts of Lu Jiang, you are magnificent and treat the people kindly, promising matters of the world without fail. You previously said you would choose the first in the autumn hunt to be my husband, a golden word. Since young master Zhao has won the first in the autumn hunt, I, Yin Jinshu, must marry him. Li Ziyuan's hand paused, and he became stiff. He had said this in front of so many people. Could it be that he would really go back on his word now? Long Zhan was originally relieved by Zhao Wujing's refusal, but unexpectedly, his sister insisted on marrying Zhao Wujing, and he felt dizzy. What is going on today? Bad luck? Being abandoned by everyone? Zhao Wujing was also stunned. What is wrong with this woman? She insists on marrying me? I don't want to marry her. And she still insists? Turtle looking in the mirror. Look at your own ugly face. What do you want from me anyway? You want me to be unhappy? You want me to be upset? Yin Jinshu heard Zhao Wujing's inner thoughts and coldly sneered. Didn't Zhao Wujing not want to marry her? Didn't he think of her as a fallen princess that no one wants? Then today, she was going to make Zhao Wujing uncomfortable. Moreover, after marrying into the royal residence, she was confident that with her extensive knowledge and understanding of people's hearts, and by comparing with history, she could definitely handle a person like Zhao Wujing. She could also save her two junior sisters, so they would no longer be misled by Zhao Wujing. The more unhappy Zhao Wujing was, the happier she became. The more Zhao Wujing wanted to shake her off, the more she would cling to him and see what he could do about her. Can he deal with her? Can he shake her off? This put Li Ziyuan in a difficult position. One does not want to marry, one wants to marry, and in between stands his daughter Li Yunrui. Father, at this moment, Li Yunrui spoke up. She had been gazing at Zhao Wujing, her eyes brimming with tenderness. She actually knew that Zhao Wujing had always favored her. But she is the extreme in holy body. Her extreme in holy body is not yet complete, and she cannot engage in true marital relations with her husband. She feels guilty towards Zhao Wujing in this matter. Zhao Wujing has always been so gentle, treating her tenderly, not angry, not sad, not resentful, but comforting her, saying he would accompany her through thick and thin and grow together. Therefore, when Zhao Wujing confessed the existence of his two senior sisters, Lu Ruyin and Ling Qingxue, she was not angry but willing to accept these two women. Now, Zhao Wujing openly and sincerely professes his love for her in front of everyone, unwilling to take a concubine. However, she does not mind if Zhao Wujing takes a concubine because she is willing to have someone temporarily make up for what she, as a wife, cannot do. Father, I agree to Wujing taking concubine. As soon as these words came out, Li Ziyuan was stunned. Everyone present was also stunned. The seventh princess is so understanding. Long Zhan clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. This understanding seventh princess should have belonged to him, Long Zhan. Yinrueyu. Father, the prince is a dragon among men. It is normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines since ancient times. Yunrui is not an unreasonable woman. Moreover, since you have already promised, Father, you cannot let Princess Lu Jiang be laughed at. After saying this, Li Yunrui even gave Zhao Wujing a charming glance, extremely adorable. Huh? Zhao Wujing was dumbfounded. Li Yunrui thought he was surprised, smiling lightly in her heart, thinking that he must be very happy now, able to embrace beauty. And she too, had made up for her guilt. She could even say she had morally bound Zhao Wujing by showing her tolerance in front of so many people. If Zhao Wujing wanted to shake her off in the future, he would be publicly criticized. Killing two birds with one stone. Li Yunrui felt she was great. Seeing this, Li Ziyuan was also helpless. The seventh princess was right. He had indeed said it, and he would never go back on his word. Li Ziyuan waved his hand. Since Zhao Wujing has captured the royal beast and achieved first place, let us choose an auspicious day to marry Princess Lu Jiang, Yin Jinshu. Thank you for your grace. Upon hearing this, Yin Jinshu lowered her head, her tone respectful, and cast a glance at Zhao Wujing. Her eyes filled with pride that overshadowed him. Long Zhan stared dumbfounded at this scene, feeling as if the sky had collapsed to pieces. How could his sister continuously run to Zhao Wujing's side? Zhao Wujing also sighed and rubbed his forehead, but he could not refuse. Li Ziyuan emphasized again the marriage to Yin Jinshu. What could he do? This is a grace I bestow upon you. Li Ziyuan's gaze swept over the royal beast cub in Zhao Wujing's arms. He had taken a liking to this royal beast cub. With a turning thought, he smiled kindly and said to Zhao Wujing, "You did very well in this autumn hunt. You did not disappoint me. The people of Dachao are exceptional, and this royal beast is endearing. Even though it is still young, it has great presence and truly possesses spirit." Zhao Wujing's thoughts turned. How could he not hear Li Ziyuan's insinuation? It was nothing more than that Li Ziyuan was interested in the promising royal beast cub and wanted him to hand it over voluntarily. But since the royal beast had come into Zhao Wujing's arms, how could he easily give it up? Moreover, Li Ziyuan's kindness and praise now were merely for show, trying to coax him into giving up the royal beast. Zhao Wujing lowered his head and scratched his head, pretending to be foolish, and said, "Thank you, Father Emperor, for the praise. This royal beast cub indeed has spirit." Father Emperor's keen eyes see through it at a glance. "I admire you." And then, Li Ziyuan was speechless. Zhao Wujing didn't show any intention of handing it over, whether he was truly foolish or just pretending. On the day of his wedding, he secretly vowed to treat Yunrui well. Zhao Wujing knew that Li Ziyuan was not giving up and would likely hint at him to hand it over, or simply issue an edict for him to surrender it. He had to think of other ways to keep the royal beast cub, so he spoke earnestly. "This royal beast cub was captured by me with great effort, and it has considerable spirit. I hope this kind of spiritual beast can accompany my wife and relieve her boredom when she is feeling down, and protect her when it grows up." As he spoke, Zhao Wujing pulled out the fluffy royal beast cub from his bosom and handed it to Li Yunrui, gazing affectionately. "A smile back at you brings forth 100 charms, making all the beauties in the hall lose their color. My dear, I hope you won't dislike this gift from your husband." Li Yunrui's eyes sparkled as she took the royal beast cub. Her pouting lips were about to cry, but it wasn't sadness, rather joy that brought her tears. She stepped forward and, in front of everyone, kissed Zhao Wujing fiercely. Zhao Wujing embraced Li Yunrui and kissed her forehead. Watching the loving scene between the two, the royal relatives and officials were moved and applauded. Li Yunrui tightly held the royal beast cub, nodded to Li Ziyuan and Zhao Tingxiao, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and spoke sincerely, with a hint of sobbing. "Thank you, Father Emperor, and my dear father for arranging the marriage back then, allowing Yunrui to have such a husband." Zhao Tingxiao's eyes were soft, feeling very gratified by his son's growth. Li Ziyan sighed inwardly, helplessly smiling kindly, with the royal beast cub in Yunrui's hands. As a father emperor, could he really force her to hand it over? Forget it. The heir and the princess had a happy union and were in love, which moved the old officials greatly. An elderly official with gray hair wiped away the tears he unconsciously shed, reminiscing about his late wife. He too had once experienced a sweet and loving relationship. What a saying, "A smile back brings forth 100 charms," making all the beauties in the hall lose their color. The young master's extraordinary talent made the old man sigh, and he felt even more moved by the young master's affection for the princess. It was evident that the princess held a significant position in the young master's heart. The officials discussed among themselves, expressing their admiration for Zhao Wujing and Li Yunrui's love, but with the discussions, some other opinions crept in. With the heir and princess so affectionate, How could anyone want to interfere? They couldn't understand. Why was that necessary? A forced fruit is not sweet. Why disturb the flourishing? Clearly, things could turn around for the better, ending in joy for all, but they had to gamble everything. The discussions among the officials turned into whispers. But the whispers didn't completely cover up. It seemed there were some things they didn't want to say directly, but couldn't help but express. Yuan Jinshu's expression turned ugly. These whispers and the occasional glances towards her made her feel like sitting on pins and needles. Not a word mentioned her, but she knew every word from these officials was a curse against her. My wife and I are a match made in heaven. How can a monster like you come to cause trouble? I just need to make a slight move to have you suffer public scorn. Yuan Jinshu felt aggrieved and suddenly looked at Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing didn't look at her at all, gazing affectionately at Li Yunrui, but his inner thoughts were heard by her. Yuan Jinshu snorted coldly in her heart. Since I can hear your thoughts cursing me, it means I have a unique fate with you. Zhao Wujing, perhaps you are my destined husband. The days are long. Once I enter the royal mansion, I will let you know who is truly the best between me and Li Yunrui. Chapter 69. The hooked Yuan Jinshu, the officials whispered among themselves, lamenting love and commenting on the emotional entanglements that the princess of Lu Jing should not have. Li Yunrui's charming face pressed against Zhao Wujing's chest, feeling his warm temperature. Her eyebrows were gentle, and her eyes secretly glanced at Zhao Wujing. When he was serious, his sharp brows and starry eyes were exceptionally handsome. However, she felt a bit strange. She could hear Wujing's inner voice, but it came and went. For example, just now, when the princess of Lu Jing insisted on marrying Wujing, he must have had thoughts about it, yet she couldn't hear them. Did it mean that one had to have some relationship with him to hear it? Li Yunrui's confusion remained unresolved. Zhao Wujing's thoughts were complex and heavy. He had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Rejecting Li Ziyuan's coveting of the royal beast cub while using the words of the crowd to humiliate Yuan Jinshu, he had played a clever hand. But at this moment, he felt as if he had turned into a pawn, standing on the chessboard, looking out at the vast sea of chess pieces where hidden dangers lurked in places he couldn't see. His gaze sharpened as he began to review everything he had experienced. According to the original story, he had already died when he retreated from the marriage and should not have appeared in the autumn hunt. The autumn hunt was won by Long Zhan, and Li Ziyuan rewarded Long Zhan. Li Ziyuan, Li Ziyuan. Zhao Wujing's sharp brows suddenly trembled, and a chill quickly spread down his spine. According to the timeline of the original story, Li Ziyuan was about to enter a period of weakness in martial arts, a point that wouldn't change because of the variable of Zhao Wujing, who shouldn't have survived. Li Ziyuan was extraordinarily powerful. He had severed his emotions to attain the Tao, having once killed his father and brother, but he was haunted by nightmares and would occasionally enter a period of weakness in his martial arts, retreating to the realm of a master. During the weak period, Li Ziyuan's strength was only slightly stronger than the 3 great masters of the world, but his suspicion would peak. During this time, Li Ziyuan was cruel, cold, and extremely ruthless. He would rather kill wrongfully than let go of anyone who posed a threat to him. This meant that Li Ziyuan was very likely to deal with Zhao Tingxiao, who had lost power, and with Zhao Wujing, who had married Li Yunrui, without a shred of emotion during his period of weakness. The seemingly peaceful life of him, his father Zhao Tingxiao, and the royal mansion was like a bubble that had not yet been touched by the blazing sun. When the scorching sun shone down, it would be extinguished at a touch. Li Yunrui could clearly feel Zhao Wujing's body tense for a moment. She asked with concern, "What is wrong?" "Only a little afraid." Zhao Wujing held Li Yunrui's waist, his head slightly bowed, resting against her smooth forehead. "What are you afraid of?" Li Yunrui looked into Zhao Wujing's eyes. "Afraid of losing you. More afraid that your father will suddenly go mad and annihilate my whole family." Li Yunrui suddenly grabbed his wrist, her fingers digging deep into his flesh. "What are you hiding from me?" "Hiding what?" "Nothing." Zhao Wujing embraced Li Yunhui. He glanced at his father, who was chatting and laughing with Li Ziyuan not far away, and slowly closed his slightly reddened eyes. When he opened them again, the hidden fear disappeared, leaving only determination. The next day, after returning to the imperial city, Long Zhan was still worried. The heavenly sword was lost, and his senior sister inexplicably wanted to marry Zhao Wujing. What was going on? Long Zhan was restless. Even his training progress was frequently interrupted by his emotions. Until the door was pushed open. Yun Jinshu, in the identity of the Princess of Lu Jing, stepped into the room, having stayed at Honglu Temple for a while. She could have explained to Long Zhan last night, but she deliberately ignored him for a night, slowly coming this morning. Senior sister. Long Zhan stood up, unable to hold back any longer. Why must you marry Zhao Wujing? Isn't it for you? Yun Jinshu still hadn't given up on having Long Zhan help her restore the kingdom of Lu Jing. She said solemnly, "This is an opportunity. You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. To help you eliminate Zhao Wujing, this heartthrob, I need to grasp more of his secrets." Senior sister. Long Zhan was still worried, frowning. "I'm concerned about you." "Don't worry." Yun Jinshu replied confidently. "I'm not like Yin and Qingxue. A man like Zhao Wujing has many records in history. Using history as a mirror, he won't be able to seduce me with his little thoughts. Get lost." Zhao Wujing slammed the door of the Wang mansion shut, refusing the incoming Yun Jinshu. "Go back where you came from. The Wang mansion does not keep idlers." Zhao Wujing. Yun Jinshu took a deep breath, full of confidence as she prepared to enter the Wang mansion, only to find herself shut out right at the start. She huffed in anger. "Our marriage was decreed by His Majesty. Are you openly defying the imperial order? How shameless." Zhao Wujing replied without courtesy. "You haven't even chosen a good day, so get lost." The legendary Wang Yin of the online literature circle. Is this it? I thought she could handle pressure better. Even begging is more professional than you. Yun Jinshu suddenly raised her foot and kicked the red lacquer door, making the door knocker clatter. Zhao Wujing. "Do you think this princess is here to beg? Then what are you here for?" "Oomph. I'm here to see my two junior sisters." Yun Jinshu continued to find reasons. She absolutely had to enter the Wang mansion today. The more Zhao Wujing refused her entry, the more it represented his fear of her. He knew she was not here with good intentions and dared not open the door to see her. Behind the door, Zhao Wujing wore a stern face, and Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue also looked uneasy. Ever since they learned that Yun Jinshu was to marry Zhao Wujing, they've been quite worried. It's not about being afraid of the worst. But what if Yun Jinshu was indeed after Zhao Wujing? Zhao Wujing wore a stern face. He was not worried about Yun Jinshu, but was constantly haunted by the sense of crisis brought by Li Ziyuan. He didn't know the specifics of Li Ziyuan's situation or when he would strike against him and his father. It could be a year, a few months, a few days, or even tomorrow. He urgently needed to improve his strength, and Yun Jinshu could be of great use to him, as he could leverage her understanding and talent in martial arts to elevate his own martial realm. But the more he needed her, the calmer he had to remain. He coldly said, "The Wang mansion does not keep idlers. You are weak and your martial arts realm is only at the 9th rank. What use are you? Have some self-awareness. Get lost. This provocation should be effective, right?" Looking at this woman, although she is smart, she is definitely not as smart as I am. She should be very angry now and want to assist me with all her might. Yun Jinshu sneered. "Ha, Zhao Wujing, your provocation is weak. You want to extract some martial insights from me, right?" Seen through, Zhao Wujing felt a bit awkward, but only for a moment. He had dealt with women enough to be very clear about this kind of tactic. So what if I've been seen through? Anyway, time is on my side. Does that idiot Long Zhan really think he can help you restore your country? As long as I'm here, he doesn't have that capability. Yun Jinshu had originally expected Zhao Wujing to become flustered after being seen through, but instead, she heard footsteps moving further away. "Hey!" Yun Jinshu panicked, because Zhao Wujing's last heartfelt words hit a nerve. "Zhao Wujing." Yun Jinshu knocked on the door knocker, anxious. "I can help you advance in martial arts. And I can even help you master that sword of yours completely. We can still talk. Did this bait work?" As expected, the relationship between men and women is like that of a fishing rod and fish. A fishing rod that only catches one fish is not a good rod. A good rod can catch fish from a whole river. Inside the Wang mansion, Zhao Wujing stopped in his tracks and exchanged glances with Lu Ruyan, waiting for Yun Jinshu outside to feel her spirits drop. He rubbed his fingers, silently counting. After 2 breaths, he nodded to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan slowly opened the door. Hearing Zhao Wujing's heartfelt words, she became angrier. I'm a fishing rod. I was originally going to catch you. But she had to admit that she was now hooked by Zhao Wujing and had become that fish. Zhao Wujing's final ultimatum soon followed. Come to the side courtyard to see me. You only have 1 cup of tea's time to prove yourself. Chapter 70. To catch and release. Controlling Yin Jinshu in the side courtyard of the Wang mansion, Yin Jinshu glanced at the indifferent Zhao Wujing, not worried at all that Zhao Wujing held the initiative now. Because in the end, she would definitely control the initiative. Previously, Long Zhan had also been indifferent to her, but after she guided him and his strength skyrocketed, wasn't he much more enthusiastic towards her? Once she casually shared some insights on martial arts to prove her value, Zhao Wujing would have to treat her like a treasure. Yin Jinshu spoke. The dragon-raising sacred body that Junior Sister Rian has is very helpful for you, right? But you should have felt the bottleneck of the dragon-raising sacred body. I can make the dragon-raising sacred body stronger. I can also enhance your true yang heart technique. Based on her understanding and analysis of the battle between you and Long Zhan on the day of the wedding, you and Junior Sister Qingshue's joint training in the wedding dress divine technique is still far from completion. I also have ways to help you advance rapidly. Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue exchanged glances, both frowning. Zhao Wujing said indifferently, You have half a cup of tea's time left. Yin Jinshu cursed Zhao Wujing in her heart, her expression darkening. She should have known better than to show off. She quickened her speech. Using the true yang heart technique to enjoy the dragon-raising sacred body essentially means, to some extent, intercepting the power of the dragon-raising sacred body. Junior Sister Rian has had too much of her power intercepted by you, and her own strength has nearly stagnated, while your strength has increased too quickly, causing the difference in your realms to grow larger, thus reducing the help the dragon-raising sacred body can provide you. Therefore, you need to let your junior sister's martial arts realm advance rapidly to better adapt to your power. As for the wedding dress divine technique, you and Junior Sister Qingxue need to truly be open and share your hearts to achieve harmony between yin and yang. Only with the harmony of yin and yang can they blend together with you and me and you. Using the wedding dress divine technique to borrow each other's strength, naturally unobstructed. But unfortunately, while Junior Sister Qingxue is on your side, she seems unwilling to give herself to you. So how about it? Do you feel enlightened? Just these 2 points are enough to let you say something I don't know. Zhao Wujing waved his hand, forcefully interrupting Yin Jinshu's arrogance. He wanted to squeeze more insights from her. He had already had his suspicions about these 2 points, which were briefly mentioned in the original text, but he had figured out the gist himself. He had previously tested Ling Qingxue by proposing the idea of spiritual and physical fusion, but Ling Qingxue, being aloof, had rejected that embarrassing idea. Yin Jinshu was so angry she stamped her foot. In her view, Zhao Wujing just wanted to take advantage of her. If she didn't say something Zhao Wujing didn't know, could he know it? Now that Yin Jinshu has said this, it seems that my previous mention of mind-body fusion is indeed correct. The wedding dress, if not willingly, the body is one's own, and the heart is one's own. How can the wedding dress be accomplished? Yin Jinshu was astonished as she glanced at Zhao Wujing. He actually knew this? His insights into martial arts were quite remarkable, and he really wasn't just pretending to want to take advantage of her. Zhao Wujing pondered and slowly said, Perhaps you really have a way. However, for Junior Sister Rian to increase her martial arts realm and enhance the strength of the dragon-raising sacred body during this time, you will not be able to use the true yang heart technique to enjoy the dragon-raising sacred body, and your realm's growth will be slowed down. I can teach you a technique that will allow you to safely borrow the dragon-raising sacred body to accelerate your martial arts realm, while simultaneously increasing your junior sister's strength to adapt to your power. Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. During the time she spent with Zhao Wujing, her strength had actually weakened a bit each time. She also wanted to improve herself, but found it difficult. She couldn't refuse Zhao Wujing. After all, he was insistent. She couldn't help but give in. The path of yin and yang complementing each other, Zhao Wujing remembered that it had been mentioned in the original book. That was originally what Yin Jinshu intended to teach Long Zhan, allowing Long Zhan's power to feed back to her, compensating for her inability to practice. But now, since Yin Jinshu had come to him, This martial art certainly couldn't be given to Long Zhan anymore. How do you know? You underestimate the intelligence of the Jinbei Wang mansion, don't you? Zhao Wujing said lightly. Yin Jinshu was completely shocked. How did Zhao Wujing know about this technique? The Jinbei Wang mansion is indeed formidable. Zhao Wujing urged, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll count to 10. If you can fully reveal the method of yin-yang complementarity, you can come and go freely in the Wang Fu from now on. Although the original text mentioned it, the specific details of the training were not provided. It still required Yin Jinshu to teach personally. Hearing Zhao Wujing's provocation, 10 counts? He still underestimated her, Yin Jinshu. There was no need for 10 counts. In a tone like a female teacher questioning, Yin Jinshu said, Yin and Kan, Yang and Li. The core of the yin-yang complementarity is just so. Do you understand? I understand. Yin Jinshu had a face full of question marks. She was deliberately making things difficult to discourage Zhao Wujing. But how did this kid understand it? I only said 6 words, and you understood? Well, it was quite straightforward. Zhao Wujing said, you can come and go freely in the Wang Fu, but you must abide by the rules. Before Yin Jinshu could ask more, Zhao Wujing had already turned to Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan. Who among you will accompany me to try this yin-yang complementarity? Ling Qingxue was still hesitating. Lu Ruyan stepped forward first. But before either of them could speak, Zhao Wujing thought, let us first try with Lu Ruyan. If it works, it can also help Lu Ruyan improve her martial arts realm, thereby strengthening the dragon's sacred body. As for Ling Qingxue, she is cold and aloof. Definitely won't help me easily, so I'll leave her for now. With that thought, Zhao Wujing directly pulled Lu Ruyan away. Ling Qingxue felt terrible. She had a strong sense of being isolated. They went off to play without including her. Yin Jinshu noticed Ling Qingxue's thoughts and realized that her junior sister had not gained Zhao Wujing's trust. Ling Qingxue frowned. What do you mean by that? Yin Jinshu smiled. Although I came late, I can see that Zhao Wujing, while a bit lewd, is not as despicable as rumored outside. He does have some ambition that a man should have, so the women who can stay by him must be useful. Yin Jinshu's sarcasm was evident. Lu Ruyan had the dragon's sacred body and could help Zhao Wujing train. Yin Jinshu was well-versed in various martial arts and could provide enlightenment to Zhao Wujing. But what about Ling Qingxue? Besides the wedding dress divine skill, which she occasionally used on Zhao Wujing, what else did she have? Ling Qingxue's expression quickly turned despondent, and she was also the most aloof among the three. No wonder Zhao Wujing was cold towards her. In fact, Yin Jinshu thought the same way. After all, she stayed based on her strength. As long as she showcased her understanding of martial arts, Zhao Wujing would have to support her. Who knows? There might even be a chance to replace Li Yunrui in the future, and her wish to restore her country could have a great chance of realization. But suddenly, Zhao Wujing called out from a distance, by the way, since you taught me, you can't teach Long Zhan anymore, or I'll kick you out. After saying that, he hurriedly pulled Lu Ruyan into the room. What does Zhao Wujing mean? Shouldn't he cherish her and treat her well? Yin Jinshu's expression turned ashen in an instant after being proud for a short while. Chapter 71. Making Yin Jinshu angry, making Ling Qingxue soft inside the room. Zhao Wujing was practicing the yin-yang complementarity with Lu Ruyan. Outside the door, with a frown, Yin Jinshu continued to fan the flames. Qingxue, did you hear that charming sound from Ruyan? That could never come from you. Ruyan will only become more valued by Zhao Wujing. And you, neither valued by him nor willing to give up your aloof stubbornness. Can you still stand by Zhao Wujing's side like you did that day when you rejected me? Why not apologize to me for your actions that day? And I will teach you how to show your true value. How much have you comprehended from the mirror flower water moon and wedding dress divine skill that Master taught you? Do you believe that as long as I give you a little hint, you will make rapid progress and Zhao Wujing will cherish you? Don't worry about it, senior sister. Ling Qingxue's face turned cold as she prepared to turn and leave. This matter is not difficult for me. I know what to do. You know? Yin Jinshu's anger surged again. Why was it that when they arrived at the Wang Fu, no one would give her a good face? She coldly snorted. If you really knew. The one standing outside the door would be Ruyan, not you. You, Ling Qingxue, are just self-righteous and proud. When Ruyan's realm surpasses yours, when I marry Zhao Wujing. You will understand how despicable your rejection of me that day was. It's not because you choose to stay by Zhao Wujing's side, but because you are forced to. You have no choice. You want to demonstrate your value. Follow Master S orders to collaborate with Zhao Wujing. Repay Master S kindness. Yet you cannot even seize the opportunity. You might as well return to Long Zhan's side. At least there, you don't need to demonstrate your value. Just being quietly beautiful, like a potted flower, is enough. Ling Qingshue's expression grew even colder. Yin Jinshu, junior sister Qingxue. Yin Jinshu chuckled, covering her mouth in delight. She couldn't handle Zhao Wujing for now. But could she not handle Ling Qingxue? As long as she entered the Wangfu, both junior sisters would have to step back. She had a complete plan in her heart. The first was to thoroughly understand Zhao Wujing's weaknesses while guiding the two junior sisters back to the right path. The second was to replace Li Yunrui's position. Let Zhao Wujing assist her in restoring Lu Jing. She wanted to be the most important woman in Zhao Wujing's life. Not like her two junior sisters. Yin Jinshu had won the verbal battle against her junior sister, alleviating a lot of the resentment she had accumulated after suffering under Zhao Wujing for some time. Just as she was feeling pleased, the door suddenly opened, and Zhao Wujing stood at the entrance wrapped in a blanket. Are you done making a fuss? Your noise has disturbed my dual cultivation with Rian. What Ling Qingxue wanted to do in the Wangfu was her freedom. Who gave you the right to criticize? This woman is looking for trouble again. Does she really think I have my eyes on her? Yun Jinshu's breathing suddenly quickened, her fingertips digging deeply into her palm. If you don't look down on me, why let me in? Ling Qingxue stared blankly at Zhao Wujing. Does this mean he has his eyes on me? Ling Qingxue's heart softened, biting her lip. An indescribable emotion surged. You even defended her? Yun Jinshu's resentment dissipated a bit, but surged again. The Wangfu doesn't support idle people. You said it. Yes. Zhao Wujing nodded. That's what I said. I said that to outsiders. Are you getting anxious? I love seeing you get angry, but can't do anything about it. Yin Jinshu's ears suddenly turned red, and she angrily waved her sleeve. Shameless. Yin Jinshu was left speechless, her hand trembling as she pointed at Zhao Wujing. I am your future wife. First of all, that is a concubine, and secondly, you haven't married yet. Zhao Wujing said lightly, laughing to death, thinking you can control me before you marry. What if you marry me? Do you think I have to report to you whenever I go out? During festivals, do I have to prepare a sense of ceremony for you? Yin Jinshu's face turned extremely ugly, and she gritted her teeth. Do you think I don't know your little thoughts? What are you pretending at, Zhao Wujing? You just want to suppress me with words. Favor Ling Qingxue so that she feels your kindness? In the end, Ling Qingxue willingly stays by your side, becoming your woman. I'll be the bad guy, and you'll be the good guy, right? What are you pretending at? Aren't you just stealing someone? Stealing? Zhao Wujing raised his head slightly, sneering. The women Zhao Wujing, have my eyes on, need to steal? If it weren't to make you angry, I wouldn't bother explaining. Ling Qingxue suddenly covered her burning ears, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. But those heartfelt words were everywhere. She simply couldn't refuse to listen. Ling Qingxue bit her lip tightly. Zhao Wujing's possessive demeanor made her feel an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. Just like Rian's words when she rejected Yun Jinshu that day. In the Wangfu, Zhao Wujing was actually very considerate of them. Perhaps it was because I was too proud before and helped the wrong person. This Zhao Wujing is much better than Long Zhan. Ling Qingxue is indeed getting happier. But Yin Jinshu here is even angrier. She speaks quite arrogantly. Yin Jinshu sneers. That Ruyin junior sister's dragon sacred body, you didn't force her at first. How could she give herself to you? Were you able to convince her? Wasn't he forced? Zhao Wujing replied lightly. So what? Do you understand the double standards here? Sister? Yin Jinshu suddenly kicked the door frame, and wooden chips fell down. She swallowed hard, feeling a bit dry in her mouth. Zhao Wujing's shamelessness left her speechless. It was truly a case of a scholar meeting a rogue, where reasoning fails. Moreover, Zhao Wujing treats enemies and acquaintances with two different faces. She knew this long ago. But in her anger at hearing the truth, she overlooked this point. Fundamentally, she and Zhao Wujing remain in a hostile state, with no connection to being close. Yin Jinshu comforted herself that there would be plenty of time in the future to win over Zhao Wujing. It wouldn't be accomplished in a day. She took a deep breath and said slowly, I want to stay for a long time. Arrange a room for me. Go find the old butler. Zhao Wujing replied indifferently. It's best if you stay in the far corner of the west wing to avoid causing a ruckus every day. Yin Jinshu suddenly turned back. I want to stay in the main courtyard. Seeing Zhao Wujing's perfunctory attitude, Yin Jinshu felt the disparity in how Zhao Wujing treated people once again. She suppressed the discomfort in her heart and left with a flick of her sleeve. After Yin Jinshu left, Zhao Wujing's tone softened a bit. Qingshue's senior sister, are you okay? Ling Qingxue withdrew her gaze that had been fixed on Zhao Wujing, pursed her red lips, and hesitated. I considered your previous suggestion. Norus, falbuhyonsmaidently. Talk when you've thought it through. This woman is probably still as cold as before. Forget it. I should keep an eye on Yin Jinshu. I don't want any trouble right after entering. Just as Zhao Wujing was about to leave, Ling Qingxue suddenly grabbed the blanket he was wrapped in. Let us clarify this now. Right now. So anxious? Yes. So anxious. Aren't you anxious? I am anxious. Anxious for your Rian junior sister. She is waiting for me after cleaning up, Zhao Wujing said as he entered the room and closed the door. This made Ling Qingxue feel abandoned. She felt like another Yin Jinshu, standing outside the door with her brows tightly knitted and feeling a loss. Taking a deep breath, Ling Qingxue thought it was time to put aside her reserve and pride. She pushed open the door to Zhao Wujing and Lu Rian's affectionate room and stepped inside. Chapter 72, What If I Knew? Qingshue's senior sister? Lu Rian's charming eyes were just about to share tender moments with Zhao Wujing when Ling Qingxue directly pushed the door open, her gaze seemingly more resolute than ever. Zhao Wujing, I've made up my mind. Ling Qingxue spoke firmly, her eyes determined. She was afraid that if she hesitated again, she would retreat. Between her and Zhao Wujing, there would be misunderstandings, and they might drift apart in the future. Zhao Wujing was taken aback. He was exploring the yin-yang path with Lu Rian. One step at a time. This matter is not urgent. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingxue speculated that her importance in Zhao Wujing's mind was diminishing. She had to fight for it like Rian junior sister did before. Zhao Wujing, are you unwilling to share the bridal garment divine skill with me? Wanting me to only make the garment? Don't overthink it. I'm busy right now. We can talk about this later. Then why can't we talk now? Ling Qingxue seemed convinced that Zhao Wujing was brushing her off, just like he did with Yin Jinshu. This left Zhao Wujing at a loss. He glanced at Lu Rian, then at Ling Qingxue, puzzled. Can we talk now? Why not? Rian, you go down first. Ling Qingxue remained as cold as ever, but now she had a stronger presence. Lu Rian's eyes darted, and she coughed lightly, withdrawing from Zhao Wujing's side, thinking to herself, am I just a part of Zhao Wujing and Qingshue's senior sister's amusement? The bridal garment divine skill, honest and open. Ling Qingxue was unsure whether she was comforting herself or sharing the true essence of the bridal garment divine skill. She slowly shed her white dress. Rian, just watch. Watch for what? Lu Rian retorted, quickly realizing that Qingshue's senior sister wanted to pass on this bridal garment divine skill to her. If willingly given, it was not just making a garment, but a garment for marriage. Ling Qingxue said this, but her body was honest. She felt shy and didn't dare to get close to Zhao Wujing. Her cheeks flushed, but the next moment, her fair skin flushed with embarrassment. She was pulled over by Zhao Wujing. The bridal garment divine skill, willingly given, with body by oneself, heart by oneself, permeating the entire body. The two of them practiced together, like rising waves, their momentum tremendous. Lu Rian had never seen such a spectacle and joined the fray. Using the dragon sacred body and the bridal garment physique, Zhao Wujing's strength skyrocketed, stepping halfway into the realm of a fifth-grade martial artist. If he further utilized the bridal garment divine skill to draw on Ling Qingxue and Lu Rian's strength, even facing a fourth-grade martial artist now, he would barely have the strength to fight back. The increase in strength brought a sense of security, allowing Zhao Wujing to breathe a little easier. However, the pressure from Li Ziyuan was too great. Many people didn't know, But having read the original work, he understood that Li Ziyuan was currently the only grandmaster alive. Though there were periods of weakness, he was still a bit stronger than the three great masters in a one-on-one fight. Not to mention, he was now a 6th grade martial artist, half a foot into the 5th grade. Furthermore, Li Ziyuan was the current emperor, holding power at its peak. He was merely a powerless heir. Perhaps this is Zhao Wujing's fate. Even if he doesn't die at the beginning, he will die in the various calamities to come. He fights desperately against Long Zhan, his strength gradually catching up, but he might die under Li Ziyuan's cold and ruthless suspicion. One is the infinitely potential destined Master Long Zhan. The other is the currently terrifyingly strong Li Ziyuan. How can he fight against these two? While others enjoy favorable conditions, he faces life and death challenges. 2 blades hanging over his head. Is he still going to play? Damn it, he cannot play. If he doesn't play, he waits for death. If it weren't for Li Ziyuan, or if it weren't for Long Zhan, if he only had to deal with one, he would definitely shout, "My life is mine to control, not dictated by heaven." But now he just wants to say, let him go. He just wants to have a harem and be a wealthy man, not want to fight with anyone, even less to rebel. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujing focused his anger entirely on Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan. 3 hours later, Zhao Wujing left the room. Inside, Ling Qingxue looked exhausted. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but gossip. "Senior sister, I didn't expect you to seem so aloof, yet you didn't lose your virginity. Tell me, who did you give it to?" Originally, she was worried that Ling Qingxue would take away Zhao Wujing's limited attention to her. But seeing Ling Qingxue not being the first time, she was certain that Zhao Wujing, that dog of a man, would definitely care. Lu Ruyan then felt reassured. Ling Qingxue wore a face of grievance, unable to express herself. But inside, she was puzzled. The feeling Zhao Wujing gave her earlier was very familiar. Not in a spiritual sense, but a physical one. Outside the door, Zhao Wujing received the latest news. Li Ziyuan had issued an edict to recall the northern army back to the northern borders. Long Zhan currently could not control the northern army. And this time the northern army returned to the northern borders without Long Zhan's accompaniment. The military power of the northern army was not handed back to the northern king, which meant Long Zhan was merely a puppet with a name. The true power holder remained Li Ziyuan. With the northern army leaving the capital, Zhao Wujing, who was already worried, became increasingly anxious. He went directly to the princess's residence and asked Li Zhaohua straightforwardly, "When are you going to rebel?" Li Zhaohua was surprised by his direct question and shook her head with a smile. "Little rascal, it's too late to come now. The northern town army has been transferred away. Do you think it still matters whether you stand on my side without the northern town army?" Indeed, the northern town army was gone. Zhao Wujing stared into Li Zhaohua's eyes, speaking each word slowly but with unwavering determination. "But I am still here." Li Zhaohua sipped her tea. Her delicate fingers tapped lightly on Zhao Wujing's face. "I really like your confidence, but you are overly confident. What use is it to you?" Zhao Wujing's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You have prepared a lot, but now you are waiting for an important opportunity. This opportunity is during Li Ziyuan's period of weakness, right?" Li Zhaohua looked at Zhao Wujing in disbelief. How did Zhao Wujing know about Li Ziyuan's true strength, and that there was a period of weakness? This, perhaps even Zhao Tingxiao wouldn't know, let alone tell Zhao Wujing. How did Zhao Wujing find out? When Li Ziyuan is in a period of weakness, that is when you rebel, right? Zhao Wujing grasped Li Zhaohua's hand. "This is one of the most important parts of your rebellion. Your indecision is just waiting for this, isn't it?" Li Zhaohua, exposed by Zhao Wujing's probing questions, stopped pretending and coldly huffed. "I am waiting, so what? You know, he has a period of weakness, but when exactly that period is, no one knows." "Huh." This time, it was Zhao Wujing's turn to laugh. He snorted and snatched Li Zhaohua's other hand's teacup. He could not predict Li Ziyuan's thoughts. Once he entered a period of weakness, would he turn against him and his father? Because in the original story, it was under Li Ziyuan's instigation that Long Zhan could betray his father, an emperor who harbored murderous intent against himself and his father. How could Zhao Wujing take that gamble? To gamble that Li Ziyuan would suddenly show mercy when his suspicions reached their peak? To entrust the lives of his entire family to someone who harbored killing intent against him? Foolish. Therefore, He had to rely on Li Zhaohua's preparations for rebellion. The Northern Town army was gone, but he was still here. He understood the original work and knew the exact time of Li Ziyuan's period of weakness during the 13th year of Tianyu. He drank up the tea in Li Zhaohua's cup, swallowing her disdain, tightly grasping her jade hand, and at this moment took the initiative, his voice hoarse, incredibly seductive and cold. What if I tell you I know when Li Ziyuan's period of weakness is? Chapter 73. Silent fatherly love. Li Zhaohua was originally angry at Zhao Wujing's overstepping. In her view, Zhao Wujing, who had once been of use, could be joked with. But now that he had lost his value, he dared to be so arrogant. She never expected that this was the source of Zhao Wujing's confidence. If Zhao Wujing really knew the exact timing of Li Ziyuan's period of weakness, then her rebellion date would be completely determined, allowing for many preparations to be precise and increasing the odds of success. But she was always cautious and still probed. Wujing, I know you're just a child speaking out of frustration, wanting to say something shocking or do something outrageous to prove yourself. You must understand, our emperor hides his weaknesses very well, and no one could possibly know. In the second year of Kaiyuan, Li Ziyuan enters his first period of weakness. Zhao Wujing's mind raced. It was as if pages of a book were flipping in his head, all the timelines from the original work emerging and being quickly organized. His aura became increasingly cold and powerful, his presence carrying an invisible pressure as he approached Li Zhaohua. In the third year of Kaiyuan, you first noticed that Li Ziyuan seemed to show signs of weakness, reigniting your rebellious heart. In the fourth year of Kaiyuan, you confirmed that Li Ziyuan has a period of weakness every year, and you began to observe closely. Until the last year of Kaiyuan, you nearly confirmed your rebellion plan. In the first year of Tianyu, you began preparations. After more than a decade, you still cannot pinpoint the exact time of Li Ziyuan's weakness. It could be autumn, late winter, or even early spring. You can't tell if the period of weakness lasts from autumn to spring or only a short phase. You're right. Our emperor hides his weaknesses very well. You can't discover them until the 13th year of Tianyu, to align with the fate of the Great Xia. The year was changed as in the 13th year of Tianyu. After years of observation and research, you roughly deduce that it is around this time. But you dare not gamble. One mistake, and everything is lost. But I can clearly tell you on the 6th day of the 12th month. In the 13th year of Tianyu, the year of the dragon, during heavy snowfall, is the beginning of Li Ziyuan's period of weakness, lasting until the 6th day of the first month in the 14th year of Tianyu, the year of the snake. He sheds the dragon and becomes a snake. Experiencing his weakest moment in these 20 years, Li Zhaohua's breath trembled. She stared at Zhao Wujing in disbelief, her heart tumultuous. From the moment Zhao Wujing mentioned the third year of Kaiyuan, she was increasingly shocked. Her rebellious journey was laid bare by Zhao Wujing. Without the Northern Town army, she thought Zhao Wujing had lost his value for rebellion, but now she suddenly realized she was wrong, terribly wrong. She had overlooked the value of Zhao Wujing as a piece on the chessboard. The 6th day of the 12th month in the 13th year of Tianyu, only a little over a month away. Was this timing real? She tried to steady her emotions and asked, how can I confirm that what you said is true? Believe it or not, Zhao Wujing slowly straightened his back, a strong sense of pressure re-entering his bones. He coldly said, you should know by now. During the period of weakness, Li Ziyuan's suspicion is extremely heavy. If you still want to wait, then wait. Li Zhou was Gaza tremblat. When Zhao Wujing spoke about her rebellion journey, she had no choice but to believe. Why are you helping me? Li Zhaohua locked eyes with Zhao Wujing. I'm helping myself. Zhao Wujing stood up and walked out, doing his part and leaving the rest to fate. He had done what he needed to do. Li Zhaohua stared blankly at Zhao Wujing's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. She shouldn't have been so utilitarian before, thinking Zhao Wujing had lost his value, which led to a rift between them. She needed to find time to make amends. Shen Hao sighed deeply and knocked on the table. Princess. Shen Hao entered through the side door, his expression respectful. Li Zhaohua thought deeply and made up her mind. Whispering, you take the trouble to go to Lingnan and tell Wang Jinnan to raise troops starting from the 6th day of the 12th month. Shen Hao's body suddenly stiffened, and he solemnly clasped his fists. Yes, The autumn wind howled, and the sound of hooves echoed. Long Zhan rode with a worried expression. He parked his horse outside the palace, greeted the guards, and hurriedly made his way along the palace path towards the imperial study. The tall red walls blocked most of the cold autumn sun, and the deep palace path stretched endlessly. Just like his current heart, cold, quiet, and confused, alone on the long path, betting everything. The news of a northern town army being transferred made it impossible for him to sit still any longer. With the northern town army gone, he, the general of the northern border, was even more of a name without substance. The emperor, who had always valued him, would surely be very disappointed. Recent continuous defeats, the loss of the heavenly sword, and his senior sister's departure had made him hate Zhao Wujing to the core. He knew he had to fight back, since his senior sister couldn't be retained and was going to live with dogs. Then he had no choice but to let Long Zhan act against family ties, allowing the self-indulgent senior sisters to suffer the consequences. Long Zhan walked faster and faster along the palace path, the slanting sunlight gradually disappearing from the way to the imperial study. At the quiet entrance of the imperial study, he knelt heavily on one knee, his words ringing clearly. "I, Long Zhan, pay my respects to your majesty. I have something to report. Speak." A lazy and indifferent voice came from within the imperial study belonging to Li Ziyuan. "Reporting to your majesty." Long Zhan lowered his head, his brow furrowed deeply. "I have confirmed that His Highness Zhao Wujing is harboring the murderer Ling Qingshu, who has disrupted the peace of the capital and killed the family of Cao Xiaolan. The crown prince is the current duke and a member of the royal family. I, a humble minister, dare not act rashly for fear of damaging the royal reputation. I wish to request an imperial decree to apprehend the murderer and the criminal Zhao Wujing who is harboring him." There seemed to be a moment of silence in the imperial study, followed by a single word: "Approved." In the Wangfu rear courtyard, in Zhao Tingxiao's room, Zhao Wujing sat upright, kneeling on the mat, staring at the spirit tablet on the small table. His father had found out about his visit to the grand princess's residence, and he was very angry, punishing him to reflect. He did not contemplate his mistakes, but rather reminisced about the past. The spirit tablet was set up by his father, with only 4 characters: beloved wife Yao Fong. Zhao Tingxiao sat beside him, wrinkles on his cheeks like deep trenches, filled with anger. "Think carefully in front of your mother. Where did you go wrong?" Zhao Wujing blinked, offering no explanation, just staring at the spirit tablet. He could barely remember what his mother looked like, but he could still feel the tenderness of blood being thicker than water. Zhao Tingxiao looked at Wujing, who remained silent, and sighed inwardly. The child had grown up and had his own thoughts, but Li Zhaohua had rebellious intentions. Wujing visiting Li Zhaohua worried him, but what he feared most was Wujing's safety. What if Li Zhaohua plotted against him? What if his elder brother became suspicious? Over the years, he had heard tales of Wujing in the capital, bullying men and women, indulging in debauchery. Zhao Tingxiao's face displayed anger. "Now that I'm back, you think I can't control you? When will you grow up and stop acting on your own whims?" "Father." Zhao Wujing stared at the spirit tablet, his eyes inexplicably moist, not out of regret, but thinking of the loyal father from the original story who ultimately did not have a good ending. The word father calmed Zhao Tingxiao significantly, but he still maintained a stern expression. "What about the sword techniques I asked you to practice? How far have you progressed? In martial arts, one must practice diligently. If you do not advance, you will regress. You're currently slacking off in your sword practice and have yet to fully grasp it. When will you be able to nurture your sword energy? A man must fulfill his father's ambitions. I thought I could trust you with the family." Zhao Wujing remained silent, trying to blink away the moisture in his eyes. Since arriving in this world, the fog ahead had been too heavy, and now the moisture in his eyes was too much. A warm hand pressed down on his shoulder, and his father's deep voice said, "Kneel and think carefully." He nodded dully, but could not see behind him the loving gaze of his father, nor the sleeves that moved without wind, nor the gentle sword energy that flowed into his body. Fatherly love is silent, and sword energy nourishes the bones quietly. The sound of hooves and the clashing of armor could be heard outside the Wangfu, where the Jingzhao Yin's residence and the cavalry camp's troops had gathered. The soldiers drew their swords. Long Zhan's demeanor was sinister as he dismounted, clutching the imperial decree. Chapter 74. Insufficient Material Evidence. Witnesses appear the soldiers from Jing Zhao Yin's residence and the cavalry camp had surrounded the Wang Fu tightly. Long Zhan was confident. His sudden arrival would catch his sister Ling Qingxue off guard, leaving her unable to escape. Zhao Wujing could no longer resist. This general is here under orders to apprehend the court's wanted criminals Ling Qingxue and her accomplice Zhao Wujing. Long Zhan raised the imperial decree in his left hand and shouted, signaling the cavalry to break down the gates of the residence. The cavalrymen hesitated, looking at each other. While General Long Zhan was unafraid, but they were scared. This was the Wang Fu of the Northern Town King, even without the Northern Army. The Northern Town King still held power. The residual influence made them reluctant to offend. Useless fools, Long Zhan muttered under his breath, pushing the cavalryman aside. I will go. I will go. Zhao Wujing stood up, grasping his father's hand, rubbing the thick calluses on his father's palm, and gently said, Father, I will go. You rest. He lightly flicked the hem of his robe, straightened up, and strode confidently towards the exterior of the residence. The little rascal made Zhao Tingxiao smile with satisfaction as he sat back down on the mat. After infusing Wujing with the sword energy he had carefully nurtured over the years, he felt quite fatigued, his frost-white brows furrowing. On the small table, the incense burner gently released blue smoke, swirling around him and brushing over his brows. Old friends gently touched the brows of the present, wishing to resolve half a lifetime of suffering. Stepping out of the room, Zhao Wujing walked steadily, and Ling Qingxue and Lu Ruyan rushed towards him, looking anxious. Yin Jinshu stood at a distance, frowning deeply. Do you remember the place where we first met? Zhao Wujing spoke gently, trying to soothe the emotions of Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue. Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened as she pulled Ling Qingxue. Sister, let us go. Zhao Wujing noticed Ling Qingxue's worried expression. The imperial decree from Long Zhan had already designated Zhao Wujing as an accomplice. Now you're worried about me. Zhao Wujing teased, glancing sideways and smiling, waving his hand as his figure receded from Ling Qingxue's view. He then quickly walked towards the exterior of the residence. At the same time, a loud crash echoed as Long Zhan broke through the gates. Through the winding corridors, Zhao Wujing seemed to sense something, exchanging glances from afar. Zhao Wujing stopped resisting. The area outside the Wang Fu was filled with soldiers. Today, even if it were Ling Qingxue, not even a fly could escape. Yun Jinshu's expression was heavy as he looked towards Long Zhan's direction. Zhao Wujing pulled Yun Jinshu to leave, but he did not want Yun Jinshu to follow Lu Ruyan and Ling Qingxue. His seemingly nostalgic words were actually a precaution against Yun Jinshu. Let go. Yun Jinshu realized Zhao Wujing was wary of him, snorting coldly, but in her weak martial arts state, she could not break free from Zhao Wujing's strong grip. The two were tugging towards Long Zhan. Long Zhan was not far away, accompanied by soldiers, and saw Yun Jinshu being dragged by Zhao Wujing. Sister, Yun Jinshu was sent to the Wang Fu to gather intelligence and would be the most important witness. Today, no matter what, Zhao Wujing could not quibble. Zhao Wujing smiled and released Yun Jinshu, who rubbed her wrist, her face filled with anger. Zhao Wujing, surrender. We have solid evidence. Long Zhan shook the imperial decree, the bright yellow silk falling. Apprehend the murderer Ling Qingxue and her accomplice Zhao Wujing. You are outrageous. Li Yunrui came running, blocking Zhao Wujing. This princess commands you to step back. Huh? Long Zhan sneered. Your Highness, I am merely carrying out orders. I advise you to step aside, otherwise, I fear I might accidentally harm you. Zhao Wujing protected Li Yunrui behind him, offering some comfort, facing off against Long Zhan. You are apprehending wanted criminals. What does it have to do with me? You have solid evidence. Where did it come from? Just speaking casually? Zhao Wujing, even now, you still have a silver tongue. Arguing is useless. Long Zhan raised his hand, signaling the soldiers from the cavalry camp and Jing Zhao Yin's residence to step forward. Search. You dare. Li Yunrui trembled with anger, pointing at Long Zhan, only to be gently embraced by Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing's tone was steady. Commander Long, you need to think carefully. If you frame us and cannot produce solid evidence, how will you conclude this? Call me General Long. Long Zhan coldly snorted. Speaking with absolute certainty, she had no time to escape, and she cannot escape. The soldiers surged into the Wang Fu, and Zhao Wujing held Li Yunrui, not resisting. Long Zhan, you dog, we were blind to you. Lu Rian returned after completing her task and was furious upon seeing Long Zhan. Lu Rian cursed as she walked, furious. Although she had stood with Zhao Wujing before, she still had some ties to Long Zhan. Now, Long Zhan was willing to betray them for his own achievements. I, Lu Rian, am severing all ties with you today. The more she cursed, the more hideous her words became, making Long Zhan's expression grow darker. Long Zhan clenched his fists. You chose to sink into depravity. I am merely restoring order. You beast. Lu Rian was so furious that her chest heaved. Zhao Wujing and she exchanged a glance, confirming that Ling Qingxue had already escaped through the mysterious dog hole. Long Zhan took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Sister, in the future, you will understand that I, a junior brother, am doing this for your sake. Despicable and shameless. Li Yunrui also joined the fray. Zhao Wujing. Long Zhan was continuously insulted, his defenses breaking. He shouted, if you have the ability, don't stand behind a woman. Zhao Wujing replied coolly, don't you have women? A casually spoken sentence directly breached Long Zhan's defenses, causing him to retreat 7 or 8 steps. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Zhao Wujing, stuttering for a long time before he could only express his impotent rage. Wait until I capture Ling Qingxue. You are dead. The Jingxuan stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, not stepping forward, remaining aloof, as Long Zhan came with an imperial edict. He was merely assisting in the case, having no need to offend Zhao Wujing, nor to step forward and get scolded. Not long after, soldiers from a Jing's and the Xia King returned to report, bringing all the Wangfu family members with them. Report, General Long did not find the court's wanted criminal. Long Zhan's face darkened as he scanned the Wangfu family members, confirming that Ling Qingxue had no time to escape. So she must have disguised herself as one of the Wangfu family members using the mirror flower water moon technique. Knowing the flaws of the mirror flower water moon, he swiftly pulled out an ordinary-looking middle-aged thin man and launched a powerful sonic attack. The middle-aged man, a cook from the Wangfu, turned his face away, mumbling indistinctly in a thick Northwest accent. Where's your father? I haven't even finished picking the vegetables, and you want to drag your father out. Long Zhan's expression darkened again as he pulled out an older woman, scrutinizing her in an attempt to find flaw. The older woman cautiously glanced at the young master, and seeing the young master's tacit approval, she helplessly cooperated with the case in front of her eyes. Long Zhan checked each person one by one, but found no trace of Ling Qingxue, and his mood grew increasingly somber. He shouted at his subordinates, Is everyone here? There's still one person. A subordinate buried his head. Then why wasn't he brought here? Long Zhan roared. What did I tell you before? Then should I go bring Lord Wang over? The Xia King's subordinate stammered, his hands shaking as he clasped them together. You wanted to capture the Northern Town King? Long Zhan was choked for words, his face darkening as he glared at Zhao Wujing. All right, Zhao Wujing, you sure know how to hide. But do you think you can hide forever? I have witnesses. Lu Rian and Li Yunrui felt a surge of worry in their hearts, tightly clutching Zhao Wujing's robe. Please, Princess Yun, testify for me and Lord Jingxuan. Long Zhan cupped his fists at Yun Jinshu, who had endured hardship in the Wangfu. It was time to deal with Zhao Wujing. Sister Yun must have grasped the clues and definitely knew where Ling Qingxue was hiding. As long as she revealed Ling Qingxue's location, they could capture her and bring Zhao Wujing down. Not far away, Yun Jinshu stepped forward, her voice cold and tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Zhao Wujing, today is your day? Lu Rian and Li Yunrui's hearts sank to the bottom. Lu Rian looked at Yun Jinshu with pleading eyes, shaking her head, while Li Yunrui's eyes were filled with anger. She could accept Wujing taking a concubine, but she absolutely could not accept a woman who would betray him. Chapter 75. Change of plans? Not closing the net. Long Zhan was overjoyed. Sister Yin came to the Wangfu to endure hardship. It turned out to be effective. At this critical moment, Sister Yun was the most important witness. He wanted to see how Zhao Wujing would argue. Long Zhan cupped his fists. Please, princess, reveal the whereabouts of the court's wanted criminal Ling Qing-Snow, and help us capture the accomplice Zhao Wujing. Let us bring peace to the capital. Yun Jinshu looked at Zhao Wujing with satisfaction. Zhao Wujing's heart sank. Damn woman. She really is playing undercover. Is the next line, sorry, big brother, I'm a cop. If she really stabs me in the back, what should I do? Right? Deny it and accuse her of slander. Yun Jinshu shot Zhao Wujing a glance upon hearing his thoughts. Damn man, what kind of nerves are you having? Slander and police nonsense. She looked around. Everyone was watching her. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Only heavy breathing could be heard. Yun Jinshu's red lips parted slightly, feigning confusion. What Qing-Snow? Long Zhan was stunned, and Lu Ruyin and Li Yunrui were also taken aback. Ling Qing-Snow. Long Zhan thought he had spoken too passionately, and Sister Yin didn't hear clearly or wanted to toy with Zhao Wujing's emotions, so he repeated it seriously. Yun Jinshu's pretty face was filled with doubt. Ling what? Ling Qing-Snow. Ling what Snow? Yun Jinshu you. Long Zhan finally confirmed that Yun Jinshu was playing him for a fool, and he couldn't believe it, his voice trembling. What's wrong, Commander Long? Do you still want to continue slandering young Master Zhao? Facing Yun Jinshu's act, Long Zhan was completely dumbfounded. Didn't you say you came to be an undercover agent? Now is the time for you to stab Zhao Wujing. He glanced at Zhao Wujing, then at Yun Jinshu beside Zhao Wujing. It dawned on him. Even Yun Jinshu had betrayed him. Dog man and woman. All right. Yun Jinshu, you better think clearly about which side you are on. Yun Jinshu's gaze was cold as she replied. I am Princess of Lu Jing Kingdom. Yun Jinshu. Please be respectful, Commander Long. Don't try to misplace relations. I'm a person of Wangfu. A person of Wangfu? Then what are we to each other? Long Zhan gritted his teeth. This woman actually had the audacity to claim sisterhood. He was furious and no longer concealed his relationship with Yun Jinshu, sternly questioning. Let us just say we knew each other early on. Yun Jinshu scoffed. Change of plans? Not closing the net. Zhao Wujing's eyes lit up. He had already thought of how to spin the situation. He never expected Yun Jinshu to suddenly stand on his side. Is she interested in me? Or is it my money? Forget it. She probably likes both. Zhao Wujing thought confidently. Yun Jinshu's pretty face twitched slightly, a beauty rendered speechless. Sorry, I'm not interested in either, she thought. When Long Zhan came with the imperial edict to capture her sister Ling Qing-Snow, she had already made her decision. She and her sisters had differing opinions, and although there were conflicts, she still couldn't bring herself to betray them. But Long Zhan's actions undoubtedly betrayed Ling Qing-Snow, and in her heart, if Long Zhan dared to betray Ling Qing-Snow today, he would dare to betray her tomorrow and stab her in the back the day after that. Moreover, during her stay in the Wangfu for these 2 days, she had already thought it through. Zhao Wujing was more suitable to help her restore Lu Jing than Long Zhan. Long Zhan had completely become the emperor's lackey to deal with Zhao Wujing. The more he was favored by Li Ziyuan, the more smoothly his official career went. How could he spare helping her, this sister? But Zhao Wujing was different. Zhao Wujing, like her Yun Jinshu, the nominal princess of Lu Jing, had a knife hanging over his head, coming from the current emperor. The enemy's enemy can be friends. Besides, she had no deep-seated hatred with Zhao Wujing. They might even end up in a romantic relationship, elevating their bond. Mainly, she quite liked the environment here, competing for favor with Lu Ruyin and Ling Qing-Snow every day. And there was a foolish princess around. Long Zhan, you framed everyone in the Wangfu, disturbing the Wangfu's peace. What should be the punishment? Zhao Wujing said coldly. I have an imperial edict. Long Zhan, unable to find evidence, could only grasp at the last straw, shouting angrily. The imperial edict commands to capture Ling Qing-Snow, and you. You are now resisting the edict. Whether the evidence is conclusive is open to discussion. I will take you back to the Ministry of Justice's prison and interrogate you. If you are innocent, it will not be too late to restore your reputation. Come, take action. Arrest Zhao Wujing. Lu Ruyin and Li Yunrui wanted to pull Zhao Wujing away first. If Long Zhan disregarded everything and took Wujing away, once in the Ministry of Justice, Right and wrong would be left to Long Zhan's whims. The people from the Jing's stepped forward, drawing long knives, preparing to act according to the imperial edict. The Jing's glared fiercely, gritting his teeth, silently cursing. These fools, didn't we agree to just put on a show? Are they really preparing to capture Zhao Wujing? The previous Zhao Wujing could be dealt with, but the current Zhao Wujing, he has a father, the northern town king, as his real father. Seeing the superior signal, the people from the Jing's immediately shrank back and no longer stepped forward. You guys, Long Zhan gritted his teeth, seeing through this group of scheming officials. All right, we'll go ourselves. The men of the cavalry camp looked at each other, knowing they had to follow Long Zhan's lead. After all, he held the imperial decree. However, just as they prepared to draw their swords and step forward, they froze in place. Because behind Zhao Wujing, a tall figure was slowly approaching. He walked slowly, but it felt as if an armored chariot was silently crushing their hearts, an overwhelming aura leaving them nowhere to escape. This man, who had intimidated the northern border for over a decade, didn't even need to speak, and yet the suffocating pressure enveloped them, as if the iron-blooded winds and sands of the frontier had blocked their senses. The man from the cavalry camp, who had been scolded by Long Zhan, crawled over. Kneeling on the ground, General Long, I brought the prince as you instructed. Long Zhan was speechless, thoroughly shaken, and kicked this subordinate hard. I told you to capture the court's wanted criminal Ling Qingxue, not to bring the revered king of hell here. Chapter 76. The deepening rift. Zhao walked over slowly, and the men of the cavalry camp dared not even breathe, fearing the iron-blooded killing aura would affect them. Greetings, Your Highness. With only a few steps left until the northern king, many from the cavalry camp and the Jingzhou prefecture could no longer withstand the pressure and knelt first. Their voices respectful. A chain reaction ensued, and the soldiers fell to their knees like wheat in the wind. Greetings, Your Highness. To bow before the northern king was not only born out of genuine fear, but also profound respect. Protecting the home and country, fighting on the battlefield, was the passion of many men's hearts. The prefect of Jingzhou also bowed, relieved that he hadn't been too aggressive earlier, but had merely accompanied Long Zhan for the show. Long Zhan slightly lowered his gaze, not daring to meet the eyes of the northern king. But now that the arrow was on the string, and with matters having come to this point, he had no way to retreat. He could only clasp his fists and bow first, then steeled himself to say with righteous indignation, Your Highness. Long Zhan is following the emperor's orders to investigate the killer of Lord Chao's family within 3 months. And we have found that His Highness the heir is one of the culprits, an accomplice of the murderer. Long Zhan is merely following orders to apprehend the court's wanted criminal Ling Qingxue, who is being sheltered here by His Highness the heir, and I hope Your Highness can show some leniency. Zhao, a tall figure, lowered his gaze to the bowing Long Zhan, his expression unchanging and indifferent. Have you found the wanted criminal? I have found him, and the evidence is conclusive. You can take my son away, Long Zhan replied, his face darkening, hesitating as he stammered, not yet found. Not found? Then how can you say my son is an accomplice? Zhao tone was flat. But in that moment, Long Zhan felt as if he was facing an army of thousands, the pressure overwhelming. Your Highness, Long Zhan's face grew increasingly unsightly. But he could only force a smile. Long Zhan only wishes to ask His Highness the heir to return and assist in the investigation. With the imperial decree in hand, the emperor's orders are hard to defy. Zhao gaze flicked. You may try taking him away. Long Zhan froze in place. He wanted to use the imperial decree as a shield, but the northern king was not an arrow he could block. In today's world, only Li Ziyuan could withstand this arrow, let alone that he only had one imperial decree today, even if he wore the decrees all over his body. He could never block the northern king. I have disturbed the peace of the royal residence, and I will apologize to Your Highness another day. I have official business to attend to, so I will take my leave. Long Zhan took a deep breath, clenched his fists in a salute, his fists creaking, then waved his hand, instructing the cavalry camp to retreat. Today he had utterly lost face. His expression was as dark as water as he took a few steps, then turned back to glance at Lu Ruyan and Yin Jinshu standing beside Zhao Wujing, gritting his teeth and coldly smiling. senior sister. I will report this matter to our master, so you all should be prepared. Lu Rian shot Long Zhan a cold glance, her eyes full of disdain. Yin Jinshu didn't even want to look at Long Zhan again. Let us go. Long Zhan pressed his hand against the long knife at his waist and left angrily. The prefect of Jingzhou cupped his fists towards the officials in the royal residence with a friendly smile and then deeply bowed to Zhao. Your Highness, today's matter was truly beyond my control. I hope you can forgive me. I will personally visit tomorrow to apologize to you and His Highness the heir. After completing his greeting, the prefect also bowed to Zhao Wujing, his eyes blinking as if to say, please have His Highness the heir tell the king that having slapped Long Zhan, this hot-headed kid, there's no need to punish him further. Then the prefect turned around and waved his hand, signaling the people from Jingzhou Prefecture to leave. Go, be quiet. The people of Jingzhou Prefecture hurriedly flowed out of the royal residence, afraid of damaging the paint on the gate. After the people from Jingzhou Prefecture and the cavalry camp left, Zhao Wujing softly called out, Father, I'm going to the palace. Zhao frowned, feeling a surge of unexpressed anger from today's events. Upon hearing that his father was going to the palace, Zhao Wujing's expression turned worried. I'll go with you. What do you want to do? You should practice your sword. Focus on giving me a big fat grandson. Zhao replied, hands behind his back, stepping out of the royal residence. Old steward Zhao Manfu had already prepared the horse and was waiting outside the royal residence. Zhao Wujing looked at his father's back, sensing the suppressed anger within him. This trip to the palace would likely not be peaceful. He worried that Li Ziyuan would be unfavorable to his father. The only consolation was that Li Ziyuan had not yet entered a period of decline, and his emotions were still somewhat controllable. Long Zhan is truly despicable. Li Yunrui Bota, indignan. Why does this pest keep targeting you? Zhao Wujing sighed. Can you guess why? Who is behind Long Zhan? You silly girl, behind Long Zhan is your father the emperor. Without your father secretly supporting and backing him, how could Long Zhan receive the imperial decree and dare to act recklessly in the royal residence? Li Yunrui stared blankly at Zhao Wujing, her beautiful eyes misting over. Is her father the one supporting Long Zhan from behind? Is her father targeting Zhao Wujing? Why is father doing this? Why target Zhao Wujing? Zhao Wujing is my husband. What wrong has Zhao Wujing done? Why is it specifically father who is secretly targeting him? Why? Li Yunrui's eyes turned red, her gaze moist. Zhao Wujing gently embraced her, sighing, I need to focus on practicing martial arts. Li Yunrui's voice had a hint of a cry. In the future, I want to protect you. All right, practice martial arts. I'll teach you. Zhao Wujing smiled gently. Li Yunrui, this silly girl, wants to practice martial arts to protect him. Just right. Li Yunrui's extreme, sacred body must mature faster with her martial arts improvement. Practicing martial arts is good. The sooner the peach matures, the sooner they can consummate their marriage. In the palace, in the imperial study, Li Ziyuan seemed unaware of what had happened. Pushing over the warm tea, he had a chance to drink. What brings you here to see me? Zhao, the eldest brother, suppressed his anger as he thought of today's events and got straight to the point. You shouldn't have issued a decree for Long Zhan to come to the residence to take Wujing away. You came just for this? Li Ziyuan smiled, comforting him. This matter, I had already issued an imperial decree for Long Zhan to investigate. The entire court knows. Long Zhan is just doing his job. I also believe Wujing is innocent. Let Long Zhan take him away for a formality, investigate, and then safely return him to the royal residence. It's also for the sake of giving others an explanation, right? You are my elder brother. Zhao Tingxiao's tone became more emotional. You should understand, I only have this one son, and now he is your son-in-law. You shouldn't suspect him. You shouldn't let anyone take him away for investigation. Otherwise, how will the entire court and the people of the world see that he is not under your protection, not favored by you? What will others think? What will Wujing and Yunrui think? I am the emperor. Li Ziyuan's expression darkened, and he spoke with righteous indignation. The common people of the world are all my children. As I sit on the dragon throne, I must treat everyone equally and with fairness, rather than showing favoritism. Tingxiao, I understand your feelings, but the children have grown up. Blind favoritism is not protecting them. Zhao, seeing that Li Ziyuan was still speaking in a grandiose official tone, stared intently at him and spoke slowly. Brother, do you remember what you promised me when I fought for you to build this kingdom? Zhao. Li Ziyuan's voice turned cold. You are forcing me. Perhaps the elder brother has forgotten. Zhao said wearily. You promised me that you would treat Wujing as your own son. Would you let someone lead an army to investigate your own son? Li Ziyuan's expression completely darkened, and the hand holding the memorial trembled slightly as an invisible aura of power spread from him. Stop talking. Tingxiao. Have you forgotten? Tingxiao pressed, gripping the teacup tightly. The iron-blooded aura of the battlefield sweeping through the entire imperial study. The memorials and ancient books in the room fluttered wildly, making a rustling sound as the two stared at each other, their violent martial aura clashing across the table. Like two dragons confronting each other across the river under a storm of thunder and lightning. The next moment, both of them struck out with a palm. Chapter 77. Li Yunrui's top-notch martial arts talent in the imperial study. Li Ziyuan and Tingxiao unleashed their internal strength against each other. The violent aura howling in the room like rolling thunder. Ancient treasures shattered, wooden chairs splintered, and the inkstone on the table flew off, spilling ink everywhere. The teacup between them, along with the tea, instantly turned to dust and disappeared without a trace. The doors and windows in the room creaked under the force of the gale, and the waiting eunuchs outside gasped in shock, trying desperately to rush in to save the emperor. But before they could get close, they were blown away by the violent force, crashing heavily into the flower bed, spitting blood and fainting. The chief eunuch, Chun Zhenghua, one of the palace's experts, tried to withstand the shockwaves from the two clashing powers to get closer, but soon turned pale, groaned, and staggered back. Tingxiao, with his long hair flowing back, looked grim, his internal energy surging, and he took several steps back before steadying himself. Li Zhen's jade crown was only slightly askew, and he coldly said, Tingxiao, this is your first time confronting me directly. I hope it will be the last. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. Yes, your majesty. Tingxiao took a deep breath, suppressing the surging energy, waved his sleeve, and turned to leave. This old minister will take his leave. The chief eunuch, witnessing the Prince of Zhenbei leave the already battered imperial study, looked terrified. He could only keep today's events to himself. Soon after, he saw an even more terrifying scene. The emperor, with a grim expression, suddenly groaned and coughed up a few strands of blood from his mouth and nose after Tingxiao left. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to speak. Li Ziyuan's gaze grew colder, and he fell silent. He hadn't expected to be so weak now. It seemed that the period of decline was approaching, and some plans had to be hastened. In the Longfu, Zhao Wujing and Li Yunrui's wedding room. Class is starting. Let us take attendance. Zhao Wujing said with a serious face. Li Yunrui, here. Li Yunrui raised her hand, circling around Zhao Wujing, and the two shared a silly husband and wife vibe. Very good. Everyone is here. Let us begin. Zhao Wujing cleared his throat. Since you want to learn martial arts to protect me, I will teach you the true Yang Heart Sutra that I have treasured for many years. Can girls also practice the true Yang Heart Sutra? Li Yunrui asked curiously. I can tell you yes. I didn't even ask. Li Yunrui scratched her head. Lonelying does not give birth. Solitary Yang does not grow. Zhao Wujing began to teach the essence of the true Yang Heart Sutra. Since she was his wife, he held nothing back and immediately spoke about the core principles. Yin and Yang are mutually opposing yet interdependent, hence the unity of Yin and Yang in heaven and earth. True Yang represents masculinity, a force that is upward. Is that clear? Do you understand? Li Yunrui nudda seriously. If you don't understand, it's okay. There is plenty of time. Zhao Wujing continued, explaining to Li Yunrui the martial arts, wanting to satisfy her emotional needs. After all, his silly wife wanted to protect him, and he couldn't refuse. Furthermore, he wanted to unleash the true potential of the extreme, holy body. He couldn't let the original story have Li Yunrui's martial realm soaring, even reaching the master level and becoming the strongest empress. Now that she was his wife, she couldn't lose her brilliance, right? Zhao Wujing wanted the people around him to shine and thrive, ideally bringing him along for an easy win. Is that so? Li Yunrui followed Zhao Wujing's explanation and moved her hands to perform a profound move, suddenly feeling her aura strengthen significantly, her face full of joy. It really works. Zhao Wujing sensed the sudden surge of strength from Li Yunrui. Although he knew the extreme, unholy body was very powerful, it felt too fast, didn't it? How did you do that? You succeeded right after I finished speaking? Hiss. No wonder you're my wife. How are you so amazing? I really struck gold with you. Hearing Zhao Wujing's praise, Li Yunrui proudly puffed out her chest. Of course. Zhao Wujing thought for a moment. Li Yunrui's martial arts talent was indeed too strong. In terms of martial guidance, he felt he should invite a professional teacher, such as Yun Jinshu, who had a great talent for martial arts, to give some guidance. Otherwise, that woman would be eating for free, and Zhao Wujing wouldn't be happy. A little while later, Yun Jinshu reluctantly arrived at the room. She didn't want to be a part of the connection between Zhao Wujing and Li Yunrui and planned to just go through the motions. However, after learning about Li Yunrui's situation in detail, she was shocked into silence. Is this the extreme, unholy body? No wonder Master wanted to guide Long Zhan to pursue Li Yunrui. And this lucky guy, Zhao Wujing, actually managed to marry Li Yunrui. Luckily, Zhao Wujing didn't force himself on Li Yunrui. Otherwise, this excellent martial arts prospect would have been ruined. Yun Jinshu glanced at Zhao Wujing, feeling a bit displeased, but also somewhat appreciative. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? How is my wife's talent? Zhao Wujing shook Yun Jinshu. It's definitely stronger than yours. Yun Jinshu replied without hesitation. She took a deep breath, still unable to hide her surprise and envy. If Li Yunrui focuses on her training for a day, it would be equivalent to the effort of several people for several days or even a month. Indeed, the true female lead has immense potential. No wonder she is my Zhao Wujing's woman. Zhao Wujing was delighted. Li Yunrui couldn't help but let out a proud hum, lifting her pretty face. Yun Jinshu, feeling a bit envious, also huffed, her face cold, pouring cold water. There are many geniuses in the world, but countless geniuses end up dying in their cradles. How far she can go is still uncertain. Let us first test her internal strength. Why do I feel like Yunrui is already not weaker than you? Zhao Wujing stroked his chin, deep in thought. Yun Jinshu rolled her eyes at Zhao Wujing. Li Yunrui just started cultivating. How could she have such strong internal strength? I have been immersed in the 9th rank for many years. Wait for me. Zhao Wujing thought for a moment, hurriedly ran outside, brought in a wooden dummy for practicing moves, and said to Li Yunrui, try it, with all your strength. Li Yunrui slowly felt the flow of her so-called internal strength, and then struck out with a palm, sending the wooden dummy crashing to the ground, with chips flying everywhere, leaving only half of its body. Zhao Wujing gasped in shock. With his palm, she had at least the strength of a rank 8 martial artist. And this was still Li Yunrui's initial entry into martial arts. Yun Jinshu looked at the remaining half of the wooden dummy, then at Li Yunrui, opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, her heart already filled with shock, envy, and jealousy. Chapter 78. Either a scoundrel or a thief. Giving up her body, the wooden dummy was left with only half. Li Yunrui found it hard to believe that this was the power of her palm. She cheered and grabbed Zhao Wujing's arm. Wujing, did you see that? Did you see it? Zhao Wujing nodded, his eyes filled with affection. I see. My wife is truly impressive. Yun Jinshu also came back to her senses from the shock, unable to help but exclaim, I underestimated you, Li Yunrui. You're likely the youngest master in history. Indeed, my wife is much stronger than you 3 sisters. Zhao Wujing's eyes lit up. In the Great Xia dynasty, masters were rare, and to become a master, both opportunity and talent were essential. Even Princess Li Zhaohua had been stuck before becoming a master for many years. Many people spent their entire lives unable to cross that threshold. Yun Jinshu glanced at Zhao Wujing, feeling uncomfortable with his inner thoughts. She casually said, focus on your training, and turned to leave. Zhao Wujing didn't pay much attention to Yun Jinshu's departure. He recalled that in the original story, Li Yunrui was initially nurtured by Li Ziyuan and, As she grew stronger, she always looked down on Long Zhan. This also led to the fact that even at the end of the original story, Long Zhan did not win Li Yunrui. But now Li Yunrui had become his wife, standing by his side. It was impossible to have Li Ziyuan, who was suspicious, nurture her affectionately. Li Yunrui also lost the opportunity to be personally trained by the great master Li Ziyuan because of him. However, it didn't matter. He could find ways to train her himself. Besides the true Yang heart technique, he would also gather the world's top martial arts for Li Yunrui to help her strengthen her power, especially the extreme Yin heart technique, which was very compatible with the extreme Yin sacred body. However, when it came to the extreme Yin sacred body and the extreme Yin heart technique, Zhao Wujing's mind surged with thoughts. He remembered the Dao sect master, Shi Yuheng, who entered the master realm using the extreme Yin heart technique and was one of the 3 great masters in the later stages of the original story. Currently, Shi Yuheng had not appeared and was elusive, making it difficult for him to find her. However, Yin Jinshu knew about the extreme Yin heart technique. Shi Yuheng had gone to great lengths to gather martial arts manuals for Yin Jinshu in order to train her. He had to find a way to extract the extreme Yin heart technique from Yin Jinshu. Zhao Wujing had an idea in mind and instructed Li Yunrui to focus on her training to consolidate her martial realm, then hurried towards the direction where Yin Jinshu had left. As he walked along the corridor connecting the rooms, he saw his father's figure not far away, accompanied by the old steward Zhao Manfu. "Father." Zhao Tingxiao's brows showed some worry as he nodded and said sternly, "Focus on your training and don't waste time." Zhao Wujing responded, but he was in a hurry, quickly walking towards Yin Jinshu's disappearing figure along the corridor. Zhao Tingxiao sighed. The old steward noticed that his master was troubled and asked, "Master, should I have Manfu keep an eye on the young master? Keeping an eye on him is useless." Zhao Tingxiao said, his sword-like brows furrowing deeply. "You go notify Canlong and the others to come back." The old steward's aged eyes trembled as he instantly understood the seriousness of the situation. The master had secretly trained some strong individuals, including Canlong, Qi Ying, and Mo Jiao, who were almost unknown to outsiders and had played crucial roles in defending against enemies in the northern region. If it weren't for a major issue, the master would never use them. Now, he actually wanted Canlong and the others to return. "Sai, wait a moment." Zhao Wujing caught up with Yin Jinshu. Yin Jinshu did not stop. "What do you want again?" Zhao Wujing warned, "I'm not anyone to you. I want to be summoned or dismissed at your whim." Clearly, Yin Jinshu was still feeling jealous and angry over Zhao Wujing's earlier thoughts. Zhao Wujing smiled. "You help me, I help you. Besides, we will be family sooner or later. So just tell me what else you want to know." Yin Jinshu got straight to the point. "What do you want?" Zhao Wujing's smile made her feel that he was trying to gain something, questioning whether it was sincere or deceitful. But Zhao Wujing's smile also eased her feelings a bit, making her hum in her heart, thinking that Zhao Wujing was indeed aware of her importance. Zhao Wujing lowered his voice, the extreme Yin heart technique. "Huh?" Yin Jinshu was stunned, surprised. "How do you know about the extreme Yin heart technique? Even my junior sisters don't know about it." "Don't worry about that. I have more impressive things, and you'll know in the future." Zhao Wujing elbowed Yin Jinshu. "We're all on the same side now, right? So will you give it to me? Now we're on the same side." Yin Jinshu sneered and turned to walk into her room. She didn't want to give it. Or rather, she didn't want to give it to Zhao Wujing so easily. Zhao Wujing quickly followed. "You are my Zhao Wujing's woman. If not family, then what?" The audacity of man. In Yin Jinshu's room, there were many ancient books piled up, with an abundance of ink treasures on the table. She casually picked up an ancient book, flipped through it, tossed it aside, and then took a paperweight to smooth out the pages. "Get me some ink." Zhao Wujing approached the inkstone to grind the ink and praised. "Your handwriting is as beautiful as you are." "Ah, my shoulders are sore." Yin Jinshu sat in the chair and deliberately said. Zhao Wujing smiled and gently massaged her shoulders to relieve her soreness. Yin Jinshu looked a bit pleased. She pounded her legs. "I just want to leave Yunrui's room and walked such a long way. My legs are sore. I want to wash my feet. You help me fetch some water. It is time to wash up and relax." Zhao Wujing was about to go get foot washing water. Yin Jinshu was just testing and making things difficult for Zhao Wujing, and upon seeing this, she became even angrier. You can actually do this for Li Yunrui? Zhao Wujing replied lightly. A man must be flexible. If he can't endure a little grievance, what kind of man is he? Besides, for my own woman, this isn't a grievance at all. Hearing this, Yun Jinshu sighed inwardly. She envied Li Yunrui even more for having such top-notch martial talent, and Zhao Wujing. But if Li Yunrui continued to grow like this, her status in Zhao Wujing's heart would only rise higher and higher. Would there still be a place for her and her two sisters in the future? Yun Jinshu said solemnly. Then what would you do for me, Yun Jinshu? Zhao Wujing thumped his chest. What do you want me to do? Just say it. Anything is fine? Yun Jinshu's expression was playful. Yes. Zhao Wujing nodded seriously. Yun Jinshu then pushed Zhao Wujing down onto the chair, straddling his legs. Her delicate hands wrapped around his neck, her beautiful eyes shimmering with charm and provocation. Then what if I want you to give your body? Chapter 79. Dragon Battle Awakens. Yun Jinshu straddled Zhao Wujing, her tone filled with temptation and provocation, staring directly into Zhao Wujing's eyes. Zhao Wujing. Do your hands also have a day when they don't know where to place themselves? Seeing Zhao Wujing not making any move, she leaned in closer, their cheeks almost touching, feeling each other's increasingly heavy breaths. Is it that you don't know where to put your hands? Yun Jinshu was petite, yet had a delicate and graceful figure. Her slim waist made her proportions even more exaggerated. Your mouth, besides annoying me on a daily basis, what else can it do? Yun Jinshu's gaze flitted between Zhao Wujing's lips and eyes, her provocative tone gaining a hint of flirtation. She slowly leaned in, initially just wanted to tease Zhao Wujing. But unexpectedly, Zhao Wujing also leaned in a little. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? It just selling your body? Just endure and it will pass. Suddenly, she heard Zhao Wujing's seemingly self-sacrificing thoughts, her body responding to him. While her mind was very honest, anger and resentment surged within her. She had already put herself forward, yet this bastard was taking advantage and acting pitiful. Was it really that much of a grievance? What did that make her? Yun Jinshu. She pushed Zhao Wujing away, angrily shouting, Get lost. What do you mean? I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. Zhao Wujing was puzzled and coughed lightly. It seems you can see that I am a man who keeps himself pure. Yun Jinshu was speechless. She saw no evidence of Zhao Wujing's purity. He had harmed all her junior sisters and was still claiming to be pure. If you want to know the extreme heir technique, you must agree to one of my requests. Yun Jinshu's pretty face still held a hint of redness. She coldly said, As for what it is, I haven't decided yet. Zhao Wujing showed no hesitation and nodded directly. As long as it doesn't let me harm the people around me, anything is fine. He was quite loyal, and Yun Jinshu looked at Zhao Wujing with newfound respect, her expression softening considerably. I will teach Li Yunrui the extreme heir technique. As for whether Li Yunrui can master it or not, that has nothing to do with me. In the palace, Li Ziyuan looked down at Long Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground, his expression cold. You have disappointed me. You can't even handle this little matter. This minister knows his mistake. Long Zhan buried his head. The military power of the North. I will reclaim it first. Li Ziyuan's eyes flickered. You still need to train. First, do your job well before we talk. Long Zhan was taken aback and clasped his fists, saying, This minister obeys. Long Zhan's head was buried even lower, almost touching the cold floor of the palace. Even if he was slow to realize, he finally understood that Li Ziyuan had been using him all along. Li Ziyuan actually wanted to reclaim the military power himself, but couldn't do so directly. He needed more excuses, so he temporarily left the military power in Long Zhan's hands for a few days. During this time, Li Ziyuan's apparent appreciation was more about using him as a pawn against Zhao Wujing to suppress the king of the North. True strength is real strength. What emperor, what senior sister, are all just using him, viewing Long Zhan as a chess piece. Long Zhan believed he was never weaker than others. Why not turn the tables and become the master himself? Long Zhan's gaze grew increasingly firm. He wanted to use all available resources rather than be used by others. Until he exited the palace, the sharp and confident aura around him returned. As for Li Ziyuan, he would first feign compliance. He wanted to start anew. With the Princess Chang, he still had leverage to utilize to help him stabilize his position better. He spurred his horse, staying alert, and arrived at the Princess Chang's residence. Dismounting. Please announce. Long Zhan wishes to see you. The guards at the gate coldly glanced at Long Zhan. They were loyal servants of the princess and recognized no one else. They hadn't received any notice of Long Zhan's visit, and he wasn't one of the princess's courtiers. Who didn't know that Long Zhan was favored by the emperor? Please leave. The guards were indifferent. It was impossible for Long Zhan to force his way in under their watchful eyes. Long Zhan was unwilling. These guards hadn't had this attitude when the princess wanted to recruit him. He feigned helplessness, clasped his fists, and turned to leave on horseback. He then stopped in a secluded area, quietly approached the outer wall of the princess's residence, performed lightness skills, and leaped over the tall outer wall, lightly landing inside the residence. He walked skillfully towards the princess's room. As he reached the door, just as he was about to knock, he suddenly caught a whiff of fragrance wafting through the crack in the door. His eyes narrowed slightly as he peered through the gap, catching a glimpse of a gorgeous inner garment hanging on a screen, and on the other side of the screen, he could vaguely see the princess's graceful figure. It was quite a coincidence that the princess was bathing. Just the silhouette was captivating and breathtaking. Chapter 80. The unruly Long Zhan did not knock on the door. He looked at the princess's figure inside, stunningly beautiful. If he could win over such a charming woman, he could also gain a network of troops. However, his thoughts and burning gaze were soon interrupted by a sharp spray of water vapor. The vapor shot through the door crack, containing immense power. He was startled and sidestepped to avoid it, but still felt a sharp pain on his skin from the mist that brushed against him. Was this the princess's power? How strong? How could the princess be so powerful? The door was opened skillfully by the lingering water vapor, and Li Zhaohua, wearing a bathrobe, sat cross-legged in a chair, glancing coldly at Long Zhan. You have quite the audacity, daring to peek at me bathing. Long Zhan immediately clasped his fists in defense. Princess, I, Long Zhan, have come to pledge allegiance. But since I am publicly under the emperor, to avoid being seen by those with ulterior motives, I had to climb over the wall to come here, and coincidentally, I stumbled upon you bathing. Is that so? Li Zhaohua crossed her arms in front of her, supporting her ample figure, and said nonchalantly, a person of importance does not concern themselves with trivial matters. She didn't care about Long Zhan's little intrusion. She was merely questioning why he came to pledge allegiance. Why would you think to come and pledge allegiance to me? Long Zhan honestly responded, his tone low. To speak frankly, Li Ziyuan's favor towards me is merely to use me as a pawn against the king of the north. I am disheartened. Good birds choose good trees to perch on. Li Zhaohua's eyes darkened, and she scoffed inwardly. Long Zhan was indeed a pawn, and a pawn is just a pawn. What was wrong with Li Ziyuan using a pawn? A pawn that is unaware still feels disheartened? Long Zhan had ambition, but didn't want to be a pawn. He needed to show strength. Li Zhaohua sneered. You don't want to be a pawn, so you want to be the master, right? Today you come to pledge allegiance to me. Does that mean one day you also want to ride on my head? Long Zhan's thoughts were seen through, and his voice turned cold. Princess, you surely do not want the matter of your troops gathering outside the city to be known by the emperor, right? Previously, when Ling Qingxue had not yet betrayed him, she had told him that Li Zhaohua was secretly gathering troops in a small village outside the city. At that time, Ling Qingxue had not been swayed by Zhao Wujing, so she definitely didn't deceive him. He had kept this matter in mind as leverage against Li Zhaohua. Li Zhaohua's smile slowly faded upon hearing this. Do you believe this princess can kill you right now? Of course, I believe the princess has that strength. Long Zhan said confidently, but if I can't leave the princess's residence, my men will make your matter public. Li Zhaohua snorted, her killing intent towards Long Zhan intensifying. However, Long Zhan indeed posed a threat to her. Meanwhile, outside the residence, the guards who had coldly driven away Long Zhan were now all smiles, bowing to the imposing young man before them. Your Highness, the young master. You've worked hard. Zhao Wujing casually handed them 2 money pouches. Your Highness, we can't accept this. It's our duty. The guards hurriedly declined. Zhao Wujing was an important figure personally entrusted by the princess, and the princess's residence was free for him to enter and exit. As the weather grew colder, they could take the money to buy some wine, warm themselves up, and better guard the residence. Zhao Wujing stuffed the money pouches into the guards' hands and then walked towards the interior. The guards were grateful. They, as subordinates, had heard about how the young master had forcibly protected a swordsman who had made a mistake during a mission. The young master was compassionate and benevolent. Zhao Wujing's eyes held hidden worries. The reason he returned to the princess's residence was simply because he had broken through to the 5th rank in martial arts. Breaking through to the 5th rank was a good thing, but this 5th rank came too quickly, not from his own cultivation, but because he sensed that his father had poured his own power into him. If it weren't for worrying that he couldn't handle it and would harm his martial foundation, his father would likely have poured in even more. Such behavior would damage his father's martial foundation. This gave him a bad premonition. His father seemed eager, in a hurry for him to grow, indicating that something significant he didn't know about was about to happen. Since his father didn't speak, he surely thought the timing wasn't right and couldn't tell him yet. But he needed to prepare himself. Li Zhaohua's rebellion would undoubtedly be one of his aids. His heart was tumultuous as he unknowingly approached Li Zhaohua's room. At this time, Li Zhaohua should be bathing, right? It seems she bathed around the same time every day. It had been the same last time. As Zhao Wujing reached the door, his eyes suddenly widened. Why was Long Zhan in Li Zhaohua's room? Long Zhan and Li Zhaohua also saw Zhao Wujing. Long Zhan was taken aback. How did Zhao Wujing get in? Could it be that he climbed over the wall like him? But the route was wrong. He had clearly come through the front door. How could the guards let Zhao Wujing in? The three of them exchanged glances, and Zhao Wujing smiled, his smile playful. General Long, you're not here to secretly watch the princess take a bath, are you? Chapter 81. Long Zhan's strongest trump card, the master of the Dao sect, Shi Yuheng. General Long, you're not here to secretly watch the princess take a bath, are you? Zhao Wujing's teasing words made Long Zhan's lips twitch. Long Zhan could hardly stand Zhao Wujing's lazy demeanor and lifeless tone. In his eyes, this was Zhao Wujing mocking him. Zhao Wujing did nothing, leaning against a big tree to enjoy the shade, continuously using his influence to make Long Zhan suffer. How could he not win against such a useless heir? Princess. Long Zhan's brows furrowed in anger as he continued to threaten Li Zhaohua, pointing fiercely at Zhao Wujing. Make Zhao Wujing leave. Otherwise, Li Zhaohua frowned, but said nothing. Zhao Wujing narrowed his eyes slightly, already sensing the undercurrents. It seemed Li Zhaohua was being controlled by Long Zhan. Princess, do you have something important to discuss? Zhao Wujing's eyes flickered. It's none of your business. Long Zhan glared fiercely at Zhao Wujing, gritting his teeth. And in a voice only the two could hear, he squeezed out a few words for Li Zhaohua. Make him leave now, or I'll expose your troop movements to the public. Li Zhaohua felt a chill in her heart, but her expression still held a smile as she gently pulled Zhao Wujing into the room, saying, Zhao Wujing is one of us. He can listen to anything. Long Zhan, if you have something to say, just say it. Is this woman really being blackmailed by Long Zhan and wants to use me to get out of it? Zhao Wujing became increasingly certain and smiled cheerfully, as if there were no hatred between him and Long Zhan, truly becoming allies. Yes, Commander Long, if there is something, just say it. Maybe I can help you come up with ideas. Li Zhaohua glanced at Zhao Wujing, thinking that this man was really clever, making her see him in a new light. Long Zhan was shocked by Li Zhaohua's actions. Zhao Wujing was one of them. Behind Zhao Wujing was the king of the north, Li Zhaohua, secretly gathering troops aimed at rebellion, with Li Zhaohua's power combined with the king of the north's strength. If they truly cooperated, they would have the ability to truly counter Li Ziyuan. He had nothing to fear about secrets being exposed. If he truly exposed it, he would become an enemy to both sides. If a fight broke out, both sides would probably eliminate him first. Long Zhan thought deeply about the pros and cons. At this moment, he could only endure temporarily. He cleared his throat. Since we are all on the same side, then forget it. I came here actually with no particular business, just that I haven't visited in a while. Since Zhao Wujing, you are in a hurry to come here. You must have something to discuss. Princess, you chat. I won't disturb you. After saying this, Long Zhan prepared to leave. This place was not suitable for a long stay. Although there might not be a life-threatening situation, it was inevitable that Zhao Wujing would find an opportunity to humiliate him. Li Zhaohua slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Long Zhan knowing about her troop movements was beyond her expectations. She had to use Zhao Wujing to intimidate Long Zhan. Zhao Wujing had never seen such an understanding Long Zhan before. He smiled crookedly and reached out to stop Long Zhan, casually entering the princess's residence and disturbing her rest. General Long, just leaving like this is a bit impolite, isn't it? Long Zhan's expression darkened. Zhao Wujing, what do you want? It's not what I want, Zhao Wujing replied. You disturbed the princess's rest. At the very least, you should apologize, right? Long Zhan's gaze flickered between Zhao Wujing and Li Zhaohua. Standing in front of him was not just Zhao Wujing himself. In his eyes, this was the alliance between the princess and the king of the north. The power of the princess alone was difficult for him to contend with. If combined with the king of the north, he currently had no ability to resist. His expression changed. Knowing he could only endure, he turned to Li Zhaohua and clasped his fists, gritting his teeth. Long Zhan has disturbed the princess. I hope for your forgiveness. There are still important matters at home, so I will take my leave. After saying this, Long Zhan turned to leave. As he brushed past Zhao Wujing, his hands inside his sleeves trembled. Had it not been for the Tianjin being missing, he might have been unable to resist stabbing Zhao Wujing with a sword. But now he had to endure what ordinary people could not. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate Long Zhan for being weak. The humiliation of today, he would surely repay Zhao Wujing double in the future. Watching Long Zhan leave, Li Zhaohua couldn't help but glance at Zhao Wujing a few more times. Zhao Wujing's act of stopping Long Zhan to make him apologize made her feel a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. Like a dry rice field being watered by spring rain. She viewed those around her as pieces on a chessboard, and those around her saw her as the princess. A master-servant relationship based on mutual benefit. Today, threatened and offended by Long Zhan, made her, who only considered interests, feel an emotional warmth from Zhao Wujing. She somewhat liked this feeling of seeming favoritism and protection. She sighed with a smile. You're better at caring for women than your father. A woman's mouth is a deceptive ghost. Zhao Wujing was not concerned about Li Zhaohua's praise. He was here to do serious business. How is the progress of the uprising? He asked directly. The king of the south, Li Jing, is ready and can move at any time. Li Zhaohua's tone shifted to business, exuding an air of nobility and unapproachable authority. On the night of the 6th day of the winter month that you mentioned, I will send someone to test the waters. The southern forces will officially begin the secret uprising to verify if what you said is true. If the situation is not right, there will definitely be no mistakes. Zhao Wujing declared confidently. I can guarantee with my life. Zhao Wujing's confidence stemmed from his familiarity with the original work. Some events